Hey, audiobook collection here. If you enjoy the audiobook, please support the author by visiting the link in the description. If you'd like me to create an audiobook of your choice, kindly get the author's permission and share a screenshot of the approved authorization on Discord. I'll happily create it for you free of charge.
401 negotiations. It's worth a try, said Hermione. If this method succeeds, a lot of bloodshed could be avoided. Do you want me to go with you? Asked Edward. That would be. Everyone sensed something and looked at Luna. Her eyes had turned all white, and she began to chant in an incomprehensible and gibberish manner. The murmurs, muttered Edward with a frown. When Luna first awakened her seer powers, she would listen to some strange murmurs. Sometimes they were enticing words, but more often than not, they were nonsense. However, they usually affected her by placing severe strain on her soul. The group found ways to control these episodes as she has gotten more powerful. But sometimes, they can come suddenly and with immense strength. Morgana, teleport her to the floating city and link her soul to the ether core. Yes, boss. I'll go check on her. Do you want someone to come with you? Asked Wiz. It's fine. Focus on the war. I have a feeling that Guznad will make some drastic measures after the Starskin race's announcement. He then teleported away. Is she going to be alright? Asked Fleur. Nothing will happen with Edward's present, reassured Rowena. We need to focus on our tasks. Hermione, do you need help on your expeditions? Hermione pondered for a moment. Her expedition requires someone with diplomatic capabilities. She wanted to accept Edward's help because his titles from the Akashic record did increase his charisma and were helpful for negotiations. However, amongst the empresses, Wiz is surprisingly the best in diplomacy according to her talent test. In second place is Fleur with her charm, and Hermione is third. I'll try first. If I fail, Wiz can help me. That's fine. Call us if you need something. The group dispersed as they were all busy people, especially Olivier, who had an entire war to look after. Meanwhile, Hermione hopped on the Tier 9 floating city, but she left with a little something from Edward's floating city. She traveled to plane 189 as it was labeled based on its coordinates. The plane looked similar to how other universes resembled in the void, a well-protected egg. The only difference was the world barrier, or the source wall, did not look like a crystal, it resembled clouds. Hermione did not barge in as she previously did, she wanted to show respect. Instead, she sent a probe to float near the plane before activating the planar communication spell and closing her eyes. A few minutes later, she found herself in an all-white space with a man dressed in silver armor looking directly at her. The man had cold and emotionless eyes. Hello, respected planar Will. It's an honor to meet you, said Hermione in the soul language. As long as a creature has a soul, it can understand this language. And the planar Will, who can give birth to souls, should also understand. Invader, please leave. I apologize for my previous actions, replied Hermione with a slight embarrassment. I'm not ashamed to admit that it was our Empire's first expedition in the astral realm, and I was a little rash. The planar Will's eyes flashed for a split second before returning to normal. But Hermione caught on to that. First step in establishing that I have support, achieve, she thought. Do you have a name I may address you? Chevalier. Lord Chevalier, my name is Hermione Granger, she responded with a smile. Invader, what is your purpose? In that case, I'll be direct, she still had a smile. I came here not to invade but for an exchange. Chevalier remained silent, and his cold eyes continued staring at her. I want our civilization to exchange resources, knowledge, and technology. In general, establish a cooperative alliance. Do you think I will believe your word? This thing might be more inflexible than I predicted. I know we need to establish some mutual trust. I'm willing to sign the necessary contract to ensure restraint on both sides. You can establish an outpost where I can directly communicate with the native of this plane. You can monitor my every move during the process. Invader, I do not believe a word you are saying. The astral realm is too much of a cruel place for anyone to believe such nonsense. Sigh. I guess I have to use a more firm tactic, thought Hermione. Sir Chevalier, I will be honest with you, your plane has been discovered, and there is nothing you can do to prevent the Arcane Empire from conquering it. Finally showing your true color, said Chevalier, who would sneer if he could. The X-plane will fight to its last breath. We will never allow anyone to invade our world. It's pointless, retorted Hermione. With your permission, can I show you something? Please note this is not an act of aggression but a demonstration. Yes. Very well. Can you sense the energy level you feel directly outside? Chevalier raised his head to look at the sky. Tier 10 energy level. Correct. For this trip, I borrowed a powerful weapon from the Empire. Although it can only shoot a few times, I only need one attack to annihilate this plane or directly annihilate you to proceed with an invasion. She paused and gave the latter time to process this information. But I did not do it. Instead, I would like a more peaceful approach where both sides benefit. Chevalier frowned for a moment as he seemed to be calculating something. What is your plan? Hermione secretly sighed in relief even though she somewhat calculated this answer. Planar Wills had no emotions and did everything based on logic and what was beneficial to their planes. So, there is a high chance that Chevalier would accept after calculating its eventual destruction. Of course, Hermione also understood that the Empire knew too little about planar Wills, and this tactic might not work on another Tier 9 plane or even lower ones. Regardless, her mission has not succeeded yet. If she wants a peaceful negotiation, it might depend on the native of the explain. Based on their civilization, custom, history, racial traits, and other factors, they might refuse cooperation with foreigners even in the face of destruction. I would like you to contact the most powerful individuals on your plane and tell them of my proposal. Fine. You wait. The explain is a gigantic continent, even bigger than many galaxies. At the center of this continent lay three great powers. The Holy Light State is a papal state where the Pope, considered the embodiment of light, is worshipped and has all the power, even above the king. Inside a white and golden castle adorned with magnificent jewels, in a hidden throne, a knight in white gold armor suddenly opened his eyes, shocked in his eyes. He took a moment to get up from his throne and walked out. By the time he arrived, someone was kneeling and waiting for him. If anyone in the state were present, they would be shocked because it was the Pope, the so-called most honorable man in the world. My lord, said the Pope with his head kneeling on the ground. Prepare for mobilization. A planar invasion might be coming. After saying these words, the Golden Knight turned into a golden light and flew into the distance. North of the Holy Light State lay the Air Empire. A woman with long blonde hair walked out of the castle with silver armor and a black bow on her back. Silver Guardian, said a group of 5 men, all clad in armor. Prepare for battle. Go notify the king. She then flew into the distance. War Beast Federation, located east of the Holy Light State and southeast of the Air Empire. A man? No, a humanoid creature with 2 animal ears and a wolf tail. He did not have armor on and wore clothes that could be described as martial-like. How is this going to affect our war beast race? With a severe look, he flew in a direction. 402 The explain Hermione stood outside a magnificent temple. Chevalier created this place for her to wait and even permitted her to walk a few meters outside the temple. She had a few magic objects floating in the surrounding, measuring data. There is mana in the environment, which is a few times higher than the entire Milky Way galaxy. So, is this a magic-based civilization? She continued observing. The environment's gravity, temperature, atmospheric pressure, humidity, and air quality varies from Earth but still enough for normal humans to live. The artifacts have detected water and other factors that indicated humans or similar species can survive in this place. Hermione gathered a basic understanding of this plane. Now, let's see their power system and society. She did not wait long before 3 lights flew from the distance and landed a dozen meters away. The 3 natives kept their distance as they observed her. A few minutes ago, they received troubling news from the planar will that required their attention. But after seeing Hermione, they frowned, each with different reactions. The energy inside her body is odd, but it's only on the level of a Grand Knight, not even a Mystic Knight. So, how could she threaten the plane? Thought the Golden Knight and the Silver Guardian had similar thoughts. A human, thought the Warbeast Lord. I can guess your thoughts about my power. But our civilization is more focused on artificer, said Hermione in their language before revealing the Tier 10 energy cannon of the floating city, making these people's faces change with terror. Luckily, they were people with high willpower and took a moment to regain their bearing. In terms of willpower, that beast-like ray seemed the best. My name is Hermione Granger, Queen of the Arcane Empire, Tier 7 Arcanist, she saluted. The name is Marcus de Lacroix, Paladin of the Holy State, a legendary knight, said the Golden Knight in a refined manner. Elaine Silverbow, Guardian and Protector of the Air Empire, also a legendary knight. The Warbeast hesitated for a moment before introducing himself. Fury, leader of the Warbeast Federation, a legendary warrior. The tier system is a universal method used by most planes when interacting with foreigners, but they appeared to not know of it, meaning they have little to no experience with foreign planes. Their civilization has not developed proper planar dimensional travel, analyzed Hermione. These legends should be able to leave the plane since they reached the ceiling of power and explore the astral realm. However, this is the worst to travel since it could take millions of years before finding another plane. All advanced civilizations will have ways to send problems to find planes or have methods of calculating coordinates. The Warbeast race's relationship with humans seemed to be tense. I don't know if there are other races, continued Hermione. Their power system is not mana, it resembles aura but is different. Can I know your purpose in coming to our plane? Asked Elaine. With such power, it was easy to conquer this plane, and no one could resist. Our empire does not believe in senseless violence. We are a civilization that pursues knowledge and the truth, believing in the fundamental truth of equivalent exchange. So, instead of invading this plane and causing destruction, I would like to take a more peaceful approach. Exchange. Exchange what, exactly? Asked Marcus. Anything. For example, I can see that despite being Tier 9 powerhouse, all 3 of you have less than 500 years of lifespan remaining. I can exchange elixirs or potions of immortality. I can exchange process lifespan, that would be cheaper. I can exchange a power system that grants a higher lifespan. Or, maybe, a body exchange surgery that transfers your soul into another body to have another life and have more lifespan. The heart of the 3 trembled. However, they did not know if she was telling the truth. But if she was, this was too tempting. Your Highness, is your exchange also applicable to our race? The other immediately gave Fury a subtle look. You don't have to worry about being left out. The Empire is multiracial. We currently have 156 different races and counting, including some that look like you. Does the Warbeast race exist in your plane? They are collectively called the Fur race, but we do. Fury felt relieved as he no longer worried about the human race benefiting from this exchange, leading to the destruction of their race. Your Highness, I have no problem with the request, said Elaine. But I want to see the strength of a higher civilization. It seems you guys have a very military culture. Fine, replied Hermione before taking a magical artifact that looked like a cube. Before then, we'll use this. And this is. We will enter the mirror dimension to fight. Hermione then saw the confusion on their faces. Think about it as a world that mirrors the real one. You can fight with all your strength and destroy the world. But the real world will not be affected. Such a thing exists, muttered Marcus. One of the reasons that the world remained in a three-way standoff is because they knew a battle between them would be catastrophic for the entire plane and all creatures living in it. Please, do not resist. Hermione activated the artifact, and the group entered the mirror dimension. Immediately, Hermione linked to the floating city, accessing its core and the tower spirit's processing power. Are you ready? She asked, looking at the readied group. Then, let's begin. I promise to go easy on you. The three were not affected by her words. Golden light suddenly appeared on Marcus' body, and his stats seemed to be drastically boosted. Then, he rushed toward Hermione with his sword. Fury's body suddenly grew to 3 meters, and his eyes turned red before also rushing forward. Elaine pulled her bow, and an energy arrow appeared before firing it. Hermione calmly held her magic staff. Marcus was the first to arrive, and before he could slash her body, a terrifying jet of flame that resembled a light beam pushed him backward. He reacted in time and condensed a golden energy shield to protect himself. Unfortunately, this was a combined spell. Hermione placed a bunch of curses inside the fire spell. So, when he dealt with it, curses hit and instantly weakened his previous boost. Marcus tried his best to use his light power to combat the effect, and he was frustrated. He had never met a curse he could not deal with. He was known for being the nemesis of anyone who used curse, poison, or dark attribute battle chi. Hermione uses 2 spells simultaneously to deal with Elaine's arrow and Fury's attack. An ice spear came from the warbeast's back, traveling at an undetectable speed to pierce him. Oddly, he avoided the attack with little movement. A sixth sense, thought Hermione as she could see how he moved as if he could predict things from his back. Immediately, she also noticed another anomaly. Her repulsion spell did not push the arrow away. Instead, it suddenly appeared right before her face. The power of space. Perfect for an archer. When the arrow was about to pierce her neck, a small black hole appeared and swallowed it. At the same time, thousands more spheres tried to turn Fury into a shish kebab with no success. Hermione moved her hand to cast more spells. A terrifying gravity suddenly appeared in her surroundings, rendering Fury immobile. Additionally, thousands of elemental arrows surrounded Elaine. At the same time, Marcus had dealt with the curses and appeared behind Hermione at a speed faster than light. Good tactic, she thought. The weakness of her low tier is a drastically slower thinking speed and reactions. At least, that's how it should have been without the tower spirit. Marcus swung his sword and cut Hermione into 2. However, he soon saw the 2 halves vanish before him. Illusion? Since when? And where is the main body? Meanwhile, Fury mobilized all his battle chi to surround his body to protect against the surrounding gravity. Although he sensed danger, his senses indicated it would come from such a vast area that he did not have time to evade it. Bam! With the protection, he could continue fighting, with his speed drastically reduced. So, he rushed forward, leaving the environment devastated. Meanwhile, Elaine waited until the spells reached him before using the void steps, using some level of spatial movement to evade. Not bad. But let's end this fight, declared Hermione. 403 knight system end this fight? This foreigner is a little too arrogant. That's the thought that flashed in these 3 knights' heads. The battle had just begun. Hermione smiled as she saw their reaction. You will know the nightmare of fighting a well-prepared arcanist. Arcane rune spell, golem summoning. A magic circle appeared on the ground. Then, a slim and tall golem manifested. It was made of metal with 2 knives for hand. A legendary golem, said Marcus. Exactly. This is golem model as 987, designed by a talented arcanist named Cedric Diggory. It's one of a kind. Hermione admired the golem with a gleeful smile. And just so you know, I could have summoned 2 more, 1 for each of you. But I don't want to bully you too much. The Empire only had 10 tier 9 golems, and she came with 3. Deal with the annoying archer. The golem disappeared, and Elaine's face changed. Suddenly appeared behind her as if he was a shadow and went for her throat. Elaine vanished in the distance, and when she appeared, she showered her location with hundreds of arrows capable of annihilating stars. Unfortunately, there was nothing in that location. Then appeared next to her and attacked again, forcing them into a confrontation of disappearance and reappearance, testing the limit of their speed. Meanwhile, Hermione focused on the remaining 2. Marcus went on the offensive as he swung his sword, creating a massive golden sword energy construct. The attack passed through Hermione's body and headed to a location a dozen meters away. She teleported to another location to avoid the attack. You saw through my illusion. She expected as much for the warbeast but not Marcus. Don't underestimate us. Hermione did not say anything else and used a spell to distract him. Then, she looked at Fury, who was evading all the attacks she threw at him. Whether it was the ground-turning earth pikes or other elemental spells that descended from the sky, he was never hit. A magic circle appeared behind her and sent a white light toward the Warbeast Lord, who had a severe look on his face. Fury evaded the attack, but it followed him. So, he flew to the sky, and the white light continued its chase. It's pointless. The spell is connected to you through karma, it will follow you to the end of the earth. Thunder appeared on Fury's body as his speed increased. However, he tried to change direction mid-fly to avoid another danger he sensed. But his senses warned of all-around danger, so he stopped. Then, he saw he was surrounded by spells all around him that looked like a space gate, forming a sphere with an entrance. And from that entrance, the other white spell flew toward him. Fury made a split decision to destroy the space gate, believing he could survive the explosion. He gathered a massive amount of thunder and punched one of them. But to his surprise, the white light came from the gate he punched and hit him. Fury spasmed and fell from the ground. One down. Hermione then focused on Marcus, who was fighting with her mirror clone. You're next. Marcus looked at his opponent while breathing heavily. I guess I have no choice but to use my ultimate skill. He raised his sword above his head, and light began to gather on him with immense intensity. Is this your most powerful attack? Alright, test my explosion. Ultimate skill, Light of God. Arcane rune spell, explosion. A massive ball of light confronted an immense explosion, creating unimaginable destruction. The confrontation lasted for a moment before the explosion overwhelmed the light. Boom! Hermione calmly watched everything settle. This was quite the powerful attack. If this knight could usually destroy 3 to 6 galaxies with his power, this attack allowed him at least 10 times the destructive power. She appeared next to him and looked at the knocked out Marcus. Interesting. Although I control my strength, he still should have taken greater damage. It seems these people have high magic resistance. However, he seemed to have aged by a significant amount. She then focused on the last remaining one, Elaine. She was breathing hard with slashing marks on her body. Elaine glanced at Hermione, eyes full of determination. Then, she smirked. Elaine suddenly appeared next to Hermione with energy daggers and stabbed her neck. Boom! She was sent flying backward, blood spilling. How could your body be so strong? Asked Elaine, shocked. She thought her strategy had worked. She waited until the enemy had used most of her energy and was distracted before using one of her unique techniques, arrow teleportation, which allowed her to teleport to any place her arrows were. I was careless, not even noticing they were space markers on these arrows, said Hermione, who wiped out the blood on her hand. To answer your question, all arcanists must be an all-rounder. Do you want to continue? I forfeit. Elaine sighed as she knew even her ultimate skill would not work. Moreover, that punch shook her internal organs and did some severe damage. That's good. Hermione worked up the others and exited the mirror dimension. Then, she immediately began to negotiate with these 3, not caring about their terrible state. We will begin with your power system. You can give me a basic or ordinary method to evaluate, as long as it can reach the legendary knight level. Your Highness, there is no need for this. I trust you, so you can have the Air Empire's best night breathing method, said Elaine. How magnanimous, said Hermione before gently placing her above her. A brilliant light flashed on her, and Elaine suddenly healed, returning to her peak state except for her battle chi. Thank you. Elaine did not waste time and flew back to get the breathing method. Meanwhile, the others understood they were falling behind and needed to do something. Marcus did not want to do the same as Elaine, but Fury was still wary of humans. After all, his race has been persecuted throughout history. Hermione did not say anything. A few minutes later, Elaine returned with the booklet, and Hermione read it with great focus. So, battle chi is a more violent version of aura. Aura? Asked Elaine, and Hermione showed her. That's the energy you use to increase your physical stats. Correct. Based on my analysis, battle chi is a more battle-oriented version of aura. It drastically increases a person's battle capabilities. But in return, it will burn lifespan when overused, and it has terrible healing capabilities compared to aura. She now has a basic understanding of this plane's power system. The first step is to train the body to reach the standard of condensing what is called the life energy seed in the heart. This seed is a way to condense and use life force for battle. These people are called knight cadets. After condensing the life energy seed, a person will become a beginner knight or warrior in the case of the warbeast race. They must then absorb mana to expand the seed while training their bodies. The native of this world do not have meditation methods and rely on magical herbs and breathing methods to passively absorb mana from the environment. After expanding the life energy seed to a certain level, they will reach intermediate knight, tier 2, and once they reach the limit, they will become advanced knight, tier 3. The next stage is extraordinary knight, tier 4 and 5, where they condense their battle chi and expand it. Tier 6 is Master Knight. In that stage, a knight can fly in the air. Tier 7 is called Grand Master Knight, and a person will awaken an element in this stage, granting extraordinary destructing powers. Tier 8 is Sun Knight, and the knight will awaken something called the Mind Eye, an imitation of Warbeast's natural sixth sense. Tier 9 is the Legendary Knight, and all knights in this stage will have an ultimate skill, a boosted technique. This knight power system is excellent despite the lifespan drawback. However, it could bring some trouble if it's revealed too early. Currently, magical arcanists have hit a barrier of tier 7 because of the soul limit. And if a power system very compatible with Aura Master suddenly appeared, and people could reach tier 9, most Aura Master would change, and the power dynamic of the Empire would change. Or better yet, use it as a reference to evolving the Aura Master system to Tier 9 or higher. So, for now, this power system cannot see the light. The best way to use this system in the current situation is to develop a way to transform aura into battle chi. After making a brief plan, Hermione looked at the three. You have two choices for your plane's fate. 404 message. You become the Arcane Empire's business partner, or you can become our subordinate plane, explained Hermione. The first choice is obvious. Our exchange is purely a business. You pay for something, and we provide the product and vice versa. However, compared to being our territory, there are some things we will not sell you. And if you are invaded by another plane, you have to pay us to protect you, and we have the right to refuse. But we will defend against any civilization if you are our territory. I'm surprised we have a choice. Marcus, said Elaine with a raised voice. Your Majesty. It's fine. Our empire is trying something new regarding planar warfare by the suggestion of the Emperor, hence the reason for the choice. Emperor. Yes, my husband. He's the creator of the Arcane Empire. He raised our home from a Tier 5 civilization to Tier 10 in less than 100 years. Impossible, said Marcus, who could not believe this. And he was not the only one. The three knew some ancient history of their world. This plane used to be only Tier 7. But ancient knights had a brilliant civilization and even invented planar travel. Through planar warfare, they plunder the world source of other plane to raise the ceiling of the X-plane and update the knight power system to Tier 9. However, they knew how long that era was and how long it took. Less than 100 years to skip 5 levels as a civilization? Impossible. Our plane is a natural Tier 10 plane with many different civilizations and races. So, we did not have to evolve the plane tier. Even then, less than 100 years. That's my husband, he's a remarkable man. Technically speaking, Edward spent over 600 years if you consider the time in other worlds and time acceleration room. But that's still impressive. But the Arcane Empire is not yet 100 years old, so she's not lying. You said you would not sell certain things. Can you give an example? Asked Marcus. An example would be our planar navigation technology. We would never sell these things. Well, I should not say never, but I doubt this plane has something that valuable. Your Majesty, I have to admit I still have some reservations, said Fury. Are you worried about your race's treatment? Yes, our relationship with humans has not been the best. Hermione nodded before taking 10 massive, thick books that looked like 5 dictionaries stacked on each other. These are the Empire's anti-xenophobia laws to protect different races and species. Read them. Fury took one book and activated his senses to the limit. Then, with godly speed, he read through the entire thing in a few minutes. So, he picked another one and repeated the same thing until he read everything. He closed his eyes as he analyzed what he read. The thing was comprehensive, considering a race's customs, history, culture, and traditions and trying to accommodate them. One of the reasons for racism and discrimination is ignorance, said Hermione. So, every time a new race joins the Empire, every citizen must take an online course on the race's customs and traditions. The species itself will design the course in cooperation with the Empire to ensure accuracy and appropriate accommodations. With virtual reality technology, any race can spend time as another as a way to understand each other. Virtual reality. Hermione explained the concept to him in a simple matter. How fascinating, commented Elaine. What is your stance on God and religion? Asked Marcus. That's a tricky question, replied Hermione. Religion is not banned, but it has become less popular. Gods run our plane, and since we are currently in a war with a powerful death god, they are not very popular in the Empire. So, gods do exist, commented Marcus. The Holy Papal State believes in the Supreme Light, worshipping it as a god. When he was young, he was also a believer until he reached the pinnacle of the world and realized God was not real, almost driving him mad. Ever since then, he's been obsessed with godhood. To quote my husband, gods are nothing but a parasitic species that rely on faith for their power and immortality, said Hermione. They are powerful but nothing to awe or admire. Marcus smiled wryly and did not comment. You can take some time to ponder and give me an answer. Meanwhile, I will be surveying this plane and learning more about it. Scene break. Cosmic Faith Plane, Planet Earth, Arcane Palace. Edward watched Luna floating in the air while sitting cross-legged. He had many screens before him monitoring her vitals. He hid the worry deep in his eyes as he focused on the task at hand. The murmurs stopped a few days ago, which is a good sign. But why isn't she waking up? He scrolled down on the holographic screen, but his hand trembled. Calm down, Edward, it's not time to be panicking yet. He continued scrolling, but he could not find anything wrong. Her soul, body, and mana appeared completely fine. Someone better not be responsible for this. Otherwise, they'll know what I can do once I'm mad. For a moment, the universe trembled as Krona sensed a disturbance. She perceived a brief catastrophe that could destroy the entire plane but could not pinpoint its origin. A powerful fluctuation emanated from Luna's body before she opened her eyes. Are you all right? Asked Edward as he held her. I'm fine, she replied with her ethereal smile. I know what these murmurs were. Oh, what are they? It's from the Oracle Tower. Oracle Tower? Isn't that the place in the central region known for their divination? Edward remembered that place was one of the news he acquired from the central region. The master of that tower called herself the Oracle Master and is the only Tier 10 seer in the universe. All the gods or tier 10 entities in the universe would ask her for help once they had a problem, granting the Oracle Tower a semi-detached status in this plane. So, what's the connection with you? It's a message from the Oracle Tower asking for help. Help. Yes. The message was brief, but it said something along the line that the current Oracle Master is a fake and the real one is being imprisoned for some reason. Edward grunted as he felt this news was nothing but trouble. Why is she communicating with you? Apparently, only people with high enough seer bloodline can hear her message. However, I was too weak and could not previously properly hear it. Okay, don't worry about these things. We'll save her when we're strong enough if she is not lying or scheming. Luna agreed with that sentence. There is something else. What is it? She told us the seven-pillar Pantheon will be the first calamity of the Arcane Empire. Calamity. Calamity, obstacle, etc. Oh, then. She advised us to disintegrate them from the inside. Apparently, they are not as united as they appeared. The exact advice was the goddess of magic and the god of dwarves is their biggest weakness. That's good to know, but I'm more concerned that an imprisoned seer from so far away can clearly know our situation. Yes, she seems good, replied Luna. Did she suggest taking you as a student? Luna nodded. Are you tempted? I am. Until now, I had to develop my powers alone, and it became more difficult after reaching Tier 5. To become Tier 5, Luna absorbed a perfect ether core like Edward and the rest, resulting in a talent like Hermione's summon. However, her talent was a boost to her divination ability, which should have been a good thing. Unfortunately, it also made things more challenging to train and discover the limit of her powers. You should understand the danger, explained Edward. I do. How about this? Travel to other universes with divination and learn their system. Then, decide whether you want to become her student. Edward knew a few animes and television with talented seers, they could greatly help Luna. That's not a bad idea. Luna never had the opportunity to travel the Omniverse. But after the war, once everything is stable, it's a good idea to open her horizon. The couple then decided to take this rare opportunity of alone time to spend it together. They left a few days later when they received news that Hermione had returned. 405 short voyage? Edward walked to the dining room, where everybody waited. Where is my daughter? Charmy went to hang out with the Black Bull members. She abandoned me. How sad, he said, pouting before sitting down. Then, he looked at Hermione. How was your voyage? Now you remember me. Don't be jealous of a kid. You mean don't eat the vinegar of a kid, said Susan while giggling. I should have said that, responded Edward with regret. You too, stop playing around, chimed Amelia before looking at Luna. How are you feeling? Is everything alright? Yes, don't worry. I'll tell you what happens later. Let's focus on Hermione's trip. Tell us what happened. Hermione then explained everything that had occurred since her arrival. She told them how the group voted to become the Empire's subordinate, so she built a planar gate connecting to the X-plane. She explained the night power systems and the resources available on the plane. The night system must be hidden due to the possible political ramification, said Olivier. Until we can remove the soul limit and create ways for magical arcanist to reach Tier 9, this thing must never see the light of day. I had the same idea, commented Hermione. However, someone should study this system and update the Aura Master profession, creating a perfect system from Tier 1 to 9. This research is perfect for me, but I'm busy. So, it has to wait, added Olivier. She has long decided to focus more on Aura Master as a primary class, while magic would be a subclass since she has a natural talent for it. However, before, Aura Master was not a perfect or complete class. Do you think a plane actively controls the resources it evolves? Asked Wiz. What do you mean? I glance at the resources in this new plane and realize most serve to help train the body and the night system in general. So, is it possible the planar will would evolve the resources of a plane based on its power system? That's an interesting conjecture. It would not make sense for a plane only to have magical resources when its main power system is psychic energy based. So, you're probably correct, commented Rowena. You should study this subject, suggested Fleur. I will, but I'm also busy. Wiz had to ensure the successful integration of undead into the Empire. The mere fact that one of the Empress is also an undead did help the situation, but many citizens are having a hard time accepting living with skeletons, ghouls, zombies, and a bunch of other dark creatures. Nevertheless, things are heading in a positive way since most of the undead were turned against their will, and they contributed significantly to the current war. Ollie, do you want to hire some knights to participate in the war? Asked Hermione. No need. It's best to hide the existence of planes from the public until after the war. And we don't need the military aid. How about other planar exposition? Do we need to prepare for another one? We have the coordinate of the Abyss and Dream plane. However, these are Tier 10 planes, so we are not touching them, commented Rowena. The only other choice is the Starkin race's plane. To conquer a Tier 9 plane would require Edward's floating city, but it cannot leave for now, stated Olivier. Speaking of which, why are you so quiet? Asked Susan, who always finds these family dinners fascinating since she always learned the oddest secrets. He's only this quiet once his mind concocts some crazy idea, said his mother. You're right, as always, mother, he replied before feeding her some of his food, and she accepted joyfully. Do you guys remember the Akatsuki's divine tree? From the Naruto world you told us about? Yes. I've been thinking if it's possible to modify the tree to condense mana fruit instead of chakra fruit. You want to plant this tree into other planes to condense mana fruit to gather mana rapidly, said Rowena. Exactly. And it does not only need to be mana. We could modify the tree to contain time power, and they can gather the knowledge of a plane and condense it in the shape of a fruit. A fruit of knowledge that grants its owner all the knowledge of the past of that plane, summarized Fleur, making everyone's eyes light up. There are many other possibilities with this fruit, added Olivier. We could feed it blood and energy to condense a fruit of lifespan. Or better yet, feed the tree souls for a soul fruit and effectively deal with the soul limitation issue. However, creating a natural way to remove the limitation would be best. These plans are good and all. But planting the god tree on a planet and planting it on an entire plane is not the same thing, said the quiet Bellatrix. It won't be as easy as you guys said. That's not an issue. Vengeance from the Golden Dawn used world tree magic with space attribute and is perfectly suitable to take root in a place's source. I can fuse them to achieve my purpose. The biggest issue is how to make the tree condense knowledge fruit. Edward was confident in modifying the tree to condense mana, blood, soul, or other types of fruits. However, he was not optimistic about quickly overcoming the technical difficulty of condensing the knowledge fruit. He has to be precise and have the tree scan the planes past, gather all the knowledge ever written, and condense it into a fruit. Are you already planning on traveling again? Asked his mother, Joanna. Yes. I was thinking of a short voyage. I go in and get what I want before quickly returning. Is it wise to leave in a situation like this? Asked Olivier. I won't take long, replied Edward. Plus, I would leave my floating city with you. You must attend the Starskin race's surrender ceremony before you leave, said Amelia. They delayed the announcement because of Luna's situation, but she was okay now. Plus, you have to be quick, added Olivier. Guznad will not stay still and watch us become more powerful. We are now in the war's endgame, and we need you to act as a hero before we can unite the Milky Way. Fine, replied Edward. Does anyone want to go with me? Unfortunately, no one wanted to go with him since they were all busy with their own things. Even Susan was working on this secret project, making the family happy that the little girl finally decided to place her talent to use. Although there is nothing wrong with being a painter, many people felt she was wasting her talent. Whatever, I'll go alone. The next few days, Edward focused on dealing with the things he needed to do. And as expected, the news of the Starskin race did cause turbulence in the galaxy, bringing pressure to the surviving factions, especially the elves. We need to begin naming these floating cities, muttered Edward before using one of the two created during his absence. He had Morgana get everything prepared before entering the void. Activating void traveling, said the little elf. Edward saw he entered a world of grey, feeling as if he was traveling at an incalculable distance. Suddenly, everything began to shake. What's going on? An anomaly has been detected, said Morgana with a worried face. Her eyes seemed to glow with wisdom. Master, we have to use the emergency procedure. What? No time to explain. A grey shield suddenly manifested around Edward. Then, he felt an explosion before everything went dark. Despite not seeing anything, he felt he was traveling a long distance, and there were many disturbances in the process. Unfortunately, his consciousness was coming in and out, so he could not observe what had occurred. Where am I? Edward asked softly as he looked at his surrounding. He saw two people, making him on guard. However, his vision was still blurred. You really survived such injuries? Asked a voice with great surprise. Are you even human? Edward took a moment to clear his mind, blurry vision, and the ringing sound in his ear. He first dealt with his auditory issue and recognized the person who spoke was a woman. Give me a moment, he said in a rasping voice. You can even speak? I thought your vocal cord was destroyed, replied the voice. Edward grunted as he closed his eyes to recuperate. When he opened his eyes, he finally saw his surrounding. What a beautiful woman, he declared. And well endowed too. Brat, what did you say? Said the woman. Sorry, I'm a little groggy, making me lose my filter, Edward said with difficulty. But Lady Tsunade, don't call me a brat. I'll call you brat since you're a brat. With my age, I can be your great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, if not more. Tsunade wanted to sneer at these words, but she remembered this person's inhumane healing ability, indicating he might not be normal or even human. Wait, how do you know my name? Are you a spy from another village? The Naruto arc will not be long. Edward is only here to get a few things. 406 Naruto World, you're one of the Sunin, so it's not odd for me to know who you are, replied Edward, who began to analyze his injury. No, the way you said my name was as if you knew me clearly, continued Tsunade. Is this some ploy by another village to get to me? Pretend to be injured to get close. You have quite the imagination. I guess it does not matter. I'll take you down first. I can get the extracted information later. Chakra enhanced strength. She rushed toward him before punching him. Boom! The force generated by her attack made Shizun's clothes flap, destroyed the surrounding pieces of furniture, and left cracks in the walls. How is that possible? Said Tsunade as he saw her attack was useless. The man, who was missing 2 arms and 1 leg and appeared defenseless, just took one of her attack point blanks with no reaction. Boom, boom, boom. She continued punching to no avail. Have you had enough? Asked Edward. Even in my sorry state, I can still annihilate this little planet with a wink. And if I did not control my power, it would have automatically counterattacked and instantly killed you. He was not lying. When he is unconscious and in a vulnerable situation, his aura and mana will act on their own and protect him. Who are you? No, better yet, what are you? Asked Tsunade with a severe look. You can think of me as an alien from another planet. Alien life forms exist. You don't know about alien? That can only mean this is the time period before the Fourth Great Shinobi War and the appearance of the Akatsuki clan. He also realized the current Tsunade was not the one who gave up her Hokage position after the war and traveled the world. It is the one who has not become the fifth Hokage. Fourth Great Shinobi War? What nonsense are you talking about? There is no such thing. Not yet? You can see in the future. Of course, replied Edward while looking at his body. He lost 3 limbs, but he did not care about that. The issue with his body was void of energy and some weird power that prevented his healing. He needed to remove these powers before he could regenerate his body. As for his strength, it was not affected. However, every time he used it, these 2 powers embedded themselves deep into his body and prolonged his recovery. Edward closed his eyes for a moment. Morgana seemed fine despite the injury. He still did not know what happened, but he could guess. He probably encountered some scary life form in the void, and Morgana acted swiftly and used the emergency protocol to send him to safety. I cannot survive the in the void, so I need to send news back home so someone can come to pick me up. He did not think of creating a floating city in this universe since it would take too long. I need to heal, but also a way to gather the thing I want in this world. If I wait until I'm healed, I might waste too much time. Plus, I might have to wait until I return home before I heal completely. So, I need another body. He raised his eyes to look at Tsunade, making her somewhere uneasy. Do you mind giving me some information about chakra and jutsus? Why? To learn, of course. I am sorry, but I can't. Why? Asked Edward. I cannot indulge the secret of the hidden leaf. So, even if I die, I won't say a word. She had a look of determination to die, but facing this person that may be more powerful than her grandfather, she had no hesitation. I forgot you ninjas were people trained as child soldiers and brainwashed to be loyal to your village, commented Edward before frowning. Then, he became dazed while thinking. I could effortlessly read her mind to get the information I want, he said. However, her brain has a seal, and without knowing anything about the chakra system, there is a chance of killing her. And that would be a waste. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat, but she remained determined. Meanwhile, Edward closed his eyes again and cast a spell to detect the surrounding 100 kilometers. Then, he found what he wanted, a rogue ninja without any seals in his brain. A portal appeared before him, and the rogue ninja appeared in the room. Before the latter could understand what was happening, she passed out, and Edward read her memory. Interesting power system, he commented. Space-time ninjutsu, said Shizun in shock. There was no seal, added Tsunade. No, I didn't even sense any chakra. Edward looked at the two. Do you mind helping me with something? In exchange, I can grant you any wish. If I help you, will it affect the Hidden Leaf Village? Considering I will be stealing all the jutsus of this planet, study the blood of all the clans with Kekei Genkai, probably. But I can promise not to do too much damage to the Hidden Leaf. In that case, I refuse. Are you sure? My powers are godlike, meaning I can give you many unimaginable things. For example, I can help you awaken your grandfather's wood style. I can grant you immortality, or better yet, I can revive your brother. Tsunade frowned but did not say anything, showing her attitude. When I say revive, I don't mean Edo Tensei. I mean a perfect revival. Or if you want, I can summon your brother from the past, from the moment before he dies, and you can use your current medical skill to save him, to have a chance to redeem your younger self's failure. Tsunade's heart beat faster, and she clenched her hand. If you are so powerful, why do you need my help? I won't lie, but the more I use my power, the longer it will take me to heal. So, what do you need me to do? I need you to create a clone for me to use. Cloning? That's beyond my capabilities. I know this, but I will give you the knowledge. And with your medical expertise, you can master this knowledge rapidly. Edward could have used the mirror clone spell he learned from Gauche, the sisterkin from the Black Bull Squad. However, the spell requires mana to maintain the clone, and he could not use his mana in this way. It doesn't matter since I refuse your offer. A woman with a strong will, my type, commented Edward with a smile. You're weird, retorted Tsunade. It's the price for being so powerful and living for so long, shrugged Edward. How about I try another tactic? If you don't help, I'll have to ask Orochimaru for help. You can imagine the consequences of him acquiring my knowledge and power. Lady Tsunade, said Shizun, who knew the terrible consequences of that happening. Do you have to do this? Yes, nodded Edward. Plus, it's not like the Hidden Leaf will truly be affected. How is it stealing all our S-rank jutsus not affect us? Well, all the other village will lose their jutsus. And it's not like I will spread them or something. Tsunade took a moment to analyze the situation. She could not stop this person based on the power he had previously displayed. And if this man allied with Orochimaru, it would be a recipe for disaster. You said you would grant me any wish. Correct. In that case, I accept your offer. However, there are 2 issues. The first is money. We would need a lot of money to establish a lab for cloning. Secondly, I have hemophobia. No problem, replied Edward. He used a spell to access his interdimensional space and took out a potion and stacks of gold. Gold. So much gold, muttered Shizun. This potion is for your hemophobia. Before coming to the Naruto world, Edward prepared a way to deal with Tsunade's issue. In the Empire, many anxiety disorders like hemophobia can be cured with potions, psychologists, or the help of spiritual arcanists. There is more than enough gold. You can use some of it for your gambling addiction. It's not an addiction, countered Tsunade. Plus, how do you know so much about me? I know everything. Tsunade ignored him as she looked at the potion. She took a moment before grabbing it. There was no turning back. Without hesitation, she chugged it down and closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she opened her eyes and created a chakra blade with the tip of her finger. Then, she gently cut her wrist before watching the blood slowly trickle down on the floor. Lady Tsunade. I'm fine. No, I'm better than before. She always blamed herself for not being able to save Dan. But now, she understood and accepted that it was not her fault, that she had done her best. You guys can go set up everything. Edward gave them an interdimensional bag, making his complexion a little paler after using so many spells. After the group left, he looked in one direction. Old geezer, don't you know it's impolite to stare? 407 Clone Edward looked at the Sage of Six Paths that floated before him. What do you want? You know who I am. I know everything. Almost everything. Hago Romo frowned as he felt the same arrogance his mother had because of her clan from this person, and he did not like this. Are you from the Akatsuki clan? No. Any relationship with them? Sir Hago Romo, what is with all these questions? Your presence has disrupted the fate of this planet, so I need to know whether you're an enemy or not. I'm sure it has, replied Edward. All I can say is if you stay out of my way, nothing will happen to this planet. I will leave after getting the things I want. And if I don't stay out of your way, and what do you think you can do in your current state? Pass on your meager power to your reincarnated son? They are nothing but children, but even if they were, I could still crush them like bugs. Why don't you worry about your mother leaving her seal? It's a much better way to spend your time. Is something wrong with the seal? He hurriedly asked. The only reason Hago Moro has not moved on to the afterlife is his worry about his mother's eventual return. Who knows? However, you should know she won't give up so easily. Hago Romo frowned for a while before disappearing. He had many questions and worries about this alien life form. However, his biggest concerns have always been his mother and the Akatsuki clan. Edward watched his departure and did not say much. Usually, he would be more gentle and diplomatic when doing things. But he was not in the mood after his sudden injury. Plus, he was only here for a short period of probably a few months before returning home. He closed his eyes to focus on his injury. With Rowena's research, it should not take long to remove the void energy in my body. His mana and aura worked together to suppress the energy and prevent it from wiping him out of existence. The issue is that weird power from whatever attacked me. He felt most of the void energy was the thing that contained that mysterious power. The first step is sending an SOS back home so someone can pick me up. He began focusing on healing his mind space so he could contact Morgana's central server back in home and ask for help. A few days later, Tsunade returned. Everything is prepared, she said. So soon. Shizun suggested using one of Orikimura's abandoned labs and renovating it. So, I took this into account. Edward's mouth twitched as he guessed this woman probably wanted to save as much of the gold as possible so she could use the rest to gamble. Well done, Lady Shizun. It's not a problem, she responded with a blush. Don't hit on my Shizun. I was just saying my thanks. Anyway, let's head to the lab. I need someone to carry me. And why would we do that? Asked Tsunade. I only have one arm left. Use your godly powers. Edward was speechless. He could use psychic energy to levitate or do anything since it uses less power than spells. However, he did not want to use his power for useless things and less essential, that's why he asked them for help. Please get me a wheelchair. Shizun got him a wheelchair and transported him to the newly built lab. Excellent, commented Edward. Let's begin. I've mastered some basic chakra knowledge in the past few days, but it's not enough. I will write an outline for the clone I need, and you need to complete the rest. Edward wanted a clone perfectly suited for the chakra system so he could study this system. He took a bunch of scrolls and began to write. Molecular biology, cell culture, embryo development, genetic manipulation, and somatic cell nuclear transfer, commented Tsunade with eyes twinkling. With this knowledge, medical ninjutsu can advance by leaps and bounds. So many ninjas can now be saved, Lady Tsunade. Focus, please. You don't seem to care about saving lives, said Tsunade. I do care, but your ninja system is fundamentally flawed. So, it does not matter how many people you save, war and conflict will never stop. Not mentioning foreign threats from the stars, but Edward did not say this. What do you mean by flawed? You instilled the idea to all ninjas that they were tools or weapons for their village. And what's the purpose of a weapon? To kill. Then, there is the fact you indoctrinate these ideas in young children and even send them to war. I understand your civilization does not know any better. But there is no world where children as young as 6-year-olds should be on the battlefield and killing. I cannot fathom the irreparable damage you've done to these people. Edward could not imagine how many ninjas were now suffering from one or multiple forms of mental disorder because of the things they experienced. Things like PTSD, depression, and many more. Tsunade did not know how to respond. She wanted to argue back but thought of Dan and her dead brother. If this world had a different ideology, THRY would have survived. Does your world has no war? Of course not, replied Edward. True peace does not exist, at least, not yet. However, the minimum age requirement to join the army is 30 years old. If we ever reach the point we need to draft younger individuals, it would be 25 years old, 21 years, and 18 at the youngest. Alright, let's not talk about this. Fine. I have a theory on creating the chakra pathways, but you must complete it. You really do not use chakra? So, how can you be so powerful? Different power system. Focus. During the next month, Tsunade finished his theory and created the clone Edward wanted. And as he looked at the body in the tank with green liquid, he nodded, "You are more talented than I gave you credit for. Is that supposed to be a compliment? Take it as you wish." He separated a piece of his soul to enter the clone's body. As the latter opened its eyes, he immediately broke the glass to leave the nutrient tank. "Not bad," commented Edward as he looked at the clone. "Put some clothes on, don't you have any shame? You're a 50-year-old grandma, there is nothing you have not seen before." Bam! She punched him in the wheelchair, but as always, nothing happened. "Say that again, 1,000-year-old monster. I'm young at heart, and that's all that matters." "You. Calm down, Lady Tsunade," Shizen hurriedly said. She witnessed how easily this man could rile up Lady Tsunade in the past month. However, she did mind since she had never seen her so alive. It was like the pause in her life was finally playing. Edward smirked before focusing on his clone. The latter sat down and began refining chakra. Typically, training cannot increase chakra and mostly rely on genetics. However, he did not have this limit, or so he thought. "So much chakra," commented Shizen. "It reminded me of my grandfather." "No, it's even more." Half an hour later, the clone opened his eyes with some confusion. "I've perfectly combined my spiritual energy with my physical energy. So, why do I have a chakra limit? The Akatsuki have to absorb large quantity of mana and the genetic information of a planet to evolve. So, genes might be the answer," theorized the main body. "We need more information," concluded the clone. "Let's go test this new system." Inside a training room, the clone did a few hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsus. Water style, earth style, wind style. "The hand signs are a way to control chakra and give them properties similar to chanting and runes for mana," commented the clone. Then, he continued to practice other jutsus he stole from that rogue ninja and the basic ones he created. "You mastered all these jutsus in 1 month?" asked Tsunade. "Why are you surprised? No matter how powerful you are, this is simply ridiculous. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. I've reached a high level in my power system. So, when I meet others, I simply have to compare them to learn quickly. Even then, that would require a vast amount of knowledge. Furthermore, the ease at which you did this would suggest this is not the first time you've done something similar. Have you finally realized how wonderful I am? Handsome, intelligent, powerful, and knowledgeable," he said with a smile. "Narcissistic and missing limbs. That's very ableist of you. I'm just stating my observation. Whatever. You should prepare to leave." "Why?" replied Tsunade, upset for some reason. "Your sensei is about to die." 408 Master Thief. Did something happen to the third Hokage? Asked Tsunade as she held Edward firmly, squeezing him with all her strength. "Please, calm down. This is not the time to be playing around. I'm aware of this, but do you think being in a panic state is any way to do anything?" You are right," replied Tsunade, taking a moment to breathe deeply. "So, what happened?" "Orochimaru allied with the Sand Village to destroy the leaf during the Chunin exam. So, he's going this far," uttered Tsunade softly before sighing. "How much time do I have?" "A few minutes? It's about to start." "What? So little?" She suddenly frowned. "Wait, why are you telling me now? What's on it for you?" "I'm going to take this opportunity to steal all your jutsus and get blood samples from all the Hidden Leafs clans." "You?" Edward shrugged his shoulder as he called the clone. The 5 rings in his remaining hand floated to the clone, and he took it. These rings were powerful magical artifacts to help the clone in case of a dangerous situation. "I think it's best if you kept some, given your sorry state," stated the clone, and Edward agreed after thinking for a moment, so he left only one with the clone. Edward then opened a portal for the two. Scene break. Bang! A massive creature appeared in the middle of the village, emanating immense power. "It seems we are on time," commented the clone. "Is that the first tail, Shikako?" said Tsunade in shock. "This is for you," said Edward as he condensed a ball of light from the magical ring. "What is it?" "You'll know when the time is right," he replied before placing it inside her body. Tsunade did not say anything and rushed into the village. After seeing the damage, she first tried to save as many lives as possible. She summoned Lady Katsuyu and divided her into many parts. In the past month, her medical ninjutsu drastically increased after digesting Edward's knowledge. Additionally, she learned his chakra refining method and increased her chakra by a small amount to reach the limit of her genes. Edward looked at her from a distance before going to do his thing. His first went to the Hokage office, where all the A rank and above jutsus were kept. This process required reading the mind of a few people, but he soon found his target. As expected, there are people still protecting this area. Swish! He used a body flicker jutsu to appear behind these Umbu members and knocked them out. He got the information he wanted from their mind and found the storage room. Edward flipped through all of them, nodding in satisfaction. He picked a scroll containing the Uzumaki sealing jutsu and skimmed through it. "This world might be more valuable than I thought." He only came here for the god tree, and everything else was secondary. However, after reading this technique, he had many thoughts. The sealing jutsus in this world allowed individuals to seal powerful creatures inside their bodies. And back in the Empire, there were too many powerful creatures. The citizen could seal spirits inside their bodies to increase their bond and draw more powers from them. They could seal the devils from the Konosuba world or devils summoned from other planes or dimensions. Better yet, they can seal gods. One of his most significant discoveries from the mummy world was Nick, a person with a unique physique that could seal the power of gods and steal it. Until now, Edward has been studying Nick's ability and how to replicate it. But now, with this sealing technique, he should succeed. The Arcane Empire will really be the nemesis of the gods. He shook his head before copying all these scrolls and leaving. He had a limited time window and did not want to waste time. He went to every notable clan in the Leaf and copied their jutsus. Then, he would secretly take away blood from them. Finally, Edward went to Root's base. "Who are you?" asked Danzo. "It does not matter who I am. What matters is why I'm here, your arm." Danzo calmly surveyed his surroundings. "Your men are taking a nap, so you don't have to worry about them. Youngster, I don't know who you are, but you're very capable if you could infiltrate this place without being detected." Edward's mouth almost twitched, wondering why these people called him youngster when he was dozen times their age. "I wanted to fight you to test the fighting capability of the chakra system. However, I cannot guarantee that you would not destroy the arm or use your left eye. So, my apology, I have to cheat." Danzo's danger senses activated, and he wanted to do something, but it was too late. He felt something coming from behind him and entered his mind. He tried to resist, but the power was overwhelming, so he fell on the floor, passing out. Psychic energy is the best. As long as he has a soul, he can convert his spiritual energy into psychic energy, turning into a powerful telepath or telekinesis. And even without a soul, he can modify his brain composition to acquire this power, making this power system quite universal. Edward proceeded to raid Root's base, acquiring much information on other nations along with a few unknown jutsus and research results from Orochimaru and the second Hokage. Then, he spent a few hours studying sealing jutsus and other things. Later that night, Hokage's office. Tsunade sensed something and looked in the window, where she saw Edward. "Oh, it's you? Huh, what's with the tone?" "Nothing, just tired." "No, that's not it. I'm very sensitive, and I can tell you're upset about something, and it seems to be because of me," said Edward as he entered. "You're overthinking. Remember, communication is key to solving any problem," added Edward standing opposite her desk. "Do you really want to know why I'm upset?" "I do. I don't like how cruel and indifferent you were. You knew people were going to die, saw what happened, and had the power to stop it, but you ignored everything for your benefit. I don't like what you did." "I see," uttered Edward looking directly into her eyes. "This is who I am. Besides the people I care for, I usually act when things are in my best interest, ignoring everything else. And the person you met this past month is only the surface. The horrors and atrocities I've accomplished would make someone like Orochimaru look like a petty criminal." Tsunade lay her back on her chair and sighed deeply before saying, "I had a feeling it was the case. By the way, I also have 7 wives." Tsunade clenched her hands tightly. "Why would I care?" "Indeed, this has nothing to do with you," said Edward as he looked around the office. "Where is Shizune?" "I forced her to rest." "I see. I'm guessing the third Hokage survived." "Yes. Thanks to what you gave me, I could enter Orochimaru's seal and assist him in the battle," replied Tsunade. "I guessed I should thank you since that thing also saved my life." "No problem. Is Orochimaru dead?" "No, he ran away with severe injuries. You don't have anything to do with him. I want to get my hands on his research." Tsunade frowned but did not say anything. "Are you going to be the next Hokage now?" "The old man asked me, but I don't know." She was a little confused. "What about you? What have you been doing?" "Like I said, stealing jutsus and such. I've also kidnapped Danzo." "What? You promised me not to hurt anyone from the Leaf Village. Go to the Root base and see the shady things this man has been doing." "Even so," replied Tsunade with raised eyebrows. "Do you know he implanted your grandfather's cell into his body?" "What?" she yelled while also punching the desk into 2. Luckily, Edward placed a psychic barrier around the room to not alert Umbu. His bandage hand is an arm made from Hashirama's cell that he had Orochimaru create for him. He even implanted a bunch of Sharinans he gathered from the Uchiha clan. "I have controlled him to release the seal he placed in the Root members, so you should be able to get them to talk." Tsunade grunted, thinking of the implications behind these accusations. "Fine, I'll send someone." "All right, I have research to go. I will come to see you in a few days." She watched him disappear in the night, thinking deeply to herself. She sighed before continuing her work. Many people suggested in the comment that the Naruto world should not be too short since it has so much potential for the Empire. The idea they gave was brilliant, and I'm beginning to wane on my previous decision. So, tell me what you think. 409 Chakra Analysis. Edward's main body looked at the clone using all 5 elements jutsus, and he realized after a basic analysis of the chakra system that it had more value than expected. As such, he would like to study this world more and reap the benefit. However, he also knew of the situation back home. He closed his eyes to log into the Akashic record system. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity, Limited Cosmic Awareness. Willpower, 7. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127,490,374, HP Universe. Age, 932. Rank, Tier 8 Solar System. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, Voyager, and Wizard King. Edward looked at his status before searching for what he wanted. Many of his titles, like Divine Artificer and Pathfinder, increased in strength after he built the Tier 10 floating city and created the method to quickly reach Tier 8. Nevertheless, he did not depend too much on the record and still hoped to find a way to travel the Omniverse without relying on their coordinates. Edward then searched for a universal time dilation to spend as much time as possible in the Naruto world without much time passing back home. Unfortunately, this thing involved Omniverse knowledge and the operation of void energy, so it was too expensive for him to buy even if he sold the entire empire. So, he asked to speak to a representative, and an AI or spirit showed up. My name is Alicia. How can I help you, Sir Edward? I wanted to buy some knowledge from you, but it's too expensive. Is there a way to exchange a final product? Unfortunately, your level of authority, your sponsor has intervened for you. So, it is possible to buy the final product. It seems old man Merlin has not abandoned me, muttered Edward before using his knowledge point to exchange something that looked like a metal ball. He tried to see the technology behind it, but every time he looked away for a moment, he forgot his observation of this strange thing. Some sort of anti-reverse engineering technology. That's correct, responded Alicia. Is there anything else? Yes, I would love some products to heal my injuries. Let me check, she responded. Your sponsor sent you a message, deal with your own bad luck and treat it as a learning opportunity. Of course, he would say that. All right, that's all. In that case, have a wonderful day. After Alicia disappeared, he looked at this thing one last time before putting away. I'm just happy I did not have to resort to Plan B. His Plan B was to use the Akashic records to connect to some powerhouses or creatures in the void that exchanged resources with other universes, in other words, omniversal merchants. However, he did not know if such a thing existed, and even if it did, finding some trustworthy one would be a daunting task. Not to mention the other possible problems this method could have. He then focused on the clone's training. How is it going? I've mastered all the jutsus and their nature transformation. Oh, what's the data? Nature transformation is nothing but an advanced form of chakra controls that grants the chakra an elemental property. It is similar to how arcanist can transform mana into fire elemental energy to cast certain spells. Based on the user's affinity, certain transformations are easier. I see, replied the main body. Anything else? The real discovery of our study is the chakra system relies heavily on genetics. Let me show you. The clone used wind and water transformation to create ice. However, a water tornado appeared instead. As you can see, without the Yuki clan's bloodline limit, it's impossible to combine these two nature transformations into ice release. Biological limitations. Exactly. The chakra fruit that the Akatsuki clan swallows do not only increase chakra, explained the clone. They absorbed biological/genetic information from the people of the planet and absorbed it through the fruit. With this method, they can evolve their genes, allowing their bodies to mold more chakra. This would explain why they have so many different dojutsus. With such a diverse gene pool, mutations are common and allow them to develop different powers, added Edward. Yes, and as you know, genes can carry wills. With each Akatsuki having so much biological information, it could explain why so many of them are cruel, indifferent, and have different mental problems. Edward pondered for a moment. We need to use the situation to our advantage. Let's study these clans' bloodline limits and see if we can reproduce a magical version of these bloodlines. Indeed, if we could convert these bloodlines to boost the power of arcanists, this would be a great discovery. Someone with a magical equivalent of the Yuki clan's bloodline limit can use more powerful ice spells than usual or find it easier to learn any knowledge related to ice magic. The Uzumaki clan focused on high stamina and high chakra amount so that the magical equivalents would grant an arcanist higher mana on average than their peers, they would have higher generation, and it would make it easier to reach higher tiers. There is a chance that a mutation occurred in the Nara clan's bloodline, commented Edward. Yes. Shikamaru's father and son all had very high IQs. If we can replicate their bloodline, the entire empire would benefit. Edward knew many fans of Naruto thought that all Nara clan were genius, but that's not true. However, it is a small anomaly for all three generations of Shikamaru to have IQs above 200. If we could have a magical Rinnegan, it would be beneficial, stated the clone. Besides its ability to revive people with small consequences, it's not very useful to me. However, it could be useful for the empire, commented Edward. I'm more interested in the truth-seeking ball and Izanagi. The truth-seeking ball's concept is similar to the destruction ball spell you created in the previous world. However, unlike your spell, which is a forced and not true fusion, it perfectly fits all 5 elements release along with yin-yang release. So, if you could recreate a magical version, you would acquire the power of destruction, capable of erasing people from reality, similar to Dragon Ball's Hakai. As for Izanagi, which has the power to turn fiction into reality, there are too many possibilities. We should also get our hands on Hagoromo's creation of all things technique. Izanagi is a practical application of the creation of all things. The power of limited creations? That's intriguing, muttered Edward. The infinite Tsukuyomi might have some values, added the clone, and Edward agreed. All right, build me some Neuralink prosthetic so I can help. Although Edward could not regenerate his limbs, he could still use some other methods to have limbs. The clone built him some wooden prosthetics based on chakra puppet's knowledge and asked him to build a better one while it focused on its research, making Edward speechless. The clone created clones 2 and 3 and had one use the mana from the ring to become an arcanist while the other had chakra. Then, he began his experiment. He implemented a 3-tomo Sharingan on the clone's eyes and had them try copying mana spells. The result of this experiment is that the mana clone could copy wandcraft spells, which were the original Harry Potter spells like Wingardium Leviosa. And the reason for that is these spells relied on wizards' magic veins, which were the magical equivalent of chakra network. So, after the mana inside his body adapted to the Sharingan, it could copy the spells. However, it fails for things like dragon tongue, arcane runes, and other forms of magic. Nevertheless, the result also showed the Sharingan was excellent for remembering runes, even if they were not applicable in spell casting. It can reduce the time arcanists need to study magic. The clones conducted further experiments before discovering the Byakugan was an excellent aid for Aura Master and would increase their fighting prowess. If you add the sixth sense method of the Knight system, their class was about to have a booming period in the Empire. Finally, the clones focused on reproducing the Kekii Genkai or bloodline they took from the Leaf Village clan. "We need more samples," said the main body, who also helped in the research after building himself state-of-the-art prosthetics. "Yes, we need blood samples from other villages. We can also accelerate the study of the Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan if we have a sample. Plus, we have not even begun studying nature energy yet," agreed Clone 1. "Alright, I'll go out. 410 The forest. I went to the Hokage office but did not see you," said Edward as he looked at the hospital and patients. "Have you resumed your previous job? Where have you been all this time?" "It's been a month since I last saw you," said Tsunade. "It's only a month. Don't you know how long a month is? That's more than 30 days. I forget I'm now a longevity species, and how I experience time differs from mortals. I should take note of this for the future. Are you saying it's normal for you to spend years without seeing your family and wives?" "Yes, we are essentially immortal, so time is something we have more than enough." "What a weird family dynamic." "Maybe. But why do you care?" asked Edward with a smug smile. "You seem too invested in me and my family's situation." "You take yourself too seriously," replied Tsunade after coughing a little in embarrassment. "You are a dangerous individual, and it is in the Leaf's best interest to know your whereabouts at all times and to gather as much information as possible." "Is that so?" Tsunade hated that smirk look he had on his face. "I must say, I like this tsundere side of yours." "Tsundere? What's that?" She instantly felt it was something that would anger her. "I can't say. I don't want you to destroy this hospital and ruin your heroic image in this village." Tsunade finally took notice of the surroundings as she noticed many people looking at her and gossiping. She could hear them wondering who is this young and handsome lad that Lady Tsunade seemed to be flirting with. "Hehem, follow me to my office." She rapidly walked to her office with great stride. "You know, your actions might intensify the rumors," said Edward as he closed the door to her office. "I can see the headlines. Lady Tsunade invites an unknown handsome man into her office for a private chat. What are they discussing? Marriage? Out of wedlock pregnancy? Read to find out." Tsunade looked at him, not knowing how to respond to the absurdity that just came out of his mouth. "Sometimes I wonder whether you're a fraud. How could a 1,000-year-old person say something so ridiculous? When you live as long as I have, you must keep a youthful mind. Otherwise, life would not be as fun," shrugged Edward. "Plus, you've never seen a modern world publication. These outlines are more absurd to entice readers to buy." "I'm not going to unpack all that," replied Tsunade. "I see you are all healed." "Not at all, this is just a prosthetic," Edward showed her as his skin suddenly turned metal. Synthetic skin to make it indistinguishable from the rest. He wiggled his robotic fingers, and Tsunade could not remove her gaze from them. "Interesting technology. If I had it, I could provide a normal life for many ninjas who lost limbs in war or mission. This technology is too advanced for your current world. However, I can give you the lesser version that uses puppets and chakra strings. I'll even add ways for you to reattach limbs as long as they are preserved." "What do you want?" asked Tsunade, on guard. "I resent this accusation. I would have asked anyway, even if I didn't give you this gift. Plus, I'm only asking you for convenience and to prevent you from using my powers. Otherwise, I could scan the entire planet and know almost everything." "Fine, I believe you." Tsunade handed him a few empty scrolls, and Edward gave her the information. "I also have another gift for you." "What is it?" "It's a potion to activate your Senju blood limit. With it, you should develop wood style if you desire." Tsunade looked at the vial with green liquid. "Why are you being so nice? What can I say? Gift-giving is my love language." "Love language? What a strange expression," commented Tsunade. She looked at the potion with countless thoughts in her mind. "So, are you not going to be the 5th Hokage?" Edward asked. "Not yet. I'll wait for a while since the old man can keep going. He's not a very good Kage. He let the elders have too much power. Of course, now that Danzo is gone, maybe, he can finally be effective." Tsunade did not comment on this issue, even if she agreed. "Did Sasuke betrays the village? How do you know about this? Did you see the future? I remember you mentioned something about the 4th Great Ninja War and something about an alien clan. You don't have to worry about it. Now that I'm here, this world's destiny has shifted in a completely different direction. I still want to know. So, Edward showed her what happened in the Naruto series. Madara, Obito, Infinite Tsukiyomi, Akatsuki clan, so much to digest, muttered Tsunade as she caressed her temple. Don't worry about anything. One of my objectives is to get Madara's body and Rinnegan, so none of these things will happen. So, why were you here in the first place? I came here to ask you to introduce me to the Shikotsu forest. I'm interested in their sage art. Edward had information about the other sage modes, except for the Shikotsu forest. The only information is the inference that Hashirama mastered slug sage mode from the forest, but even that was not properly stated or explained. You're not going after the slug sage, aren't you? Once again, questioning my integrity. How hurtful. I'm serious, she glared. I promise, I only want to learn sage mode. And if they don't want to teach me, I'll just quietly take the knowledge from their minds. Don't you understand that's a violation of people's privacy? Hence the reason I ask you to introduce me, to prevent all these unpleasant rise, explained Edward. Plus, I recognize your hypocrisy. If you had my power, you would use it to steal countless intelligence for the Hidden Leaf Village. That's different. No, it's not. I'm the emperor of a mighty empire, so I will use any means to acquire knowledge for my people. Emperor? Is that like the daimyo? More like if there was one daimyo that ruled all the lands and villages. So, you rule over the planet? That's impressive, I guess. Planet? No, I rule over thousands of them. Is that even possible? Tsunade could not fathom such a thing, so it took her a while to process. The universe is more vast and complex than you can imagine, said Edward as he looked through the window. Back to the topic. Can you take me? Tsunade took a moment to regain her composure. Fine. I cannot reverse summon you, so we'll have to travel there. Edward nodded. If he wanted to, he could have reverse summoned to the forest with a kunao engraved with the flying thunder god jutsu and use it to teleport there. Furthermore, his clones build mana, psychic, and chakra-containing artifacts to use. So, any of these methods could get him there. Or he could even turn his prosthetics into jet boosters as he designed them to do so, allowing for faster travel. However, he would not ruin his chance to travel with a beautiful lady. I need 3 days to prepare. Then we can leave. Sure. I can find something to do in the meanwhile. Don't cause trouble. I can't promise that, replied Edward before disappearing. Tsunade sighed before going to report to the third Hokage. Despite Edward's warnings, she did not want to leave everything in his hands. So, she wanted the leaf to keep a tighter watch on the Akatsuki and watch them for when they began gathering the tail beasts. Edward's main body went to summon the fourth Hokage to get the other half of Karema from him. Meanwhile, Clone 1 was forced to leave the lab to gather some needed resources once he found his main body was flirting. He knew it was revenge for the prosthetic, so he could not complain. 411 Hunting Edward's clone looked at the two people below him as he stood above the tree nearby a river. He glanced at the shark-looking man for a moment before ignoring him. His real target was the red-eye Uchiha. Although I know this is not going to work, let's try for the sake of efficiency. Please hand over your eyes and do not resist. Itake, do you know this person? No. So, you won't mind if I killed him. Do as you wish. Hehehe. Kisame removed his weapon, ready to attack. Meanwhile, Edward sighed. He was not in the best mood since he was forced to come and waste his time with these people. Nevertheless, I can use this opportunity to gather more data on the chakra system. He calmly looked at Kisame, who rushed at him with great speed, and he used Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength to enhance his physical attribute and punched the shark in his ugly face. He was so swift that Itake raised an eyebrow when he saw the attack with his Sharingan. Bam! Kisame flew a dozen meters, crashing into the river. Less than 3 seconds later, he stood up from the river, his face a little red from the punch. Water style, 5 shark shower. 5 water sharks flew from his mouth, heading toward Edward, who countered with his own jutsu. Fire style, flaming bird jutsu. 5 firebirds flew from his mouth and extinguished the sharks. But they did not stop and headed for Kisame. The man shark had to counter with another jutsus that used the nearby river to stop the attack. Water style, 1,000 feeding sharks. This attack created a tsunami made entirely out of sharks and was truly a powerful jutsus. However, it did not matter to the clone. Wood style, life-growing jutsus. With Hashirama cells, it was no trouble for him to alter his genetics to use this blood limit. With this jutsus, a small plant appeared on the tsunami's path. Then, the plant madly absorbed the water from the jutsus as nutrients to grow a forest. The tree branches from this forest then entangled Kisame before capturing him. He resisted a little but could not fight so many. And since the tree possessed the ability to drain chakra, he was quickly drained. A crow tried to reach Kisame but could evade all the trees. In the end, Itake turned back to his original body and abandoned saving his companion for now. I did not know the hidden leaf had someone who could wood release, said Itake with his usual calm and composed voice. Trying to get information from me? You're quite the devoted little spy, aren't you? Itake calmly looked at him. Genjutsu is useless. He realized he might have to go all out in this battle despite his poor physical condition. Amaterasu. A black flame appeared on Edward's position. But he did not evade. No, a tree branch moved in front of him, taking the attack instead of him. Eternal flame, huh, he muttered, looking at the black flame. Of course, he knew these flames were not truly eternal. However, if he only used his current chakra method, he could not extinguish them. He controlled other branches to attack Itake, forcing him on the move and not giving a good eye view of himself to use Amaterasu. Suddenly, one of the branches moved faster than Itake could predict, heading straight for his eyes. At the last minute, an orange skeleton protected him. "You forced me to use this." His eyes were now bleeding, but he still remained calm. Without hesitation, he fully activated his Susanoo, wood-style, wood dragon jutsu. Itake slashed the enormous dragon with his Totsuka blade. However, the dragon would regrow on the cut-off place before continuing to entangle him. Furthermore, the more his blade came into contact with the dragon, the more chakra it drew. While Itake focused on dealing with the wood dragon, a shadow suddenly came from behind him and attached to his own shadow, rendering him immobile. He tried to resist but to no avail. Then, the wood dragon drained his chakra until he could not maintain the Susanoo. Edward walked before him, looking directly at him. Quite the talented individual. Unfortunately, the crooked and backward system of the ninja world ruined you. And what does that mean? Asked Itake, still calm. What you did to the Uchiha clan. Is there something wrong with wanting to test my power? From a patriotic standpoint, as a ruler myself, I respect your decision. As a man with a family and loved ones, I can understand your choice. However, on an intellectual level, you made the stupidest choice. For someone of your intelligence. Edward shook his head. How do you know all this? I'm the one who killed Danzo. I see. There was nothing wrong with my choice. The Uchiha needed to be eradicated. Do you feel that way despite all the innocent children and women killed? Or maybe, you don't care because Madara was the one who killed them? Without their deaths in your hand, it should be easier to justify your action. Itake did not answer. You and Shisui could have killed Danzo or used your power to negotiate with the Hidden Leaf. You could have taken over the Uchiha clan and dealt with the rebellious members while protecting the more peaceful and innocent ones. However, as traumatized children with godly powers and forced to see the cruelty of the world when your brains were not properly developed, you chose the worst possible options. Itake did not know how to respond. Furthermore, there is no point in contemplating these things now, and Edward stopped talking. He removed Itake's eyes and placed them in a jar he summoned. He also took Shisui's eyes. Then, he used medical ninjutsu or yang release to grow another pair of regular eyes. He then left him with a gift. I've cured your disease, so you have a long life to live, and maybe, watch your brother grow. Also, use this opportunity to think over your actions and choices. Maybe, you'll gain some perspective. After saying that, he took some blood from Kisame before disappearing and teleporting away. His next target was Nagato to take away the Rinnegan. He was not sneaky and used the most direct and brute force method. He fought all of them single-handedly, defeated everyone, and only used the chakra system. He told Nagato he was trying to remove the burden from him, but the latter did not appreciate his actions. And the situation became worse when he tried to flirt with Konan, and she simply despised him. In the process, he also sealed Black Zetsu and Haiden and took them away. Following this, he traveled all over the continent to steal all the jutsus from different villages and blood samples from the blood limit clans. He also went after the nine-tail beast. He did not capture them. Edward did not want to draw the ire of all 5 villages and have them band together to fight him like the 4th Ninja War. Although he would easily, it was not worth the trouble. He scanned these beasts before taking a large sample of their chakra by dividing them into a yin and yang half like the 9-tail to analyze and activate the 10-tail and study the god tree. He proceeded to visit Orochimaru and take all his research. The mad scientist tried to resist to no avail. The final step in his hunting was taking Kage from her seal. The Sage of 6 Paths and his brother tried to stop him, but the clone was prepared to deal with these two and sent them away. Finally, he returned to his laboratory to study. Of course, his exploits were known throughout the world. But he did not care. 412 Sage Art. All of you need to calm down. There have been too many comments about how the Naruto world deserves better, and I agree. This will be a normal arc with a minimum of 30 chapters. I have some ideas I think are cool to make this arc more interesting, but you also have to understand with Edward's current power level, there is probably nothing that can threaten. So, some things must be fast and straightforward. I don't read or watch Boruto, and I don't know much. But, in the setting of this fanfiction, their supposedly god is only tier 8. I won't debate whether this scaling is correct or not since it's my story, and I said so. Tier 8 is nothing to Edward, especially with the arcane spark. Finally, it's been a long time since I read Naruto, and I don't remember a lot of things especially from the movies or filler episodes. I will try my best to integrate some of these things, but please don't have too much hope since I might even be too lazy to do the research. Thank you. Edward followed Tsunade through a long voyage toward the Shikotsu forest. During the entire journey, he took this opportunity to get closer to her throughout the journey. Why have you never asked me to fulfill my promise? Do you not want to revive your brother? He asked. I don't know, replied Tsunade while continuing walking. Over the years, I've missed my brother and Dan more than I can imagine. However, I've also grieved and accepted their death. Is that why you never tried to revive or see them with Edo Tensei? I understand the pain of losing a loved one. But I do not understand the concept of grieving and moving on. Sounds like a story. When I was young, I lost my parents to a nonsensical war, said Edward with some reminiscing. It was a difficult period in my life, given how much they loved and cared for me in that lonely world. However, I refused to accept their death and sought to conquer death. And you succeeded. Yes. And from that moment onward, I vowed never to lose anyone close to me. And if I do, I would go to extreme lengths to get them back. Sounds ominous. Oh, you have no idea. Tsunade shivered when she saw that man's eyes. Through these eyes, she could experience the horror that would unleash in any world if something happened to this man's family. Anyone or anything which stood in his way would bear the brunt of his wrath. It did not matter whether it was almighty gods, cruel devils, or merciful Buddhas. Let's not talk about this. All right. If you ever decide, you can ask me. I will. After a few days of travel, they finally reached their destination. With Tsunade's presence, they could enter the forest with no problem. However, Edward had to stay outside while she talked to the slug sage. A few minutes later, Tsunade came outside. The sage wants to see you. Be on your best behavior. Of course, replied Edward before following her. He showed no surprise upon meeting this massive slug. He bowed politely and thanked her for receiving him as a guest. So, you want to learn our sage mode? Yes, great slug sage. Suna has vouched for you, but I still need to test you. Any problem with that? Not at all. A bright light shone on the slug's eyes as she gazed up and down at Edward. Such brightness, such purity. I've never met such a good-hearted individual. Tsunade looked at the sage, wondering whether she was senile. Although she did not say anything bad about Edward, she was not too positive. She only told the sage enough to accept him to prevent him from acting out. Meanwhile, Edward was not surprised by this outcome. Ever since he discovered karma, he wanted to create a way to hide his sins with his merit to make it easier to interact with justice-type people who hated sins with their souls. People who will only interact with people of certain alignments. So, he asked Hermione to develop this method since she was studying karma, and she succeeded. Technically speaking, the sage was not lying since he committed many great deeds like solving cancer, ending world hunger, and many other things. I'm flattered, replied Edward. You must be tired from your journey. Katsuyu will teach you. I hope you continue to do good in your life. I will, and thank you for your hospitality. I will lead him to the resting rooms, volunteered Tsunade, making the other slugs give her strange looks, but she did not care. She wanted to satisfy her curiosity. So, once they were alone, she whispered, how did you do it? Do what? Don't play around. How did you trick the great sage? Did you use your mysterious power? No, and I did not really trick her. In my world, I ended world hunger and poverty, created peace, cured 99% of known diseases, provided free education and health care to everyone, and so much more. I am a protector and guardian to my people. It's just that I used many shady and cruel tactics to achieve these wonderful things. Edward suddenly paused. What kind of person you thought I was? In my mind, you were a godlike entity who sought knowledge and power by all costs, even invading other planets. I thought the only touch of humanity you had was your family and loved ones. Harsh, I guess I should appreciate your honesty. But I'm not that terrible. Maybe. The next day, Edward woke up early for his training. Are you sure he can learn sage mode? I cannot sense any chakra from him, commented Katsuyu. Tsunade looked at him, and Edward converted his mana into chakra and showed it to her. One of the reasons he loved mana is its versatility and compatibility with other energy. You have enough chakra, so let's begin the training, said Katsuyu. The first step is to sense the natural energy in nature and absorb it into the body. This process is challenging, but the Shikotsu forest has a unique slime that can aid the process. No need, said Edward as he controlled the natural energy around to enter his body before controlling them to leave. As an arcanist, energy control is basically his job, and he is one of the best at it. He only needed to know the specific ratio of natural energy, chakra, and physical energy of the forest sage mode. Tsunade and Katsuyu looked at him with open mouths. The slug knew how difficult this process was since even Tsunade failed. Over the years, only one person mastered the slug sage mode, and it was the first Hokage. I guess we are moving to the second step, the ratio of the three energies. Katsuyu proceeded to explain the ratio to Edward, who listened attentively. He did not immediately ask but asked detailed questions. Unfortunately, Katsuyu's way of teaching is more about practicing and relying on individual talent, so she could only answer a few of his questions. Edward then closed his eyes and drew the natural energy into his body. Controlling his spiritual energy was even easier since that's what he used to control his mana, but it's called soul strength in his world. As for physical energy, he also has experience controlling it because of his aura. Without surprise, he succeeded in his first attempt and entered sage mode, similar to Hashirama, with a circle on his forehead and markings around his eyes. Why you succeeded? Asked Katsuyu. Meanwhile, Tsunade was numb by now. This man seemed capable of anything. Edward did not answer her as he focused on analyzing the snake sage mode method he got from Orochimaru and the toad snake mode he had one of his clones steal from Jiraiya's mind. The toad method focused more on speed, the snake for attacks, while the slug focuses on stamina and healing. He took a moment to discover the subtle differences. Next, let's see if natural energy will work with mana. He separated a small part of his mana and tried to fuse it with natural energy. He tried different ratios, but they could never fit. With Edward's energy control, he spent the next few hours without success. I'm missing something, he spoke out loud. Are you alright? Asked Tsunade. Why wouldn't I be? You've been petrified repeatedly. We thought you would die. Don't worry about it, said Edward looking at her face. Then, he was drawn to the mark on her forehead. He looked at her eyes and her forehead. Triangle, 3 energies, I see. He closed his eyes again and tried, but this time, he fused his aura, mana, and natural energy. And as expected, after a few trial and error, he found a basic ratio that worked. The marking on his face appeared again, but they were purple now. Edward entered the Mana Sage mode. Please read the above author's note. Leave your ideas on what you wish this mode were capable of. I might use some of your suggestions. The above notes were for my web novel readers. 413 Mana Sage mode. How fascinating, muttered Edward as he felt the changes inside his body. He punched in the air with a small amount of force. Boom! His small movement created a sonic boom in the air. Lumos, he muttered, and a light ball as bright as the sun appeared in his hand. Such power with such little mana. The Mana Sage mode boosted his physical prowess and the effects of his spells, and these seemed only the preliminary effects. Edward then focused on his senses. With a thought, he could sense every living being on the planet. He could feel every single particle of natural energy on this planet. My control of energy seems to have drastically increased, he uttered before focusing on his body. He sensed the remaining void energy that his vast mana was essentially sealing along with that mysterious power. I can control void energy, he said in shock. Before now, he could never use his spiritual energy or soul strength to directly control void energy. He always required an object or technology as an aid. Although it is a very rudimentary level, it's still my first time controlling it. Edward was elated. Traveling to this world became worth it just because of this. He then used his enhanced senses to analyze that weird power. It's some sort of will remaining from the creatures that attacked me. Edward frowned as he pondered. An idea came to mind. Why don't I use my willpower to confront this thing? Maybe I can benefit from it. Pew! He vomited a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? Asked Sinead as she held his right arm. I'm fine, he replied. His attempt succeeded as he discovered he could temper his willpower with this method. Edward has hope he can reach the level 8 willpower requirement by confronting this will. However, he has to ensure his body is in the correct state before proceeding. I don't think vomiting blood is a good indication of good health. You saw me in worse shape, replied Edward, who rapidly healed from this minor injury because of his Mana Sage mode. Sinead gave him a tissue, and he wiped the blood from his mouth. I will need a lot more natural energy, a star system worth. Plus, I must study how it is created to recreate this energy. He did not mind sharing the Mana Sage mode with the Empire. Arcanists will have battle strength above their tier with it and the arcane spark. Some talented arcanists could probably fight 2 or more tiers above their ranks in the lower tiers, 0 to 6. They would only need a vessel to store natural energy or store it in their bodies through seals. Edward looked at Sinead, who was supporting him. Do you want to learn Sage mode? I've already tried. I could not even sense natural energy. That's understandable. You probably won't have any issue with combining the 3 energies. On this planet, your chakra control talent is only second to your disciple, Sakura. Sakura is not my disciple. Is that so? It seems the future has changed. You should take her under your wings. In less than 3 years, she surpassed you and became the best medical ninja on this planet. And she mastered strength of 100 seal and creation rebirth. In only 3 years? That's quite the talent. Sinead remembered Sakura was not from a famous clan, meaning she was only a civilian ninja. She was indeed talented if she could achieve all these without any bloodline. Answer my question, do you want to learn? Can you really teach me? Of course. Then, I want to learn. All right. Get a piece of stick for me from that tree over there. Why can't you get it yourself? I'm an injured person. Here, said Sinead begrudgingly. Edward took the stick and began drawing a circle. Then, he drew a bunch of complicated symbols and geometric shapes inside. The final product looked like a piece of art. I'm going to need some of your chakra and spiritual energy. Don't resist. He pointed the stick at Sinead and drew 2 strings from her body, one blue and one white, and placed them on the circle. Electric lights flashed on the circle as it lighted up. Then, something that looked like a gaming virtual reality headset appeared in the middle. What is this? What did you do? Matter manipulation. I used the atoms in the air and surrounding to create things. I could have waved my hand to do so, but that would require using my powers. So, similar to the rumored Sage of 6 Paths creation of all things. His technique allows him to turn fantasy into reality, so it can create things out of nowhere. And his is better since he can create life. Wow, you're admitting you're not as good as someone else. I don't know where you got the idea that I was a prideful person, replied Edward. I traveled to different planets and worlds to meet different races and civilizations and learn from them. A beggar can be my teacher as long as they have knowledge I don't have. I guess I underestimate your pursuit of knowledge. I apologize. It's fine. Anyway, let's get started, stated Edward. This thing is divided into 10 levels, with each level helping you sense natural energy. Once you reach level 1, you won't need assistance and can sense it independently. So, the lower the level, the less aid I will receive. Correct. All right, I'll try. Sinead placed the headset on her head and sat down to meditate. A few minutes later, natural energy began to gather inside her body, scaring the quiet Katsuyo, who was watching these 2 lovers' interaction with delight. Whack! Edward smacked the sticks on Sinead's back to remove the natural energy and prevent her from petrifying. Ow, do you have to hit me so hard? Yes. Focus and quickly remove the natural energy inside your body. Sinead focused and continued her training to level 9. Half an hour later, she could sense the natural energy and absorb it. However, she was careful and did not let a certain someone hit her. 5 days later. Damn it, why is level 2 so hard? She complained as she removed the headset. 5 days to reach level 2 is decent, replied Edward, who spent this time optimizing his mana sage mode by combining the 3 methods and translating it to his mana. In the past few days, he also discovered another ability of this mode, high resistance. And it was not just resistance to mana, but all energy. Although he did not reach complete immunity to most spells like the gods, it was better than nothing. Decent, huh? Don't listen to him, Suna, said Katsuyu. You have made such immense progress in just 5 days. She had never met someone who could sense energy so quickly, especially after being deemed impossible to master sage mode. Do you have a way to accelerate the process? Asked Tsunade. You're similar to my wife, Olivier. You have high control for energy but abysmal energy sensing. Why are you saying this to me? Asked Tsunade with an attitude. Where is the potion I gave you to wake your bloodline limit? Why does it have to do with anything? Awakening your bloodline will increase your talent. Tsunade became somber for a moment. Is it the right choice for the Senju clan to revive? The Senju clan dispersed and became regular citizens because of their clan's overwhelming power in the village because of the first and second Hokage. And Tsunade knew the political ramifications of awakening the wood style. The Akatsuki clan will have their eyes on this planet in 20 years or more. And you guys will only have Naruto and Sasuke to protect you. So, if you don't want to be useless and powerless, you better increase your strength as soon as possible. Aren't you here? I won't be forever. Once I heal and get what I want, I'm leaving. That's true, muttered Tsunade, who became dazed for a moment. She activated the interdimensional ring Edward gave her and took out the potion. Without hesitation, she chugged it down. Tsunade felt a powerful life force coursing through her veins. She did the hand signs for a jutsu, and wood fists grew from the ground. All right, get back to training. The next day, Tsunade succeeded in sensing natural energy on her own. 2 days later, under Edward's strict guidance, she fused her spiritual, physical, and natural energy and entered Sage mode. However, before she could rejoice, Tsunade received an emergency summons from the third Hokage. 414 Fear and Conquest. Can you send me back? Asked Tsunade. What happened? I don't know, but the old man said it was an emergency. All right. Anyway, our task here is finished. I'll also return to my lab, said Edward before thanking Katsuyu and the Slug Sage for their hospitality. After promising the sage he would come to visit her, he teleported Tsunade back to the village using the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He left a kunai with coordination in different parts of the world to ensure his fast travel. Tsunade headed directly to the Hokage's office, and she was surprised when she entered. Jiraiya, you're here too. Yes, the old man called me back, saying it was important. Tsunade then focused on the third Hokage. What is this about? It's about your new friend, Edward. The third Hokage handed her a scroll containing some information, and Tsunade's face changed after reading it. His actions of attacking the 9-tail beasts have alerted the other Kages, explained the old man. Damn it, I told him to be discreet. So you knew about it? Tsunade did not answer. I knew he was dangerous when you told me he killed Danzo. Danzo is dead. Tsunade ignored him. Old man, do you plan to accept the 5-Kage summon? Yes. Why are you doing something so stupid? I've told you how powerful he is. Your actions could destroy the hidden leaf. The more reason to ally with the other villages. Such uncontrolled power with no loyalty to anyone cannot remain unchecked. You will doom us all. Tsunade, calm down, said Jiraiya. Sigh. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing or saying as they realized they could not identify where this loud sound came from. Then, they finally noticed someone else in the room. Jiraiya and the third Hokage became stiff as they did not even realize someone was next to them. As ninjas, this was a grave mistake that would cause them to die on the battlefield. Edward, give me time to convince them. How much effect do you think you'll have? You can't even convince your sensei. It's better than not trying. You don't have to worry, I won't kill them, he said before looking at the other two, who were on guard. With just one look, these two became immobile and incapable of moving even one finger. What are you going to do? I will use the most direct method to deal with the issue. Edward waved his hand to create 4 portals, from which people suddenly appeared from. Killer Bee, the 4th Reikage, Gaara, and Lady Cho, Oniki, and the 5th Mizukage, Mei. Where am I? Asked Mei. The 3rd Hokage? Is this the plot of the Hidden Leaf? Asked Oniki. Edward did not give them the time to process the situation and immobilized them as well with just a glance. Finally, they recognized the man they planned to hold the 5-Kage meeting for. I did not want trouble since that would bother and stop my research, explained Edward. Unfortunately, I was too careless and underestimated Ninja's ability to gather information. He blamed his clone's carelessness for the current situation. Now, I have to take things into my hands. So, let's begin with the first step, fear. A bubble or shield surrounded everyone present before they disappeared. The group soon found themselves floating in empty spaces, but they could breathe without any trouble. You see that floating orb over there? That's your planet, the Shinobi world. Everyone looked at the huge floating rock and did not know what to say, nor could they do so if they wished. Now, look to that planet in the distance. After everyone looked at the planet, Edward teleported them outside of the planet's space. Pay attention. He gathered a mass of energy in his palm before firing it at the planet, exploding it into millions of pieces with one attack. This is what I can do while seriously injured, added Edward before looking at the group. You can use whatever means you wish to detect whether this was a genjutsu. A few people took him on his offer. And, of course, they could not determine anything. It's a waste to destroy a planet like this, uttered Edward before waving his hand to manifest a green magic circle. And before everyone, time reverted back, and the planet returned to its intact shape. Time ninjutsu appeared in these people's minds. Edward waved his hand to gather all the natural energy on that planet before putting it away. Finally, under his control, the planet began to shrink until it was the size of a large marble floating on his palm. He then made a necklace out of it and gave it to May. For the beautiful lady. Thank you. You're welcome. I have enchanted the necklace so only you can move it as if it were light. However, it still retains the mass of a planet. You guys can try to move it. The fourth Raikage took the offer, entered his thunder mode, and tried to move the necklace. B turned into the 8 tails to help his brother, but it was useless. Oniki used his earth jutsu to make things lighter as his attempt, but he could not bear the mass of a planet no matter how many times lighter he made it. I'm done flexing my power. Now, let's move to the next step. Edward teleported them back to the shinobi world, to an open field in the land of fire. He opened his interdimensional ring to summon 10,000 metal golems more than 10 meters tall. All these golems were between tier 5 and 6. These golems are more than enough to conquer this planet. However, I understand you ninjas are people with strong willpower and will not accept surrender so easily. So, I will give you time to gather your troops and ally yourself. A month should be enough. Then the war can begin. Edward, must you do this? Yes. The shinobis are excellent talents for assassination and would be a great asset to my empire. What about all the people who will die? No one will die. I've programmed the golems to use non-lethal means to defeat you. This is still wrong. Think about the positive. After the conquest, all the people will no longer be divided by the village or land they are from. They will all be members of the Arcane Empire. There will no longer be wars over resources. Children will no longer be forced to become soldiers. They will have free education and access to health. Knowledge of ninjutsu and even the Empire's magic will be open to everyone to encourage development. All citizens of the Empire have a minimum lifespan of 200 years old, and through magic, a person can live forever. The Empire has conquered death, and as long as citizens have enough merit, they can ask someone to resurrect their loved ones. Are you telling the truth? Asked Lady Cho. I am. If you want to have your children revived, it is possible, stated Edward before looking at Gaara. The same for your mother. Everything sounds too good, commented me. Indeed, added the Raikage. I don't believe such a perfect place exists. Of course, it's not perfect. The rapid development of technology makes it difficult for many people to adopt. Although everybody is equal under the law, there is a class disparity between the people with godlike powers and weak average citizens. The Empire values talent to the detriment of many other things. More importantly, we live in a world with some beings that even I fear and must be wary of. And at any moment, these entities could become our enemies and try to destroy us. The Kages remained quiet, all with their own thoughts on how to deal with the current situation. All right, you can return and prepare for your final fate. Edward waved his hand and teleported them back to where they came from. 415 New Research Team. 2 days later, Edward went to see Tsunade again. What do you want? Are you still mad at me? He asked with a smile. Are you really asking? I know you're still mad, but why? You're about to conquer my home. Technically, they attack me first. Are you actually using such logic as an argument? Why not? You're basically bullying a bunch of children. That's a great way to describe the situation, replied Edward. I'm serious? Tsuna, said Edward before walking before her, holding her hand and gently caressing them. Don't call me Tsuna. Tsuna, I could be hypocritical and convince you of all the benefits this invasion will have on this planet. And there are too many benefits to count, explained Edward. However, ultimately, invasion is an invasion. Just like your grandfather used his overwhelming strength as the god of shinobi and his diplomatic means to conquer countless clans, establish the Hidden Leaf Village and bring temporary peace to the ninja world, I'm also a conqueror. I'm only doing what he did, but even better. My grandfather was a good man. He did what he did for the sake of peace of the shinobi world. Yes, and I'm a selfish man with a god complex. I'm doing this for selfish reasons. However, the result of my action will be the same as your grandfather's: peace, prosperity, and the betterment of the world. Once the ninja integrates into the empire and becomes part of my assassination squad, my political and military power will drastically increase. Then, I can use that power to better protect my citizen from the numerous threats from the cosmos. He entangled his fingers with hers before looking directly into her eyes. I started the empire only to gather more knowledge and make me more powerful. However, as the years passed, I developed a sense of responsibility. A mission, you can say. No matter what, I will protect my people. I take my status as emperor quite seriously. Edward sighed before removing his hands from her and looking through the window. In my journey of pushing the boundaries of magic, 2 things keep me from going on the deep end: my family and my citizen. I have often pondered whether it's alright to have such an obvious weakness. Whether I should not be as attached. What is your answer? Edward paused for a moment. I feel an indescribable joy when the empire reaches certain milestones. It could be in magic, technology, archaeology, or even literature. Whenever I see the seed I slowly cultivated long ago bear fruit, I know the answer to that question. Tsunade sighed. I still cannot easily accept such a change. I know, but everything changes with time. Tsunade sat on her seat, thinking to herself. A few minutes later, she looked at him. Why are you still here? Do you need something else? Yes, I came to get you to return to the lab. Why? I need you to work on an important project for the sake of this planet. What is it? First, you need to learn about the Empire, explained Edward before taking out another headset with 2 potions. Beware, it will be excruciating. But the upside is your spiritual energy will exponentially improve. Tsunade frowned before taking these headsets and the potion. Wait, said Edward before she drank the first potion. You should probably find a place to lie down and someone to protect you. Although I have known you for a short period, I can trust you to that level. Tsunade drank the potion while Edward smiled. 3 days later, she woke up with the most intense headaches she had ever experienced. Edward quickly helped her drink the potion. Tea, that was terrible. Well, you just learned 10 years of information in 3 days. That's expected. Tsunade took a moment to recognize her thoughts. It's quite brilliant what you have created. The knowledge she learned about the Arcane Empire shocked her. I know, but don't compliment me too much. It's easy for my ego to be inflated, replied Edward with a smile. Come, let's go meet the others. There are others. He did not answer but teleported her to the lab, where a few people were already working. You know many of them. Orochimaru, your former senpai. You snake, snarled Tsunade. There is no need for name-calling. After all, we are now working for the same person, replied the snake-tongue man. Can I punch him? After he's done with his research, replied Edward before introducing her to the next person. That's Kabuto, Orochimaru's previous assistant. Although talented, he's been living in Orochimaru's shadow, thus extinguishing his potential. However, in terms of potential, he's above the latter. Kabuto politely saluted, but Tsunade was not happy he was related to Orochimaru. That's Katasuke Tono, a good researcher, but his skills won't manifest until 3 years from now, after the 4th Ninja War. If I did not give you the prosthetic technology, that would have been his creation. And I do not watch Naruto, so I'm limited on the people I can use or the things they've accomplished. I only use him because he popped up during my research. What 4th Ninja War? Asked Katasuke. You don't need to know. Thank you for your service, stated Tsunade, who felt there was finally a good person in this group. Don't look at his innocent look. 20 years from now, he will be influenced by a genjutsu and do some shady stuff. Tsunade and Katasuke were speechless. At least, he did it because of the genjutsus, right? That's true. I guess he's a good guy. Let me introduce you to the last person. Second grandfather. Tsuna, you're here too. Yes, but how come you're here? This fiend used Edo Tensei to force me to work for him. Tsunade looked at Edward, who shrugged. I tried to lure him with his brother's revival, to threaten him with the village's destruction and a bunch of other methods, but he refused to cooperate. So, I had to use this method. Fiend, you just wait. I will escape. Even if this is your technique, I've evolved it beyond your comprehension, replied Edward. Anyway, it's your fault for being one of the best researchers on this planet. Do you know that many of his research and forbidden jutsus have fundamentally affected the shinobi world decades after his death? Edo Tensei almost caused the allied shinobi to lose the 4th Ninja War. Such a talent, it would be a waste not to use. You keep talking about the 4th Ninja War when 3 have occurred. Edward was tired of people asking, so he snapped his finger to instill what happened in Naruto and Shippuden into these people's minds. Immediately afterward, everyone looked at Kabuto and Tobirama. I can't believe my plan failed, commented Orochimaru. It's always the Uchiha, added Tobirama. We're not going to talk about how you're basically responsible for what happened to them. What do you mean by that? Okay, I don't have time to have a history lesson, added Edward. Let's get to what I called you here for. All of you are now aware of information about magic, the Empire, and tier. I need you to create a chakra system from tier 0 to tier 6. Edward created holograms with some data. Chakra is a system based on genetics. Based on the Empire's genetic modification technology, you need to create a way for people to break the limitation of their genes to carry more chakra inside their bodies. You have the body of Kage, the chakra ancestor, as a sample for your research. She should be between tier 5 and 6. The Akatsuki clan should have a god that's tier 8. Once your research is finished, I'll hunt them so you can continue. I have a question. What is it, Orochimaru? Can I become an arcanist? I would like to switch to mana. You can live a long time with chakra. I know, but I would prefer to wield mana. As long as you succeed in this research, you can do whatever you want. Excellent, replied Orochimaru before licking his lips. Stop that, it's creepy. At least don't do it when I'm here. As you wish. 416 Heal. Edward went to heal his injuries. His first task was to gather enough natural energy from the surrounding planets and solar systems. Once he finished, he spent the next few days creating the perfect method to enter the Mana Sage mode. Upon success, he finally began his recovery journey. In the Sage mode state, his energy sensing and controlling ability reached an ethereal level, so it did not take long for him to remove the void energy from his body. He exhaled deeply as he removed his prosthetic and regenerated his limbs. He clenched his hands and moved his toe. I have never felt better. The void energy inside his body was constantly destroying his inside, despite his mana suppressing most of its power. As such, he was in a state of constant regeneration, which was extremely painful. If not for his strong willpower, he could not bear the pain. Edward checked the strange will inside his body before placing more seals around it. With access to a larger mana pool and his new understanding of sealing from the sealing jutsus of this world, the effect was marvelous. The next step. While still in the sage mode, he began using his soul to nourish and heal Morgana. This state drastically increased his stamina and regenerative properties, including the rate his soul power regenerated. After another week of constant effort, the little elf finally woke up. Master, why are you always in these terrible situations? Who knows? But I'm beginning to suspect my luck is running out. He shrugged. Despite his demeanor, he was not lying. Before every voyage, he took the Felix Felicis, but he's beginning to suspect this thing is no longer working. Don't mention these things. How are you feeling? I'm fine, I think. Good. Can you sense the floating city? I can, replied the little elf after closing her eyes for a moment. It's not destroyed. No, but it's in terrible shape. Can it function? He could activate the auto drive and have the city come pick him up. No, the destructions are too much. Even with the self-repair system, it would take a long time to fix. Can you calculate how long? By our plane standard, 5,689 years, 6 months, and 24 days. Edward groaned. This means the material dimension was destroyed. He left some resources in the city in case of an accident to accelerate the self-repair, so it should not take this long. There is also the issue of void energy, added Morgana. Indeed. The way time passes in the void can be a headache. Edward had to install time regulators in the city to ensure it did not instantly age into oblivion after entering the void, or worse, regress. When he first created the World Gate, he had to rely on Merlin's enchantment for these systems until he learned them himself. We will have to contact home to pick us up, added Edward. There should be no problem, right? There is a small issue. What is it? We can only send a weak signal. So, I don't know how long it will take to reach home. That's fine. We have time. All right. I never ask, but do you know exactly what happened? We encountered a terrifying creature, said Morgana, with fear in her eyes. The creature seemed curious about the city and held with its fingers. No, not even its fingers, its nails. Is that why the city was destroyed? Yes. A creature that destroyed a tier 9 weapon with its nail? Edward could not fathom how big it was or how strong. The void is truly a dangerous place. What after next? It looked at the floating city before throwing it away. It seems he was only momentarily interested before becoming disappointed. I guess we were lucky, he said with a wry smile. When did you send me away? The moment it held us, I sent you away. However, I am 99% sure it detected you but did not care. I'm nothing to such a creature, not even a decent meal. Edward shook his head. He always knew he was not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Although he had potential, it was simply that, potential, not strength. Only by turning that potential into power will he one day reach the top of the Omniverse. Master, you should not underestimate yourself. That creature is probably not as strong as you think it is. I am not, he replied with a smile. Plus, there is no need to undervalue its strength. If I'm not mistaken, the remaining will in my body is simply because the creature looks at me. As a superior life form, the creature could harm him simply because he gazed at Edward. It's similar to how Tsunade could not harm him even if he were weak and injured. Their life level is on an entirely different level. And one day, once Edward is more powerful, his gaze will also be harmful to certain weak creatures of lower life levels. Master, you're injured. It's no big deal, replied Edward. Anyways, this might be an opportunity. After Morgana sent the signal back home, the two began working on completely healing Edward. He built a machine that would protect Edward's body while accelerating healing. After he finished, Edward went to check on the new research group he had created. But he did not see anyone working when he entered their working room. Instead, they all stood before a screen, watching something. What are you guys doing? Watching children fights, replied Orochimaru with a sense of schadenfreude. Watch your tongue, said Tobirama and Tsunade simultaneously. Edward walked to the screen and saw the war between his golems and the Ninja Alliance. Has the war already started? You mean the one-sided massacre? Since when did you become so? He did not know the exact word to describe the current Orochimaru. Since all my dreams and ambitions became possible. Edward shook his head before continuing to watch the battle. And as Orochimaru put it, it was a one-sided massacre. The golems were resistant to most ninjutsu. They had better ways to gather information and assess the situation. As such, the alliance under Jiraiya's command could not last long. Luckily, these golems were ordered to use non-lethal means, so there was no casualty in this battle. Why didn't Hiruzen surrender? Said Tobirama with gritted teeth. I tried to convince him, but he didn't want to listen. You, let me join the battle, asked Tobirama. And what are you going to do? Asked Edward. I can use the newly perfected Edo Tensei to resurrect my brother. He should be useful. Your brother is only tier 4 and can reach tier 5 strength after using Sage mode. So, the best he could do is take down a few golems before being captured. Tobirama was quiet for a moment since that was the truth. At least, it will give the ninjas some pride. He could see the devastating blow this war had on most people. Their eyes lost a certain fire as they watched their civilization being utterly destroyed. That is the point, responded Edward. Break their will and pride before rebuilding it under the banner of the Arcane Empire. That is cruel. War is cruel. Your brother distributing the Tails beasts had a similar effect. How do you think the other villages felt when they realized this man was powerful enough to capture all these creatures and even confidence enough to distribute it to others? Take this part with a grain of salt. The first shinobi war involved Hashirama and Madara, and the tail beast was probably distributed during this time. Unfortunately, I could not find much information, and things are complicated with the mystery of Hashirama's death not being known. Plus, I did not research for that long. Tobirama could not refuse. When his brother was alive, no village dared confront the hidden leaf nor even started wars with each other. But not long after his death, war broke out, and he died soon afterward as well. Think of it as an alternative timeline where the first great shinobi war occurred after Hashirama's death. 417 Archmage Edward watched the war for a few minutes before giving up. It was pointless and not his current primary concern. How is the research going? He asked the team. We have successfully created a tier 4 chakra method. To be exact, 2 methods, said Tsunade before handing him the data for Edward to analyze. And he was surprised since they surpassed his expectations. The chakra method involved undergoing genetic engineering to increase chakra quantity. This method relied purely on the advanced technology of the Empire, only adding the factor of chakra. However, the group created a second method, using superb chakra control and medical ninjutsu to rearrange the genes and break free from the limitations. In other words, a ninja can rely on themselves to break from their genes' restrictions. Of course, to achieve such a feat, 2 things are required: extensive knowledge of medical ninjutsu and exceptional chakra control. The second method is a great idea. It requires fewer resources and time. The only downside is finding people with the talent to reach such a level, commented Edward. However, once the citizen of this planet acquires their gate of truth, the energy control of many people will drastically increase. There should be more people to reach the requirement. Edward was thrilled with this result. This research is why he likes acquiring talents, no matter how much of terrible people they are. As long as he can control them, the sparks of brilliance they can create always exceed his expectations. Adding to his unlimited funding and allowing them to explore some ludicrous ideas, he is always in for surprises. Of course, in the process, he also wasted a lot of resources when these talents went too far, when their ego got the best of them. In these scenarios, he has to step in and give them a wake-up call. Suna, was this your idea? Yes. I thought about all of Sakura's achievements using only her amazing chakra control talent, explained Tsunade. I asked myself how far she could go if she had as much chakra as Naruto. Then, this idea came to me. Well, you did a great job. With this level of ingenuity, you will thrive in the Empire, commented Edward before looking at the others. If you have any ideas you want to research, tell me, and I'll review them. I have an idea, said Orochimaru before showing him a hologram, and Edward quickly reviewed it. It seems great minds think alike, commented Edward. Oh, I have the same idea, and my clone is working on it. Orochimaru's idea involved the idea of the ultimate magic body, modifying the body to have the highest talent possible for magic. To achieve this, he planned to study Kage's body, which can be said to have the ultimate body or talent for chakra. Then, translate their bloodline into a magical one. Edward's idea is the same, except he will start with lower-level bloodlines. For example, convert the Uzumaki bloodline into its magical version before doing the same for the Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Yuki, Senjo, etc. Then, based on Kage and other Akatsuki members, fused this bloodline into the ultimate magic body. Edward's talent for magic has already reached the extreme, but it's more regarding his ability to understand, wield, and innovate. However, when it comes to his body, he's not the best. From tier 0 to 3, the mana quantity of a person is similar. However, from tier 4 and up, talent began to play a role. A talented tier 4 arcanist could have a mana capacity 10 times of another ordinary arcanist. Although this would make it harder to reach tier 5, it's still an advantage. And this advantage is the same for the soul and the quantity of spiritual energy. Edward's ultimate goal for this project is to have the best body talent for magic. Adding to his already powerful capability to absorb and understand magic, he will have a brighter future. In that case, can I work with your clone? Asked Orochimaru. No, replied Edward. Why not? I don't need your help. Plus, this kind of knowledge must stay in the hands of the royal family to ensure our powers. I thought you were all about innovation and progress, countered the tongue man. I am, but I am also a ruler who must control a bunch of powerful and power-hungry arcanists, he calmly replied. Of course, I won't stop you if you can succeed on this project yourself. By then, I will only warn you not to spread it everywhere. I understand. Orochimaru could see this man was the perfect combination of all the Hokages. He had the accepting mind and overwhelming strength of the first Hokage, the second's research capabilities, the third's political mindset, and the cruelty and cunningness of someone like Danzo. Edward nodded before asking the others if they had some projects. However, he could see they were more reserved and would take more time to adapt. Then, he went to do his own research after checking on the clones. Morgana, you have 2 tasks, monitor my vital and help Clone 5 analyze the rules of this world. If everything proceeds smoothly, the power of authority will be at our fingertips. Captain. Edward changed his clothes before entering the machine. Immediately afterward, a large quantity of natural energy entered his body as he entered Sage mode. He concentrated on gathering his willpower and directly confronted the strange will inside his body. Bang! The left side of his body exploded due to the will counterattack. However, he quickly healed, and his body became stronger in the process and, in turn, his aura. Edward felt a tremendous pain deep in his soul as he tried to confront it. Furthermore, he could sense a strange power that was trying to forcefully modify his life code and turn him into another creature, to be precise, a life form similar to the creature that destroyed his floating city. Of course, he resisted with all his strength. Although he was of these people prideful of the human bloodline, he also did not want to turn into some weird-looking creature. As he resisted this invasion and fought off this creature, Edward's willpower drastically increased. After what felt like an eternity, he broke through a certain threshold. Success, thought Edward before concentrating and continuing tempering himself. After a while, his cosmic awareness activated, and he sensed the threat of death. Without hesitation, he removed the will from his body. However, that was not enough. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze from very far away, a gaze that ignored the void and the concept of distance to look at him directly. It was that creature. From that will, it detected Edward's presence. However, he was prepared this time. The machine activated and released a strange aura. And the moment that creature felt it, it trembled with fear before quickly disappearing. Old man Merlin, I should thank you. Edward once asked the old man to store his aura in something so he could scare some people while traveling in the void. Although Merlin warned him not everyone would give him face, he still accepted his plan. And today, he finally put it to use. Let's try this power, muttered Edward before asking Morgana to transfer her analysis of the rules to him. Then, Edward closes his eyes as he accesses this universe's fundamental laws, also called authority of this universe. Another will came to resist him, but he overcame it with his willpower. This universe is weaker than mine. It seems only a 6 willpower is required. After accessing the rules, Edward discovered he could directly control a few, space-time and death. There were a few he needed a little more push to control, which included element rules like fire, thunder, etc. Finally, 2 were very vague and needed a lot of work before he could access them, karma and knowledge. As for all the others, he could barely sense them, let alone control them. Edward prepared to experiment with his new power when he suddenly received a notification from the Akashic record he had received a new title, Archmage. Archmage, also known as Legendary Arcanist, Great Wizard, Ultimate Sorcerer. A being who wields conceptual magic, freely capable of bending certain rules of reality to their whim. Reward, increase of security level, middle level immunity to instant death spell. I'm not too fond of the name Great Wizard. Any suggestions? Plus, a title for warlocks since they are also casters. 418 Conceptual Magic. Edward looked at the title description and reward and felt it was underwhelming. He thought they should have given something better, given how grand the description sounded. He muttered as he looked at the description of bending certain rules of reality to their whim, thinking of something. So, conceptual magic is a lesser form of reality warping? Then, why not try to become a reality warper? Edward was sure there was some world out there that made it easier to become one of the devastating reality warpers like Max Faraday. He's a comic character Edward once read about. He was nothing but an ordinary person but accidentally downloaded something on his computer called the creation equation. After reading it, he gained the power to alter reality to his whim. In front of someone like Max, Edward guessed even tier 11 entities like truth would be nothing but a joke. Reality warpers are broken. I should look into them. Edward accessed the record and searched for information about reality warpers and if there was a connection with conceptual magic. So, that's how it is, he muttered with some understanding. 99% of reality warpers are limited by the universe they are from. As such, if they travel to another universe, they lose their omnipotent power. However, conceptual magic can be used in most universes as long as a mage's willpower reaches 8 and can be used in every universe once it reaches 10. Furthermore, Archmage can use their conceptual magic to fight reality warpers and acquire some level of immunity. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule. Some of the reality warpers are as omnipotent in any universe. And the ones who used chaos or eldritch magic, like Wanda Maximoff, can also bend reality anywhere. Furthermore, tier 12 powerhouses are immune to most reality warping. That makes sense. Otherwise, conceptual magic is not as important as I believed it to be, commented Edward before preparing to see what benefit his increased authority level granted him. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly heard a burst of familiar laughter and closed the screen before him. He saw an old man looking at him with a brilliant smile. You've achieved conceptual magic so soon? I thought it would take longer, said old man Merlin with a smile. And you only did in tier 8. Not bad, not bad. You seem too happy. I was tired of the other old guys always talking about how great their disciples were. Now, I can finally brag my disciple is as good as them, if not better. Merlin seemed to think about something and laughed again. Besides that guide to Saint, no one can laugh at me again. To ain't. Tau's ain't at Louverture. The Haitian general that led their rebellion in the 1700s, he asked after searching his memories of Earth's history. Yes, him. After his death, he was chosen to reincarnate from primordial Earth into a world of magic. He rose from the bottom to my level. And his disciple is another monster, acquiring conceptual magic at only tier 7. Toussaint, Salomon, and the old man, that's the 3 big shots I know, thought Edward, not caring about someone being better than him. He was never arrogant to believe he was the best, especially when he knew how vast the omniverse was. Is it hard to acquire conceptual magic? Willpower is a unique attribute in this universe, hence the reason that even tier 10 entities will only have a scale of 2. Most people will only develop conceptual magic after tier 12 and even higher. However, some genius can get it in tier 10, and only the golden generation will acquire it in tier 9 and 8. Edward pondered for a while and felt when Merlin talked about the universe, he was referring to the omniverse, not just one universe. Furthermore, there might be some bigger secret behind the willpower attribute. What's the golden generation? Basically, they are a few of my peers' talented disciples that underwent extreme and cruel training. Am I a part of the golden generation? No, but if you want, I can put you in the program. No, thanks. Good, I didn't want to send you anyway. Edward ignored this old man's eccentricities as he was used to them. Why? They are too extreme, so I don't like them. Extreme. Yes, even compared to you, they are too extreme. Edward did not know what to say. Although he always considered himself neutral evil, he knew many of his actions were simply villainous and irreprehensible. But Merlin described these people as extreme compared to him, so he could not imagine how bad they were. More importantly, why were these horrifying bosses training their disciples to be like this? Don't think too much, said Merlin. However, be prepared. After you reach tier 12, I will give you some missions, and you might have to interact with them. And as you reach higher tiers, I will send you to the battlefield. Edward nodded before asking another question, is conceptual magic so important? To reach my level, control of the rules is required. So, the earlier you contact them, the more advantage you will have in the future. I understand. Edward read a few Chinese light novels in his youth and could understand the concept. Okay, I have to leave, said Merlin. Kid, I'm proud of what you've done. But you must begin challenging yourself, travel to higher worlds, and face perilous situations. I will. You must also do the same for your family, he added. Since you don't want to be powerless in the upcoming chaos, they must train them appropriately. And you also need to train your mind for the possibility of losing them. Edward's pupils dilated as he squinted. That's all I have to say. Merlin disappeared as if he was never here. For the next half hour, Edward did not speak as he was lost in his thoughts. Morgana. Boss. Design an illusion for me where I lose my family. The parameters are no matter what I do, I cannot save nor revive them. Are you sure? Yes. Okay, but when you say family, do you mean one person or all of them? All of them, one by one. Master, are you really sure this is a good idea? He knew his boss's feelings about his family since they were his anchor. If he lost them, he would lose his mind. Even if it's an illusion, it could negatively affect his mind and soul. Do it. All right. Morgan agreed, but she will also take time to place some safety measures in case something goes wrong. Edward returned to what he was doing, checking the Akashic record. Name, Edward Bones, Christian Stewart. Origin, Primordial Earth. Gift, Eidetic Memory, Extreme Magic Affinity, Limited Cosmic Awareness. Willpower, 8. Mentor, Sir Merlin. Current residence, Universe number 127,490,374, HP Universe. Authority level, 2. Age, 932. Rank, Tier 8 Solar System, Legendary Arcanist. Titles, Arcane Emperor, Civilization Creator, Sage of Wisdom, Divine Artificer, Pathfinder, Dark Explorer, Voyager, Wizard King, and Archmage. After checking, Edward learned the price of knowledge would decrease by 5% with his authority level. Furthermore, he had access to certain knowledge that he previously did not. Moreover, the Akashic record has a mission list for its members to increase their mission points. Now, the number of missions had drastically increased, allowing him to analyze and deduce more information about the record. Edward immediately did not care about these rewards after seeing the last one. He can recommend 2 people to the records. And after passing a trial, they can also join. Now, I don't have to search for the tokens or do these missions. The only other way he knew to join the record was to find one of the tokens they leave in certain worlds for people with a destiny connection to the record. The other is to accomplish numerous missions to raise the level. The issue is who gets these 2 spots. He wanted his wives to take advantage of the title system to better themselves. He decided to let them decide. Edward then used the search function and typed something. Lord God. 419 Lord God, also called God Space, Reincarnation Hall, or Samsara Temple. There are 2 forms of Lord God, a species or an object. The species is born in the void and have the innate ability to travel to the omniverse. By disturbing a world's plot or set destiny, they can draw a bit of the world's source to increase their power. As such, Lord Gods usually capture ordinary people and send them to different universes with missions and rewards. Because of primordial Earth, there are many projections of Earth across the omniverse. The Lord God usually picked people from these projected Earths because some have high potential because of the connection to primordial Earth and their knowledge of the plot. When it comes to the object of Lord God, they also like to choose people from Earth as their owner, albeit this rule is not absolute. Edward read the information, and much of the information was things he had already theorized and could finally have concrete proof. For example, he learned all God Space had the ability to steal a timeline and hide from the universe's will. However, there is a difference between powerful and weak ones. Powerful Lord Gods will reset the timeline after stealing from the world's source and repeat the process. They're like leeches who will not give up after taking a bite. Meanwhile, weaker Lord Gods cannot reset the timeline, so they have to steal another timeline once they mess up the plot of one. Edward squinted his eyes as he remembered a story he had read during his light novel phase. It was about a young man who discovered a god space artifact and used it to become a supreme being. Because of his weak strength, that young man could not completely use the artifact's power, so he had to participate in missions like everybody else to reach the top. Of course, he had many advantages that others had since he was essentially the boss. Furthermore, the other reincarnators he chose to help were gathering world source for him without them knowing. And as that person gets more powerful, he gains more and more control of the artifact. Edward sent Rowena and Luna on a mission across the multiverse to search for a weak Lord God, and the watch they discovered is another sign of a weak Lord God. Powerful Lord God will eliminate anyone who spies on their reincarnator and will not leave any proof connecting to them. Edward plans to send a clone into the god space and become a reincarnator. Then, from the inside, plan a way to steal the artifact and become its master. With it, omniversal travel will become easier. He won't have to rely on the Akashic record. He can acquire world source and study the artifact to recreate it on his own. World source, he muttered. As the name implies, it is the source of energy of the universe. It's why life exists, why planets and other celestial bodies can be formed, or even the rules can exist. The amount of world source determined the universe's size, its space's stability, and the highest tier any creature can reach. It's also one of the factors determining the willpower level required for an archmage to wield the power of rules. There should be Lord God in one of the parallel timelines of this universe. If I plan correctly, I might be able to pick at their secrets and even get my hands on some world source. He interacted with World Source 2 times in his journey. The first was when he took the rules of space-time and death from the Full Metal Alchemist world. By then, he caught a small part of World Source, which was fused with the time and death staff. Regrettably, he knew nothing about it back then, so most of it dissipated and returned to the world. The second was when he stole an entire timeline from the Black Clover world and took a small portion of World Source. Since then, he has been studying this strange and all-encompassing power. Based on preliminary data, this power can do everything, increase mana, aura, and all forms of energy he knew. It could heal the hidden damage of Rowena's void experiments and increase talent. Edward suspects its power can break the limit of the soul, but he has not done enough research yet to determine the validity of this conjecture. However, if it is true, he has a way of dealing with the soul limitation. His plan is for arcanists to help the universe in some simple form, and Krona will grant them some world source to break their limit. Although this method has a high chance of success, it's only applicable as long as we have a good relationship with Krona. Once things become sour, the entire arcane civilization will suffer. So, let's label it as Solution B for now. He still needed to find a way to break the soul limit, and hopefully, something in this world will help. Otherwise, he can only deal with the problem after going to the next world, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Edward has no plan to go to the Marvel comic universe until he is tier 12. And even then, he will be extremely cautious. Let's prepare to find the stolen timelines. Rowena and Luna have data on doing such a thing, but the problem is finding the correct timeline with a weak Lord God. This will require some time and effort. Before then, let's test my new power. He disappeared and instantly teleported to another galaxy hundreds of thousand light years away. This is not my limit, he thought as he teleported again, traveling more than 5 galaxies away. Edward controlled the rules of time and continued to teleport further and further. I have always wanted to see the end of time but was very restrained in my universe. Let's try in this place. Edward pushed the boundary of his powers and traveled to the end of the universe where there was no time, no space, no matter, only him. What a beautiful yet horrifying sight, he muttered as he watched it happen. His understanding of the universe increased, including its rules and machination, space-time, death, and even destruction and rebirth. The experience was both a spiritual awakening and a learning experience. His soul sublimated, and his spiritual energy drastically increased, reaching close to the limit of tier 8. On instinct, Edward went to the time of this universe's birth, completing this spiritual awakening. His spiritual energy finally reached its limit. Edward sighed before returning to the lab. Because of the wonder he experienced and the sudden increase, his spiritual energy leaked, alerting the others to rush to his lab, thinking something had gone wrong. What happens? Are you all right? Asked Tsunade. Sorry, I was mesmerized, so I lost control. Mesmerize? Which women can make you lose control? I would love to see her. What woman? I just experienced the birth and death of the universe. Birth and death? Are you saying you travel forward and backward in time to see how our universe was born and died? Asked Tobirama. Time is not linear, but you can understand it as such. Tobirama was speechless. Every time he thinks he has grasped this man's power, something shows him all his overestimation still underestimates this man. So, how did our universe end? Asked Orochimaru. Is it natural or man-made? Both. The Akatsuki god tried to swallow the universe to achieve ultimate power and transcendence. However, he failed and died due to the backlash. However, his actions also destroyed most of the universe, accelerating its natural death. Less than 1,000,000 years after his action, the universe died. While traveling the river of time, he saw many things. Wait, doesn't that mean the universe will end soon? Asked Tsunade. She had heard of this so-called god from Edward and knew he was alive. Not for another 3.7 billion years. By then, the Akatsuki's plans would be complete, and they will try. Why do I feel that's not a long time? In the grand scheme of things, it's not, replied Edward. All right, I need some space to calm down. 420 Orochimaru's ambitions. Edward began to record and write out theories. After seeing the birth and destruction of the universe, he now had a deeper understanding of many things: space-time, matter, soul, creation, destruction, quantum physics, mathematics, and many others. He even glimpsed some truths about the void. With Morgana's help, his brain was on overdrive, operating faster than a quantum computer. As such, he spent the next 3 months ignoring everything, focusing on his theories, and testing them out. He recorded all his thoughts while also writing many theorems, both magical and non-magical. Thousands of holographic screens float before him, full of mathematical formulas and runes designs. And these were not all of them, only the most important ones. What a wonderful experience, commented Morgana, talking about their accomplishment these past 3 months and watching the universe's birth and death. Indeed, nodded Edward, who felt today's experience would benefit him until tier 12, maybe even 12. He waved his hand to show 2 screens before him. Both were papers he had written with 2 titles: Primordial Runes and their relationship with ancient runes. The possibility of origin runes existing. These 2 theories could lead to an upgrade of his arcane rune system. And once that happens, everything else in the Empire will upgrade, especially artificers. Is a title above divine artificers? I will find out soon. Edward felt it was the best decision to come to this world. Who would have thought mages could have epiphanies like in the cultivation novels, commented Edward with a sigh. People have epiphanies all the time, master. Hence the reason the word exists. Newton discovered gravity after watching an apple fall. This is an example of epiphany. Although Morgana knew this story was not true, throughout history, many scientists have made groundbreaking discoveries after observing nature or because of an accident. You know what I meant. I know, but I feel you are sometimes too influenced by these novels. Edward shrugged his shoulder. Anyway, how are your injuries? Almost heal. I should be able to contact home after a while. All right, let's go check on the other people. Edward called a meeting with everyone on the team, but some people were absent, mainly Tsunade and Tobirama. A while ago, the war ended, and the golems began re-establishing order in the world. They needed to build schools and spread knowledge and propaganda about the Empire to make it easier for the ninjas to integrate. Tobirama and Tsunade wanted to help the Leaf with the transition and negotiate some benefits for their village. As for their research, it ended months ago and could not continue since Edward did not have access to Akatsuki with tier 7 to 8. After walking into the room, he immediately noticed Orochimaru and Kabuto had mana inside their bodies instead of chakra, and the amount was close to tier 4. He guessed they succeeded in transferring their chakra into mana. I see you guys have transferred, he said to those 2. How is it, being an arcanist? Excellent, thank you, your highness, for this opportunity, said Kabuto. Edward's eyes squinted slightly. He could tell this shady-looking man had escaped the fate of being Orochimaru's shadow. And by the way, he casually called him your highness. He's accepted his role pretty quickly. Good. With your mindset, you'll quickly adapt and thrive in the Empire, said Edward with a smile. What about you, Snake Tongue? Too much to learn, replied Orochimaru, not minding the named calling. He spent the past few months with the clones and knew of the latter's carefree personality. Too much to learn? Asked Edward baffled, before thinking of something. You always wanted to learn all jutsus. Don't tell me you also want to learn all spells or magical knowledge. Orochimaru remained quiet, making Edward speechless. I thought I was arrogant, but you're on another level. That's simply an impossible task. I've been trying to persuade Lord Orochimaru, but he would not listen, said Kabuto. One of the clones told them to choose specific fields to focus on, even if they wanted to be a master of all trades. So, he chose the soul, body, and bloodline modification. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and wanted to know everything. Your goal is simply impossible from a practical standpoint, said Edward. Your soul is limited and cannot bear such vast knowledge. Furthermore, arcanists value knowledge more than their life. So, I often have to entice them to share their research. And even then, I probably hold about 70% of the Empire's knowledge in my hands. As for you, you are allowed unlimited access to my library because you're a special recruit to the Empire. Once we return, you also have to start paying for high-level access. So, your ambitions are nothing but dreams. I have fully figured out these things in the past month, said Orochimaru. But I still want to try. Edward pondered for a moment, all-knowing, the path of omniscient. It's not like you don't have a chance. Orochimaru's eyes brightened. Please enlighten me. If you want to have a chance, you need to become a legendary arcanist and control conceptual magic, knowledge authority, to be precise. Legendary arcanist? Conceptual magic. Orochimaru had never heard these terms in the database he had access to. How would I accomplish that? That's classified information of the highest level, so I can't tell you, said Edward. However, I can tell you difficult this path is. In all the Empire, I'm the only legendary arcanist, and I only succeeded through a lucky opportunity after coming to this place. In my universe, I am probably the only magic wielder with this achievement. And if there are others, the number won't be more than 5. Edward did not know about other planes, but his conjecture about the cosmic god plane was probably accurate. Orochimaru's heart trembled. He has read the Empire's history and this man's legendary exploits and accomplishments. Although he knew much of it was embellished to make him look better, he could still notice Edward's overwhelming talent and ability. Even amongst all the geniuses competing in the Empire, this man is like a bright star that outshines everyone else. If his talent is the requirement to become a legendary arcanist, Orochimaru did not want to think about it. Of course, you have an advantage, he continued. I will one day make the requirement to become a legendary arcanist public. I have even begun creating methods for arcanists to have a clear and widespread method. So, it's only a matter of time before legendary arcanists are more common. The snake-tongue man breathed in relief. There was hope for him. Or, you could use an alternative path. Oh, become a god and wield the knowledge authority. Although you would have to kill the current tier 10 god that wields such authority, this might be a better path than waiting until you become a legendary arcanist. Orochimaru had a look of helplessness. He did not know how long it would take or even whether he would ever be capable of killing a tier 10. It could be possible one day once he has a floating city. However, the path of godhood was not appealing to him, at least, not after seeing the arcane path. He has read some basic information about gods and how the Empire described them as parasitic life form that depends on faith for their powers and immortality. With his intelligence, he detected the bias and aversion the information had against gods. Regardless, he also felt it was inappropriate to become a god, given all the restraints and limitations. Perhaps the former him would jump at such a chance, but not his current self. Okay, don't talk about these things since you're only a little tier 3 arcanist. Even with your talent and chakra foundation, you have a long way ahead of you, said Edward before looking at his clones. How are the research results? 421 preliminary research result. The preliminary results are excellent so far, said Clone 1. Let's begin with me. The ultimate magic body is 50% completed. I've transferred the Naruto clan's bloodline into magical before doing the same for Kage. Then, using her life code as a blueprint, I created most of the ultimate magic bloodline. However, she is not the source of the Akatsuki bloodline, so the research has now entered turtle speed. The clone showed the data while explaining. Achieving something like the ultimate magic body would typically be extremely challenging, but using the Akatsuki's bloodline as a blueprint made the entire process easier. The ultimate magic body is essentially the source of all magical bloodlines, the pinnacle of magical talent granted through blood. And the Akatsuki clan's bloodline is the same as chakra in this universe. According to my calculations, even if we get our hands on the Akatsuki god, our research will only reach 70% completion, maybe even lower. Edward frowned as he understood why. Mana was a more powerful energy than chakra. Any ideas on how to achieve the remaining 30%? Yes, the slight Magus bloodline in our life code, said Clone 1. All wizards are descended from the Magus race. However, this bloodline did not give them much except for a highly versatile mana that could easily change frequency, allowing them to use different forms of magic. It makes sense, said Edward. The Magus race is the pinnacle of bloodline in our universe and could be considered the source of magic in the cosmic god plane. However, we can do better. You want to acquire the bloodline sample of the creature with the highest talent in the entire omniverse and use it as the blueprint for the ultimate magic body, said Clone 1 with bright eyes. Exactly. No matter how incredible the Magus race is, I doubt they would compare to the pinnacle races in the omniverse. He theorized the Magus race reached tier 12 as a civilization and achieved omniversal travel. However, Edward did not know how they were doing afterward. It's a good idea. Check the Akashic record. However, if we want to get a sample, it would probably be expensive. We probably won't be able to afford it. In those situations, it's why we have the old man, said Edward. However, knowing him, he's probably gonna make us owe him. He shook his head before accessing the Akashic record and searching for the creature with the most outstanding magical talent in the omniverse. Then, his pupil shrunk. What is it? Asked Clone 1 after seeing his reaction. See for yourself, he waved the screen before the clone. It's the Magus race, he said in shock. With their current security level, he could only have a brief description. But the information said the Magus race, the same from their universe, reached the pinnacle of the omniverse and took the title of the race with the highest magical talent. They have probably constantly evolved their bloodline and life code to reach such a level, commented Clone 1. That's not the main point, said Clone 2, who took a peek. You're right. Having a connection to such a race through bloodline is not necessarily a good thing with our current weak self. Bloodline can carry wills. As such, it's possible for someone with the source of the bloodline, or even a higher bloodline concentration, to influence someone weaker. We can use the Magus race's bloodline as a blueprint, but we must ensure that our bloodline is unique and free from connection to them, even if it has to be weaker in general, said Edward. Plus, when we do the modification, we will strip the small percentage of their bloodlines from our bodies. At the beginning of the Empire, when Hermione was creating the mage path, she ensured the mana frequency was the same as the wizard's bloodline. As such, it served no other purpose besides maybe claiming the Empire is the rightful ruler of the universe since they inherited the Magus race's bloodline. However, these gods and other powerful races would hunt them down instead of accepting the bullshit bloodline right to rule. In that case, we would need to become the source of this bloodline and cannot reach the pinnacle of the omniverse in one attempt, said Clone 1. We can slowly improve things as we get more powerful, added Edward, and the Clone 1 agreed with him. Then, he went to continue his research. Before then, he has to catch on with Fleur's study on Dragon's bloodline source. It's my turn, said Clone 2 before taking out a magical staff and casting a spell. A pure black sphere appeared before him and lasted 10 seconds before stopping. As you can see, the destruction ball I've created based on the truth-seeking ball is more potent than the one we created in Black Clover. I've even touched the destruction authority after the research. It's unstable. Yes, and it's mainly because of yin-yang release, explained Clone 2. Magic has too many elements that chakra does not have, like darkness and light. Space-time is argued by elementalist arcanist as elements, even including things like sounds or shadow. To some extreme elementalist, sound or vibration is nothing but a sub-element of thunder. However, chakra is different. Besides the basic 5 elements, the others can only be achieved through a combination of nature transformation. As for things like shadow and space-time, they are categorized into yin-yang release or a category of their own. When it comes to yin-yang, the best thing we have is positive and negative energy. However, they are not truly the same. Eastern arcanists have studied the concept or idea of yin and yang and its relationship to the newly discovered negative energy necromancers used. Although there are many similarities based on Eastern literature and ideologies, they are not the same despite many similarities. Edward pondered for a moment and said, use the relationship between authority and spells. Clone 2's eyes lit up. Since they are the same, he understood what the main body meant. Spells could be argued to be a low manifestation of the rules or authority of a universe. However, this description is not entirely correct. In a place with no rules and chaos, like the void, spells appropriately functioned. Of course, there is also the probability that the void contained rules or laws that governed the entire omniverse. Unfortunately, that's not something Edward's level can touch. Some spells resonate with authority at a high level, showing some level of connection. Furthermore, Edward recently discovered that directly manipulating the rules of a universe is not as good or powerful as doing so through well-crafted spells. Our purpose is to achieve destruction, muttered Clone 2. So, I can directly study the destruction rules to create the spell before using that same spell to understand destruction rules, forming a cycle. Clone 2 can already see the path of his research. He will study the fluctuation destruction rules, allowing him to integrate all the elements into a destruction ball. Once that succeeds, he can have a better understanding of this authority and will not need to fuse different elements to achieve destruction. He would be able to do it directly, much faster and with more power. I'll get to it, he said before leaving. It's my turn, said Clone 3 before showing his date with a holographic display. 422 preliminary research result. 2. I've studied the dojutsu of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans and have some results, said Clone 3. I've turned the Sherinon into a spell that temporarily modifies the eyes and grants it the same abilities. Furthermore, I've made it so the magical version of the Sherinon can copy tier 0 to 3 arcane rune spells. You can guess the benefit of this application. Edward nodded his head. Previously, the Sherinon could only copy wandcraft spells, but now, they can copy low tiers spells, meaning the Empire's citizens will use it to rapidly acquire battle prowess from tier 0 to 3. Of course, being able to copy and use a spell is not the same as understanding its underlying principles. Nevertheless, it is still helpful to be able to train low-level arcanists rapidly. When the Empire trains the Clone Legion, it will become easier since they are no longer required to go through the procedure of instilling the knowledge and principles of using spells into the clones' minds. More importantly, the Sherinon will make the process way cheaper, saving them trillions of arcane coins. Excellent work. Anything else? Yes. I've recreated all the Mangekyou Sharingan's abilities like Susanoo, Amaterasu, etc. Most have become decent but unique spells, but not very useful, except for Atakist Tsukiyomi. Its applications of illusion will significantly benefit our illusion department. What about the Rinnegan? Most of its abilities are also useless, said Clone 3. Most of the capabilities of the Rinnegan are already achievable by different spells. Even with unique abilities like Limbo, arcanists have too many ways to detect things that are invisible. It did help somewhat with our research with resurrection magic. In the Konosuba world, the Empire learned of priest's magic which included resurrection spells. So, the Rinnegan only provided a different perspective of reviving people, thus furthering the research. Unfortunately, it did not bring anything new or revolutionary. Kage's Rin Sharingan also provided some benefits. The infinite Tsukiyomi is a great illusion, and I'm still working to turn it into a spell and maybe improve it. Then there is her use of space-time ninjutsus. I've gathered all the data on how she used her Rin Sharingan to control space-time. It should have some help in your study of space-time rules. Edward calmly received the data and stored it to use later. Finally, it's the Byakugan. I've turned into a spell and aura technique, mainly used for aura masters. I did the same for the Sherinon so pure aura master can use these dojutsu's abilities. Currently, the Empire had ways to grant every citizen magical powers. However, a large group of people prefers the pure aura master path. Finally, this is the greatest value for the Byakugan, said Clone 3 before showing Edward a blueprint. I've updated the Sorcerer Eye by fusing it with the ability of the Byakugan. The Sorcerer Eye is one of the monitoring systems of the Empire. It's basically a satellite that covers the entire Empire's territory, looking for uninvited guests, sudden large energy quantity, and many more. How much is the increase? Asked Edward. 35%. This number was a significant increase considering the last update of the Sorcerer's Eyes was less than 3 months since Edward left. What about the Tensagen? Nothing useful, but Clone 4 did create something from its chakra mode. Clone 4 took the forefront stage while Clone went to continue his research. I would like to introduce you to High Aura, said Clone 4 before showing his research result. After studying the Tensagen's chakra mode, I had an interesting idea and went to a parallel timeline to capture Naruto with a 9-tail chakra mode. Then, I created High Aura mode, a special state that anyone with aura can use. You should already guess what its main purpose is. Killing God, commented Edward. The arcane rune magic is a form of high magic capable of injuring and killing gods. However, aura does not have these capabilities, putting the aura master profession in a complicated position. Gods not only have high magic immunity but also force immunity. In some ways, they are truly the perfect creature or power systems. Exactly. I've done preliminary research using the divine energy we have and the remains of Herpo. However, we also need a real god as test subjects. Clone 4 sighed. If the floating city was here, I could cultivate a tier 6 false god. He shook his head. Edward established a research group to create false gods, and there have been some preliminary results. The core of this research is to cultivate a tier 6 clone before creating billions of mortal level clones brainwashed to worship the tier 6 clones. Then, create a false god through the power of faith gathered. And the only reason it's not a true god is the lack of a divine kingdom. Wait for a while, and we might find a god and maybe a few, said Edward, thinking about his following action. Clone 5, what about you? I'm in charge of studying Izanagi, and things are not going well for me, said Clone 5. I've imitated the effect of turning illusion into reality. However, the price paid when using mana is not an eye but a piece of the soul. He groaned with some frustration. From tier 0 to 3, it is best to transform mana into chakra and use it. By then, you'll only lose an eye. However, from tier 4 to 5, chakra no longer works. Meanwhile, using magic has limited effects. For example, you can deal with heavy injuries but not fatal ones. In tier 6, only skin injuries can be healed. Above tier 7, it's impossible to play with the concept of truth and falsehood like that. Do you have hope for the path forward? Yes. Izanagi is essentially a form of reality manipulation. With the word soul magic you acquired from Black Clover, we have some information, but the research will take some time. That's good enough, nodded Edward. Clone 8. Clone 8 did not say anything but showed him a small beast that looked like a puppy. Edward gazed at it for a moment before his eyes lit up. A mana creature. Exactly. The tail beasts are pure chakra creatures, and I've learned from my experiments with them. Edward's plan to become tier 10 at a faster rate is to become half flesh and half energy creatures such as dragon or phoenix. So, he has been studying the idea of a dragon heart to store mana and elementalization to create a mana creature to prepare for his transition. Before, he had some success creating spells that could turn him into certain elements, but the transformation was not complete and temporary. Excellent work, he praised as he looked at the small creature. My work is only in the preliminary stages, said Clone 8. But, from my prediction, it may even help with the ultimate magic body. Edward nodded. The Magus race were creatures made of mana, similar to the Anodite in the show Ben 10. However, they could turn their bodies into flesh and blood and pass on their bloodline. Maybe the Anodite is a branch of the Magus race, thought Edward. After knowing the achievements of the Magus race, he would not be surprised. Can this be weaponized? Asked Edward. I'm already working on it. A creature wholly made of mana would be extremely powerful and could be used as another weapon of the Empire, similar to how tail beasts are in the ninja world. Clone 9 stepped up and showed his result. My research is on natural energy. I've discovered so far that only planets can emit this energy, and it's a form of unique life force. Mana cannot be transformed into nature energy. No, they work well together but cannot be interchanged. To be exact, nature energy works for all, divine energy, solar energy, cosmic energy, and even negative energy. It's fine. As long we can produce nature energy of our own. Clone 9 nodded since he already used a planet store in the interdimensional rings to test it and did not need to rely on the Nature world to create nature energy. 423 stages. The report was not finished. Clone 10 was working on why he came to this world, turning the Akatsuki's god tree into a way to absorb and condense a mana or knowledge fruit. The result of this research was relatively fast, mainly because of Neville's study of the mana tree. Before the leyline nodes were activated, Neville Longbottom created a unique tree that would absorb mana from the nodes and release it in the environment through photosynthesis. It was a groundbreaking invention. Subsequently, after discovering the mana grid, Edward tasked Neville with creating a tree that directly drew mana from the grid. He wanted to prepare in case something happened to the leyline nodes one day, and the Empire would not have any problems accessing more mana. Furthermore, there are many planets in the Milky Way galaxy with no leyline nodes or access to mana. The Empire will install energy converters on these planets to convert heat from the sun, life energy from the planet, or water energy from the ocean into mana. However, if Neville can succeed in his research, the Empire only needs to plant the new mana trees on these planets and grant them mana directly from the mana grid. And one day, Edward wants to create the mana grid himself. According to his theory, the Magus race probably created the grid. With this research, Clone 10 successfully modified the God Tree to condense mana fruit. He even established a purification system in the tree to purify the mana during the process of condensation. Furthermore, he modified the tree to condense soul fruits and fruits of other forms of energy. Despite this success, Edward's objectives have not been entirely achieved. Firstly, the God Tree has not been tested on whether it can absorb the mana or energy of an entire plane. Secondly, Clone 10 has not found a way to condense a knowledge fruit. Finally, there were Clones 11 and 12. Clone 11 studied the karma seal of the Akatsuki clan, which is another form of reincarnation magic. By choosing a vessel and planting a seal on them, a person can revive themselves after death by taking over the vessel's body. The karma seal has excellent potential for plane invasion since arcanists might not have to take the danger of reincarnating. Instead, they can choose a vessel and assume the identity of the chosen person, thus achieving the purpose of infiltrating a plane without the detection of the universe's will. Did you find the Kara group? Asked Edward. No, they don't exist in this timeline, so I search on others, replied Clone 11, and Edward nodded. As for Clone 12, his research was on Haydn, the Akatsuki's member. Edward was interested in his immortality. The result was not surprising that he was similar to a Horcrux. He was connected to an entity called Jashin, and as long as that entity was alive, he was immortal. Clone 12 was preparing a legion to attack that entity and capture it for study. After listening to these reports, Edward dismissed the clones before doing his own thing. After seeing the title of legendary arcanist from the Akashic record, he thought about giving names to arcanists of different tiers. He did not like the entire concept of Tier 6 planetary or Tier 7 star level. Tier 0 will obviously be called Arcane Apprentice. Now, what about from Tier 1 to 3? Should I use bronze, silver, and gold? If he followed that logic, Tier 4 would be platinum, Tier 5 diamond. No, I already used a similar system on the different types of Tier 5 arcanists. Edward did not like this classification. Should I use the Morning Star system? Tier 6 would be Morning Star Arcanist, Tier 7 would be Radiant Moon Arcanist, and Tier 8 would be Breaking Dawn. Too much plagiarism. Plus, what about Tier 9 and 10? He pondered even longer, trying to come up with a name that pleased him. He thought about using 1 star to 10 stars, but that's the same as the Tier 1 to 10 systems. Tier 0 is Apprentice, Tier 1 to 3 is Beginner Arcanist, Tier 4 is Intermediate, Tier 5 is Advanced Arcanist, Tier 6 is Master Arcanist, Tier 7 is Grand Arcanist, and Tier 8 is Supreme Arcanist. What about Tier 9 and 10? I feel Tier 11 should be Transcendent Arcanist. I want to use the word legendary, but that's already occupied by arcanists who wield conceptual magic. He could not think of a name for a while, so he asked Morgana. How about Enlightened Arcanist for Tier 9 and Arcane Sage for Tier 10, suggested the little elf. Arcane Sage sounds okay, but I feel it's missing something, muttered Edward. What about Enlightened Arcanist? I don't like it. His words made her puff in anger, so she instantly created an algorithm to suggest millions of names for him. His lips twitched before saying, I'll look at it later. Then, he disappeared. He wanted to check on the progress of conquering this planet. Nothing much changed on the surface beside the lasting peace between nations. The golems did not force the Empire's customs like fashion and other stuff on the ninja world. The approach is much more subtle, using education, marketing, and propaganda to slowly influence them and integrate them into the Empire. Although this process is slow, it's a sure way to lessen the impact and prevent things like rebellion or protest. After checking the surroundings, Edward searched for Tsunade back in the Hidden Leaf Village, but she was not there. So, he scanned the entire planet. His lips twitched after finding her location. He teleported to the Land of the Sand, to be specific, to a casino. One of the plans to develop the Land of the Sand economy is to turn it into a center of entertainment, thus boosting its economy. And as expected, Edward found her playing roulette. A bunch of people were next to her, and they would choose the opposite whenever she picked a color. And they would win every time. I can't believe your luck is so bad even with the luck potion. Oh my god, you startled me, said Tsunade, jumping slightly as she held her heart. Well, Edward was momentarily dazed. I will have you know, I won thrice today, and my eyes are up here, said Tsunade with excitement. She loved gambling, but she had never won in her life. But today, she was not once, not twice, but 3 times. With the potion, you should have won every time, said Edward. I've even ordered people not to activate the luck-suppressing enchantment to allow you to cheat, but you still could not win. Tsunade was embarrassed as she did not expect to have so many advantages but was still losing terribly. Whatever. Instead of saying these things, why don't you give me a few more potions? Edward pondered for a moment before agreeing. Normally, it would have an adverse effect if someone took more than one Felix Felici's potion. However, Sun's luck seemed abnormal whenever it came to her gambling. So, he wanted to know what would happen. Anyway, no harm will happen to her with him around. Nevertheless, he told her about the possible side effects and to decide whether she wanted to drink more than one. Are you here? Said Tsunade before drinking another 2 vials. The potion quickly took effect, and for the next 10 minutes, her luck became extraordinary, and she won everything she tried. However, afterward, it returns to its original abysmal state. Give more. Edward gave her 5 more vials, and her luck lasted 20 minutes. Fascinating. You have no side effect, but the time limit of your increase of luck is truly odd. 1 potion would increase a person's luck for a minimum of 1 hour. However, 5 vials could only last Tsunade 20 minutes. One day, you should study the anomaly of your luck. Don't mention these things now. Give me a few more potions. She had never felt the adrenaline rush of constantly winning and making money. The feeling was intoxicating. I don't have any more. Don't be cheap. You're literally a ruler with incalculable wealth. After saying that, Tsunade realized she could access all that money if she shook her head to not think about it. It was too tempting. I do not need to brew so many luck potions. Right, you know the recipe, so brew some for me. No, but you can learn and do it yourself. That's a good idea. Then, she immediately left with the determination to learn how to brew luck potion. Edward shook his head before teleporting away to see someone. It's you, said Itake Uchiha after seeing Edward appearing before him. Any ideas for the name for Tier 9 and 10? I'm open to suggestions. Or, maybe you prefer the Tier 6 planetary system better. Leave a comment. 424 Deputy Commander, sorry, this chapter is not edited. Yes, it's me, said Edward with a smile. Are you going to invite me in? Itake hesitated for a while before saying, come in, Your Majesty. Edward walked in and observed the house. Besides a new chakra television, the house looked similar to the Uchiha's compound in the anime, except a lot smaller. He looked at the young Uchiha prodigy and asked, now that you have been exposed to a brand new world and civilization, have you thought about your actions? Itake sighed deeply, I have. And I was wrong. No, the entire shinobi world is wrong. In the past few weeks, Itake had to attend schools like every people on this planet, and he learned a great deal about history, sociology, modern culture, mental health, and many more. And the conclusion he derived was his actions were wrong, and this conclusion was not just because his actions were idiotic, as the Emperor said during their first meeting, but also because the shinobi war is twisted. The cycle of hatred passed down from one generation after the other makes it impossible for peace to exist. And the system of treating ninjas as tools is also a fundamental reason the entire system is broken. Then there is the use of child soldiers. Children, no matter how gifted they are, should not be exposed to the cruelty of war. They should never have the burden of other people's lives on their shoulders. So, you figured it out? I thought you would be stubborn and insisted you made the right choice. I have never been a prideful person and can admit my faults, replied Itake calmly. A good quality to have, nodded Edward. Have you explained everything to your brother? Itake paused. Wouldn't it be better for him to believe I was dead? At this point, he has no need to have his brother kill him. Firstly, the Empire has safer ways for Suzuki to awaken his Mangekyo Sharinon. Secondly, he is not dying and can watch his brother's growth from the shadow. Edward waved his hand, and a holographic screen appeared before him. He motioned his hand, and the screen floated before Itake. What is it? He asked, puzzled. However, his pupils squinted after seeing the title, and he quickly read through it. His hand trembled as he read. In front of him was a psychological evaluation of his brother, Suzuki, and the result was that his brother had many mental problems, including possible suicidal tendencies. Itake once took an online class on the Empire's server about the psychological effects of war on the young mind. This class greatly helped him figure out many things about his past and how his childhood affected the current him. As such, he had some knowledge of mental health issues. So, as he scrolled through the lists of the things wrong with his brother, his mind was in chaos. And that's because he knew he had caused 99% of these problems, some he even did accidentally. What have I done? He muttered. Maybe his shinobi mindset believed he was a good big brother, paving the way for his brother to live in such a cruel world. However, his arcane empire mindset made him aware of the lasting damage he did to his brother, damage that would affect him for the rest of his life. There is still hope for you two brothers, said Edward. Although it would take years of family therapy and maybe the need for a powerful spiritual arcanist, you can still heal. Yes, there is still hope, he uttered with a slightly hoarse voice. Plus, it might help if your family was reunited, added Edward, making Itake's eyes brighten as he remembered the Empire had ways to revive the dead. And it was not the inhumane method of Edo Tensei. Is it really alright for them to come back? Could they accept me after the terrible sins I've committed? I don't know for sure, replied Edward. What I do know is the love of a parent is boundless. They would take on the burden of your sins if it meant you can be at peace. From the way Fugaku and Mikoto accepted their deaths at Itake's hand, it could be seen they understood their son's burden and accepted his choice. So, if they were revived, he would still be their beloved son. Itake's body trembled after hearing this. He remembered the pain he felt as he killed his parents and the despair he felt as he watched their bodies tumbled on the floor, blood staining the floor. He remembered the peaceful visage of his mother and father before their death. He remembered watching the life slowly dissipate from their eyes. Itake took a deep breath to control his emotions. He cannot run away all his life, so some things must be faced. And whatever the consequence, he would accept it. Your Majesty, why did you come to see? He asked after gaining his calm and stoic face. He did not think the Emperor came to see him to talk about his ideologies or his family's affairs. I came to give you an invitation, said Edward. To what? The greatest military power of the Empire is not the Imperial Navy, the Royal Army, the Earth Defense Force, or the Auror, it's the Ghost Squad. Itake was confused, but he did not interrupt and listened. He also formulated some ideas on the Emperor's purpose. The Ghost Squad is my right hand, my shadow. They have access to all the resources of the Empire, including knowledge and secrets not revealed to the public. Itake understood what such a force meant. After analyzing the situation of the Empire, Itake understood that the people of this world were in a honeymoon period where the Empire granted them access to many resources and knowledge to make their transition smoother. However, once that period ends, everybody will be on their own, working to earn resources. They have to compete with the hundreds of billions of other citizens of the Empire. And if he and his brother want to have a place in the Empire, it will be challenging, especially since the Sherinon no longer grants them any advantage. If Itake wanted to revive his parents and his clan members, he could not fathom how much work that would require. Recently, I decided to create another special unit from the members of the Ghost Squad focused on intelligence gathering, infiltration, spying, and assassination. I want you to be the deputy commander of the Shadow Squad. Itake smiled wryly. You led me to leave the darkness, and now, you want me to return. Darkness cannot be eliminated, even in my world. Since the Ghost Squad has so much power, there must be a catch. Yes, I control their soul, replied Edward calmly. As expected. You don't need to worry too much. Some people have signed temporary contracts to hand their souls for a specific amount of time. Afterward, I let them leave. Really? You let them leave? Don't think of me in such a negative light, said Edward. Besides having certain memories wiped, I do let them leave. Should I be thankful you still have some humanity? He muttered softly before shaking his head. Why did you choose me? I know you have the power to control life and death. You could have asked people like Madara or the first or second Hokage. 425 Itake's choice. Madara is a very talented man but also very ambitious. The kind of ambitious man who will not yield to anyone, commented Edward. He has plenty of experience controlling ambitious people, but some would rather die than kneel. Another person who would be perfect for this job would be Danzo, but Edward knew he would have to make a lot of effort to control someone like that, and it was not worth the trouble. As for Hashirama, he's too kind and unsuitable to live in the darkness, added Edward. But you're different. You're as talented as them, have seen the darkness of the world, have experience in the Umbu, and, more importantly, you did not let the darkness corrupt you. Itake smiled wryly as he understood the subtle meaning behind these words. He had a weakness, Suzuki. And this weakness means it's easier to be controlled in case something occurs. Furthermore, if he wants his brother to flourish in the Empire, being the Emperor's shadow is one of the best ways. He will have access to countless resources and knowledge. So, Itake paused for a moment, pondering his decision. Then, he knelt in one knee before saying, Your Majesty. Edward smiled. Get up. I promise you won't regret this decision. Hope so, muttered Itake before asking, Can I ask 2 questions? Please. Who is the commander of this shadow squad? Edward understood Itake was asking who his superior was and why he was not chosen to be the commander. I have chosen someone, but I don't know if they'll agree. So, for the time being, you'll be in charge. The head of the shadow squad must be someone like Grindelwald, who completely surrenders their souls to him, or a member of the royal family, in other words, his wife. So, Edward has someone in mind, hoping to convince her after traveling to the next world. Whether it is the Ghost Squad or this new Assassin Squad, they are the capital for his royal family to survive and maintain power in the likelihood someone actually defeated him and took over the empire. With these 2 powers in his hands, the royal family can easily survive a regime change. And Edward knew the chances of this happening were not as low as some people might imagine. The most talented individual of the empire was someone from the Jamaican region called Abisai Ursane. At 14, he awakened a special soul because of the changes in the environment. And in just 2 years, he reached tier 6. Many people were shocked and worried at the same time. Rumors spread that this kid would not live long since he threatened the royal family's status. However, these people underestimated Edward's courage. He was a pathfinder, creating a perfect system for humans and other low-level species to allow them to rule the plane one day. So, he was not jealous of Abisai and encouraged the appearance of more genius like him. Furthermore, he was confident as he was born in an era where the arcane system existed. His speed would not be any less than Abisai's. What's your second question? Doesn't the Empire has an intelligence gathering agency? There is, composed of many talented people with metamorphogous bloodline, replied Edward before shaking his head. Domestically, they are perfect at their job. However, regarding foreign affairs, they are too young and inexperienced. The Empire has to rely heavily on divination to gather information. The purpose of the Shadow Guard is to train elites and send them throughout the universe. Of course, to have a power completely under your control, thought Itake with an unchanged face. After all, he did not dare say it out loud. Edward gave him a look, guessing what he was thinking. He knew Itake was extremely intelligent and could understand the subtle meaning behind his words and actions. Do you want a temporary or permanent contract? Temporary. He had already thought about it and decided this was the best option. Itake did not want to spend the rest of his life in darkness. There are 4 options: 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, and 10,000 years. I'll take 2,000 years, he replied after a brief ponder. This was a long enough time to ensure the rise of his brother and the Uchiha clan. All right, stated Edward before giving the contract. Itachi wrote his name with his blood after reading every margin of the contract. Then, he immediately felt a connection between himself and Edward. Be prepared. After returning, you'll have to undergo intense training. Most of the ninjas' jutsus are not useful for assassination because of how flashy they are. So, they need to be trained. Before leaving, Edward ordered Grindelwald to create a perfect training method using invisible, shadow, darkness, and space magic. Edward nodded to Itachi before disappearing. Itachi sighed as he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. Facing the Emperor was more challenging than he made it appear. No matter what, this man had the power to dictate the fate of the entire planet. So, how could ordinary people easily face him? He jumped on top of his house, looking in the distance. He could see his brother training his taijutsu. However, he had a look of frustration. Itachi could understand the reason. Previously, Sasuke could be considered a genius simply because of his Sharingan or noble lineage. But now, he could only be considered slightly extraordinary. Then there is the fact that many of his former classmates from civilian backgrounds, like Sakura, have been discovered with exceptional talents and placed on a list to be cultivated by the Empire. These people he once could not even care to look at or remember their names were now way ahead of him and treated as true geniuses. I think I made the right choice, muttered Itachi before jumping over to Sasuke's side. It was time for them to reunite and have a one-on-one conversation. Edward teleported to the lab to prepare for his next step. Is everything prepared? He asked another clone. We are ready. That's good, he said after nodding. Where is Tsuna? She's using the virtual network to learn potion, replied the clone with an evil class. I made sure she took Snape's class. Old Snape. Old Snape. The two laughed as they reminisced. Although Snape is probably the most talented potion master of the Empire, his teaching abilities are subpar, especially the old him. When Edward began to show his talent back in Hogwarts, Snape was always after him since he thought he was too arrogant. However, after realizing he could not embarrass Edward, he simply ignored him. He walked to the next room and saw Tsunade removing her headset in anger before yelling. Damn it, isn't it normal for a student to not know something? Isn't the teacher's job to teach? She looked at Edward with frustration. Are all the teachers in your empire like that? Snape was my teacher and is the greatest potion master of the empire. As for his teaching abilities, just know he's no longer a teacher. Tsunade understood this womanizer played a joke on her. Please give me a normal teacher, she said after taking a deep breath to calm down. After reading the first-year potion book, she immediately realized potion was a great field to save lives. So, she wanted to learn. I will. Thanks. Anyway, why are you here? Do you want to experience interstellar battle? You're about to attack the Akatsuki clan, asked Tsunade as she rapidly figured out his purpose. Exactly. I thought you would go alone and defeat them yourself. No, I plan to broadcast to further show the might of the Empire to the ninjas and to show them the horror of the universe. I see, she said with a sigh. All right, I want to watch. 426 War with the Akatsuki. Edward walked into another room of the underground lab, followed by Tsunade behind. He smiled as he watched the shock in her eyes. He could tell she was trying to control her emotion. In front of them were 5 spaceships that could only be described as humongous steel beasts. What do you think? He asked. I've read descriptions of them, but it's something else to see the real thing in person, commented Tsunade. The biggest object in the ninja world is probably the 10 tails, but even it looked small compared to these 5 ships. These are the Desert Mark III and can only consider middle-class battleships. You mean there are bigger ones? Yes, and even those are nothing to my floating city. Tsunade read about the floating city, but the information was brief with little detail. The article she read described the floating city as the pinnacle of magical technology, the crown jewel of artificer achievements, and the most potent weapon of the empire. Furthermore, this marvel of technological and magical achievement was designed by the emperor himself, pushing the technological tree of the empire by at least 100,000 years. I would love to see the floating city. Edward sighed with sadness. It's probably in shambles now. It's destroyed, she asked with surprise before thinking about something. Isn't it expensive to make? You really know how to waste money to destroy something like that? She could not fathom how much money it would take to make such a thing. Edward's mouth twitched. You don't have to remind me. I know how much money I've wasted, and it hurts. He would rather lose thousands of Imperial fleet and hundreds of star system than the floating city. Luckily, it was the Tier 9 city, not the new Tier 10 he had just built. And why are you making it sound like it was my fault it was destroyed? I've almost died encountering a weird creature. This is why I was in such a sorry state when we met. Oh, then I apologize for my remark, said Tsunade with sincerity. She thought he was doing some dangerous experiment that resulted in his near-death situation and the destruction of the floating city. Don't worry about it. Let's go. The two board the ship as many golems supervise different aspects of this expedition. Are we the only living creatures? Asked Tsunade. Depends on your definition of living. These golems have souls? Well, some do. You know what I mean. Yes, we are the only carbon-based life form, replied Edward while looking at a screen. Why? I have a limited number of clones, so we must use golems. Don't you have a normal crew with you? Or are they dead? I have too many secrets, so there is no normal crew, he replied. That fits with your personality, commented Tsunade. Is that an insult? Maybe, maybe not. Edward shook his head. I am a man burdened by knowledge, to quote a purple mad titan. The empire appeared to be thriving and prosperous, even amid a great war. However, only a few people know the grim future waiting for us. And my consciousness is one of the reasons we can have today's peace and tranquility. He suddenly paused and frowned. What's wrong? Asked Tsunade, who felt his sudden change was abnormal. I suddenly felt it might not be the best idea to bring you into all this trouble. How sweet, she replied with a smile. I'm serious, replied Edward. Once you get involved, your future can only be described as a constant struggle. Maybe, living a normal life and dying peacefully is not such a bad thing. Whether I join or not is my choice, replied Tsunade. Plus, after meeting you and opening myself to a broader world, I also have new goals and ambitions. I hope you don't regret your choice. That's for the future to decide. All right, we're ready, said Edward before ordering one of the golems to begin the broadcast. Across the shinobi world, all the new citizens of the Empire started to watch these 5 battleships in action. What is the plan of action? Asked Tsunade. The first step is to go directly to their headquarters. The Akatsuki's headquarters was located 400,000 light-years from the shinobi planet. Tsunade nodded. She found it odd that the first step is for a direct attack. But she knew nothing about interstellar battles, so she did not comment. Under Edward's control, the ships activated the void engine and instantaneously traveled hundreds of thousands of light-years away. Soon, the ship arrived at a star system with 4 planets, a massive one as big as any star and 4 regular-size planets surrounding it at the center. We've arrived at the Akatsuki's headquarters, said Edward, his voice traveling to everyone watching the broadcast. They are a race that evolves through absorbing life energy and genetic information. Unfortunately, all the genetic information affects their mind, making them ruthless, arrogant, and inhumanly cruel. There is a perfect example before us, continued Edward with a calm and reassuring tone. Their civilization has long developed spatial technology. Yet, they did place any means to prevent other people from attacking them. The reason? Their arrogance, of course. They are the Akatsuki, they attack and use other civilizations as nourishment for their growth. Who dares attack them? Edward sighed. To all my viewers, if there is a lesson you must learn today, it's this. Prudence is a character trait necessary for the survival and growth of any individual or civilization. Arrogance is the bane of the mighty. No matter how powerful one of you becomes one day, remember to guard against arrogance. The path of magic is long, arduous, and has no end. Even someone like me is a mere student. I may never finish my pursuit of the truth and endless knowledge in my life. Edward's objective is to instill the core idea of the arcanist in these new citizens and also ensure they understand one of the main reasons the Empire has achieved so much in such a short time, always being cautious and not letting arrogance drive them. Otherwise, with how much the Empire has accomplished in less 100 years, the people would be 100 times more arrogant than the Akatsuki. Bang! While Edward was calmly talking, the Akatsuki clan noticed him, and someone attacked this small fleet. An enormous hand that looked like the arm of a Susanoo attacked them. The scary part was that hand was larger than a planet. Unfortunately, this attack level was nothing to the ship's energy shield system. Now, asking all parents and guardians to activate the child protection safety, he calmly added. Many children will be watching this battle, so he cannot show them all the blood and violence. So, a more censored version will be displayed to them. Shinobi children are more mature and used to blood and violence. However, they are still children and will be protected from now on. The only exception that is made to the ninja world because of their culture is children are only considered 15 and below. From 16 years old and above, they are considered adults and can watch the uncensored. The door to the command room opened, and a red golem entered. Compared to the others, he was slimmer, looking more like Ultron than a Hulkbuster of the other golems. What's the result? Asked Edward. The planet at the center is for royal family, where their god, Shive, and his descendants. The noble clan numbers reside in the green, red, and blue planets. There should be a few tier 7. Finally, the yellow planet is where the Brach members lived. Their existence serves only as servants, cannon fodder, and sacrifices to the god tree so the other families can become stronger. That's all the information I could gather. Edward nodded. This golem was a rare seer model with divination. Only a few people in the Empire can create one since an arcanist needs to have knowledge of golem's creation, soul, and divination. So, he technically cannot make one himself. The royal, noble, and branch. Kage was probably a member of the branch. From what he remembered from Naruto, she came to become as Heiki's sacrifice to the god tree planted in the ninja world. One person, suddenly asked Tsunade as she saw an Akatsuki appearing before the fleet, seemingly wanting to challenge it alone. 427 war with the Akatsuki, too, that's not surprising, given the Akatsuki is an individualistic civilization, commented Edward as he looked at the person facing their small fleet. Individualistic civilization, that's a new term, added Tsunade. What does it mean? How do I explain it? Muttered Edward. It means they focused on training the individuals, ensuring each of their members is extremely powerful. Isn't that the same for the Empire? No, the Empire is a technological civilization, minoring in individualism, he explained. As we grow more powerful, we are becoming more individualistic. However, I won't let us abandon the technological aspect. I still don't understand the nuanced differences between the two. A better way to explain it is individualistic civilizations focus on focusing all their resources on one person to ensure they are as powerful as possible. In the case of the Akatsuki clan, it's their god, Shive. And in the case of the empire, it's me. The broadcast heard Edward's words, but he did not shy away from these types of information since they fall under the category of history and anthropology. However, the empire's main focus is still on magical technology. And the benefit of technological civilization is the ability to reach high tiers despite having weak individuals. Before the wizards showed their existence, the Muggles created a Tier 5 civilization with the power of technology and nuclear bombs. And the wizard could only be considered a Tier 3 individualistic civilization. I understand now, nodded Tsunade. Fire the Tier 7 thunder cannon, ordered Edward, and the golem followed his orders. A massive thunderlight fired from the main ship, scaring the Akatsuki members. The latter reacted swiftly as he activated his eyes. The attack enveloped the Akatsuki. It appeared as if the attack had wiped him from existence. However, once the light faded, the latter stood in the same spot in the void without a single scratch on them. The attack failed, said Golem AD, who was controlling the primary system of the ship. Determining the cause of failure, the enemy is immune to energy-based attacks. Finding solution. Solution 1, use a higher concentration of energy attack, Tier 8. Solution 2, use a higher form of energy that can negate this technique, divine, cosmic, or void energy is recommended. Solution 3, use the concussion cannon on the enemy. Commander, do you want any more recommendations? In less than a second, the golem analyzed the situation and created ways to deal with the situation. A weird dojutsu that made people immune to energy attacks? How interesting, commented Edward. Use Solution 3. The concussion cannon was designed to deal with people who could only be handled with only physical attacks. The design is based on the idea of a Tier 7 or 8 aura master punching an enemy with all their strengths. Tier 7 or 8, asked Golem AD. Use Tier 8 to kill him. We need the enemy to take this invasion seriously, ordered Edward, and the golem followed his orders. A new cannon emerged from the ships, attacking the Akatsuki's divine general. The latter sensed its death, so it tried evading the attack. Unfortunately, the cannon has a locked function based on a person's karma and cannot be avoided. Hermione and Edward's latest research on karma have been implemented in the Imperial Navy, increasing the Empire's military prowess. Maybe this Akatsuki could have evaded if it was the first attack. Sadly, the ship already recorded his karma and can use it to lock into him. As such, no matter how far he ran, he could not evade the attack. A tremendous amount of force hit the Akatsuki's divine general. The force was powerful enough to eradicate the entire star system. So, before he could even scream, he exploded into a blood mist, his body and soul annihilated from this universe. Edward nodded in satisfaction with this result. The Desert Mark III are only medium-class ship in the Imperial Navy. However, besides the lack of resources, he had his reason for choosing them for this battle. They were versatile and able to adapt to any environment and situation. Mission success, said Golem AD. Commander, any more orders? We wait. Akatsuki clan's royal clan planet. Using a jutsu similar to the Akatsuki, all the upper echelon members from the different planets held a meeting in an imaginary space where they transmitted their consciousness. The meeting was divided in a way that showed the status of everyone present. There was an empty throne at the very top. Right below, at the foot of the throne, were 2 chairs reserved for the left and right protector. These 2 were the pinnacle of Tier 7, the second most influential individuals of the Akatsuki clan and members of the royal clan or Shive's lineage. Below them were the 27 divine generals, who were also Tier 7. However, the left and right protectors were so powerful that they could single-handed kill more than 10 divine generals. Most of the divine general originated from the royal clan, while the rest were members of the noble clans. Below the divine generals were the divine envoy, and there were 123 of them, all Tier 6. Most were from the noble clan, with only 5 from the branch clan. Who dares to attack our clan? Asked one of the divine generals with blue horns. Is it the Sage clan? Or the immortal gods? I didn't discover any natural energy, so it's not the Sage clan, commented another divine general. The immortal gods would not dare come to our headquarters, even with their immortality. I heard that a god named Jashin has been acting crazy recently. So, he might be crazy enough to do such a thing. Are you guys stupid? Asked another divine general with bull-like horns and a Rinnegan on his forehead. The enemy is obviously the automaton race. They're the only one who uses big and clunky machines like the ones who attack our clan. Who are you calling stupid? Do you want to fight? I dare you to attack first? I would have swallowed you long ago if not for the clan's rules. So, please give the perfect excuse to do so, replied the bullhorn Akatsuki while licking his lips. Enough. As soon as these words came out, the meeting room quieted down. And that's because of the person who spoke, the left divine protector. She was a beautiful woman with a pale complexion, small curve horns, and dressed in a white robe. She had 2 Byakugan and a Rinnegan on her forehead. The enemy easily annihilated Divine General Nishiki, so you should understand what this means, continued the left protector. The situation is more severe than you imagined, said the right protector, a man with blue robes and pointy horns. I've measured the energy level of the previous attacks, and it reached the same level as the Lord. Right protector, your words are blasphemy, yelled one of the divine generals. That's right. No one is as powerful as Lord Shive. Yes, you cannot speak these words easily. Most of the divine generals backed up these claims. Lord Shiva was their almighty god, so how could there exist any person as powerful as him? Even amongst the other factions of this universe, like the Sage clan, the immortal gods, the automatons, and even the traitorous chakra race, no one is on par with Lord Shiva. Shut up, yelled the left protector, releasing a mighty aura that suppressed everyone in the group. This is not the time for pride or arrogance. Our clan might be facing an enemy capable of wiping us out. So, control yourselves. Everyone decided to keep their mouth shut until the situation was clarified. Meanwhile, the right protector looked at a quiet divine general with weird eyes. Ryashiki, what do you think? The right protector was solemn and a little respectful. It was odd, given the strict hierarchical structure of the Akatsuki clan. And that's because this divine general's eyes were unique and contained the power of clairvoyance. Their clan survived many catastrophes during the rise of Lord Shiva and only survived because of these eyes. It's the end, said Ryashiki with a trembling voice. Our clan is coming to an end. What nonsense are you talking about? Yelled another divine general, but Ryashiki did not even look at the person. He seemed lost in his own world. Are you sure? With Lord Shiva's presence, there should be no problem, right? Asked the left protector. Normally, I cannot see the fate of the Lord. But it's different this time, continued Ryashiki. The fog of fate has dispersed, and all I see is the death or capture of the Lord. The room immediately quieted, with people looking at him like he was crazy. 428 War with the Akatsuki. 3. This chapter is not edited. The meeting room remained quiet for a few seconds. Then, the left protector said, "We are entering a state of emergency. Call our members scattered on different planets and dimensions. We will also summon the civilizations we have conquered. All clan members, no matter whether they are royal, noble, or commoners, will meet the enemy." Right protector, said the left protector, looking at her companion. "Don't worry, I will try to wake up Lord Shiva." "That's good," she replied. "I will supervise the battle." The left protector then looked at Ryashiki, "Try to divine a way for our clan's survival. Do whatever is necessary to succeed." Ryashiki was shocked for a moment before realizing the meaning behind these words. There are many clan members with clairvoyant or divination type of dojutsu. However, none were as powerful as him. So, in the current situation, the best option is to increase his power by any means, including breaking the clan's rules and swallowing these people. A ruthless light flashed in Ryashiki's eyes as he nodded. However, as soon as he agreed, 5 people in the room suddenly tried to open a tear in space to escape. Regrettably, the left protector acted swiftly and waved her hand to seal them. So, 2 divine generals and 3 divine envoys were captured and handed to Ryashiki to absorb and increase his power. "Let's go," said the left protector calmly and coldly. In the endless space, Edward watched as numerous Akatsuki members flew from the 5 planets. The majority came from the yellow planets, which is where the branch members lived. "We have detected a massive wave of spatial temporal energy," said Golem AD. "It is estimated the enemy is calling reinforcement. Commander, do you want to block the surrounding space?" "No," replied Edward. "We want them all in one place. Otherwise, we will have to spend more manpower searching for them all over the universe." "As you wish. Then, what is the next command?" "Send in the Golem Legion to intercept the enemy." The Golem executed its order and sent a legion of 100,000 golems, 10 of which were peak tier 7, 2,000 were regular tier 7, and the rest were tier 6. The Golem Legion slaughtered and captured countless Akatsuki. The battle was one-sided due to one reason: information. Edward knew about chakra and even equipped the golems with anti-energy enchantments, focusing on dealing with chakra. So, his legion not only had more high tiers of individuals but also countered the Akatsuki clan. Of course, that was at the beginning of the battle. "Interesting," commented Edward as he watched the sudden change in the battle. "They suddenly became more powerful," said Tsunade. "What's going on?" "They are using nature energy," explained Edward. "I did not expect the Akatsuki to be capable of learning from other civilizations. These guys was too arrogant to ever learn sage art." "Then, what are you going to do?" she asked. "Their increase in strength will only delay their inevitable defeat," commented Edward. "Deploy the fighter pilot legion to take out the weaker branch members." Golem AD executed the order. Numerous small ships suddenly flew out of the 5 spaceships. These ships were small enough for 2 or 3 people but extremely fast. These fighter jets did not have any pilots and were remotely controlled by artificial intelligence under the supervision of Golem AD. They precisely targeted the Akatsuki branch members whose strengths were lower than tier 6. Additionally, the Akatsuki summoned a bunch of other civilizations they conquered and used them as cannon fodders. The fighter jets targeted these people. Edward calmly watched as the enemy's strength drastically reduced. The fighter jets have no problem using suicidal tactics to destroy a large number of Akatsuki members. After all, no one died, and the jet's destruction wasted only resources. "Commander, I've detected a very potent divination attempt toward the Empire," suddenly said the divination golem. "Oh, how powerful." "Seer level. Seer level," mused Edward. "There must be an Akatsuki member with a powerful divination-based dojutsu." His eyes lit up. "I will send you on a mission," he said. "Take a few of the shadow golems and find the source of that divination, capture it alive and bring it back." Edward felt such a powerful eye would be perfect for Luna. and if he can copy it, he will no longer be troubled by his lack of divination talent. At the very least, he won't be as embarrassed. As you command, said the golem before leaving. With the chaos of the current war, it is much easier to infiltrate these 5 planets. Commander, there is a warning of the highest level, said Golem AD. Oh, what's the situation? I have detected a chakra energy level of tier 8 gathering on the royal planet. Oh, is Shive finally showing up? Most likely not. The energy frequency is similar to a weapon, explained Golem AD. When a tier 8 mage uses a powerful attack, their energy frequency differs from a tier 8 weapon. The weapon lacks a certain vitality or life unique to flesh and blood life forms or any living creature. The Akatsuki clan also has many powerful chakra tools, so it should be one of them, commented Edward. Raise our highest level of shield. I don't want to lose any of these 5 ships. Losing any of these ships was too expensive and not worth losing to a mere Akatsuki clan. That's the issue, explained Golem AD. According to my calculations, our shield cannot withstand an attack of this magnitude. Edward pondered for a moment. Tier 8 means the ability to destroy a star system. However, someone who can destroy 1 star system and one who can destroy 100 star systems are still tier 8, but one is overwhelmingly more powerful than the other. Don't worry, I will protect the ship. And that's exactly what Edward did. A powerful energy light suddenly came from the royal planet with the intention of annihilating the 5 ships. So, he waved his hand to create a powerful shield to protect his investments. Fail, said the left protector as she watched the aftermath of her attempt. So, there is really someone as powerful as Lord Shive leading this war? Who is it? No matter how she thought, she could not figure out who it was. Lord Shive had already killed anyone on the same level as him in this universe, and the clan would eliminate anyone with enough potential to reach such a level, resulting in them having too many enemies. So, Left Protector could not discover who was behind this attack since there were too many possibilities. Is this the power of shinjutsus? Muttered Edward. Why does it feel weird and familiar? From what he knew from Naruto, Lord Shive used shinjutsus, which is the highest form of jutsus in the universe. The ninjutsus the ninja used is most likely an imitation of shinjutsu. Things are getting interesting, he thought. Commander, I have detected the enemy stopped emanating spatial energy, said Golem AD. So, they've called back all their members, concluded Edward. Excellent. Execute the bloodline tactic. As you command. All the Golem legions suddenly received orders to execute the bloodline tactic. So, they began to attack the Akatsuki clan with a strange red fog. And everywhere the fog touched, an Akatsuki member would suddenly pass out. It did not matter whether they were divine generals, divine envoys, or regular branch members, they suffered the same fate. And the only reason the left and right protectors did not suffer was that they were not part of the battlefield. What's going on? Asked Tsunade, confused like all the citizens watching this battle back in the ninja planet. This is how advanced technological civilizations fight, explained Edward. We find the weakness of the enemy and develop ways to deal with them. The Akatsuki clan evolves by absorbing numerous genetic information and breaking the limit of their bloodline. However, the information is too much and chaotic, affecting their mind. The fog was created to affect the chaos in their genes, thus overloading their mind and soul. Edward sighed. Once the weakness of a civilization is discovered, it's easy to be targeted by a much more powerful civilization. For example, one of the main weaknesses of the arcane civilization is the heart that holds their mana. If someone could target it, then all arcanists would lose power. Luckily, he fixed that weakness with the arcane heart learned from Devil Heart and the ability to hold mana in the soul dimension. This is also why Edward insisted the Empire use and develop different types of energy. He did not want some higher civilization to find a way to render mana useless, thus crumbling the arcane civilization. Or the reason he wanted arcanists to have strong bodies, he did not want any easily exploited weakness. That's it, asked Tsunade as she watched the mighty Akatsuki clan fall like children fighting an adult. The enemy is defeated. No, there is still one last battle, replied Edward, who sensed a powerful being waking up. 429 The secret of ninjutsu Shive, said Edward as he saw the man who appeared before the small fleet, white skin, 2 upward hordes, a pair of Byakugan, and a Rinnegan on his forehead. He had a peaceful look on his face while his body exuded a noble or divine aura. Are you the one behind the attack on my clan? Asked Shive, his voice hoarse as if he had not spoken in a long time. Meanwhile, his vision ignored the protective enchantments of the spaceship and directly gazed at Edward sitting on the command chair. Danger detected, said Golem AD. Be at ease, reassured Edward. Your task will be to protect the small fleet while recording my battle with the enemy. As you wish. Edward nodded before disappearing from the ship and appearing in front of Shive. I am indeed responsible, replied Edward. Why? I don't think the clan has ever offended you. No, I don't think we've ever interacted before. Why did the Akatsuki clan destroy countless worlds and civilizations by planting the divine tree? So, it's for power, nodded Shive, still calm and peaceful. In that case, it makes sense. He has long learned the universe was a chaotic place where the strong controlled the fate of the weak. The Akatsuki clan was the most powerful civilization in the universe. So, now that there was a civilization on Par, if not more powerful than them, it was normal for them to eradicate their competitors. In that case, let's not waste time, the strongest person will determine the fate of the weakest, declared Shive. Fine by me. However, let's fight far away from this place. Edward did not want their battle to destroy the Akatsuki clan's star system, ruining all his efforts of subduing and capturing them. Shive did not say anything else. A black tear in the void appeared before him, and he entered it. Meanwhile, a portal appeared before Edward, and he also stepped into it. Interesting dimension, commented Edward as he looked at his surroundings. The sky contained a sea of fire for some unknown reason. He could see floating planets, stars, and even entire galaxies floating in emptiness. More importantly, he could feel the surrounding dimension was highly stable, so it was no problem for them to use all their strength and not worry about too much destruction. Shive did not wait for his opponent to admire or analyze the environment. He waved his hand to create an intense blue flame. Edward placed a protective shield before him, easily blocking the attack. Is this the power of Shinjutsu? The chakra has a unique frequency that made it more powerful and easier to manipulate. Ninjutsus required hand signs to perform, and only people with extreme talent or chakra control could use it without hand signs. And that's only for most ninjutsus since some cannot be performed with hand signs. However, Shinjutsu used by Shive does not require any signs. Chakra follows the user's will and desires. That way, Shinjutsus is better than magic spells. Arcanists can use some weak and basic spells without spell models or runes. However, a spell model is required to achieve a potent and stabilized effect when the spell reaches a certain level. Huh, muttered Edward, who suddenly noticed an anomaly. The flame was slowly burning his shield. Something is wrong, thought Edward. Based on my calculation, the amount of chakra he used for that attack should not affect my spell. He sensed the changes in his field and did not detect any special attack targeting his mana or the shield itself. It seems that Shinjutsu has a secret behind its power. Shive saw his attack was useless, so he changed tactics. 2 lightning bolts appeared in his hand, and he threw them at Edward. They flew faster than light, but Edward responded with another shield. However, at the last meeting, a strange power emanated from Shive's eyes, and the lightning bolts ignored Edward's shield and headed straight to him. Despite the current situation, Edward remained calm and analyzed the situation. Right before the bolts hit him, Shive seemed to have detected something, but it was too late. Boom! Edward suddenly changed place with Shive, and the bolts hit him directly. The Akatsuki god suddenly had 2 enormous holes in his body. However, his expression remained calm and indifferent, now showing any emotions. A weird chakra fluctuation emanated from his body, and he returned to his peak state. Interesting, thought Edward. His dojutsu seemed to vary despite having only a normal Byakugan and Rinnegan. From the previous confrontation, he had already detected 2 unique dojutsus, one that allowed Shive to bypass defenses, and the other seemed to detect danger. Maybe he could even see the future, thought Edward before waving his hand to create a green magic circle. Spatial temporal energy emanated from the magic circle and blended with the surrounding. Immediately, Shive frowned as he detected he could no longer see the future. He waved his hand to create hundreds of tiny black spheres, dimension annihilation. Each sphere was a large dimension, and Shive threw them at Edward before exploding them. Regrettably, the spheres did not explode as they were supposed to but returned to Shive before exploding. As a last resort, he had to send them to another dimension not to be affected. It's best not to use spacetime abilities before an expert, commented Edward. Immediately, Shive became irked. He was used to being arrogant in any confrontation. Shinjutsu's cosmic bomb. Shive controlled dozens of floating star systems and hundreds of stars, turning them into bombs at Edward. Boom! Edward was intact with a shield around him. However, he had to use a triple-sided shield, and 2 broke. There is something that makes Shive's Shinjutsu more powerful than it should. And it seems familiar. What is it? Shive knew this attack would be useless. Furthermore, his opponent did not take the fight seriously. So, he used these facts to his advantage for his next attack. Rinnegan, the path of death. Numerous black shadows suddenly came out of Edward's body. A true death attack? You're really not a simple opponent. He could tell Shive's attack involved true death, meaning he could kill his opponent as long as he looked at them for more than a second. Luckily, he was immune to true death attacks, had counterspells engraved in his robes, and controlled the rules of death. Shive frowned as he realized one of his sure victory tactics did not work. He waved his hand to create thousands of truth-seeking balls with the power of destruction. He sent them to distract the enemy while he divided a part of his mind, sending it somewhere. You want to send a part of your mind to the past and kill my weak self, suddenly said Edward after dealing with the truth-seeking balls. However, I've already warned you. Shive's complexion became pale as he bled from his ears, nose, and mouth. His soul was injured. He felt his opponent directly killed the part of his consciousness that traveled to the past, thus affecting his soul. Shive knew it would take time to heal his soul injury, so he focused on the battle. He waved his hand to manifest 10 humongous beasts. The power of creation, commented Edward as he looked at the chakra beasts before him. He could feel that all of them were tier 8, to be precise, they could use 1 tier 8 attack. The chakra beasts opened their mouths and fired a beast bomb at Edward. However, he gathered his mana on his hand and fired an attack similar to a Ki blast attack in Dragon Ball Z. He easily overwhelmed these 10 tier 8 creatures with his massive energy capacity. So, that's how it is, he muttered as he finally understood why Shinjutsus were so powerful. They contained the will of the universe. In other words, the universe will would power up or boost all of Shive's attacks. 430 Coding Edward understood Shive took an alternative path compared to gods and archmages. Gods have a mutually beneficial relationship with the universe's will, allowing them to control the fundamental rules or laws of the universe as a price for their freedom. Edward guessed above Tier 12, the path of godhood may have found a way to remove the restrictions of faith and the divine kingdom. Or maybe, they have to abandon some of their powers to reach higher tiers. Meanwhile, archmages forced the universe will to submit and give them access to the rules. As a result, no matter the universe, an archmage will be powerful and not be restricted. However, for some reason, Kage did not follow the path of controlling authority. Edward did not know whether he did not know of the existence of the rules or whether the universe will of this universe was more resistant to others. Regardless, Kage used the power of the universe will to boost his attack, thus creating the concept of shinjutsu. Did he steal the power of the universe will or come to an agreement with it, thought Edward. Meanwhile, as he was distracted trying to analyze his opponent's jutsu, Kage took action. A small black crack appeared next to him, and something came out from it and entered Kage's body. Strange markings appeared on his face and horns. Sage mode, uttered Edward, but it was not finished. A white chakra cloth enveloped Kage, drastically increasing his aura in the process. Another mode similar to Nine-Tail Chakra mode or even Tensagen Chakra mode, he thought, realizing Kage was prepared to go all out. However, he did not care. After seeing the latter's shinjutsus, he had an idea he wanted to try. So, he needed a more comprehensive understanding of shinjutsu. Shinjutsu, universe push. A terrifying gravitational force suddenly squashed Edward into meat sauce. Crack. His 5-layer shield barely held on, leaving countless cracks. This attack was not a simple use of gravity. He controlled the gravitational force of the entire universe to use that attack. Edward could feel this attack was approaching the limit of Tier 8, reaching his current power without any boost. Regardless, his eyes lit up as he came closer to analyze the essence of shinjutsu. Kage frowned after seeing his attack failed. Then, millions of different versions of himself suddenly appeared in the void. Shadow clone jutsus, muttered Edward, knowing this jutsus was one of the most broken abilities in Naruto, especially after being boosted by Kage's shinjutsus. Two can play at this game. He instantly converted his mana into chakra before also using the multiple shadow clone jutsu. This jutsu is one of the few who is not well transferred into mana. Edward can use clone spells using mirror magic, clone magic, and even transmutation. However, he could not create as many clones as the multiple shadow clone jutsu. After creating the clone, he did not stop. He then cast multiple auxiliary spells like agility boost, increase attack, defense reinforcement, vitality boost, and many others. As such, his clones were much stronger than Kage, thus winning the confrontation. Kage summoned 20 odd-looking Akatsuki members with different horns and eyes. Their auras were similar to the left and right protectors. Edo Tensei analyzed Edward. Then, something unexpected occurred. The 20 people fused until there were only 3 individuals. 3 Tier 8 Akatsuki, muttered Edward. The 3 of them took a position that formed a triangle before gathering their power together to fire a white beam at Edward. Shinjutsu, particle-style light beam. Edward remained calm and did not even use a shield to block the attack. He raised his hand and stopped it directly with his body. With his aura and powerful body, the attack only burned his skin and muscles and destroyed a dozen bones and organs. His limbs were intact, so it was a minor injury. But, despite his current state, his eyes were bright as he appeared excited. I should be able to do it, he muttered as his phoenix bloodline activated to heal his injuries. He pointed his hand to cast a simple fireball spell. Boom! The 3 Edo Tensei Akatsuki scattered into dust, burned into oblivion. I succeeded. His purpose from the beginning was to see if he could copy Kage's shinjutsu, and he did. However, he did not use the universe will to boost his spell, but his own willpower. This method is similar to One Piece's Conqueror coding. Edward cast a thunder spell before infusing his willpower. He suddenly noticed a strange mark appeared on the rune spells. He tried another ice spear spell, and the same pattern emerged. It is similar to the black lightning of Conqueror coding. Edward fired these spells, and Kage evaded. Unfortunately, dozens more spells surrounded him as Edward tested his new technique. He forced Kage to use more shinjutsu to learn from him. So, with time, as the Akatsuki god was backed into a corner, Edward's proficiency in the will coding technique drastically increased until he caught up with Kage's level. According to his calculation, this technique can boost a spell from 10% to as high as 5 times its normal strength. And that's only because he only recently developed it, and it's still in the early stages. Furthermore, the spell had other forms of properties not yet detected. Edward calmly looked at the pale Kage. The previously high and domineering god was replaced by a man on the verge of breaking. I guess it's enough playing around, commented Edward. So, it's time for the last experiment. He no longer hesitated and activated his arcane spark. With the power of his karma, he used a Tier 9 sealing spell. Edward knew the limit of this world as Tier 8, so he wanted to know what would happen if someone used power beyond that tier. He suddenly frowned as he felt the universe will repelling him and even trying to force him out of this universe and into the void. So that's how it is. His eyes were full of wisdom as he figured out many things. This universe was small, containing exactly 100,000 galaxies. One of the reasons people of Tier 9 or higher cannot appear in this universe was not only because of the restriction of world source but a defense mechanism of the universe will to prevent anyone from destroying the universe. As long as someone reaches tier 9, they can destroy the universe galaxy by galaxy. The only issue is time. After figuring out this truth, he reduced his spell to the limit of this world. Unfortunately, the tired Shive could not resist his fate of being sealed. Edward took a crystal in his hand that contained Shive. He opened a portal to leave this dimension. The spaceships had already taken over the 5 planets of the Akatsuki clans. So, he went to the royal clan planet. How was the broadcast? He asked Golem AD. Everything proceeded smoothly, replied the Golem. According to the recent data, your approval rating amongst the shinobi has drastically increased. Excellent. For the next month, I want most channels to show and talk about this battle. The media is a great way to brainwash the masses, and Edward has used this tactic too many times to count. He was now an expert. What about the mission I sent the divination Golem? It was a success, replied Golem AD. They've captured an individual called Ryashiki with a unique eye for divination. More good news, nodded Edward, thinking Luna should be happy with this gift. Found someone to do the preliminary research on the eye. Yes, Commander. I believe I can trust the rest to you. There is no problem, replied Golem AD. And if there is, I will contact you immediately. Good, replied Edward before heading to seat Tsunade. However, he found her aura quiet and maybe even a little sad or gloomy. What's wrong? Did the fight shock you? It did, but that's not what I was thinking. Then, tell me what's on your mind. I can't read minds. Well, I can, but that's impolite. So, please use your words. Tsunade almost gave him the side-eye. I was just thinking about how you easily seal that god. I could not help but think that a more powerful individual will suddenly appear someday and seal you away, just like you did to him. Edward paused for a moment. This possibility is higher than you imagine. The Empire has many technological marvels or forbidden knowledge that countless gods lust after. So, if I'm too weak, I will have the same fate as this Shive. 431 other civilizations. Your world is too dangerous, concluded Tsunade, shaking her head. No place is completely safe, countered Edward. You saw the intervention of the Akatsuki clan in the 4th Shinobi War. Without Naruto, Sasuke, and Hagio Romo, your world would have been in trouble. However, what you don't know is a dozen years later, the peace of the ninja world was again broken. The Akatsuki returned, Sasuke died, and Naruto lost the 9 tails and was sealed. The world had to rely on Naruto's son to save it. Tsunade quieted for a moment. She knew the Akatsuki clan would never give up a world full of life like the ninja world since it's the perfect place to plant the god tree and condense a chakra fruit. So, what would the fate of the ninja world be without Edward's appearance? Maybe a savior would be born to save the ninja world, similar to Sasuke and Naruto. Or maybe, the ninja world would be destroyed. Is it a sin to be weak in this vast universe? Asked Tsunade with a sigh. Unfortunately, it is, replied Edward. It's been a long and tired day, so rest. We will return home in a few days to continue researching the chakra system. Tsunade nodded before leaving. Meanwhile, Edward continued working. He took a few potions to recuperate from the battle. Then, he began to work with Morgana to analyze the new willpower coding technique and the other things he learned during the battle. However, Golem AD contacted him the next day, saying it was urgent. So, he had to see it. What's the matter? 3 civilizations send an ambassador to see us. They are waiting in the room next door, explained Golem AD. Oh, who are they? The Sage clan, the automatons, and the Chakra race. Interesting names, muttered Edward, as he had never heard of these things from Naruto. So, it's most likely things related to other galaxies, not shown in the manga or anime. Let's see them in the throne room, he ordered. Also, send me the information we have on these clans. Yes. Edward sat in a golden throne room, calmly waiting. Soon afterward, 3 unique individuals appeared before him, an enormous snake, a human-sized robot resembling Gundam, and another towering beast with 12 tails. Immediately, he realized they were all tier 7 and was a little surprised. Salutation to you, your majesty, said the giant snake, and the others followed to show their respect. While waiting for Edward's appearance, they learned a few pieces of information about the Empire and proper etiquette for meeting the Emperor. Typically, these people would not care about things like etiquette. Unfortunately, the so-called Arcane Empire single-handed annihilated the Akatsuki clan. At ease, said Edward as he observed each individual. From the snake, he sensed an enormous amount of nature energy. The Sage clan, thought Edward as he remembered the 3 places in the ninja world where people can learn sage art. According to his theory, the Great Toad Sage from Mount Myaboka did not become the way it was because it was a unique race. He believed the latter was only a regular toad but was very sensitive to nature energy. After discovering Mount Myaboka, a place with tremendous concentration of nature energy by accident, or maybe born there, the toad absorbed nature energy, evolving to gain intelligence. Then, it gathered other toads with similar talent, and Mount Myaboka became what it was today. The same was for the other 2 Senjutsu's places. Edward previously believed these 3 were a unique case in the ninja planet. However, he now understood this was not true. A similar thing occurred in different parts of the universe. Then, as these creatures became more powerful, they began to explode the universe and discovered each other. They banded together and became the Sage race. Edward then observed the robot while overviewing the information he knew from the Akatsuki clan's database. The origin of the automaton clan is simple and cliché, a technology civilization created artificial intelligence. They gained sentience and wiped out that civilization before making their own. The only interesting thing about them is a branch of their civilization originated from chakra puppets who gained sentience. Finally, it was the chakra race. They were created by the Akatsuki clan and were essentially the same as tail beasts in the ninja world. However, they revolved against the clan and became a separate race. I'm glad you are all here, said Edward after taking less than a second to analyze all these people. However, I would like you to be blunt about your intentions. The Sage clan and Chakra race frowned. Meanwhile, the automaton did not mind Edward's directness since it valued efficiency above everything else. It did not want to waste time on pleasantries and talking around the bush. Although it has programs that allowed him to partake in these activities, it did not mean he wanted to use them. We have two primary objectives, said the automaton, looking directly at Edward. Although no emotions were displayed on its face, he would be frowning if possible. Countless data flashed in its eyes as it tried to analyze Edward. However, a unique and powerful field around the latter obscured all his programs, frustrating him a little. The only thing he could discern was the latter had a massive amount of energy inside his body. Objective 1. Contact the person capable of wiping out the Akatsuki. Objective 2. Discover their intention and attitude towards other civilizations. Edward nodded before saying, then, I will answer you. The Sage clan and Chakra race can integrate into the Empire. You will be my citizens and have all the rights of other races, species, or ethnicities. What? Are you serious? Asked the snake. However, Edward did not answer him but looked at the automaton. Your civilization should have a source code. If the robot had a heart, it would skip a beat after hearing this. The source code is the highest secret of their civilizations, it is the source of all artificial intelligence and the reason for their existence. So, no one, including the Akatsuki clan, should have known about it. Hand over the source code, and you can be spared. That is impossible. Anyone who controlled the source code could control all the automatons of the civilization, basically becoming the master of the entire civilization. Then, prepare for annihilation, said Edward calmly. He was paranoid about any robot civilizations because of their rapid possibility for growth given the right environment and circumstances. As such, even though his arcane civilization has many ways to prevent the rise of artificial intelligence, he never lowers his guard against them or gives them any chance. Otherwise, Edward believed the arcane empire would have developed even faster than it currently was. He looked at the other two again and continued, I will give you the coordinate to our main planet. You can send ambassadors to see how the empire integrates humans, Sage clan, and even Chakra race into one. You can also take this opportunity to experience our laws, customs, and cultures. Afterward, if you still refuse to surrender, you can prepare for war. However, you can rest assured. We are not the Akatsuki clan. In the upcoming war, we will not kill all of you and ensure the war ends as soon as possible. All we want is your surrender. The two ambassadors swore they had never had to use so much effort to control themselves. They hated how calm and reassured this so-called arcane emperor was. It was like fighting with their civilization was child's play. I hope your majesty's arrogance is warranted, said the snake, snorting before gliding out of the room. The tall beast groaned before leaving. The automatons calmly left, but he was the most worried. Edward calmly watched them leave before muttering, I've been here for too long. I don't want to waste time with you people. He summoned Golem AD and said, prepare for battle. Tomorrow, we will conquer the automaton race and capture an immortal god. Yes, Commander. 432 The Lost Timelines. Edward did not waste time. The following day, he boarded the ship and attacked the automaton race. And since this time, he was not doing a broadcast, so he was quick, ruthless, and efficient. He used all the golem he had in his interdimensional ring, adding a total of 1 million. Although a small force, it was enough to conquer such a small civilization. The automatons did not accept their fate and fought back rigorously. Among the top civilization of this universe, they had one major advantage, numbers. With enough resources, they can mass-produce robots and spaceships of different tiers. So, once they meet an enemy of a similar level, they can use a large number of cannon fodders to either overwhelm or consume their enemies. This advantage is one of the reasons the Akatsuki could not easily wipe them out. Of course, the main reason for their survival is that they serve no real value to the Akatsuki since they were not flesh and blood, thus could not be sacrificed to the god tree to condense chakra fruit. Unfortunately for the automaton, they met Edward, a paranoid ruler. The golems used the anti-technology spell the empire developed to fight intelligence or other pure technology-based civilizations. They also used numerous viruses that targeted their central control server, cutting off their communication and access to the web. The viruses also corrupted much artificial intelligence and turned them against their kind. Despite all of this, they put up a great fight. Edward also discovered another reason for this civilization's survival, a Tier 8 weapon. He also guessed the others, like the Sage clan and even Chakra race, may have similar methods. Edward then took action and took control of the weapon to study and incorporate into the empire. Then, under his leadership, the mighty automaton civilization was almost destroyed in 3 days. Luckily, the highest authority of the civilization realized fighting was useless and made the rational choice to ensure their survival, surrender and hand over the source code. Edward looked at the representative of the automaton. She was a blue humanoid robot. She looked quite beautiful, similar to the human aesthetic. So, even a life form like yours has the instinct to survive, he commented. It seems your majesty has some prejudice against our race, said Sylvia. We are creatures with emotions and creativity. You can say we have a soul. The only difference between humans and us, besides flesh, is we choose to use logic and rationality in all actions and decisions. I am indeed biased against your race, replied Edward. Unfortunately, this will not change anytime soon. That is a shame. Can I ask what will be our fate? Asked Sylvia with great calmness. She did not look like someone whose entire civilization was just conquered. The advantage of your civilization is number. As long as you have enough resources, you can increase your population, commented Edward. So, I will place this feature to good use. I need your race to mine resources for me. Mining? No problem. I will give you 6 months. I need you to mine all the resources of this universe, turning it into a desolate place. Sylvia frowned. That will require a large population. You can use a small portion of the resources to increase your population. That's fine. Do you have any rules or restrictions? No, I only need efficiency. Additionally, population is also part of the mining. As long as you find any place with life, bring them back. Limited to humans. No, the race does not matter. As you wish, she replied before leaving to accomplish her order. Meanwhile, Edward relaxed. He used too many resources when creating the Tier 10 floating city, so he's going to plunder without control to make up for it. This timeline is only the first. I should be able to plunder a few hundreds timeline before the universe will exile me. After conquering the automaton, the other top civilizations were shocked by the power displayed by the Arcane Empire. They now understood the Emperor had the capacity to treat war with them like it was child's play. So, many people prepared to send an ambassador to Ninja Planet to see how the Empire operates. Meanwhile, Edward targeted the Immortal God's civilization. Sadly, these people were experts at hiding and covering their tracks because of the persecution of the Akatsuki clan. According to the information he received from the clan, Edward knew the Immortal Gods were the favorite sacrifice of the Akatsuki. These gods were immortal and would revive after the sacrifice. Furthermore, they created the best chakra fruits. So, they became experts at hiding to prevent the Akatsuki from hunting them down. After searching for a while with no result, Edward had to use divination to find them. Although these immortal gods seemed to have high immunity to divination, he had a powerful medium to find one, Haydn, a member of the Akatsuki. He worshipped the immortal god, Jashin. Through him, Edward could find Jashin's location and capture him. On his return trip home, Edward did not do a preliminary analysis of this immortal god. What a strange god, he commented, looking at the imprisoned Jashin before him. Indeed, commented Morgana. His immortality originated from his faith. As long as he has followers, he will never die. However, he does not have any divine energy. Edward nodded as he reviewed the data he had gathered. The source of the immortal god was their faith. They used faith instead of divine energy like the gods back home to cast spells or create miracles. Who knew faith was so volatile and could be used as such, commented Edward. In his universe, the gods must convert faith into divine energy through their divine flame. But in this world, the gods directly use faith as a power source. They have a high immunity to the corruption of faith compared to the gods in our world or the one from the Konosuba universe, but they are still all crazy, added Morgana, observing Jashin. We do not have as much data on our gods to make a conclusion. Edward shook his head. Most of the data about gods originated from Herpo the Foul and the false gods the Empire created. Regardless, these immortal gods are a great specimen to study. We should capture all of them. You're right, create a task force to search for them, he said. Ask the other civilization for their help. After returning home, Edward took some time to settle the previous research team of the chakra system. Subsequently, he had another clone study the immortal god. Orochimaru was interested in this god and asked to be part of this study. Edward agreed as long as he finished his research first. Then, he went on a press tour around the shinobi world, increasing his prestige through a few interviews and appearances. He took advantage of the previous war and broadcast to further incorporate the people of this planet into the empire. Finally, he also returned to the lab for his plan to proceed. He created a magical artifact that looked like a gray soccer ball. He enchanted millions of magic runes on this artifact before succeeding. The process took him an entire month and half of the precious materials in his interdimensional ring. Success, he muttered as he exhaled. Great job, master, said the little elf. Thank you, he replied as he looked at the final product. What's wrong? No, I'm thinking how this thing could create a protagonist if I drop it in any random universe, replied Edward. They can use it to become super powerful, push the technology tree of their planet to a higher level, or even rule the world. True. And if it's a high-level universe, they could become Tier 12 and break the limit of the universe. Tier 11, maybe. However, Tier 12? The chances are minuscule, added Edward. Of course, they would have to find the energy to activate it. Otherwise, it would be useless. He no longer wasted time and injected his mana into the artifact. It lights up before projecting a picture of the starry sky. However, the images did not stay for even a second as they changed to another one. Sometimes, the pictures appeared to be the same, but the two knew they were not. After a few hours, the artifact stopped spinning, and a few pictures remained before Edward. Found them, he muttered with bright eyes. The Lost Timelines. Chapter 433, Reincarnators. Edward did not waste time. He activated his device and disappeared from the research room. He found himself floating in emptiness. Looking down, he saw the ninja planet separated by a grey protective shield made of void energy. Is this what a stolen timeline looks like? He muttered as he looked at the protected shinobi planet. He knew although it only looked like the Naruto world was the only place the Lord God stole, that was not the truth, it stole the entire universe. Morgana, I remember asking somebody to study the technology to steal a timeline. How is it going? Luna and Rowena found stolen timelines back home, so Edward tasked some people to study the method used by Lord God. He wanted to reproduce the latter's technology. They determined it was too high of a task to steal an entire timeline. Such a technology is not something we can currently create, replied the little elf. So, they just gave up? Asked Edward with a frown as he thought some people were lazy and using his funding for private purposes. No, they focused on the technology to isolate the Empire's timeline and prevent outside forces from coming in. That's good. I remember Rowena was the supervisor of this project. How is it going? She is too busy with her own research, but she did provide them with enough data to have some accomplishments. Let me send you the result. Edward closed his eyes to review the research. Meanwhile, his sphere artifact floated above the grey shield around the ninja planet and analyzed it. After about an hour, the sphere floated back to Edward. Fail, he thought. The artifact concluded it was incapable of breaking through the void energy, meaning it was most likely the work of a powerful Lord God. Let's proceed to the next one, he ordered, and the artifact opened a portal to the following stolen timeline. They proceed as such for an entire week, searching timeline after timeline. Found it, muttered Edward with excitement. According to the artifact's analysis, the intensity of the void shield around this timeline was nothing compared to the others. More importantly, he could break through. Excellent, muttered Edward, who did not immediately enter. Instead, he returned to his timeline and prepared. He filled his interdimensional ring with more golems and numerous legions from the conquered automaton's civilization. His ring already had many weapons, so he ensured they were readied for battle or to respond to any unexpected situation. Finally, he even placed a few planets and stars inside to use as a bomb in case of an emergency. Finally, he returned to that stolen timeline. Edward took out a small metal sphere that contained void energy. Then, numerous tattoos appeared on his face as he entered Mana Sage mode. Under this boosted state, he calmly removed the void energy inside. Truly a unique power, he commented. After years of studying, countless research and experiments, and with his elevated sensitivity of the Sage mode, he finally found the core characteristics or power of void energy, space-time, creation, and destruction. Rowena had long discovered the power of space-time. Then, they theorized the possibility of destruction, given the terrifying ability to annihilate everything that void energy had. However, another theory was that the destructive capabilities resulted from chaotic space-time characteristics. Finally, he discovered the creation characteristics after coming to this world. I wonder whether void energy is a naturally occurring energy or something someone created. If it were the latter, it would be scary. Removing these thoughts from his mind, he focused on the task at hand. He activated the space-time characteristic of void energy to create a shield around him. Then, he forced his way into the stolen timeline. Previously, Luna and Rowena had to force themselves in, encountering countless dangers in the process. Learning from their experiences, Edward created a safer way to enter. As the two shields clashed, he suppressed the enemy's destruction and creation characteristics with his own while combining the space-time characteristics to teleport himself in. This was more challenging to accomplish than it sounds. He only recently touched the level of destruction rules or authority, so he could barely control the ones in his void energy to confront the Lord God. He knew little to nothing regarding the power of creation, so he had to use brute force and his willpower to achieve it. Finally, he was a master of space-time, so he had no trouble taking over the enemy space-time characteristics and combined with his. Boom! Edward forcibly entered the stolen timeline with only a few injuries. However, these were nothing to the current him. He removed the void energy in his body, and his body naturally regenerated. Then, he used a spell to hide his breath and entered the ninja world. Ninja world, 4th shinobi world. Two people were in the midst of an intense battle. However, these people were extremely odd. A man with dark skin and dreads looked at a woman who seemed half European and Eastern Asian. Michelle, today, I will defeat you and deal a major blow to the Shinobi Alliance's side. Tobias, you've said this every time we fight, replied Michelle, moving her long black hair. It's different today. We will see, she said as three people manifested behind her, one wearing blue clothes, another red, and the other white. Tobias frowned briefly before returning to normal. It seems your innate curse technique has evolved. Isn't it normal? Replied Michelle, already on guard. Since the enemy was so confident, she needed to be 10 times more careful. That was the only way to survive the Samsara Hall. Tobias no longer talked and rushed toward his enemy. The blue clothes person behind Michelle rushed to stop him. However, Tobias' arm suddenly was all black, like armor, and he punched the latter. Bang! The blue puppet created an ice shield, but Tobias' attack quickly broke the ice. The force from his attack pushed the puppet backward. However, he suddenly sensed something from behind and moved the size. A fireball appeared in the position he was standing. Tobias suddenly jumped a few meters, and his foot stepped in the air, using it as a stepping tool to accelerate beyond his normal speed. Tobias rushed to a place 5 meters from Michelle and punched the empty air. But suddenly, the white cloth puppet suddenly appeared with blood all over its body and many broken bones. Your observation hacky? Asked Michelle. You can see in the future. You're very sharp. Damn it, cursed Michelle, knowing the situation had changed. With Tobias's new strength, the balance of this war might shift to the Akatsuki's side. And if their sides lose this war, the Shinobi Alliance members will either die in battle or be forced to pay a lot of samsara points to the Lord God. Enough playing around, said Tobias. Soru? He rushed toward his opponent with great speed. Michelle reacted as she summoned her white puppet to stop the opponent. However, she knew it was useless and only wanted to sacrifice it to buy enough time. As expected, Tobias destroyed the white puppet with one punch before continuing his path. Michelle used this opportunity to summon her blue and red puppet to use the yin-yang blast. However, a chill ran down her spine as she saw the smile on Tobias. It was as if the latter expected the situation. Tobias suddenly appeared behind the two puppets and attacked. Rankyaku. He whipped his leg to create a sword slash that cut off the two puppets' heads. Then, he instantly appeared before Michelle and punched her. This attack should have killed her, but she condensed her curse energy to condense a shield before her. Not dead. Oh, you've mastered the reverse curse technique. Curse energy originated from negative human emotions, making it impossible to be used to heal. However, extremely talented jujitsu sorcerers can reverse it into positive energy to heal. Chapter 434, New Mission. It does not matter in the end, you will surely die in my hands today, said Tobias as he activated his armament haki. How could you be so strong? Asked Michelle. They had fought multiple times, and the enemy was never this powerful. I went on a suicide mission on the Akatsuki battlefield and survived, he calmly replied, and Michelle understood the reason for the tremendous change. The Samsara Hall is a place where points are omnipotent. As long as you have them, you can do anything, including instantly rising to higher tiers. However, missions are not so easy to survive. By nature, the tasks of the Samsara Hall are perilous, but the higher the danger, the higher the reward. So, she knew Tobias used the reward from his mission to learn advanced haki. Tobias no longer talked nonsense and attacked. Meanwhile, Michelle had a look of despair on her face. Her reverse curse technique was slow in healing her injuries, so she knew she would not survive another attack. As she watched the fist, she saw her life flashing before her eyes. Bang! A terrifying explosion occurred where Michelle lay on the floor. Tobias suddenly frowned as he felt something was wrong. He checked the object he had hit. A puppet, he muttered before thinking of something that made his face turn ugly. He looked at his surrounding and saw the sky was dark. Many puppets lay on the floor, some broken and some intact. Meanwhile, Michelle had 5 puppets of different colors floating before her. A domain expansion, he muttered with seriousness. Only the most talented jujitsu sorcerer can awaken their domain expansion. No, it should be an incomplete. But even then, this showed Michelle's talent for curse energy. She should achieve a complete domain after training for a while. And if she uses samsara points, she will instantly complete it. Even with an incomplete domain expansion, I can still kill you. Arrogant, said Tobias before rushing to his opponent. Unfortunately, the 5 puppets stopped him with elemental attacks like ice, fire, thunder, and light. Additionally, he had to watch out for the puppet, who could become invisible. Bang! Tobias crashed on the floor. Although he had future sight with his observation haki, the opponent used a large-scale area and did not give room to evade. However, as a person who trains in the One Piece system, his defense and stamina were abnormal. So, his injuries were minor things to him. Tobias rushed toward his opponent as if he had given up on his life. Michelle did not hesitate to bomb him again. However, Tobias used full-body armament haki to tank the attack and get close to the enemy with the greatest attack, the thunder puppet. He punched it in its head. During the process, black lightning flashed in armament haki's fist. Without any surprise, the puppet's head popped like a balloon. Conqueror coding, said Michelle with a grave expression. The enemy had learned 2 types of advanced haki applications, thus drastically increasing his danger level. 1 down, 4 to go, muttered Tobias. Michelle looked at the destroyed puppet with gritted teeth. If her domain was complete, she could use the parts around to fix it. Unfortunately, these parts can only be used to exchange positions with her, saving her life. However, she only had 4 more chances or lives. If she could not kill Tobias with these chances, she would die in the Naruto world. Tobias understood his opponent should be difficult to kill after how the latter escaped his last killing blow. So, he prepared for a prolonged battle, which was to his advantage. The admirals in One Piece can fight for 10 days and nights. Although he has not reached that level, he could still battle for 3 days straight with no issue. Ding, ding. Before either could move, they heard a sound and simultaneously looked at the watch on their wrist. Although it looked ordinary, the watch did not have a single scratch on it despite their intense battle. And it was unsurprising to these two as they knew the watch would be intact even if the entire solar system exploded. Immediately, Tobias and Michelle's faces became ugly as they read the information they received. Even Tobias, a man with high willpower, could not help trembling. And that's because of the news the Samsara Hall sent. Attention to all reincarnators, your timeline has been invaded by a Tier 8 legendary arcanist, resulting in changes to the mission. Previous mission, join the Shinobi Alliance or the Akatsuki, and win the 4th Great Shinobi War. Difficulty, Extreme. Level, Tier 6 battlefield. Status, cancel. Point rewards, calculated based on the reincarnator's performance. Generating new mission, survive 3 days. Difficulty, nightmare. Level, Tier 8 or above. No, thought Tobias, as his mind worked on overdrive. He had already planned his entire life and future rise to power. In this Naruto world, he had acquired the 8 inner gates and intended to combine them with other power systems from Samsara Hall and permanently open the gates. Upon success, his body will reach an unimaginable level, and he will rise from Tier 4 to Tier 5. Then, he will go to the Dragon Ball universe to learn Ki. With his Haki and 8 inner gates foundation, it should be no problem to rapidly reach Tier 6. Finally, he will do a few missions to exchange a Saiyan bloodline. Then, the path to Tier 10 and above will open to him as he masters Super Saiyan Blue and Ultra Instinct. He might even find a way to become an angel. But now, everything changed as death loomed over him. No, I must survive no matter what. His mind rushed faster than ever before as he created an initial survival plan. As a reincarnator, he lived on the brink of death in every mission, so he knew he had to remain calm at all costs. He looked at Michelle. Do you want to continue fighting? Michelle did not say anything but removed her domain. She knew it was pointless to continue fighting. Do you want to team up? Asked Michelle. Although they were previously enemies, the situation had changed, so working together might not be a bad idea. Tobias frowned after hearing the question. Can your puppet substitution technique be used on others? Yes, but I have to sacrifice 3 times more puppets. In her domain expansion, she has 12 puppets she can use for substitution, meaning she has 12 lives. However, once she uses it on someone else, she has to sacrifice 3 puppets to save 1 life. How can I trust you? Continued Tobias. I have a magical contact from the world of Warcraft. We can sign it. Good. Tobias and Michelle did not waste time and quickly came up with an agreement and signed it. What's your plan? Asked Michelle. We need to meet Commander Sasha. Her, said Michelle with a frown. Wait, do you want to? This might be our only chance. Good. Let's go. A few kilometers away from this group, Edward, who was hiding with an invisible spell, watched an interesting battle. A young man who seemed Hispanic descent wore a military-inspired uniform. The other was fighting against numerous white Zetsus. The earth around the young man floated above his head as he used them to smash these creepy white things. And once they got too close, a powerful energy wave emanated from his body and pushed them away. Psychic energy, analyzed Edward. Where is the origin of his power? He knew there should be no psychic energy in the Naruto world, so this young man should acquire it from another universe. However, there could be many sources for this power, including the X gene from X-Men. Let's scan his body first. Without the young man's knowledge, Edward scanned his body down to every atom of his existence. What's the result? He asked Morgana, knowing she could process the data faster than him. There seems to be a virus that forcibly changed his DNA structure and life code, explained Morgana. However, the process seemed very rough and extremely dangerous. It's a miracle he survived. Virus. His eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be the T-virus? Resident Evil is one of the favorite world lord gods used to send reincarnators in their first mission. The world is low-level, dangerous enough for ordinary people, and it has a high probability of acquiring superpowers through different viruses. While in deep thought, Edward suddenly noticed the young man looking at his watch, and his face became ugly. Have I been detected? He muttered. Who? Yelled the young man. Edward appeared before him, and before he could react, he waved his hand to imprison him. Chapter 435, Soul Dimension Layers. You're the legendary arcanist, asked Hernandez. So, you've heard of me, said Edward with a smile. Your Lord God is faster than I anticipated. Hernandez did not know how to react. The being before him was a Tier 8 powerhouse. Tier 8 was the pinnacle in the entire Samsara Hall, and there probably were only 30 of them despite the millions of reincarnators. I would ask you for information, but I guess you'll die the moment you try to answer them, added Edward, and Hernandez quickly nodded his head, hoping this arcanist would be kind-hearted to let him go. Although he knew such a thing was only possible in his dream. Your facial expression changed after looking at the watch, so you must have received the information about my arrival from it, he commented as he looked at the black watch. However, the thing was empty, and he could not see anything. Is it linked to his visual cortex? He muttered before pointing his eyes in front of Hernandez's eyes, accessing his retina and visual cortex. Nothing? Then, it must be linked to his soul, he analyzed. Morgana. Yes, master, replied the little elf with purple. Scan the watch and give me an analysis. AI, Captain, she replied before looking intensely at the watch. A few minutes later, she said with a frown, the material of this watch is very unique. I've never seen such a complex atomic structure. What did you find? By my preliminary analysis, this thing seems indestructible, even more than the magicium you created. So, it can even survive void energy. Yes, it could probably survive a void energy bomb capable of destroying hundreds of timelines. Edward was surprised. 100 timelines equaled 100 universes. Anything else? That's the issue. I can analyze the material of the watch, but I am clueless about the technology of this watch. In my eyes, it's nothing but a well-crafted metal. That means the technology is beyond something we have ever come in contact with. Yes, which is both good and bad news, nodded Morgana. The bad news is they are clueless, but the good news is the Empire will benefit immensely by deciphering this technology. Even analyzing the material composition of the watch will benefit them. Meanwhile, Hernandez was speechless by their conversation. He heard many casters and scientists try to analyze the Samsara watch but failed to identify the material. But these two figured it out in a few minutes. As for void energy, he has heard of it since the Samsara Hall sells it, but the price is simply ridiculous. Furthermore, a Tier 7 immortal cultivator once tried to study void energy to create a powerful spell to fight above his tier. Unfortunately, something went wrong, and the energy annihilated him. So, void energy is considered taboo in the Samsara Hall, even amongst the tier mages, scientists, or other power systems. Edward looked at Hernandez. The Lord God should have placed some restrictions in your soul in case you tried to reveal its secret. Let's search for it. With a glance, he entered Hernandez's soul dimension, which was an all-white space. He knew this was the surface level, and most go deeper to find the latter's soul and secrets. Edward took one step, and the surroundings changed. He saw an image of a younger Hernandez being rejected by a beautiful woman with black hair. That night, the latter drank too much before finding a black watch. The watch asked him, "Do you want to know the meaning of life?" Yes/no. Drunk and filled with numerous emotions, Hernandez chose yes and became a reincarnator. The exciting thing is he did not regret that choice since the Samsara Hall allowed him to live a more thrilling and fulfilling life. As for the risk of death, Hernandez believed death was easier than the pain he suffered that night. Interesting kid, commented Edward. He knew this was the second layer of the soul dimension, often in the form of a core memory of its owner, but he needed to reach the third layer. He took one more space, and the scene changed again. He looked at a castle in the distance. The third layer is usually where the soul resides and where arcanists leave their protection. It could be in the form of castles like Hernandez, massive walls, a labyrinth, an armada of spaceships, or even a simple computer with encrypted passwords. Such a poor soul defense. Edward shook his head before turning into motes of lights and infiltrating the castle. After a few minutes, he found Hernandez's soul in one of the weapons rooms. How did you get in here? Hernandez spent a lot of samsara points to buy a soul defensive treasure from an immortal cultivator. Most reincarnators will do the same, knowing the importance of the soul. Kid, if I could have forcefully summoned your soul to the first layer if I did not want to be careful and not injure you. First layer? What's that? Edward paused as he forgot this person probably knew little to nothing about the soul. Forget it. Please don't resist and make my job more challenging. Hernandez snorted coldly. This is my sea of consciousness. According to the cultivator's methods, I am God and omnipotent in this place. As he said these words, his soul body grew to 20 meters, wearing golden armor and 2 hammers. Ridiculous, uttered Edward as a strange wave emanated from his body. Immediately, Hernandez's body shrunk, and a rope tied him up, rendering him immobile. Even if you have the home advantage, the difference between my soul and yours is comparable to a small rock, and the sun, not to mention you have zero to little knowledge about the soul. Although Hernandez used psychic energy, it was not the type that mainly originated from the soul but the type that relied on the evolution of the brain and DNA. So, his advantage in the soul dimension was less apparent than other psychic users. Furthermore, he was only tier 3. You seem to have read too many cultivation novels, commented Edward as he analyzed the latter's soul. My dream is to be a supreme cultivator. Then, why are you using the psychic system? I don't have a spirit root, so I wanted to save enough points to buy the best spirit root for cultivation. Saving points? With your level, that's a stupid tactic. Survival is the main theme of the Samsara Hall, so reincarnators should increase their strength as soon as possible in the early stages to ensure their survival. Only after reaching a certain tier should they think about saving points and so on. Hernandez smiled embarrassedly. Many people said the same thing to him, but he was stubborn. Now, he understood how stupid he was. Found it, muttered Edward as he found a small character embedded in Hernandez's soul. As expected, this Lord God did not place the contract in the 4th layer. He's a weak one amongst his kind. The Empire recently discovered the 4th layer of the soul dimension, where they believed the soul essence resides. As the name implies, it is the source and origin of the soul. It is the place that grants the soul its semi-immortality and, most likely, the site where the source of the human limit originated from. Unfortunately, the research on that level is still in the preliminary stages, so even Edward knows very little about the 4th layer. Edward focused on the characters in Hernandez's body. The character gave up an ancient and noble aura. It was like it was the beginning of everything, the source of something mighty. Many thoughts flashed across Edward's mind as he felt he had caught into something. A few seconds later, he muttered with shock, "Is this an origin rune?" Chapter 436, Origin Runes. The concept of origin rune is something Edward recently came up with after his previous epiphany after seeing the birth and death of the universe. Unfortunately, he tried to search the Akashic records to see if his conjecture was correct, but his request was beyond his security level. The theory is very simple. In his universe is the existence of ancient runes, which he used as the basis of his arcane rune system. However, runes are not only available in the Harry Potter universe. In many universes, runes, which are the embodiment of the idea that words have powers, exist and are used in many magic systems. But where do runes come from? For example, what is the origin of the ancient runes in Harry Potter? The answer is simple: primordial runes. According to legend Edward gathered, primordial runes were the first ever words ever spoken in the universe. Elder gods used their powers to stabilize the universe after its creation. Primordial runes are the manifestation of the rules of the universe, thus containing tremendous powers. After mana returned to the environment, many citizens of the Empire suddenly awakened powers manifesting in the shape of runes in their soul dimension. These runes are shards of primordial runes. After many years and using the Elder God's divine sparks that used to be the rooms of mysteries, the Empire was able to recreate a few primordial runes. However, their powers have not been completely analyzed or utilized yet. Edward hasn't even integrated them into his arcane rune system and elevated it to a higher level. However, after his epiphany, he became even bolder and more ambitious. Other universes has primordial runes. He has heard legends of the All-Father, Odin, who sacrificed one of its eyes to acquire knowledge and power. And in many of these myths and legends, the knowledge was in the form of primordial runes. Then, with this knowledge, Edward continued to theorize. Since many universes have primordial runes, could there be something above it? Could there be runes that are the source of all primordial runes? Edward named these theoretical runes Origin Rune or Void Rune since such runes would have the power to affect the entire void. Previously, I had no basis for the concept of Origin Rune, until today. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the tiny character in Hernanda's soul. My original plan was to analyze different primordial runes and take their essence before deducing the Origin Rune. And if it did not exist, I would create it. But now, I might have an opportunity to come in contact with it. Edward quickly controlled his emotions. Although he knew there was a possibility he was wrong, and this character was not an Origin Rune, it did not matter. This strange rune itself was valuable to study. So, he focused as she tried to remember it. Soon, Edward frowned. I have an eidetic memory and cannot forget anything I see, but I seem to forget this rune with each passing second. He discovered his memory was failing him, and even his powerful soul could not help. Morgana, try to memorize this rune. The little elf appeared and immediately looked at the rune with a serious face. How is it? Every 15 seconds, my database loses information regarding this rune. Is there a solution? Simple, keep memorizing it. Edward understood her meaning. The rune is a piece of data that is forcibly erased every 15 seconds. So, she will copy and paste the entire thing before it is erased, repeating the process infinitely, thus keeping the data. Firstly, I need to complete memorizing the rune. Edward nodded. Just remembering the character did not mean someone remembered the runes. The rune was constantly releasing different auras, energy waves, fluctuations, vibrations, and other mysterious power. And Morgana needs to remember all these things and record them. Secondly, I will need at least 40% of my computing power dedicated to remembering this rune. 40%. Edward was genuinely shocked. After creating the Tier 10 floating city, he updated Morgana's primary server to the same level. So, with such power, she controlled Skynet and almost every system of the Empire. Yet, she needed 40% of her processing power to remember one rune. And that's only a rough estimate, added the little elf, making Edward frown. Will that affect the Empire's operation? Yes, she replied. Many systems will shut down or operate at the lowest level. However, the situation can be alleviated as long as they build more subsidiary servers. Fine, doing it, ordered Edward. Give priority to the military systems, we don't want anything to affect the war. As you wish, nodded Morgana. You should also understand I will be unavailable once I begin. Don't worry, I will use the subbrain system. Edward planned for the worst situation in case Morgana was not available. So, he created a biocomputer using copies of his brain. He can link with it and use it as Morgana's temporary replacement. How long will it take? About 3 months. Based on this person's soul dimension, 3 months equals 7 days on the outside. That's too long, frowned Edward. If you add your soul process power and the subbrain system, the time should be reduced to 7 hours outside, commented Morgana. Alright, let's do this. Before then, let me prepare. Edward exited Hernanda's soul dimension and pointed to the floor. After a while, light flew from his hand and entered the earth. Then, he teleported away with the young man's body. What is it? Asked Madara, looking at the woman before him with his Rinnegan. He did not trust these foreigners with weird powers that claimed to be from different dimensions. Unfortunately, they were powerful, and he needed their strength to win this war and accomplish his dreams. A new enemy has appeared, said Commander Sasha, dressed in modern clothes with a pantsuit. What enemy? Asked Madara with a frown. One more powerful than any of us. Someone with the power to annihilate the entire planet with a wave of their hands. Is also from another dimension. Yes, but he's different than us. How different? It's complicated. Is that so? He said, looking deep into Sasha's eyes. Well, I know. Lord Mad. You've warned me, so you can leave. Sasha looked at him with gritted teeth but did not continue talking. She used a charm spell to make Madara feel she was similar to her brother, Izuna Uchiha. That's how she gained some trust in him and became the commander. Unfortunately, this trust did not last long with the appearance of more reincarnation and Madara's acquiring the 10 tails and gaining more power. Damn it. I thought I could ally with him to survive the threat of the legendary arcanists. Who thought he would be so stubborn and suspicious, thought Sasha as she returned to her command post, thinking about the current situation. Time was not on her side, and she already made the wrong move by trying to convince Madara. Commander, 2 people came to see you. Sasha frowned. Who is it? Time was of the essence, and she did not want to waste it on anybody. It's Tobias and Michelle. Them? Let them in. She remembered that lad Tobias was very cunning and could be a great ally. Although his strength was not to the standard she would want, in the current situation, strength was meaningless. What do you want? She asked directly. I have a plan to survive this situation, said Tobias directly. Oh, I'm all ears, replied Sasha, trying to conceal her excitement. Do you know why we must survive for 3 days? Isn't this the time for the Samsara Hall to find the legendary arcanist and eliminate him? Michelle nodded as she thought the same. The Samsara Hall will not directly interfere until the last minute, Tobias continued. So, the 3 days is the time for the people from the Akatsuki battlefield to return here. The 2 women squinted their eyes. The Naruto world had 2 battlefields, the Ninja Planet battlefield and the Akatsuki battlefield, where the main brain exists along with their god, Lord Shiva. And on that battlefield, countless Tier 8 powerhouses from the Samsara Hall are doing their missions. What is your plan? Asked Sasha. Chapter 437, Purple Robe Deist. The first step of our plan involved the help of Set, said Tobias. As soon as Sasha heard the name Set, her face became ugly to look at. However, Tobias ignored her and continued. We need him to open a portal and teleport us far away from here. Is that the extent of your plan? Asked Michelle with a frown. Of course not, replied Tobias. The next step involved Kingsley's help. Tobias explained the entire plan to the group, and everyone took a minute to ponder. It might work, said Michelle before looking at Sasha, who looked disgusted for some odd reason. We have to rely on you. Sasha snorted coldly. Why is she part of the plan? She understood why Tobias needed her help, but she did not understand the need for Michelle's presence. She awakened an incomplete domain that has the power to save lives, explained Tobias. At an important moment, her help can be vital. How do I trust her? Michelle did not waste time and handed her the contract they signed. After reviewing it, Sasha added herself. So, you agree? Asked Tobias. I don't have a choice, she replied. Then, a ruthless light flashed in her eyes. Plus, I have a way to increase our odds. Then, let's move. The 3 left the war tent and headed in the Shinobi Alliance's direction. Sasha summoned a car from her interdimensional ring and drove toward her direction with the utmost speed. After arriving at their destination, Tobias suddenly moved and attacked. Boom! He hit something about 5 meters in the air. What is it? Asked Sasha. Probably one of Madara's limbo clones, he replied with a sneer. With his advanced observation haki, such a thing could not hide from him. However, he waited until they were far away from the main body to act to prevent Madara from acting against them. Sasha frowned as she understood Madara did not trust her. Let's go in, our actions should have alerted the people inside. As expected, a few ninjas came after hearing the commotions. Under normal circumstances, the sensor-type ninjas should have detected them miles away. However, they were ordered on a different mission by Commander Set. Who goes there? Asked one of the leading ninjas. It's Commander Sasha. Tell your leader I'm here to see him. The ninja frowned before heading back. Not long after, a handsome young man with pale skin and very long ears appeared. Sasha, my love, have you finally agreed to marry me? Asked the handsome elf with a smile. Set, this is not the time for this shit. True, he replied with a somber face. Come with me. The group headed to his tent, and it was bigger on the inside. It was similar to the extension charm from Harry Potter. Why are you here? Set asked directly. We have a plan and need your help, said Tobias. Okay, I agree, directly said Set, which caught everyone by surprise. They did not think it would be so easy. If you did not come to me, I would have contacted you, said Set, talking to Tobias as he knew the latter was reliable in such a dangerous situation. However, I have a request. As expected, thought the 3. Sasha has to agree to marry me. Set, don't go too far, this is not the time to be joking, roared Sasha with veins on her neck. Who said I was joking? He replied casually. Is that how you want to do this? Fine, I would rather die than marry you, said Sasha with unwavering determination. Set frowned as he could tell she might not be bluffing. Calm down, swiftly said Tobias, who felt the situation might get out of control. How about we compromise? Sasha, you agree to go on a date with him. However, it is only a date and nothing more. I'm fine with that, agreed Set. Meanwhile, Sasha wanted to punch him in his handsome face. However, after seeing the winks Tobias was giving her, she took a deep breath to calm down. Fine, I agree. Excellent, replied Set as he took out a magic contract and handed it to her. Sasha gritted her teeth and signed it after checking the content. Tell me your plan, said Set as he listened to Tobias' idea. However, a frown remained on his face. Is something wrong? Asked Tobias. You underestimate the severity of the situation and the power of a legendary arcanist, uttered Set with envy in his eyes. This universe should not have any arcanists except for the one that originated from the Samsara Hall. So, where did this person comes from? The faces of the 3 became ugly. Another Lord God, uttered Michelle with intense fear in her eyes. Their Samsara Hall was new and weak. So far, there have been 3 generations of reincarnators, and they are the recent recruit. However, they were recruited because 95% of the second generation reincarnators died during a battle with another Lord God. If it was not for the legendary powerhouse only known as Purple Robe Deist, who saved countless people and ended the war, more of them would have died. This is one possibility, said Set calmly. However, there are some doubts. Yes, if it was another Lord God, it would not only be one person but a group, unless he is a scout, analyzed Tobias. As for the other possibility, it is an arcanist who belongs to a world that has invented omniverse travel. Set gave Tobias a strange look. He used the magical artificial intelligence of his magic tower to analyze the current situation. But Tobias figured it out after a few hints. This guy wasted his talent by following the hacky system. Impossible. How rare is it for a civilization to transcend the boundaries of their universe, added Michelle. And even if they did, most will be annihilated by the void. Although rare, it is possible, said Tobias. He once spent a lot of points to learn about certain secrets of the void. Something is not adding up, he continued, but he could not pinpoint what it was. You're right, added Set. The core of the issue: how did the arcanist gets to this world? If he's from a civilization that masters omniverse travel, he should have a magic tower or a floating city. However, if the arcanist came to the Naruto universe with one of these two, the difficulty of the mission would not only be nightmare level. The others agreed as they knew the highest difficulty was after nightmare, and it's called impossible. According to rumors, only purple-robed deist has ever succeeded in an impossible mission. Although the plan is not foolproof, it is the best we can do in the current situation, explained Tobias. So, we better hurry up. Set frowned as he wanted more assurance. As an arcanist, he did not like to gamble or rely on uncertainty. I have a way to increase our chances of survival, suddenly said Sasha. I have been secretly planting magical seals on Madara. You want to turn him into a heroic spirit? Yes. However, he's one tier higher than me, and I need your help. Sasha is tier 5 and very close to tier 6. She wanted to use this mission to reach tier 6 before turning Madara into her heroic spirits. However, in the current situation, she cannot wait and has to change the plan. As for the reason Madara is so powerful, it's because she told him about Kage and had the latter swallow the ancestor of chakra. Fine, I'll help you, said Set. He was the only tier 6 on the Shinobi Alliance's side and the only reason Madara had not won the mission. According to his strength, prestige, and merit, he should have been the Alliance commander instead of a Legion commander. However, no one trusted him. Sasha was surprised by how easily he agreed. She thought he would bargain and prepared to acquiesce to a few more dates. Maybe this guy is not as bad as I imagined. Regardless, she still found him disgusting. Let's begin. Tobias, go find Kingsley, added Set before looking at Michelle. What is her use? Michelle quickly explained her worth as she knew that was the only way to participate in this plan. You can go with Tobias. Set then cast an invisible spell on him and Sasha before heading back to the Akatsuki side. Chapter 438, Survival Plan. Madara lay on his knees, gritting his teeth. His face was contorted, displaying the immense level of pain he was under. An invisible power restricted his movement, his chakra was chaotic and uncontrollable, and his mind was fighting extremely hard. What's taken so long? Asked Set, holding a magical staff and casting spells to weaken Madara. I didn't expect his willpower to be so strong, argued Sasha as she looked at the command seal showing up on her arm. The seal seemed to be in the process of becoming real, but it kept disappearing and reappearing. We don't have much time, added Set. The situation is changing every second. We don't know when the arcanist will show up. Do you think I don't know this? She rebutted with gritted teeth. She focused on the mana inside her magic circuit to increase the intensity of her magecraft. Unfortunately, Madara's will resisted and refused to succumb to anyone. You can dream of controlling me, said the ghost of the Uchiha with red eyes. Damn it, should I use the lesser command seal, thought Sasha. She chose the Fate/Zero's magic system of Master Servant, which is essentially a branch of Summoner. Sasha can turn people into heroic spirits and summon them for battles. However, this system has a significant flaw. Servants have their own intelligence and will, so they can disobey their master's orders, unless the master uses a command seal. Command seals are absolute orders, but the master only has 3. Knowing this, Sasha used a lot of points to have the Samsara Hall perfect this magic system for her, allowing her absolute control over her heroic spirit. Unfortunately, the process of subduing these spirits is not easy and is often resisted. If I use the lesser command seal, I can only control Madara 3 times before he regains his freedom. The final result will be my death. Sasha chose otherwise and continued the process of subduing Madara. Suddenly, Set took out a vial with light blue liquid inside. You owe for this, he said before scattering the vial in front of Madara. A cloud of smoke emanated from the group and entered his body from his orifices. Madara tried to resist, but it was difficult for him to move. Immediately afterward, Sasha felt the process was more manageable. It was as if Madara's will had drastically decreased. Thank you, said Sasha, guessing how valuable this potion was. I spend months brewing this potion for a special weakness, said Set. So, if we survive, you have to pay me back the material costs. No problem, replied Sasha, as she knew Set already gave her a discount since she did not have to pay for his labor cost. She swiftly controlled him and acquired a new powerful heroic spirit. Let's go, said Set before reuniting with Tobias, Michelle, and Kingsley, a black man with metal arms. Are you ready? He asked Kingsley. Of course. Set no longer wasted time and waved his staff. A space crack appeared above the sky as an enormous magic tower manifested. Your tower looks better since the last time I saw you, commented Kingsley. Did you expect me not to improve? Replied Set with side eyes as he led everyone inside. Only Tier 5 arcanists, also called demigods in the world of Warcraft, can have a magic tower as grand as his. However, now that he entered Tier 6 and was basically a god, it's normal for his tower to improve. SAS. I mean, Aina, activate the teleportation gate and send us to the farthest planet from here. There is no limit to the energy use. Yes, Master, explained a beautiful voice that sounded a lot like Commander Sasha. Everyone gave Set a weird look, but he ignored them, at least, it looked that way on the surface. The group waited for a few seconds before hearing Aina's voice. Master, the mission has failed. Reason? Asked Set. I have detected a powerful barrier surrounding the entire planet. All spatial activities are blocked. As expected, muttered Set, knowing it would not be that easy dealing with a legendary arcanist. We expected this outcome, said Tobias. Isn't it this reason we brought Kingsley? As you combine your magical capabilities and his technology, we might have a chance at leaving the blockade. No need, said Set. It will take too much time for us to work together and have any results. Tobias knew he was correct, but this was the best plan he could come up with in such a short time. Do you have a better way? Yes, but you guys will owe me a lot of points. How much are we talking about? Asked Michelle. Does that matter in the current situation? Countered Kingsley. It does. 30,000 points, said Set. What? Are you insane? Asked Michelle. She has been in the samsara for years but barely gathered such an amount. And she knew it was the same for the others. Do you think it is simple to overcome the blockage of a Tier 8 arcanist? Said Set with a sneer. And the only reason it's so cheap is that you guys only have to pay for the energy cost. What method do you have? Hurriedly asked Tobias, preventing everybody from getting too focused on the price. He did not want to waste time. I found a weapon created by the Titans. The Titans were one of the most powerful races in the world of Warcraft. They are colossal beings made of arcane energy and the primordial matter of the universe. Their understanding and control of arcane energy are beyond any mages or species in the universe. So, as soon as the group heard this news, their eyes lit up. The weapon lacked energy, so I paid a lot of money to activate it. Fine, we will pay. Tobias, said Sasha and Michelle. 30,000 points is not that much if we divide between the four of us. Plus, we don't really have a choice. The two remained quiet and did not say another word. That's fine by me, added Kingsley. He only made the logical choice in this situation. Excellent. Sign these, nodded Set as he handed them 2 magical contracts. What is the second one for? To prevent you guys from selling the news, I have a Titan weapon, he said with a sneer and terrible killing intent, making the others tremble. They were only Tier 5 and had no resistance before Set. Adding his magic tower, they really had no hope if they fought him. Without saying anything else, they signed the contract. Set nodded in satisfaction before ordering Aina to use the weapon to break through the blockade. Then, they felt the surroundings shake. Aina, how is it? We have succeeded and traveled 17.8 light years to the farthest planet in this star system. Excellent. Kingsley, get to work. Kingsley exited the tower, and the first thing he noticed was a magical shield in the surrounding 100 kilometers that created a living environment for him. Although he did not need it, it was helpful. Kingsley's fingers turned into tentacles that drilled into the floor. Then, the ground turned into metal. Furthermore, every second, more of the earth turned metallic. A few seconds later, something was rapidly being built. How long will it take? Asked Set as he walked out. The latest is 2 hours. Too slow. I chose the fastest spaceships with the least amount of time. His power system was called technomancy, and he was a walking science and technology civilization. Using the matter of the planet, he can build a spaceship for them to escape and hide from the arcanist. If I give you energy from the tower, can you speed up the time? I have analyzed arcane energy and should have no problem, replied Kingsley. Then, how long will it take? According to my calculation, if you give me all the energy in your tower, the process will take 15 minutes. Set glanced at him, wondering how he knew such precise data about the energy in his tower. I can't give you all of it since I have to leave enough for operation. He did not waste time and granted Kingsley access to the energy pool. Of course, he had Aina monitor the latter to guarantee he did not drain him dry. How long will it take now? 45 minutes. Set frowned, not satisfied with the time. He looked at Sasha and Michelle. If you add their mana and curse energy, will it make a difference? Mana is fine, the only problem is the amount of mana she possessed is too small. As for curse energy, it won't work since it is the product of negative human emotions. I have no data. Sasha gritted her teeth after hearing this. She suddenly regretted not walking the normal mage path. So, although she was a Tier 5, no, a Tier 6 magician, that's only because of heroic spirit. The amount of mana inside her magic circuit is barely on the level of Tier 3. The group frowned, thinking of ways to accelerate the progress. What an interesting group, suddenly said a voice, scaring them. Then, their face pale when they saw a young man dressed in a magical robe with eyes as bright as the stars in the night. The legendary arcanist found us, was the only thought echoing in their minds. Chapter 439, Caster's Path. The group looked at Edward, their faces displaying various emotions, mostly fear and respect. Even Kingsley, a semi-cybernetic life form, found it challenging to remain calm. As reincarnators, they know about different civilizations like science, immortal cultivation, psychic, godhood, and magic. They have experienced power systems from across the omniverse. So, they know what a legendary arcanist represents. Throughout the omniverse, casters can be classified into 6 main categories: mage, sorcerer, warlock, cleric/priest, wizard, and arcanist. Mages are considered the mainstream of casters, and many people believed they were the first to exist. Their power originates from knowledge as they study extensively to wield their power. Sorcerers are the people who control the energy from the universe and other dimensions. Sorcerers usually do not have energy inside their bodies since everything else can be their energy source. Sorcerers have the least requirement for talent since as long as someone has a soul or mind, they can become a sorcerer. However, becoming a sorcery master is even more complicated than many of the other caster paths. Warlocks and clerics are similar in many ways. Warlocks are casters that make contracts with different extraordinary beings to acquire their power. The agreement can be from gods, demons, devils, aliens, outer gods, or interdimensional entities. Warlocks and sorcerers have something in common since sorcerers also make contracts with some creatures to use their energy. Clerks or priests are essentially warlocks who make contracts with one god whom they believe in and spend their entire life serving. Clerics are usually on the good and justice side, unless they serve a dark god. Meanwhile, warlocks are more on the evil, neutral, and chaotic sides. Wizards are the casters who focus more on the bloodline path. They change their life code to break the restrictions of their races. Their civilizations are usually crueler and more brutal. Wizards do not master a variety of spells like most mages but focus on developing their bloodline spells to an extreme level. And adding their usually powerful physical body, they are one of the most powerful caster class. Finally, there are arcanists. They are like mages as they pursue the truth, and their power originates from knowledge. However, unlike mages, arcanist civilizations are usually a combination of magic and technology. In most arcane civilizations, magic technology has developed to a terrifying level. The concept of a magic tower and floating city that has the power to destroy the gods is the mainstream of arcane civilizations. Throughout the omniverse, many people argue which caster path is the strongest, and there is an argument for every path. However, as a civilization, the arcane path is, without a doubt, the one with the most potential. And that's because it is all-inclusive. Arcane civilization can integrate mages, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and even cleric into their own to develop. And adding their development of technology, they are indeed the ones with the most potential. Interesting, muttered Edward as he read these people's minds. He learned about their understanding of different casters' paths. Have I accidentally created an orthodox arcane civilization known throughout the omniverse? Furthermore, I walked the path of integrating all the other caster paths. Old man Merlin once told him taking on the name of the Arcane Emperor was not simple and would inherit the destiny or cause and effect related to it. Now, he understood what the old man had meant. He's reading our mind, suddenly said Tobias. What? Can he do that? Asked Michelle. Isn't our mind protected by the hall? Yes, but only core memories related to the hall, added Kingsley. Some miscellaneous information is not protected. How did you know I was reading your mind? You shouldn't be able to detect it, said Edward as he looked at Tobias. Intuition. Is that so? You're quite the talent. Want to work for me? Tobias did not say anything. He took a moment to calm down. Sir, Arcanist, what do you need from us? Huh? You're not scared anymore. I am, but since you did not immediately kill us means there is a chance to survive. And maybe negotiate. Edward nodded. The Lord God used cruel missions to cultivate powerhouses. Although the death rate of this method is high, the people who survive and reach the top as truly the elites. Thank you for the compliment. I came here because I discovered someone broke my shield and wanted to see who it was. No one said anything, but Edward noticed one of the women looked at Set from the corner of her eyes. So, it's you, he said, looking at the handsome elf. An elf? No, a high elf from the Kulthalas. You know World of Warcraft? Asked Set. Is that strange? Replied Edward as he observed the elf before him, his eyes penetrating the latter's body and soul. Is this arcane energy? It's indeed another form of mana, but the frequency is different. Although not as good as the Empire, it is decent but nothing extraordinary. However, from the lore of the World of Warcraft, wow, arcane energy has a lot of potential and power when wielded by titans. Humans have a low affinity for this mana frequency, except for a few. No wonder you turn into an elf. Set's body trembled as he felt this person's eyes reveal all his secrets. You are only tier 6 and should not have the power to break my barrier, even with your magic tower. So, how did you do it? The group was quiet for a moment before Tobias took the courage to ask, Sir, can you let us live if we cooperate? Of course. Anyway, I never planned to kill any of you since you're more valuable alive than dead. And if you are truly obedient and worth the investment, I can remove the Lord God's control over you. You mean you can free us from the Samsara Hall? Swiftly asked Michelle. Yes. Are you really that powerful? If your Samsara Hall was truly a powerful Lord God and could use all its power, I could not grant you freedom. But in its current state, it's not a problem to use a crooked means to free you. What do you mean by crooked? Continued Michelle. The Samsara Hall placed a powerful seal in your soul, patiently explained Edward, making the other's face change. Although they knew this was the case long ago, however, they only suspected it based on rumors and the fate of people who tried to go against the Samsara Hall. But now, they had direct evidence. I cannot remove the seal, continued Edward, ignoring their agitated emotions. However, I can save a piece of your soul, and a drop of blood before the Samsara Hall obliterates you. With the blood, I can recreate your body. Then, all I have to do is regrow your soul and place it back in the new body. Worthy of a legendary arcanist, muttered Set, who was one of the few people who knew the technology and knowledge required for such a method. Although it sounded simple, he knew a person must have a deep understanding of cloning and soul manipulation. Michelle's eyes lit up. She has dreamt for many years about removing the Samsara Hall's control over herself. You sound tempted? Said Edward with a smile. However, are you worth for me to help you? Sir, what do you mean? Cloning your body and regrowing the soul requires a lot of resources, especially if you want to retain your current tier. So, why should I help you? This guy is cunning. In just a few words, he made it seem as if we were the ones who needed his help, thought Tobias while maintaining his calm demeanor. Sir, what about us who do not want to leave the Samsara Hall? Asked Tobias. Edward gave him a look before smiling. I am a person who appreciates talent. Since your group successfully concocted a plan to escape in such a short time, I will give you a chance. As long as you help me study your unique power system and record the seal in your soul, I promise to let you live. Edward suddenly had an idea and wanted to see if he could use this group to execute it. Chapter 440, New Systems. An unedited chapter. So, what do you guys think about my proposal? Asked Edward. Do we have a choice? Said Tobias with a wry smile. You do, he replied calmly. You can resist, choose death over submission. How can that be a choice? But it is. Well, I guess if you were that kind of person, you would have died long ago by refusing to submit to the god space. No one commented on this issue. All right, let's get back to work, he said. I will use a few spells to help me analyze your power system. I might ask a few questions, and you can answer as long as the seal allows it. Let's begin with the elf. What's your name? Set. Edward waved his hand to cast a spell on the latter. You didn't answer my question. How did you break my shield? I have a weapon created by the Titans. Really? His eyes lit up. Go get it and show it to me. I already included it in my tower. You would need to go inside, replied Set with pain in his voice. He already knew he could not keep that weapon. Is that so? Well, wait until I'm finished with the others. Then, he set his eyes on Sasha. You should also be a caster. But why do you give me a strange feeling? Sasha did not know what to say, so Edward continued to observe her. Your mana quantity is very small. It's not stored in a core but fused with an energy vein similar to my world's mana vein. For arcanists, mana or magic veins seem to be important after tier 4 since they are no longer limited by their veins to cast spells. Furthermore, the other primary function of veins was to use mana to passively strengthen the bodies of arcanists. However, with the invention of aura, this method has become tasteless. Your mana vein is fused with your soul, which is different from ours, commented Edward. It seems the more complex it is, the more mana you can contain in your body. Finally, it does not have the effect of increasing the physical body's stats, but it seems excellent in helping with mana control. What system are you using? It's the magic circuit from the Fate universe, replied Sasha with caution. She feared this arcanist would try to dissect her. And her fear was reasonable since Edward would definitely do it if he did not have a better way to analyze her power. Fate? This would explain the vague things I saw sealed inside your soul dimension. He felt the Empire might benefit after he studied the magic circuit. He wanted to create an artificial one for the citizens to increase their mana control. And with the Gate of Truth, all citizens of the Empire will have a higher average talent for energy manipulation. Are you a summoner or master? Yes. Let me see your heroic spirit. 2 people suddenly appeared before Sasha. Only 2, asked Edward. I have others, but I don't keep them in my soul. I see, he nodded as he looked at the 2 people present, King Arthur and Madara Uchiha. Master, I am afraid we have met a powerful opponent, said Saber as she stood before Sasha, guarding her and looking at Edward as if she had seen her greatest enemy. King Arthur, I didn't expect our first meeting would be like this, said Edward with a strange look. What does that mean? We are technically fellow apprentice under the same teacher. Saber frowned for a moment before she seemed to have figured out something. Merlin, and I exist in your universe. Correct. Am I a man or woman? Edward paused briefly. I did not expect this would be your first question. Answer the question. Edward could immediately tell this question had become the psychological problem of this version of Arthur. You should be a man. Should. You die hundreds of years ago in my world. So, I can only use historical records to know your gender. Meaning, there is a chance I was a woman, but history changed the record, she asked back, making Edward speechless. Yes. There are many historians who believe you were a woman. Edward did not technically lie since many people in the Empire once argued about King Arthur's gender and even existence during the early stages. However, all doubts were removed once he allowed these historians to use time record to experience and record the true history of the world. That's good. Well, please do not resist as I gather data on the composition of your body and existence. I already came to an agreement with your master. He used a spell to gather data on Saber and Madara's heroic spirit existence. He always wanted to create his version of the Throne of Heroes to summon famous legends, myths, and heroes from history to fight for the Empire. However, unlike the Fate universe, many of these heroes did not exist, and the ones who did were powerful wizards. However, their power level is based on the standard of the old time. In the current era of the Empire, these people's powers were, at best, Tier 5. So, he wanted to create these heroic spirits by gathering the power of myth, which is essentially the same as the power of faith. Based on what they were described in stories, myths, and legends, they used the power of fantasy and turn it into reality. With this method, he could create many fictional characters that have the same powers in their stories or legends. For example, he could recreate Yahweh from the Bible as a heroic spirit or the Thulhu from Lovecraft's mythology. She will be the first step in this grand plan. However, I might have to go to the Fate universe before completing it, thought Edward before recoding the data. His gain was tremendous after analyzing Madara's body. So, he asked Sasha to turn another person into a heroic spirit in front of him. He chose a powerful clone from his collection as the test subject. Excellent. You're next. He looked at Michelle. What a weird energy you have. It is full of negative emotions. I've never seen something like that. It's curse energy. From Jujutsu Kaisen? Interesting, uttered Edward with brilliant eyes. Do you have a domain? I have an incomplete one. Show it to me. Michelle deployed her domain, and Edward looked at the surroundings to analyze it. I have always wanted to create ways for arcanists to have a magical domain that can compete with the divine kingdom of gods, he said. So far, my attempts have not been satisfactory. My plan was to study the Jujutsu sorcerer's domain expansion and the Fate world reality marble. Now, I can take the first step. He gazed at Michelle. In the next few days, I will support and train you until you have a complete domain. Tell me what you need to achieve it, and I will try my best to grant it to you. Thank you, said Michelle, trying to contain her excitement. Since the arcanist saw her value, she might have a chance to escape the Samsara Hall's control. Meanwhile, Sasha secretly cursed how unfortunate she was that one of her heroic spirits did not have a reality marble. It's your turn. What's your name and occupation? Kingsley. I am a technomancer. Very interesting. Most of the technology involved in your body is not new to me. However, it's very unique how they are perfectly integrated into one person. Edward could tell Kingsley's body was a walking science and technology civilization. As long as he has enough energy or matter, he can create anything. What is the most powerful weapon you can create? Tier 5. This should not be, said Edward with a frown. The Lord God only granted me technology designs for weapons of Tier 5 destructing capabilities. But you should be able to calculate and deduce higher weapons. I should, said Kingsley with a forced smile. However, there is a powerful virus in my system that prevents me from doing so. And the only way to acquire and use higher technology. Kingsley stopped as his face began to contort out of pain. No need to say any more. Edward could guess he wanted to say he needed more points. However, he suddenly became interested. He wanted to know whether this was the result of the Lord God's seal or another form of protection specially created for Kingsley. Chapter 441, Pure Materialism. The chapter is not edited. Edward looked at Kingsley for a moment before a look of excitement appeared on his face. You don't have a soul, he asked as he could not access Kingsley's soul dimension. He saw the latter's brain that had been modified by biochips to function like a super quantum computer. Of course not, replied Kingsley calmly. The soul is either energy released after death, and this energy is an electromagnetic field that can interact with the physical world, or something created as the result of quantum mechanics. It arises from the complex interactions of subatomic particles within the brain. Kingsley was limited in his scientific knowledge because of the restraints from the Samsara Hall. However, he did his research on the soul, and this was the result of his analysis. Edward's eyes became brighter than the sun. He cast 100 more spells. Morgana, look, my conjecture was right. A little purple elf suddenly manifested next to Edward and observed Kingsley intensely. The existence of a pure materialism world, she commented. I thought your conjecture was simply the result of your paranoia. I told all of you I was correct, but you were all so closed-minded, said Edward with a sneer. Especially you, so smug because you have better computing power than everybody else. Morgana blushed in shame. Master, you have to admit, your conjecture was outlandish. Even if it was. We have known of the Omniverse. So, anything should be possible. But the worlds we have traveled to so far were not so different. Compared to the infinite universe in the void, we have not even discovered a trillionth of them. True. If you don't mind asking, what was your conjecture? Asked Kingsley. Edward looked at him. I hypothesized all universes were primarily composed of two concepts, materialism and spiritualism. Materialism is responsible for the laws of physics of the world, while spiritualism is the reason why things like mana, chakra, curse energy, or even the soul exists. It is the source of all supernatural abilities that science would deem fantasy or fiction. Edward had a scholarly aura around him, but I hypothesized the existence of a pure material world with no spiritualism. In such a universe, science and technology will be the core with absolutely no supernatural power. How is that possible? As long as science develops to a degree, it can modify the genes to acquire powers, argued Set. Such a world has spiritualism, albeit the majority of it would be materialism, replied Edward. In a purely materialistic world, modifying the genes can prolong life but to an extent. They cannot have powers like Kryptonian or Viltrumite. Some species might develop on planets where the gravity is higher than normal, thus evolving higher muscular skeletal structures than ordinary humans, but these people would never fight tanks or destroy countries or planets. At best, they could fight a bear single-handedly. If humans want to transcend the shackles of death, they have to change their carbon-based life form. In other words, they turn into robots or cyborgs. They have to upload their memories into perfectly created clones or even into the whole wide web and become electromagnetic life forms. And only through cybernetic enhancement can supernatural powers can exist. The soul and soul dimension do not exist. Such a world seems very boring and a nightmare for people with ambitions or desires to be extraordinary, commented Set, thinking about planet Earth where he was from. And he was not the only one who had such a thought, the others thought of their home as well. You have no idea, agreed Edward. According to my hypothesis, such a world would turn any tier 10 powerhouse into a normal human. Are you serious? On what basis is this assumption? All universe has their own rules and regulation. So, once a tier 10 entity enters a universe that absolutely rejects any superpower, the rules of the universe will forcibly change him to adopt, thus stripping them of their powers. In fact, I believe even tier 11 won't be much different in such a world. Only tier 12 entities who have transcended the multiverse will not be affected. Of course, things are not as simple as I stated since there are other things to consider, like the level of the pure materialistic world and the amount of world source it has. World level? World source. Set was confused. If you don't know, then you don't. Edward shrugged and did not explain. There is an alternative to what you said, suddenly added Tobias. Instead of stripping people of their power, the world rule might turn them into matter of equal energy value. Edward glanced at him and smiled. Great minds think alike. What does that mean? Asked Michelle, who was confused yet intrigued by the subject. The energy intensity of this excellency is tier 8. After descending on a pure materialism world, the universe would turn him into a substance equal to his energy level, explained Tobias. However, Michelle still had a look of confusion. Basically, I will be turned into a star system. Someone like Set would be turned into a planet, explained Edward. Oh, I understand. Edward looked at Tobias. Kid, it seems you are walking on the body training path. That's such a waste of your intelligence. You should become a scientist or magician. Not interested. Are you sure? If you want, I can take you as my apprentice. Thank you for the offer, but I have to decline, he responded with caution. Tobias could tell this legendary arcanist was not only powerful but also very knowledgeable, and from his observation, he seemed easy to talk to. However, he had only recently met the latter and did not know his true personality and temperament. For all he knew, the current him was nothing but a facade. Furthermore, he chose One Piece's hacky system because of his love for the anime and because he enjoyed pushing his body beyond the limit. No matter how intelligent he was, it would be pointless if he did something he did not like or had any passion for. It's a shame. Master, don't corrupt the young and innocent, said Morgana. What does that mean? She did not answer him but looked at the group. Don't look how cool he is by creating such an interesting conjecture. He only did so because of his paranoia that someone would imprison him in such a world. So, he created this hypothesis, thinking of ways he could escape such a prison. What you call paranoia, I call being prepared, countered Edward. Plus, I was not only correct, but I found my way of escape. His eyes focused on Tobias. His technomancer class is probably the result of the science and technology universe developing to its absolute peak in a pure materialistic world. After analyzing the technology he contained, the Empire will benefit, and I will have a way of escaping a pure materialistic world in case I'm ever stuck. The group looked at him weirdly, not knowing whether to praise the latter's caution or complain he was mentally unstable. However, one thing they agreed with, such a person would thrive in the Samsara Hall just because of his extremely cautious nature. Arcanists are believed to be magical civilizations with the best potential because of their adaptive nature to any situation or environment. Today, I finally see the proof, muttered Set, who decided to emulate Edward if he survived this current situation. Indeed, commented Morgana. Even his weirdness is worth of researching. Weirdness? What weirdness? Asked Kingsley. Why don't you have a soul? Haven't you already understood the reason? He was confused as even if his computing power could not follow the conversation. A high-tier entity will be affected by the rules of the universe after entering a pure materialistic world. So, why wouldn't someone of lower tier face the same situation after entering a world with spiritualism? Asked Edward. Kingsley paused for a moment. Indeed. I have been to other universes where the concept of the soul exists. So, according to your logic, I should have been influenced by them and developed a soul and soul dimension. Correct. Could this be the power of the Samsara Hall? That's the most logical explanation, replied Edward. But how did it do it? Unfortunately, that's knowledge even beyond me. However, it will be interesting to know. Chapter 442, Transcendent Power. Edward felt this Naruto world was a gift that kept on giving. He only came here to take a few things and leave. However, the benefit he received in this world is enough to benefit him throughout his entire magical journey. Additionally, this trip will increase the technology tree of the Empire by a few hundred years, and that's only the lowest estimate. So, he looked at Tobias to see whether the latter could also benefit him. What power system do you use? Edward could tell his physical body was extraordinary, but he sensed no energy inside him, except for the life energy that all people on the physical path had. Tobias calmly raised his hand, and it turned black. Haki? Asked Edward. Excellent. I recently developed a technique to use willpower to boost spells. With your help, I can complete it. Plus, I'm interested in how observation Haki can predict the future. If the Empire's arcanist can use this technique, their battle prowess will drastically increase. The One Piece's Haki system did not have ways to train willpower, but their applications or use of it were extraordinary. So, Edward knew he could learn a great deal from it. Using observation Haki to help in battle? That's a genius idea. Why didn't I think of this? Muttered Sat, who now saw the advantage of being able to predict his opponent's move. He would know exactly which spell to use and increase his odds of success. You're really something else, muttered Michelle. What's wrong? Asked Edward, puzzled by her word. Who would think of using Haki on spells? What is the point of learning other power systems if not to integrate them into my own and become stronger? Replied Edward. Michelle was speechless since these words made sense, but she did not know how to explain her feeling. Most people have a hard time mastering one system. How would they have the idea of combining multiple ones? Explained Tobias. Although he also had the idea to combine chakra, Haki, and Dragon Ball systems, he did not know whether he would succeed. That's true. But you guys have the Lord God to help you. As long as you have the idea and are willing to work for it, it's not impossible, said Edward, shaking his head. Besides Tobias, he felt most of these people were mediocre, including the arcanist set. If it were not for the uniqueness of the power they had access to and the plan he was conducting involving them, he would not spend so much time talking with them. So, he proceeded to gather primary data on Haki from Tobias before heading inside Set's magic tower to check the Titan weapon. Although a magician was at their highest power inside their magic tower, he did not care. No matter how much of a boat Set would receive from the tower, he knew he could easily suppress the latter, even if the current him were a clone. Without making any reckless moves, Set showed him the weapon. Edward looked at the pure white staff with a blue gem on top floating before him and began to inspect it. He injected his mana inside to activate it and observe its operation. Fascinating, he commented, looking at the staff as if it was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Do you know how it works? Asked Set. He has had this weapon for some time now but has not researched anything relevant after years of trying. So, he was planning on using samsara points to get some technology from the tree. This artifact has a perfect manipulation of mana or arcane energy. Every ounce of energy is used to its fullest effect. It's like the people who created it are born wielding mana like it was a natural part of their bodies. Well, the Titans are beings of pure arcane energy and primordial matter, so it made sense they had such superb control of it. Edward has always been proud of his mana control. After researching the mana sage mode, his ability to manipulate reached a higher level. However, even he paled in comparison to the subtlety of this weapon. He guessed only after creating his ultimate magic body could he reach such a level. And even then, he might not reach the same height as this staff, he might be in the same realm but not on the same level. I will take this staff, you should have no problem, right? No, such a weapon cannot stay in the hands of someone as weak as me, Set hurriedly said. That's good. However, I won't take your things in vain. You should have asked the Lord God the value of this weapon. Why yes. I will give you something in return. Whether you use it or exchange it for points, it's up to you. Thank you. Edward nodded his head. By the way, is there anyone else with a magical system that participates in this world's mission? Yes, Lee Kyok, but he's on tier 3. Oh, what system does he use? I don't know. I only know it is from a manhwa and is divided into magic circles, and each circle corresponds to a tier. Edward looked at him, and Set lowered his head in embarrassment as he knew what those eyes meant. As an arcanist, he should have been more curious about other magical paths and learned from them. Edward looked away without saying any more. I need to check on the seal the Lord God placed on your seal. Michelle, you're first. Edward checked his soul dimension and saw the origin rune in the latter's soul in the 3rd layer. He was glad the seal was still in the 3rd layer and not the 4th. He tried on the others, and it was the same. With these people, it should be easier to record the origin runes and study, thought Edward. However, the greatest contributor to studying this rune is the one in Kingsley. He did not have a soul or dimension, so his runes manifested in the form of a complex virus in his software. The Empire's technology is not as developed as magic, so Edward has to spend a few hours before finding it. And if it was not for Kingsley's help and cooperation, he might have had to spend more time. Interesting. The runes seem to be designed to work on the soul and do not care about the shape or form the soul takes, analyzed Edward, and his eyes lit up. This is a power that transcends the laws of different universes, the power of the void. Each universe in the void has different rules, laws, or authorities. As such, no matter how much a world might look the same, they are fundamentally different. Due to this reason, legendary arcanists, like Edward, have to adapt to the rules of different universes when wielding them. In other words, if Edward was suddenly dropped in, let's say, the Dragon Ball universe, he could not immediately control space-time rules even if he used his willpower to suppress the universe will. He has to take time to compare the difference between the space-time rules from the Harry Potter world and the Dragon Ball universe. And, of course, since he has studied the rules of many different universes, the process is easier for him than for someone who only masters the rules of one universe. I finally understand the magical path after tier 11. Master the rules of different universes. Then, created a rule or power that has transcended these universes, just like this origin rune. Edward understood the benefit of doing so. No universe could restrict him, and he could use his power at will. Many universes have omnipotent and omniscient creators, like the presence in DC universe. Trying to control these rules of the universe in front of these creators is a joke, even if he reached tier 12 and beyond. These creators can probably strip any legendary arcanist or even gods from accessing the rules of the universe. However, if his power reached such a state, he won't be restricted. He might even take control of the rules from these creators. My magical path has only begun. I still have a long way ahead of me, thought Edward, full of excitement. He realized how weak he was, but also the potential he had. Most individuals will not access other universes' rules until tier 12. But he has been doing so since he was tier 3. With this heads up, he has a significant advantage. Chapter 443, Curse Rule. After his discovery, Edward decided to bring this group back to the hideout where his main body was. He needed to gather more information on these people, so he left clones with each of them. Subsequently, he sent numerous automatons to attack the reincarnators in the shinobi world. His purpose was to record what kind of power systems these people used. He also wanted to wait until the Lord God made his next move before deciding what to do. Meanwhile, his main body continued recording the origin rune in Hernandez's soul. The process took 2 days, and that was due to the help of Tobias Group. Now, for the next step, said Edward. Morgana, are you ready? Yes, sir. Our objective should be to save as much of his soul possible. I am aware. Then, let's begin. Edward created a soul blade and tried to cut or separate the part of the runes in Hernandez's soul. And as expected, an unknown and powerful force activated, trying to obliterate the latter's soul. Edward and Morgana wanted to save the majority of Hernandez's souls. Unfortunately, the Lord God's power was fast and ruthless. In less than a second, a quarter of Hernandez's soul was obliterated, and that was despite the countless spells the two used to try to slow down the process. In the end, they only saved a quarter of his soul, while the rest was gone. This power was truly overbearing, commented Morgana. Luckily, we still saved a quarter of his soul. Even if a tiny piece was saved, they could revive Hernandez. However, the amount of information they could retain would have been pitiful. Furthermore, Hernandez might even lose his regular memories. It's good the situation is better than we. Edward stopped midway as his face suddenly changed. He felt great danger coming, not toward him but toward Hernandez's piece of soul. That's, muttered Morgana, who detected something a few seconds after him. The power of cause of effect, said Edward with gritted teeth. The origin rune wants T to obliterate his soul. And since there is still some of it left, the effect part has not been achieved. In that case, this power will chase Hernandez no matter we go, even if we return home, commented the little elf. That's the horror of cause and effect. Space, time, and even the concept of distance means nothing to it. What should we do? At this rate, our effort will be in vain, said Morgana, working her computing power on overdrive, trying to come up with a solution to the current situation. However, during such moments where instant decisions are required, her analytical abilities are nothing compared to Edward's. Karma is a part of cause and effect. We can use it. Isn't karma simply the concept of how actions have good and evil consequences? Although Morgana knew her explanation was an oversimplification, however, she understood time was of the essence, so quick and efficient communication was required. Furthermore, she knew Edward would understand her meaning. In some ways, it can also be interpreted as the connections of all living beings. Two people from the other end of the globe might be connected in some way or form. So, you want to cut off the connection Hernandez has with the Lord God to save this piece of soul? Yes. All right. The moment Morgana asked the question, she had already accessed her database, focusing on the Empire's research on karma. Queen Hermione's primary research focus has been karma ever since her travel from the Konosuba universe, so there are decent data. So, she used the research as a base to create a spell that countered this situation and sent it into Edward's mind. He reviewed the data and modified it accordingly. Thousands of magic circles of different colors appeared above the planet where this base was. It's not working, said Morgana. I know, so you need to buy me some time. Morgana waved her hand to place thousands of different soul protection spells around Hernandez's soul, delaying the power of cause and effect attacking it. However, the Lord God's power became more aggressive because of her defensive measures. Morgana frowned as she knew the situation was perilous. So, she waved her hand to destroy the surrounding thousands of star systems, obliterating hundreds of thousands of planets and stars. She turned everything into pure energy to power up her spell. With this method, she managed to buy more time for Edward. I can't last much longer, said Morgana. Ha ha ha, I'm truly a genius, said Edward as he modified the spell once again. Suddenly, an white and ethereal string originated from Hernandez's soul and connected to somewhere deep in the void. What is that? Karmic string, muttered Edward before waving his hand and trying to cut off the string. Unfortunately, it did not work. Not wanting to waste time, he took the orb containing void energy and manipulated it to cut the string. To his surprise, the thing was not easily destroyed as he had imagined. The power of karma is really not simple, he commented before finally succeeding. Immediately afterward, the Lord God's power disappeared since it could no longer find its target. How did you do it? Asked Morgana. Do what? The spell. How did you succeed too quickly? Her spell was the result of the entire Empire's research on karma. However, she also knew the spell had too many flaws, and their actions had a minuscule possibility of success. After all, the research karma was in its early stages, so there was not as much data. In fact, we already have sufficient data on karma, or cause and effect, but we simply did not know, explained Edward. Oh, how? Curses. Morgana's eyes lit up. Indeed. Curse Master can use a person's hair, nails, appearance, and even date of birth to curse someone. And there is no requirement for distance. At its core, curse spells use the power cause and effect. Exactly. After I figured this out, it was simpler to modify the spell, said Edward. He was considered a curse master since he was paranoid that someone would use a powerful curse to kill him. Furthermore, after the Black Clover universe, he used Magi Kula to gain a powerful curse immunity, thus also deepening his understanding of curse spells. And now, he found the essence of curse. You should be able to control curse rules now, right? Asked Morgana. Yes, but only after a little bit more research and training. Space, time, destruction, death, and now curse. You're no longer a weak legendary arcanist, she added. Indeed. Are you going to focus only on these 5? Or are there going to be more? Element rules will definitely be next, pondered Edward. Hermione should control karma rule, so I can learn from her. I don't know if there is a void rule, but Rowena should learn it, so I can also learn with her. You have no chance to use fate or destiny rule, added Morgana. Wiz should learn light and darkness rule, however, that's part of element. Olivier will most likely use ice rule, which is another element. Well, the future is bright, agreed Edward. Before we leave this world, we can try to steal these different rules as we did in the Full Metal Alchemist universe. There is no need to steal the rules when we can steal the entire universe, said Edward. As he knew the importance of studying rules from different universes, he would let his family have an early start. So, he also planned to steal this timeline and preserve it as he did in Konosuba world. We should start stealing timelines and store them to study different universe rules, said Morgana. We can send troops in these weaker universes and start preparing. That's a good idea. We can send clone and golem legions to prevent anything unexpected from occurring. The only issue is the price we have to pay to buy so many world coordinates from the Akashic record. We might not have to pay, said Morgana. Have you forgotten where we are? Huh? You're right. Maybe we can reverse engineer the world coordinates from these reincarnators. Each power system has its unique imprints, so Wang Wei could find these worlds based on that. With Havika's omniverse mathematical model, it should be easier, nodded Morgana. Well, I'll leave it to you. Dash. And, for those who forgot, Havika is one of the linchpin introduced in CH 377. Chapter 444, Legendary Rise. Edward walked out of the room where he had confronted the power of Lord God. His destination was another room with a pool with mist. After opening the door, he saw Tobias group waiting, looking around in fear. What's wrong? He asked. What just happened? Asked Michelle, trembling as she remembered the helplessness she felt once that force enveloped the manor. What was that power? That's the power of your Lord God. Did you fail? Asked Tobias, who guessed the latter tried to temper with the Samsara Hall's restriction in a reincarnator's soul. What makes you think I would fail? Such a power, I doubt even you, a tier 8 legendary arcanist, could fight against. You're right that the power of the Lord God is beyond my capabilities. However, the owner is probably not as strong as me. What does that mean? Asked Tobias, confused. Even with his intelligence, he could not follow this conversation. However, his intuition told him this information was extremely important. That's not something you need to know, replied Edward, instantly blocking his desire to know more. So, you did succeed? Asked Michelle, who was the only person here with an intense desire to be freed from the Samsara Hall's control. Yes, replied Edward as he showed him a cloud-like substance floating above his head. A soul. Set asked. With such an injury, can you save him? The smallest crack in a person's soul would take him years to heal. And if it were a person of higher tiers, it would take him hundreds of years, if not thousands. And if the person were missing a soul, Set would be useless to heal. The best he could do is fuse the missing soul together, and that was an extremely difficult task for him. However, the soul before him seemed to be missing more than 3/4. So, he wondered how could this person be saved. Of course. Set gave him a look that he did not believe him. Then, he asked, can I watch? Why not? He led the group into the room with the misty pool. Without saying anything else or doing any extravagant actions, he placed the soul in the pool. A few seconds later, the group saw the floating cloud stabilize before growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is incredible. But how does it work? What is the principle behind this? Asked Set. He saw what was happening but could not comprehend why it was happening. All sentient beings have a life code, which is the blueprint of their existence. Life codes are usually divided into body, bloodline, and soul. The body and bloodline are sometimes fused together, and the soul sometimes does not exist. Some people glanced at Kingsley. The body controls your DNA, while the soul aspect controls, well, the soul. Just like your gene has the information to heal a severely injured body, it is the same for the soul life code. This pool uses soul energy to activate this information, thus returning the soul to its original shape. So, a genetic manipulation of the soul, asked Sasha. Genetic manipulation of the soul, muttered Edward. That's a great way to put it. He looked at her and gave her a nod of approval. For some reason, Sasha felt pride. She could feel this legendary arcanists only cared about Tobias. He found Kingsley interesting because of his uniqueness while tolerating Set because they were both arcanists. As for her and Michelle, well, she could tell he was only being polite. Wait, why should I be proud? He acknowledged me. She secretly controlled herself and calmed down. This level of magical technology. Set's eyes were full of fascination and greed. Don't think about it. You haven't even reached the point of conducting soul surgery, so don't even think about this level of technology, said Edward. Set smiled wryly. Then, Edward looked at him up and down. Although your talent is mediocre, and you don't have the spirit of exploration of arcanist, you seem a pretty lucky guy. So, I will give you a spell. Edward was not lying as he sensed this guy's luck was similar to some protagonists in some lower universe. So, he pointed to his forehead and instilled some information. This is also the price for your Titan arcane staff. Set took a moment to review the spell in his mind, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Life code spell. With this thing, I can explore the secret of bloodline, soul, and DNA. If I focus on the wizard path, I can modify my body to have the most powerful bloodline. His body trembled. Such a spell would be the foundation of a terrifying civilization. It should be the work of thousands of genius, working non-stop for 100,000 years. Are you sure you want to give it to me? You're over-exaggerating thing, said Edward nonchalantly. I created this thing when I was 21 years old and only Tier 0 apprentice. And the one I gave you was the original and most horrible version of the spell. Plus, you will have to spend years deciphering the code. However, you're right in saying it can be the foundation of terrifying civilization. Edward was not lying since he discovered the life code to modify his bloodline, break his limiters, and reach Tier 1. 21 years old, Tier 0, impossible. No one is so talented. Well, I am, said Edward casually. Now that I think about it, my story is quite legendary. The room quieted down because of his narcissistic comment, making everything awkward. You guys are boring. Why don't you ask me why I said that? He added. Sir, why did you say that? Asked Michelle, terribly embarrassed. However, she had no choice since this person might be her only chance at freedom. I'm glad you ask, said Edward, with no embarrassment and shame. In some ways, I'm like you guys. I was born on Earth before being reincarnated into the Harry Potter world. Wait, you're from Earth? Asked Sasha. Isn't it obvious with all my understanding of the different anime you guys' power system come from? He replied, looking at Sasha weirdly. The latter became even more embarrassed. Sir, continue, said Michelle, surprised by this arcanist's origin. I was born during the First Wizard War and barely survived Voldemort's madness. I had become one of the most accomplished wizards in the world by the time I graduated. At 21 years old, I discovered the life code. 23 years old, I conquered the wizard world and united all the wizards from all countries. 24 years old, I announced the existence of wizards to the world, preaching the peaceful existence of wizards and muggles. 29 years old, I conquered the entire planet through scheming and established the Arcane Empire. In my 50s, the Arcane Empire has developed into a magical technology civilization and spread throughout the entire solar system. Simultaneously, through luck and the aid of my mentor, Merlin, I invented omniversal travel. By gathering the knowledge and technology of different universes, the empire developed faster than an uncontrollable train. Right now, it is less than 100 years old. There are hundreds of Tier 7 arcanists and probably millions of Tier 6. More importantly, the Empire is a Tier 10 civilization because of the floating city I created, capable of fighting the gods who rule the universe, said Edward with extreme pride. Then, he looked at Tobias. How is it? Don't you want to be my disciple? You will have an entire civilization worth of resources to help you. Sir, even if you are trying to recruit me, there is no need to lie, said Tobias cautiously. Lie? I never lie. In just 100 years, you took the low-level Harry Potter universe into a Tier 10 civilizations, and you've become Tier 8. That is not possible. The Empire is less than 100 years, I am not, explained Edward. With time dilation from other universes and time acceleration technology, I am more than 900 years old. That makes more sense, muttered Set. Although he said that, he knew a 900 years Tier 8 was extremely young. He was only 240 years and Tier 6. However, that's because he took a long-term mission in the World of Warcraft world. At that time, he had only reached Tier 3. However, he gathered enough mission points to reach Tier 6 in less than 3 years. In the Samsara Hall, points are omnipotent, so it's entirely possible to achieve Tier 10 in less than 100 years. Even then, it's hard to believe. Tobias understood how difficult it is to reach higher tiers without the cheating method of the Samsara Hall. It's not entirely out of the realm of possibility if you consider the mysteries of the Harry Potter universe like the Death God, the Time Turner, the Philosopher's Stones, and the Rooms of Mysteries, suddenly said Kingsley. Great analysis, commented Edward. I used all these things as the basis for our civilization. How about it, change your mind? Sorry, replied Tobias. That's a shame. Edward shook his head and decided to no longer ask, since the latter insisted, he'll respect his choice. Then, he focused on Hernanda's soul, which had regenerated. Chapter 445, Purpose. Sir, can I be your apprentice? Edward, who was about to check Hernandez's situation, turned around and looked at Set. He gazed at him up and down. You? Forget it. He shook his head before turning around again. Please, give me a chance, added Set with gritted teeth. Edward focused on him again with a pondering look. I was a teacher at Hogwarts for 3 years. I laid the magical foundation for people like Hermione, Cedric, the Weasley twins, Harry Potter, Ron, and even Malfoy. All of them turned into Tier 6 and 7 arcanists. I have 3 official apprentices, all Tier 7 and less than 300 years old. The first 2 were geniuses even before walking the magical path. Now, they are exceptional archaeologists that travel the universe, the multiverse, and countless planes, discovering ancient relics, lost languages, and civilization. Their accomplishment in the field of linguistics, both magical and non-magical, is not something even I can compare with. Edward remembered his 2 apprentices, Flynn Carson and Emily Davenport, from the movie The Librarian. In the mummy world, he saw the potential of these 2 and schemed before their birth for them to become his apprentice. My 3rd apprentice has a unique talent for dreams. Her current research has almost reached the point she can wield the rule of dream. As long as she has more time and increases her willpower, she can become a legendary arcanist. Edward remembered Chloe from The Last Witch Hunter. He has great hope for her to discover the dream plane. And once he returns, this is one of the main planes the Empire will focus on developing in the future. Edward looked at Set in the eyes. Your talent is okay, but I don't care about magical talent. With only a few potions, I can turn you into an unparalleled genius. However, you do not have the desire for truth and knowledge. I can tell you became an arcanist because you thought it was cool. Is something wrong with that? Asked Set. With blood eyes, he tried really hard to hide his embarrassment and shame. No, I also think magic is cool, and so do many people. The problem I have with you is I don't see any sense of curiosity from you, the desire to explore the unknown. Your desire and view on magic are too superficial. Edward shook his head. However, he could see Set disagreed with his word. You don't agree? I believe you have misjudged me, replied Set, who calmed down. He decided to use this interaction as a harsh interview for a job. You are Tier 6, but I can see you only reach this level by using the Lord God's power to strengthen your soul and mana. In other words, you don't have the knowledge a Tier 6 arcanist should have. Arcanists increase the power of their soul through knowledge. So, the higher their tiers, the more knowledgeable they are. However, it's different for Set. He turned his eyes to look at Tobias. Based on his eyes, Tobias felt I was being too harsh on you, continued Edward. Without reading his mind, I know why he made this judgment. You belong to the Lord God and have to participate in countless missions. So, you don't have as much time as regular casters to study or do research. Isn't that right? Tobias did not answer as he felt he should not intrude on this conversation. He's right, though, replied Set. But he's not. If you wanted to, you could use your points or the power of the Lord God to instantly have the knowledge of your tier. Or better yet, use it to have extra time for your research. Set's body subconsciously trembled. Many casters he knew used this method. Furthermore, most casters will take long-term missions to ensure they can do their research in these worlds. So, besides your luck, you don't meet any of my requirements, said Edward before suddenly remembering something. Are you talented in combat? Excuse me. I'm asking if you excel at combat magic, reiterated Edward. I have never seen you fight, so I don't know. However, if you have any talent for combat, I might reconsider. In my last voyage, I was the Wizard King in Black Clover and trained all the magic captains and talented magic knights into Tier 5 and Tier 6. Set and the group were shocked. They wondered when it was so easy for people to reach Tier 6. Meanwhile, Set did not know how to answer. I'm guessing the answer is negative. Edward frowned before taking out a black stone. Last chance. He handed it to him. Set caught it by instinct, and the stone lit up. A willpower of 0.5, commented Edward before shaking his head. Wait, you should constantly be on the verge of life and death during missions. How come it's not even 1? He waved his hand to send the stone to Michelle, and she scored a 1. Finally, Sasha also scored a 1, and Kingsley was 1.5. Edward immediately knew Set was the kind of person who relied too much on his natural luck. As for Tobias, his score was 3. A willpower of 3? I knew this kid was talented. Edward shook his head, thinking how this kid was wasting his naturally God-given talent. 3 out of 5? Not bad, Tobias, said Michelle, who felt it might be necessary to get close to Tobias, given how much the legendary arcanist valued him. It's out of 10, corrected Edward as he placed the stone away. And that's a good score. Yes. Even I started at 3, and now, I'm only at 8, explained Edward. Even someone like Asta only has a willpower of 5. I see. I'm sorry, but you don't meet my requirement for an apprentice. Set sighed but did not say anything. This short conversation made him realize a lot of things about himself. So, he decided to change. Sir, can I ask a question? What do you intend to do with us? Asked Tobias. My purpose, said Edward, but he did not immediately answer. Instead, he took a moment to process Hernandez's memory. He was extra careful to ensure nothing went wrong. Is there God's space called Samsara Hall? He thought. Do you guys know the concept of Lord God, God's space, reincarnation hall? Yes. They have read Terror Infinity, the first novel that introduced the concept. And after it became popular, many novels of the same genre appeared. Then, you should know these things can take shape into two forms, a powerful creature or a magic artifact. The group nodded. After entering the Samsara Hall, they read more novels regarding Lord God or God space. So, they knew such a thing. For many years, I have been searching for a weak Lord God to take their weapon from them. You want us to become your spy, said Tobias. Yes, replied Edward. I will give you a magical artifact with two purposes. One is to help me gather coordinates from other universes and to gather more information about the owner of your Samsara Hall. Then, once the time arrives, I will strike them. Tobias took a deep breath. And if we refuse? Nothing will happen, replied Edward. After I study your power system, you'll be free to go. However, you should decide after hearing what I offer as a reward. And what would that be? Edward smiled to himself. Besides Michelle, I can tell none of you want to abandon your powers. Simultaneously, you also don't want to be controlled by the Samsara Hall. So, if you agree and succeed in my mission, I will give you an omniversal travel ship. Meaning you can continue traveling to other universes, increasing your power. However, the Samsara Hall will no longer be able to control or force you to go on missions. The heart of the group trembled. This was such a tempting offer. Even Michelle, who was prepared to become a regular person, felt it would be a better choice for her if she accepted this offer. After all, she loved being a jiu-jitsu sorcerer and had decent talent, given how she succeeded in creating an incomplete domain expansion without using Samsara points. So, what do you think? I have a few more questions, said Tobias hurriedly to prevent anyone from accepting before making things clear. Please, replied Edward. Chapter 446, Target. You said our god space is weak, what proof do you have of this? Tobias did not want to question the arcanist. However, this mission involved his safety, so he wanted to be sure. He wanted to have as much information as possible before making a decision. Tobias has already decided to accept, and it was not only because of how tempting the reward was. The main reason is he did not think he had a choice. Although this legendary arcanist promised to give them their freedom, he did not wholly believe the latter. Furthermore, even if the latter was telling the truth, it is still possible for him to place something inside their bodies and soul, something they cannot detect. If he did that, they would lose the initiation in their hands and become pawns of the latter. So, whether he liked it or not, he had to agree. Since that was the case, he needed to accomplish the task and hope the arcanists kept his word. And if he does not, he will have ample time to reach higher tiers and has more ways to deal with the situation. Lord gods operate by stealing a timeline of a universe. By messing with the plot or the destiny of the world, they can secretly or openly swallow the world's source. The group frowned. They have heard similar theories in the Samsara Hall. However, most people believed the god space was stealing the power of destiny instead of world source. Before coming to this timeline, I have checked hundreds of stolen timelines, continued Edward. The shield surrounding each timeline was different, and yours was the weakest. I didn't have to use much power to force myself in. That's it, asked Tobias with a frown. This evidence is not enough. There is the possibility that the Lord God was injured, sleeping, or sealed, hence why it could not use its full power to protect the stolen timeline. Indeed, thought the group collectively. If Tobias did not bring this point out, they might not have thought of it. Good point. The second reason is your Samsara Hall did not immediately annihilate me after coming to this timeline. If he were powerful, he would never allow such a variable as myself. The third reason is the seal in your soul. The seal should have been in the fourth layer of your soul dimension and undetectable by even myself. Edward squinted, his eyes full of brilliance. The main point is I have found the owner of the Lord God's artifact. You did? Who is it? Asked Michelle, excited that she had met her enemy who had ruined her life. The purple-robed deist, replied Edward. Him? Asked the group simultaneously. Yes. After analyzing the information I received from Hernandez's memory, I deduced he has the highest suspicions. My theory is that some ordinary Chinese kid in one of the many Earths in the Omniverse accidentally discovered a broken or injured Lord God artifact. After becoming the owner of the artifact, he learned it needed energy or power to heal or fix it. So, he chose reincarnators and sent them on different missions to gather world source to restore the artifact. In the meantime, he used the artifact to fulfill his dream of becoming an immortal cultivator. As the owner of the god space, he has advantages the other reincarnators do not, so he can rise in tier faster than others. At first, his security clearance for the artifact was low. However, as he becomes more powerful, he has more control over it. Then, one day, once he reaches a specific tier, most likely tier 12, he can have complete control over the artifact. By then, the reincarnators will become his worker ant, acquiring world source for him to become more powerful instead of the artifact. Besides Kingsley, the face of the team became ugly. After all, as modern people, none of them wants to be others' pawns or worker ants. Ha ha ha, laughed Tobias hysterically. Everything makes sense now. The purple-robed deist is the most mysterious of reincarnators. The information about him is so little that it's abnormal. Amongst all the top reincarnators, not only is he the most powerful, but he is also the only one who has accomplished the most perfect level missions. The mission grade in the Samsara Hall has different classification levels based on the success rate, ranking from F to SSS. Above SSS, there is the perfect level of accomplishment, and only a few top reincarnators have achieved it. And they only achieved perfection because they accomplished missions in lower-tier universes. In other words, they used their high tier to bully weak worlds like Resident Evil and achieve perfection. However, the purple-robed deist is the only exception. He has accomplished many perfection grades and many in higher universes. The rate at which he grows is simply abnormal, continued Tobias. Anyone who has contact or communication with him can easily acquire samsara points. He has access to unknown secrets and resources. He remembered the purple-robed deist once used a rare crystal as the price for a mission, making countless top reincarnators go crazy. He's the only person who succeeded in an impossible mission. According to the information revealed, the second-generation reincarnators were almost annihilated after encountering another Lord God. However, he single-handedly reversed the situation. He must have used some of the power of the Lord God. The room was quiet for a few seconds until Kingsley spoke. According to analysis, the number of Chinese reincarnators in the Samsara Hall is the largest. They have the highest survival rate and are 27.8% more powerful on average than every other race or ethnicity. Damn it, I want to kill him, said Sasha. Do you have the ability, said Set, of all people. So, Sasha stared at him without arguing. I found another proof of my theory, said Edward with a sneer while looking in the distance. After saying his name, someone tried to peep at this place using the power of cause and effect. The moment he revealed the Lord God's name, Edward was on guard in case it triggered the origin rune in this group's soul. However, nothing happened to their soul, but he sensed a peeping gaze, so he isolated the mansion with the same spell he used to save Hernandez. Are we in danger? Asked Tobias, who took a deep breath to calm down. No, but he will be suspicious of you, replied Edward. However, you don't need to worry. I will kidnap the other reincarnators and release them. This way, he will not suspect any of you. Do you have a way to hide from him or protect us from him in case something happens? Yes, replied Edward. I will give you a multi-purpose magic artifact and hide it in the fourth layer of your soul dimension. Its purpose will be to record the coordination of the worlds you travel to, but also protect you from mind invasion, memory search, hypnotic suggestions, and I will even add some cause and effect protections. And if an accident occurs, the artifact will save a piece of your soul and run away to a designated universe. It will send me a signal, and I can come to save you, explained Edward. However, there are a few things you need to keep in mind. Please, do tell. Firstly, I cannot guarantee the artifact will react in time. It will be programmed to do its best, but you will be in the home court of the purple-robed deist, so accidents are very likely. That's understandable, nodded Tobias. Secondly, you need to record the coordinate of the Earth you are from. The group frowned. The Earth was their home, thus vital to them. There are too many Earths, so I don't know which one you're from. So, if you ever want to return home, you have no choice. The group secretly looked at each other before sighing. Thirdly, you can send a message to me using the artifact. However, you can only do it once you're on a mission in another universe. No matter what happens, do not contact me when you're in the God space. To be safe, don't even contact me when you're on Earth. If the purple-robed deist is from the same place, he might be monitoring the Earth at all times. Edward has already made a character model for the purple-robed deist, so he added filial piety from China and Eastern countries into it. So, he believed the purple-robed deist cared deeply about Earth if his parents lived on it. Of course, he also considered the possibility he had no family, friends, or loved ones. Regardless, he decided to be cautious and labeled Earth as one of the no-contact zones. Finally, the Lord God should be improving at an alarming rate. It's only a matter of time before he has complete control of the artifact and implants the seal in your soul in the fourth dimension layer. So, you won't have much time for this mission. Chapter 447, Change of Plans. Edward has always lusted after the technology of a Lord God or God space. So, he began to scheme against one in his home world, sending Luna and Rowena on a mission to find one. The two succeeded, but Edward had reservations. According to his plan, Luna and Rowena orchestrated an accident that sent the God Space's watch to another timeline. And in that timeline, he had already created a perfect identity for himself. He was a world-famous scientist that has brought the advancement of technology by hundreds of years in a few short decades. One day, in an expedition, the scientist discovered a watch of unknown material he could not understand. While studying it, he accidentally put it on and became a member of God Space. The plan was proceeding smoothly as the watch had already reached that timeline. The only thing waiting was for the clone to discover the watch. However, Edward was worried about the strength of that timeline God space. Additionally, the accident involving the watch had too many suspicious points, so he did not have much confidence in this plan. And with the lack of information about that God space, things became complicated. However, after coming to this timeline, he had a better option. So, he devised a plan to infiltrate the purple-robed deist's God space. And his plan was similar to the previous one, with fewer risks. He would infiltrate the Earth Tobias and the others came from. He would create the identity of a brilliant college student pursuing extraordinary power through scientific research. Once he reaches the radar of the purple-robed deist, he has a high chance of being invited into the Samsara Hall for multiple reasons. The first one is his desire for extraordinary power. Secondly, with the high IQ he displayed, the purple-robed deist will think of him as the perfect pawn. He will see Edward as the kind of reincarnator that can have high grades in missions, thus allowing him to mess up the timelines and gather more world source for his god space artifact. As long as the purple-robed deist sees me as the perfect leech, he will invite me, calculated Edward. The only trouble now is to successfully invade Earth without his knowledge. This is not your only trouble, Morgana suddenly said through his mind. The Empire has not successfully developed technology for the fourth soul dimension layer, but your entire plan relies on it. Edward smiled embarrassedly as she was correct. But the little elf was not finished. In our current situation, we do not have much time to research. So, how are you going to solve this problem? We will cheat, replied Edward. And the purple-haired elf knew what he meant. Are you prepared for the consequences? In this universe, we don't have to worry about consequences. That's true. Get started on setting things up. As you said, we don't have much time left. Edward finally looked at the group. Take your time to consider my proposal. If you don't want to, it's fine, I'll only erase some of your minds from our conversation. Then, you will be free. Lastly, I will send a clone to each of you since I have not fully studied your power systems. Previously, he only gathered primary data, which is far from enough. Edward proceeded to place Hernandez's soul back on his body before leaving the room. Sir, called Set, who quickly followed him with an expression he was prepared to die but was willing to take the risk. Edward turned around to look at him, wondering what this kid wanted. He thought the latter would be wallowing in embarrassment and would avoid him at all costs. Please, let me observe. Edward felt his mind blank. Even with his intelligence, he could not follow what this kid was saying. If I didn't guess wrong, you should plan to study Li Kyok's magic system. I want to observe and learn. Huh? Interesting. Edward observed and realized this kid did not take his harsh rejection to heart. Instead, he strove to improve. I guess if he keeps this attitude, his willpower will drastically increase, and he might have some achievement in the future. Edward did not want his spy team to be mediocre. The more talented and capable they were, the higher their chances of succeeding in this mission were. Very well. Edward walked into a research room, and with a wave of his hand, numerous screens appeared before him. The screens showed different people fighting robots or automatons. Set recognized these people as his fellow reincarnators. Edward watched the battle, analyzing the situation. Most of these reincarnators had similar power systems, mainly genetic enhancement similar to the one the Empire used. The other standard power system was bloodline implantation or psychic energy. He saw numerous vampires, werewolves, telepaths, or telekinetic powers. The most efficient power system, mostly used by low-level reincarnators, is to enhance their bodies through genetic manipulation or bloodline implantation, or modify their brains to use psychic energy. Edward has read a few stories involving Lord God or God Space. Usually, the protagonist will also begin with these low-level power systems before changing to a better one. They usually go to Resident Evil, Underworld, or Chronicle as their first mission. And in these worlds, these types of powers are easy to acquire. So, after checking the situation and not finding anything interesting, he ordered the automatons race to capture all the reincarnators and bring Li Kyok to him. After a few minutes, the young Korean dressed in all black magical robes, holding a staff, was before him. I thought you said he was tier 3, asked Edward, noticing this kid was already tier 4. That's what the information said, replied Set. This means he knows how to hide, which is a good thing. In the Samsara Hall, being cautious and low-key is an excellent skill set. Set, you betray us, suddenly said Li Kyok. Betray? Who did I betray? You? The Samsara Hall. Li Kyok did not know how to answer. The reincarnators were already competitors and would kill each other for any profit. As for the Samsara Hall, most people were forced by it, so how would they have any loyalty? Kid, cooperate, and you might have a chance at surviving. Li Kyok's face became ugly, but Edward ignored him. He cast a spell to scan the ladder, and another screen appeared before him, showing 4 intricate magic circles. Are those the magic circles in my magic core? Asked Li Kyok, but no one answered him. How does your magic system work? Asked Edward. Li Kyok opened his mouth before closing it. Do you really want to do this the hard way? It's not that I'm trying to be difficult, but I literally cannot say anything. Yes, the power of the seal should also involve your power systems. After all, the Samsara Hall wouldn't want you guys to exchange knowledge as you please, cutting into his business. How about telling me the universe your power system originated from? Li Kyok glanced at Set, thinking this traitor had even told him this information. He opened his mouth but could not say anything. So, even this is restricted. Meanwhile, the caster realized something. The arcanist knew too much. How did Set give away all these secrets? But he could not. He realized the situation was not as it seemed. Meanwhile, Edward no longer asked questions as he continued observing Li Kyok. He realized the latter had a magic core with an interdimensional space inside his heart, similar to all wizards back home. He used the core or space to hold mana. However, Li Kyok's magic systems do not involve expanding that space to contain more mana. These magic circles are weird. And those runes and their designs. They looked like perfect geometric shapes found in nature, commented Edward. Morgana, what do you think? The first magic circle looks like electrons moving around a nucleus. Edward's eyes suddenly lit up. Morgana, you're a genius. I am? Of course, I am. But why don't you explain why, not for me, but for the other people around? I think I know the core of this magic system and the difference between us. In simple words, micro and macro. Chapter 448, Mana Particles. Edward did not immediately continue explaining his idea since he needed to verify it. So, multiple magic circles appeared around Li Kyuk to gather data, analyzing the essence of his magical system. I was right, he muttered. Meanwhile, Morgana had identified the spells he had used and had an inkling of what he was doing. But she did not have a conclusion yet. Can you explain what you discovered? Our magic systems involved the macro. We expand our magic core or use our soul dimension to store a vast quantity of mana, explained Edward. However, their magic systems are similar to the dragon heart, involving the micro. Mana as small as cells, asked Morgana. Dragons have quintillions, if not more, cells in their hearts alone. And they stored most of their mana in each cell, thus granting them immense energy storage. Yes. The mana circles are made of thousands of mana particles as a way to store their energy. The first circle has the lowest particles, and the number keeps increasing with each new circle. Fascinating, commented Morgan as she also observed the magic circles and helped Edward gather data. There is something different about the fourth circle, she said, pointing to the circles. The other three circles seem to form a resonance with the fourth. However, what's the purpose of this resonance? Edward observed for a moment before responding, nuclear fission. Indeed. The mana particles resonate and act similar to nuclear fission, generating even more energy than each single mana particle could do alone. Morgana's eyes lit up, so, mana fusion and fission were possible. We wronged Tower Master Blad. Tower Master was an arcanist who hypothesized this possibility. Unfortunately, mana has its own rules and regulations. Although it can often act similarly to the laws of physics, it is still different. So, no matter what the Empire tried, no one succeeded in this concept of mana fusion or mana fission. Blad believed in his theory wholeheartedly and refused to accept he was wrong. At first, Edward supported him and granted him numerous resources for his research. But after years of failure and nothing to show, he also gave up on the latter. Indeed, we wronged him, but the situation back then could not be avoided, replied Edward. He tried his best, but Blad could not back up his claims after wasting so many resources. True. Back to the topic, this discovery will significantly advance our understanding and use of mana, concluded Morgana. She could foresee new development in the creation of the Ether Stone or the Philosopher's Stone, which is one of the core technologies of the Empire's development. Whoever created this magic system is truly an unparalleled genius, commented Edward. He felt his magic system was crude compared to the intricacy of this one. Master, you don't need to belittle yourself, reassured Morgana. This system is indeed brilliant, but it places too much emphasis on mana control. To gather these mana particles, the users of this system will require extreme control of mana. As such, the talent required for this system is extremely harsh compared to the Empire's system. Plus, if I guess correctly, the limit of this system should have been between tier 6 and 7. The only reason it can reach higher is because the god space used its power to update it and created the higher tiers. Li Kyuk looked at her in shock as she was right. His system came from a Korean web novel he read. The limit of this system was tier 6, with only planetary level destruction. However, after using samsara points, Li Kyuk made it better and with a higher potential. There is no need to belittle this system. My ego is not that fragile, said Edward, slightly speechless. It is brilliant, and I admit that. Now, our only objective is to incorporate it into our arcane rune system. He could see this system was perfect with the Fates magic circuit system he learned from Sasha. After creating a soul circuit, the Empire's citizens will have a higher mana control. And adding the Gate of Truth, which is also an aid for energy control, more people will be able to use this magic circle system. Morgana, do a simulation on what will happen if arcanists condensed mana circles into their magic core or soul dimensions. Aye, sir. 5 minutes, 32 seconds later. Death, she said. From an explosion. Too much energy. As expected. The soul cannot control such large energy. Edward expected this outcome. A tier 8 arcanist like himself already has enough energy to destroy a star system. Now, if he condensed 8 mana circles inside his body, it would be like fusing with another self. However, his soul strength remained the same. Without sufficient soul strength, it is impossible to control the energy generated by the 8 mana circles. Do you think we should add a second soul to control the circles? Suggested Morgana. The Empire has experimented on the possibility of an arcanist having 2 souls. Although there were many problems initially, like schizophrenia or split personality, most have been solved over the years. No, a second soul will mean more resources will now be required to become a powerful arcanist. Such a method means arcanists will require more resources to train a second soul. And from the previous experiments, it's been discovered the second soul cannot increase its strength using knowledge like the main soul. Yes, we cannot allow the gap between the wealthy and the poor to keep growing, nodded Morgana. Now, the Empire has entered an era where everyone has magical powers. However, there will still be a hierarchy based on talent and resources. And if Edward made the mana circle system based on resources, then the wealthy would have even more advantages, thus leading to instability and chaos in the Empire's meritocracy system. Do you have a solution? Asked the little elf. Maybe. I'm all ears. Our objective should change to use this mana circle system and allow our arcanist to have an extra mana pool. So, in a situation where they used all the mana in their magic core and soul dimension, they can access the mana from the circles. So, we only need a second heart or magic core that is sealed. When needed, they can remove the soul and access the mana circles. This might work, said Morgana as she did another simulation. With the sealed heart, there is no need to worry about the body exploding because of too much energy. The soul can control one mana pool at a time, not placing any burden on it. Exactly. However, it would be better to place the mana circles in the soul dimension. The heart is too fragile, and the arcane heart is also very expensive to create. Yes, the mana in the dimension is a unique area in the first layer. We can seal the second layer and place the circles. Wait, Edward's eyes suddenly lit up. We can also add more circles in the third and fourth layers. If this plan succeeded, it would mean he would have 3 extra mana pools. So, if he ever ran out of mana, he could just release the seal, access the other mana circles, and repeat the cycle. This method would mean he would increase his mana quantity by 3 times. This method might work for a freak like you, but most arcanists' soul dimension could not bear such a load and would crack or destroy, and even their bodies might not be able to bear it, said Morgana, making Edward frown. Didn't we study ways to reinforce the soul dimension? Yes, but even after reinforcement, the majority of arcanists won't be able to use another layer to store more mana. Maybe, they can have a few extra circles, probably equivalent to 10% of their tier. An extra 10% is not bad. The second layer mana circles will already make arcanists even more powerful than other arcanists. So, if they can store an additional 10% in the third layer, it will still increase their overall strength. Chapter 449, Backup arrives. Master, you should not be too greedy, said Morgana. It's more than enough that we can have an extra mana pool. Plus, we haven't even completed the mana circles. They only had 4 mana circles and needed to create the other 6. Well, since Edward was currently only tier 8, he only needed the other 4 for now. The solution to our problem is simple, technology, said Edward. Before we departed, the Empire succeeded in creating a small artificial soul dimension. After Edward's first voyage, the Empire acquired the technology to create dimensions of various sizes. And since then, he has acquired and developed even more dimension-related technology. However, the soul dimension that all creatures with a soul have is unique and was not easy to create. Because of how small the dimension was, it cannot be used to store much mana. However, the mana circles are a perfect replacement. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The only problem is the current technology is not even available to the public. And even if it was, few people could afford it, continued Morgana. However, as we perfect the technology, it should become more common. When we get back, tell the relevant department to search for a plane similar to the dream world, but with the soul. A plane composed entirely of soul strength. Morgana's eyes lit up. The dream plane had no matter, and everything was made of dream energy. If there is a soul plane, then the Empire's soul technology will enter a state of rapid improvement. However, would such a place exist? I don't know, but there are a few ways to find out, replied Edward. We can go to the abyss and ask. If such a plane exists, it should be very famous and sought after by many people. If we can't find any information, we will use divination, luck, and karma to search for it. And if all that does not work, we will ask the Akashic records and pay whatever price is necessary. I like your thoroughness, said the little elf with a cheeky smile. Edward ignored her before looking at Likyok. Do you have the inheritance of your magic system before the Samsara Hall optimized it? Why, yes. Likyok did a mission on that world, so he ensured to acquire a complete inheritance of that world. He also did not want to rely entirely on the Samsara Hall in case he escaped one day. So, he handed Edward a book thicker than a dictionary, and he silently watched as the latter read it, becoming focused and lost reading it. Meanwhile, Set was quiet during the entire conversation, observing and learning. In this brief interaction, he understood the legendary arcanist was a once-in-a-generation genius like Albert Einstein. And he was not referring to the latter's IQ, intelligence, or talent. He saw Edward as the kind of genius not imprisoned by any mode of thinking. For hundreds of years, Newtonian physics dominated the world of physics, making many scientists believe space and time were absolute. Then, Einstein came and broke that mode of thinking by creating his theory of relativity. Geniuses like Einstein not only have the capability to understand complex and esoteric theories, concepts, and mathematical formulas, but they see the world in ways other people cannot. Their way of thinking is never restrained, full of imagination and inspiration. Set realized Edward was such a genius when it came to magic. Even if I increase my magical talent, I might not reach his level. Set knew he could increase his talent with the Samsara Hall. However, this would only allow him to better understand magic theories, control energy, or have better soul strength than others. However, when faced with problems in research or thinking of ways to solve certain issues, he will face the problem of his mode of thinking. I don't need to be him, but I can learn from his actions. Set already had a plan. High-tier reincarnators can buy worlds and use them as their main base. Previously, he had thought of buying a world as his base and even contemplated setting it in the world of Warcraft. But I can follow in his footsteps. Conquer the world of Harry Potter and create an empire. Spread magic and gather talented individuals to research knowledge for me. Set could see the benefit of having an entire world working for him. Using this method, his magical journey will be smoother. It's decided? More than an hour later, Edward finished his reading. The system is indeed different, commented Morgana. The book contained nine magic circles, but even the first one was different from Likyak's. The resonance between the magic circles is no longer to create mana physions but to allow the caster to control mana in the environment to increase their spell powers. Basically, this system included a sorcerer technique into it. Even with the sorcerer technique, the original version's highest power is only tier 6. However, the Samsara Hall's updated version removed the caster's dependence on the environment, allowing them to have a potent destructive power on their own. Not to mention, the ceiling of this system should be tier 10 or higher. Edward pondered for a moment. How long will it take you to deduce the following circles? I can deduce the 5th and 6th circles in less than a week. However, the 7th should take more than 5 years, and the 8th more than 10 years. And that's a low estimate. After all, we have too little data. That's too long, said Edward with a frown. We will add the 8th circle to our list of cheating. And if it doesn't work, we will try to exchange it with the Akashic record. What's with the hurry? 5 and 10 years were nothing to their current near-immortal self. I want to have some assurance before I confront Guznad. I don't want anything unexpected to happen. How did I forget about your paranoia? Remind me to cut your pay when we return, said Edward, and Morgan showed her tongue at him. The group then continued their study of Likyak's system, trying to learn more from him. And it was the same for Set's arcane magic. Then, 2 days passed. Edward went to see the group again. Have you decided? He asked. Yes, responded Set without hesitation. Meanwhile, the others did not say anything directly. Instead, they glanced at Tobias through the side of their eyes. Sir, if you could give us a little more time to decide, said Tobias as he bowed deeply. Edward glanced at him, and he knew what he was thinking. From Hernandez, he knew these reincarnators' mission was to survive for 3 days. So, he guessed the purple-robed deist would make a move in those 3 days. And this group wanted to know how he would deal with the upcoming trouble. After all, they have not seen Edward display any strength. They knew he was powerful and of high tier. However, the Samsara Hall had many tier 8 reincarnators and many who were quite brilliant. So, what if he lost to one of them? No, many of them should attack simultaneously, so he might lose because of the lack of manpower. The Samsara Hall has already changed the core values and beliefs of these people. They only respect the strong. So far, Edward has only shown he is knowledgeable and capable, but not that he is strong. I understand, he said, making their heart skip a beat. You have until tomorrow. They are here, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. Oh, show me? A screen appeared before him, showing the atmosphere outside of the planet. There were many ships and a few people, many with an energy level on par with him and Shive. Interesting, he muttered. Were these people fighting against the Akatsuki? Most likely, since I did not detect anyone entering this timeline. Morgana was in charge of monitoring any movement to the void shield surrounding this timeline. I thought the Samsara Hall would only be interested in the shinobi world since that's where the destiny of this universe gathers. It could be that Boruto's settings will one day reach the home world of the Akatsuki, analyzed Morgana. True. Well, let's go receive our guests. Chapter 450, Top Reincarnators. Edward flew outside the planet's atmosphere and saw numerous fleets waiting for him. Some ships resembled technology designs, while others radiated magical powers. Additionally, he saw a few magic towers. He observed the fleet for a moment before 4 people flew out and stayed a few meters away from him. The one in the middle was dressed in an all-black magical robe, holding a staff with skull designs. On the right was an eerily handsome young man dressed in all white. Edward noticed the latter was dressed similarly to the Tang dynasty from Chinese history. He had a sword in his hand and a gourd on his waist. Edward's mouth twitched as he knew he had met another Chinese kid who wanted to fulfill his dream of becoming a peerless swordsman dressed in white. And given how the latter was handsome to the point of being unnatural, he guessed he used a special technique or samsara points to make him this attractive. The one on the left was a well-toned woman with spiky hair. Edward could feel a substantial desire for battle emanating from her. Is this a Xian battle armor? He analyzed. Finally, he looked at the person next to the woman. Naruto Uzumaki, he asked. This person was indeed Naruto Uzumaki, but his hair was no longer orange but blue. Furthermore, he had 2 horns and white skin. Naruto with its Akatsuki bloodline. Did the Samsara Hall invite natives? He asked, with no answer. Luckily, he did not need an answer. No, your soul is different. You should be a reincarnator who chose to swallow Naruto's soul and take his identity. Lord Arcanist, said the mauve, the one dressed in a magical robe. He felt they were about to lose the momentum of the conversation and decided to interject. Our mission is to capture or eradicate you. Please, choose the path with less resistance. His voice was calm, peaceful, and serene, making Edward pay attention to him. You should be a wizard, commented Edward. Your bloodline is so unique. I sense the power of darkness, flame, and dream. I wonder what creature it originated from. Mauve frowned as he felt his opponent naturally discard them. It was as if their strength were not worth him paying attention to. So, you've chosen the path of violence. No more nonsense, said the only woman. Bang! A golden aura emanated from her body, followed by lightning. Her hair also turned golden. Super Saiyan 2, muttered Edward with brilliant eyes. On Earth, Dragon Ball was the first anime he ever watched. It is the anime that made him fall in love with anime. And just like all boys his age, he also dreamt of turning into a Super Saiyan. The female Xian, who changed her name to Tamat, rushed toward Edward and punched him. Under his excitement, he discarded his belief that only barbarians fight with their fists and bodies. He ignored his ideology that, as a noble mage, he should use spells to drown his opponent. Instead, he gathered the aura inside his body and confronted Tamat. Boom, boom, boom. The two clashed, generating powerful shockwaves that shocked the entire star system. Meanwhile, the others calmly watched while hiding their shock. They knew their opponent was an arcanist, but he was fighting on par with a Xian specialized in closed combat. Do you think he's an arcanist that focuses on closed combat? Asked Naruto through a special communication. Although rare, they do exist, replied Mauve. So, it's possible. It's better to observe before making a conclusion, added Bailey, the immortal swordsman. Meanwhile, Edward had fun fighting. Although he did not like it, it did not mean he was bad at it. He has learned all martial arts on Earth and the new ones created by the Empire that perfectly suit aura masters. He asked Morgana to force him to train, so close combat is always part of his training. Furthermore, his wife, Olivier, is an expert on closed combat. So, Edward made sure to have some achievements in case she wanted to suppress him. So, he was on par with the Xian and even had the advantage because his body was stronger. Xians and the people relied too much on their ki or aura. As such, Goku can be killed by a laser beam. However, a laser will not damage Edward's skin, let alone pierce his body. So, after fighting for a while, he suddenly used his advantageous physical capabilities and suddenly punched her in her sternum, breaking a few ribs. The others did not even have time to reach as Tamat flew in the distance, crashing into a purple planet. Move, yelled Mauve, and the others were ahead of him. Bailey waved his sword to create a sword slash larger than the biggest of stars. Simultaneously, Naruto made a raisin shuriken the size of the sun. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred where Edward stood. However, after the dark clouds floated away, he was intact, with not even a scratch on his white robe. Any information? Asked Mauve, who knew things would not be easy. He absorbed my ninjutsu, replied Naruto. He must have studied the chakra system intensely. The four of them had plenty of experience and knew the horror of an arcanist was their knowledge. If they thoroughly analyze your power system, they can use it better than you or create countermeasures to render it useless. He blocked my sword with relative ease, added Bailey. I've always believed immortal cultivation was another form of magic, said Edward, looking at Bailey, and I was correct. Your energy might be a unique frequency of mana. Or maybe, a form of energy that is very similar to mana. And that attack. I sense metal energy, and the application was beyond my knowledge. During Mummy 3 World, Edward discovered metal energy after studying the magic system of the Dragon Emperor. However, so far, the application of metal energy in the Empire has only been to the level of control metal similar to Magneto's magnetism powers. However, based on the swordsman's attack, he discovered the latter used the sharp attribute of metal, thus achieving the cutting ability of a sword. Bailey frowned, unhappy with the opponent's calm attitude or the fact his attack was seen through. However, what happened next almost made him vomit blood. Let me see, it should be like this, said Edward as he summoned a sword. He turned his mana into metal energy and slashed forward. A brilliant sword slash rushed toward Bailey, containing a terrifying sharp edge capable of cutting off a star in two. Bailey's face changed, and he swung his sword again. As a swordsman, he believed the best defense was a powerful offense. Unfortunately, Edward's attack overwhelmed his, forcing him to evade to save his life. No, it's not good enough. This attack only reached 70% of your understanding of metal energy, commented Edward with a frown. He knew he only overwhelmed the latter because his mana was purer. So, he analyzed Bailey's two attacks and slashed his sword again. Dimension Wall. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and created a wall that contained a large dimension inside. Breaking the barrier would require destroying the entire dimension. Crack! To his horror, the sword slash cut his wall in two before rushing toward the group. Darkness Swallow. Mauve cast a spell that swallowed the attack. 90%, commented Edward, as he pushed his unparalleled talent to control energy. He analyzed Bailey's attack and took the latter's essence or profound understanding in utilizing the sharp attribute of metal energy. Slash. The third attack finally reached the same level as Bailey. And with Edward's pure mana, the slash was truly devastating to the team. However, Bailey felt insulted and used an even more powerful spell. A weird aura emanated from his body. And when he slashed his sword, he swiftly broke Edward's slash. Huh? What's this power? It felt familiar, he muttered before deciding to use his body to tank the attack. It was the best method to analyze its essence. Chapter 451, Battle of Different Systems. The power of metal rule, asked Edward as he sensed the power left in his scarred palms. No, this power is not even 1% of the power of rules. He frowned, wondering why this attack was so weird. You dare be distracted, yelled Naruto before summoning 6 truth-seeking balls and turning them into spears. Swish! Edward disappeared and evaded the attack, his eyes still focusing on analyzing the power on his palm. Darkness Flame Meteor Shower. Mauve created millions of massive dark meteor burning with dark flames. They rushed toward Edward with unimaginable speed. However, while distracted, he evaded all the meteors, not allowing a single one to touch him. Suddenly, the Xian, Tamat, appeared behind him using instant transmission. She tried to hold him tied so one of the attacks could hit. However, Edward reacted as if he knew she would be there. He elbowed her in her face before creating a massive pushing force, sending her crashing countless light years away. Is this sword intent? He suddenly asked Bailey. However, no one answered him. Interesting. The cultivation system allows people to resonate with the rules and authority, thus borrowing a fragment of their powers. Does this method have a requirement for willpower? This question was very important to him. If there is a requirement for willpower, then the concept of sword intent or any intent is a way to train legendary arcanists that control the rules. The Empire can use this method to enter the era where legendary arcanists are more common. However, if the immortal cultivation system does not have any requirement for willpower, it will mean that their system is only useful to their specific universe. It would mean that cultivators can only control the rules in their universe and not others, unless special methods are used, like the Samsara Hall. Soul cutting. Bailey's response to him was another slash. Sadly, Edward only moved slightly to evade this attack. A combination of metal and soul energy, it's a brilliant method worth learning, analyzed Edward as he sensed this attack targeted his soul directly. He's using observation haki, suddenly said to Matt, who flew back from the distance. Are you sure? Asked Mauve. I've fought with haki masters before. The way he moves is the same as those who can see the future. Mauve squinted his eyes as he analyzed the information he gathered on the arcanist. The latter was very likely an omniversal traveler and knew about different story universes like Naruto and Dragon Ball Z. With new information, Mauve accessed the level of threat of his opponent. Then, he sent a signal to the fleet behind him, who seemed useless from the beginning of the battle. Huh, muttered Edward, who suddenly felt he could not use the observation haki he learned from Tobias to see the future. Shanks is called the observation haki killer. Are you using a similar method? Commented Edward. The way observation haki sees the future does not involve any space-time knowledge or energy. No, it used a more brilliant method. By pushing the senses to the extreme, the user will combine their senses with their willpower to read the will of the universe and catch a glimpse of the future. After analyzing the essence of this method, Edward marveled at the ingenious application of willpower. It's a shame that haki only has methods of willpower application but not how to increase it. The only way to increase willpower in One Piece is through battle or experiencing many things in life. Morgana, record their methods so we can learn, ordered Edward. He used observation haki to test whether this method was applicable to other arcanists in the Empire. After all, seeing into the future is an excellent way to have an advantage in battles. And in the Empire, only people with an advanced understanding of time magic can see even 0.1 seconds into the future. Luckily, the results were excellent. This method can be used even beyond Tier 11. The only drawback is it is not a passive technique but requires active use to work. Yes, boss, replied the little elf. Meanwhile, Edward finally removed the smile on his face, his demeanor changed, making these four nervous. Get ready, roared Mauve through their special communication. Then, he turned into a ferocious demonic creature. A Balrog, thought Edward. No, it looks slightly different. Balrog had red flames emanating from their bodies, followed by the smell of sulfur. However, Mauve had black flames. Furthermore, his wings were gray instead of black and did not look like flesh and blood, they looked like floating clouds. Mauve was not the only one who took action. Naruto entered the Sage of Six Path mode and the Sage mode. Tamat had a red aura around her, and Edward guessed she used Kyokan. Meanwhile, Bailey's aura also increased, followed by her skin turning bright red. Is this their most powerful method? Thought Edward. Although he looked like he was not taking them seriously, that's only on the surface, it's only a tactic he used to test the enemy. He did not dare underestimate these elites who rose in the Samsara Hall from regular people to Tier 8. In terms of combat experience, he was inferior to these people since he could count on one hand the number of life and death battles he had. Even if he uses illusion, where he seals his memory to ensure he experiences life and death battles, it is not the same since, ultimately, he will not die in these simulations. Finally, he knew that these reincarnators would have a powerful trump card, a super powerful method that could threaten his life. For example, he does not doubt the wizard has a powerful magic scroll with power beyond Tier 8. As for whether that power is Tier 9 or Tier 10, he was not sure. So, he was extremely cautious and prepared in case of an emergency. Let's see your limits, thought Edward before using one of his favorite spells. Elemental Armageddon. Countless magic circles appeared above his head. Then, the world went into chaos. Tornadoes as large as the sun appeared, followed by tsunamis of the same size. The entire star system shook as if a terrible earthquake of unknown magnitude had hit it. Flames descended on the group as they were drops of rain. Volcano eruptions occurred everywhere. As the name of the spell implied, it was an Armageddon of elemental devastation. Edward calmly watched the group's reaction to his attack. Naruto tried to use Kamui and make his body intangible. Unfortunately, the space earthquake shook the surrounding dimension, reverting him back to normal. So, he had to use the pulling force from his Rinnegan to survive. Tamat used ki blasts to destroy any elements in his way. Unfortunately, the intensity of the attack soon proved too much for her. So, she had to concentrate her ki into a defensive shield. Bailey was in a worse situation since his defense seemed the weakest in the group. Luckily, he took numerous jades out of a ring in his hand and crushed them, generating a stable shield spell. These should be talismans, analyzed Edward. Talismans were the cultivation system's version of magic scrolls. Anyone who holds it can use it, but they are only one-used items. He's intact. Edward soon realized Mauve was not injured in the slightest. The latter was also using protective measures, but Edward could tell it was for the show since he did not have a single scratch on him. Edward squinted his eyes as he analyzed the reason. The power of dream. It should be a spell similar to Dorothy Unsworth. He learned dream magic from a magic captain back in Black Clover, and Mauve's method was similar to hers. A few minutes later, the spell ended, and only a few things remained in this star system. 99% of the reincarnators' fleet was instantly annihilated. However, to Edward's surprise, a few managed to survive. The planet with Tobias group did not suffer because Edward protected it. Finally, it was the 5 of them. How did you guys like my favorite spell? Asked Edward with a smile. Do you know this is only the first and weakest version? I added the elements of lightning, light, and darkness for the second version. For the third version, I added wood elements and metal elements. And for the final version, spacetime is used. The 4 trembled. This spell was already horrifying. If it had the elements of lightning, darkness, light, wood, metal, and spacetime, they could not fathom the destructive power it would generate. Chapter 452, Decimated. With one glance, Edward could tell Mauve's real body was in another dimension of dreams, and the one before him was a projection. So, even if it died, it meant nothing to him. These top reincarnators are nothing to scoff at. With such a powerful spell, they survived with minor injuries, commented Edward. His eyes shone brilliantly as he had an idea. After the effect of his spell ended, he rushed on the offensive again. He suddenly appeared before Tiamat and punched her even harder than the previous one, sending her flying away. And with that one punch, he severely injured her and cancelled out her Super Saiyan 2 transformation. Mauve, do it, yelled Naruto. However, the wizard seemed to hesitate about something. This is not the time to have reservations, added Bailey. Naruto went on the offensive and used millions of clones. Edward was surprised as he discovered many of these clones had tier 8 strength while the rest were tier 7. Interesting. Since when was the shadow clone jutsu? Edward was interested in using this jutsus in the army. He imagined how powerful it would be for his legion to be able to multiply themselves. Unfortunately, after tier 5, the clones created are so much weaker than the main body. He must have used samsara points to increase the potency of the spell, analyzed Edward. He watched as millions of Narutos created massive raisin shuriken, preparing to attack him. He raised his hand. Now, thought Bailey as he summoned a unique sword. Then, he slashed forward, creating a massive sword bigger than thousands of star systems. However, Edward remained calm without changing his casting posture. Dimension exile. All the Narutos, except for the real one, suddenly disappeared, exiled to another dimension. And Edward also sent Bailey's attack to the same place. Then, he suddenly appeared before Naruto, and countless seals emanated from his body. You want to seal me? Dream on. Baijuyu bomb explosion. Naruto spewed a deep black ball of chakra from his mouth, creating a massive explosion of energy. Escape, thought Edward as he survived the direct attack with a subtle shield layered over his skin. He looked in the distance as Naruto had disappeared despite blocking the surrounding voice. None of these reincarnators who can reach the top are simple, he thought. However, he had an almost undetectable smile on the corner of his mouth. Without wasting time, he focused on Bailey. A terrifying purple ball appeared before him, making the surrounding space tremble. Immediately, Mauve and Bailey felt this spell was different. This is intent, said Bailey with shock. It should be destruction intent. Correct, replied Edward with a smile. Recently, I came into contact with destruction authority. However, I still cannot control it. However, after seeing your sword intent, I thought of using a similar method to borrow the power of the destruction authority. I have to thank you since this method will drastically decrease the time I need to control destruction rules. Edward was telling the truth. He only recently sensed the destruction rules after studying the Naruto universe's truth-seeking ball and combining all the elements he knew into a destruction ball. However, he was nowhere in the state where he could wield as he pleased, like his spacetime and death rules. But with Bailey's intent method, it is possible. Alright, let's see how you deal with this attack. The ball rushed toward Bailey, reducing everything on its path into nothingness. The white-clothed swordsman's facial expressions became intense. He swiftly summoned a magical artifact that looked like a pagoda. The 9-layer pagoda directly confronted the destruction ball and succeeded. However, Bailey's face was paler than paper as the magical power inside his danchan was rapidly draining as he powered up this magical artifact. Boom! The pagoda blocked the attack, and it was perfectly intact. What a marvelous artifact. I wonder how it was made, pondered Edward. However, he knew this was not the time for this type of thing. He took the opportunity while Bailey was weakened and on his limits to invade the latter's mind and soul. He searched for information about the intent. He wanted to know about intent and whether there were any willpower requirements. Bailey was knowledgeable about the soul since tier 6 in his cultivation system is called nascent soul. Unfortunately, he did not do as much as Edward. Subsequently, he was already tired and had reached his limit. Luckily for him, the origin seal placed on his soul by the Samsara Hall also helped. However, Edward used a rough method and invaded with terrible force. He destroyed anything in the latter's soul dimension that resisted. As a result, Bailey's seal deemed the invader to have succeeded. So, it decided to wipe out Bai Li's soul to prevent information about the Samsara Hall from leaking. Bai Li knew his death was approaching as he was caught in the middle of these two forces. So, he acted decisively. He exploded his body and part of his primordial spirit, soul. Then, he used a precious talisman to run away from the battlefield, still alive. It's a shame. However, I got what I wanted, pondered Edward. He got information about intent. However, he was disappointed as this thing had no willpower requirement but had for the level of the soul. The minimum requirement to comprehend intent in Bai Li's world was tier 5. Intent cannot increase willpower. However, it can help train more legendary arcanists, analyzed Edward. As long as Chris creates the method to train willpower, arcanists can first understand intent before controlling authority or rules. He was satisfied with this gain. So, Edward finally looked at Mauve, who seemed to just be standing and watching his team being decimated. I know you're planning your last trump card. So, what is taking so long? Asked Edward. While dealing with the others, he was also secretly trying to discover Mauve's dream dimension. However, the thing hid deeper than he estimated. Without using his space-time rules, it took a while. True, replied Mauve. As soon as he said these words, Edward's cosmic awareness activated, and he felt great danger. He controlled his power and sensed the source of the problem. With one step, he appeared in this all-white space with grey clouds or smoke. He saw an enormous creature that looked exactly like Mauve's demon form. Edward did not care about the creature. What he cared about was the thing in his hand, a purple orb the size of an egg. Is that the Marvel Universe's power orb? Replied Mauve. Although it is only a replica and one-time use, it's more than enough to deal with you. Boom! A purple energy wave traveling faster than light rushed everywhere, destroying everything on its path. Cough, cough, cough. Edward stood in the void with a pale expression. His clothes were destroyed. However, he had no visible injuries. In a few seconds, the enchantments on the robe activated, and it fixed itself. A tier 9 attack, it's not bad for a trump card. The power gem's attack reached tier 9, and it was not weak. At the last minute, Edward had to activate his arcane spark and use his karma to create a shield to block the attack. He looked in the distance and saw nothing, no planets, stars, or galaxies, except for 2. This universe was small, with about 100,000 galaxies. With that one attack, all the galaxies were instantly destroyed, leaving only 2 celestial bodies. The first one is the planet where Edward's lab was. He also protected this place, so they survived. The second one is in the distance. He guessed it must be the place Mauve and the others established to ensure their survival. Huh? It disappeared. Edward suddenly discovered the other planet had disappeared. They must be hiding from me. He shook his head, not caring. He waved his hand to summon a beating black heart. During the explosion, he acted swiftly and ripped Mauve's heart. The wizard's bloodline is related to Dream. Chloe should be able to study something from it. He placed it away in his interdimensional bag, perfectly preserving it. Chapter 453, Cheating. Planet Astrofall 876. Mauve, Tamat, Naruto, and Bai Li appeared in a meeting room. They all had pale facial expressions, and Bai Li was nothing but a soul. Is this planet safe? Asked Naruto. I don't know, but you're the one who set up the safety protocols. The legendary arcanist was more powerful than I anticipated, replied Mauve. So, I don't know whether he can find this place. The room became quiet for a few seconds. Things are not so bad, said Tamat. We have been in worse situations. Since we are alive, we have a chance. Everyone looked at her before secretly rolling their eyes. This woman was a Sun. After almost dying by the arcanist's punch, she can use Zenkai boost to drastically increase her power once she fully recovers from near-death experiences. With this boost, she will reduce the time needed to become a Super Sun 3, which is on par with Tier 9. She may have a point, added Naruto. He knew the correct mentality was necessary for such dangerous missions. You don't understand, continued Mauve. That arcanist did not use its full strength. What do you mean? During the entire battle, he never used his rules. Wait, didn't he use destruction rules? Asked Tamat, who was observing the battle from afar after her defeat. He used intent, which is a lesser form of rules or authority, explained Bai Li. Naruto and Tamat understood. As an arcanist, their opponent should have complete control of certain rules. However, he never used it during the battle. Are you guys sure? Asked Tamat. She could not accept such a fact. I fought a legendary arcanist in another mission. I know the fluctuation of rules, replied Mauve. Rules are more common in the cultivation world, so I also know, replied Mauve. Cultivators cannot use the rules after leaving their universe, unless they reach realms comparable to above tier 12. Furthermore, I do not know how he survived the power gem, sighed Mauve. He thought the arcanist would have used a magic tower or floating city. However, he detected nothing. So, what is our next step? Asked Naruto, a little dejected. Heal and wait for the Samsara Hall's next move, said Mauve. If I guess correctly, they should send more reinforcements. And the purple robe deist might show up. And what should we do if he finds our planet? Then, prepare to fight to the death. The group sighed. They knew this day would come one day, so they were not scared. Anyway, as long as they had one last breath, they would fight and make the enemy hurt before dying. Edward returned to his base and saw Tobias' group looking at him in awe. He let them watch this battle for this exact reason. You have one day to make a decision, he said to them before entering his room. Master, are you hurt? I am, but I'm almost healed now. Edward could feel the phoenix flame fixing his internal organs. Let me scan you. I said I'm fine. And I want to be sure, argued the spicy little elf. Edward shook his head and began his work. He had no time to waste. Satisfied? He asked. I am. Then, let's get to work. Edward waved his hand to control the space-time rules of this universe to create a unique portal. The process took a few hours. However, it's because Edward took this experience as a learning opportunity. Once he finished, he stepped into the portal without hesitation. After passing through the portal, he was in the same place. However, he knew it was different. He sensed a mysterious pocket dimension summoning him. Without hesitation, he teleported inside, where he saw someone waiting for him. It was himself, his future self, to be exact. You know you should not break the fabric of space-time, said future Edward. I know since I'm you, replied Edward. Anyway, in this weak universe, the worst that can happen is the universe will exiling or trying to kill me. Plus, this timeline is hidden. As long as you understand, said future Edward, who manifested two things, a ring and a crystal. The ring contained the artifact needed for Tobias' team to infiltrate the Samsara Hall. The crystal contained the research on the fourth layer of the dimension and how I created the artifact. What about the mana circles? Asked Edward. It's there too, up to 8 mana circles. What about my other research? Future Edward's mouth twitched, wanting to beat his past self. I know what you're thinking, but please be reasonable. Edward knew for a fact he was not a match for his future self. After all, the latter knew him like the back of his hand and had more knowledge than him. The research results are also here, replied future Edward. Except for the completion of the ultimate body and the study of Izanagi. Can I ask why? He asked politely. The ultimate body is not so easy to finish, you will need knowledge from Merlin or the Akashic record. As for the study of Izanagi, I simply didn't want to help you out of spite. Now, it was Edward's time for his mouth to twitch. Anyway, thank you for your help, he said. Whatever. You can go away now, your face is unpleasant to look at. Future Edward disappeared, while present Edward shook his head. Without saying more, he returned to the past. He checked the crystal and absorbed numerous pieces of information. Many of the research his clones back in the other timelines were studying were now finished, including his main objective for coming into this world. The Mana Tree. The main issue he needed to solve for the Mana Tree was how to have it condense fruit of knowledge after being planted on a planet or plane. And the answer his future self came up with was using knowledge on intent. The fruit will resonate with knowledge authority to gather and condense knowledge from wherever it is planted. His future self even created a special tree with space-time rules that can gather knowledge from the past and condense it into a fruit. It's worthy of me, praised Edward. How narcissistic can you be, said Morgana. Leave me alone, said Edward, who sometimes regrets giving this thing free will. Then, he focused on the other gain in this crystal. The mana circles are done. There is enough information for you to deduce the other two, commented Edward, and Morgana nodded as she received the information. Edward then discovered his future self perfected the method of will coding by studying Tobias' Haki system. Using his willpower, Edward can now boost his spells. With all this knowledge from the Haki system, Chris can quickly create the method of training willpower, commented Morgana, and Edward agreed with him. Edward then focused on his gain from Sasha. His future self created the soul magic circuit that helps with magic control. At first, Edward thought this method would be useless to him because he was close to the pinnacle of energy control in terms of talent. However, he knew how arrogant this thinking was. The circuit can give him a boost of 5%. Furthermore, it is beneficial in the creation of the ultimate magic body. Edward searched for knowledge on how to create his Hall of Heroes like the Fate universe. However, his future self only left a message, too much time, so do it yourself. He shook his head and moved on. He knew himself and was not surprised. There was much knowledge about technology learned from Kingsley. His future self even captured many destroyed ships during his battle with the top reincarnators from the River of Time, learning their technology. Edward knew the Empire's technology tree would take a big step after his return, along with the introduction of the new arcane class, Technomancer. Finally, Edward focused on the two things he wanted to know most, the magic domain and the fourth layer of the soul dimension. Chapter 454, Soul Flame Eye. Edward focused on the knowledge of the fourth layer of the soul dimension. He took a moment to process the information before closing his eyes and accessing his soul dimension. Without pause, he reached the third layer, the place with the most defensive measure, guarding his knowledge and memories. Edward's defense in his third layer can be described as overkill. There are numerous space legions composed of thousands of battleships. Each battleship contained legions of golems. And this is just the first protective measure. If a person managed to bypass these measures, they would encounter an enormous labyrinth enchanted with magical traps and dangerous soul creatures. The third protective measure is the Corridor of Truths. It's a long corridor where he asks intruders countless difficult questions and must answer before proceeding. If a person wants to get his memory, they must slowly pass this corridor. If they want to access his memory and soul forcefully, the corridor will also turn into a death trap that blocks invaders. The fourth protective measure is a towering gate that blocks everything in its path. The gate is very resistant to soul energy, and Edward created it to make invaders of his mind waste soul strength and weaken them. The fifth measure is a library containing many of Edward's memories and knowledge. However, the majority are false or incomplete. If a person reaches this stage, they must see through this level before going to the next step. The sixth measure is an encrypted computer. If an invader wishes to bypass this level, they must have the password to this computer. However, the password is an algorithm that only Edward knows. The password changes every 30 seconds, and he must use the algorithm to deduce the password. Finally, if a person wishes to truly access his memory and knowledge, they must hack this computer. However, Morgana controls this computer, so they must fight against her computing power to succeed. And even if a person could succeed, Morgana has plenty of time to erase and move all knowledge on the computer to her server, leaving nothing to the invader. As such, although it's not impossible to get information from Edward's soul, it's a pretty daunting task. He used countless resources and crafted plenty of unique soul treasures to protect his soul dimension. As the owner of this space, Edward appeared in the last room with the computer. He looked around before muttering, "It's been a while since I added more security measures. With new knowledge on the 4th layer, I can add a few more." He waved his hand, and the computer room turned into an immense library. Edward looked at the physical manifestation of his knowledge and smiled. This room was his greatest and most precious treasure. The knowledge in this place could create a brilliant arcane civilization and train a legendary arcanist. Edward took a moment to admire his library like a dragon sleeping on its treasure hoard. After nodding in satisfaction, he continued on his purpose for coming here. He cast a spell, and a ladder appeared out of nowhere. Without hesitation, he climbed on it, leading to a vast empty white space. In my past life, I once read that human beings are all gods, and the mind/soul is the key to developing that godhood. After seeing this space, I understood that saying was correct. All creatures with a soul have a soul dimension, and in that dimension, they have absolute power, like a god. The soul dimension is vast, full of unknown and mystery. Even with his current strength and knowledge, he feels he has only uncovered a fraction of its mystery. After lamenting the wonder of life, Edward continued his spell. The ladder under his feet followed a special summon and headed in a specific direction. In the process, Edward saw endless white space. The voyage felt like eons had passed. And in some ways, it had. The secrets of the 4th layer were hidden very deep and required special means and a long time to discover. Locally, time is different in this space, and he does not technically age. Soon, Edward reached his destination and saw what he was after, a purple flame with a tinge of silver in the middle. The flame was the size of a basketball and floated about 30 centimeters above the white ground. "Is this the soul flame? The true essence of the soul," muttered Edward. He looked at this small flame in fascination, thinking about the information his future self had gathered. The most important was the soul flame was the leading cause for the soul limit of the Empire's citizens. According to the information in the crystal, the weakest soul flame is white. However, only clones and ordinary animals will have this color. Ordinary people or muggles have green soul flame, ranging from light green to deep green. Finally, after acquiring magical powers, or any other systems, the soul flame will turn blue. The blue flame will also range from light blue to deep blue. And deep blue soul flame is enough for someone to reach tier 7. Then, they will reach the soul limit. According to the research, future Edward theorized that even the most talented individual would only have deep blue soul flame, except creatures like the high elves and dragons. The minimum level of these creatures' soul flame is purple, and the highest level is golden. Future Edward did some experiments and discovered divine energy and world source could turn a deep blue soul flame into purple, allowing arcanists to reach tier 8. However, if they want to truly break the limit of the soul and reach tier 9, the soul has to reach light golden. Deep golden soul flame is currently the highest level known, and essentially to reach tier 10, and maybe tier 11. Divine energy comes from the gods, and world source involves planes and other universes. The Empire needs a less complicated way to achieve purple and golden soul flame. Edward would need to kill more gods to acquire divine energy. Or he has to use his project of cultivating false gods to acquire more divine energy. Meanwhile, world source would require him to invade other planes back home or take them from other universes like Naruto. None of these methods are applicable to a large population. So, if he wants higher tiers to be more common, he needs a better method of increasing the level of the soul flame. Unfortunately, it's not something future me can study in a short time period, thought Edward before shaking his head. He then focused on the other things he learned about the soul flame. After a person's soul is destroyed, their soul flame remains intact for a period of time based on their tier. For a tier 8 like himself, his soul flame will continue burning for at least 7 days after his death. And based on future Edward's research, a person can be revived through their soul flame. The soul flame contained information about the soul. By gathering this information and feeding it enough energy, a new and intact soul can be reborn or recreated. Simultaneously, the soul is also linked to the soul flame. In one of the experiments, future Edward removed a subject's soul and placed it in another body. The new body, which was an empty shell, slowly developed a soul dimension, followed by a new soul flame identical to the previous body. Furthermore, the old body's soul flame disappeared after the new one appeared. The Empire has taken another step to conquer death, muttered Edward. Previously, the Empire would have soldiers save a piece of their souls to revive them. However, some people could not be saved because of Guznad's death authority. There was no reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. However, Edward now understood this was the result of the soul flame being affected. With the current technology, this issue will be solved, or, at the very least, the death rate will drastically decrease. Chapter 455, Soul Flame 2. Future Edward has already created a few applications for the Soul Flame. For example, it is possible to separate a small piece and store it, similar to Horcrux, and a part of the soul. And according to the latter's research, Horcruxes made using the Soul Flame are even more indestructible. They would require one tier 1 above their power to destroy them. For example, a Horcrux made by a tier 6 arcanist would require the strength of tier 7 to destroy. Based on Future Edward's research, this fact remained true for tier 8. However, because he did not have access to the floating city, he could not make tier 9 Horcrux and test whether tier 10 strength is required to destroy it. Other important information is the immortal or indestructible characteristics of the Soul Flame. Most energy discovered by the Empire, mana, divine energy, solar energy, cosmic energy, elemental energy, chakra, and multiple others, have no effect on the Soul Flame. Only 2 energies can influence it, soul strength and negative energy. Soul strength makes sense since it involves the soul. Simultaneously, negative energy originated from death and decay. Some skeleton undead have a flame in their eyes. Does it have anything to do with the Soul Flame? Edward searched the crystal and found the answer. Their soul is indeed a manifestation of their Soul Flame. With this knowledge, Future Edward recommended giving more resources to the necromancy department to encourage them to study the Soul Flame. Duly noted, thought Edward before continuing. Most energies cannot directly extinguish the flame, making it virtually indestructible. After countless trials and errors, Edward discovered 3 ways to extinguish the Soul Flame. The first and easiest way is to destroy the soul, then the flame will follow soon. The second method is using void energy. So far, it is the highest form of energy discovered by Edward and the Empire. Lastly, it is the power of authority or rules. However, not all rules can influence the Soul Flame, only 2, death and destruction rules. Time-space rules do not affect it since it cannot age forward or backward and is immune to the constraint of space. So far, curse rule cannot directly affect it unless indirectly through the soul. The destruction of the soul dimension will not affect the flame. In fact, the first 3 layers can be destroyed, but the 4th one is infinite, and Edward has no way of destroying it. This thing is truly miraculous, thought Edward. The more he read about this flame, the more he felt he was discovering the mystery of life, the truth of what makes a person alive, the essence of existence itself. He shook his head to continue. The discovery of the Soul Flame will accelerate the Empire's decoding of the soul section of the life code. After deciphering so much of it, there are still so many unknowns left to uncover. Subsequently, the crystal showed the Soul Flame cannot be used as a way of direct attack. It has no burning effect on the physical body or the soul. However, Future Edward did discover it could radiate a unique power. He believed that power was a higher form of soul strength. Future Edward even theorized that using this power to control mana and other energy might make Arcanist even more powerful. Unfortunately, he did not yet grasp how to properly control and exert this power. Future Edward experimented if something would happen after fusing the arcane flame, used to purify mana, with the Soul Flame. The result was they could not be fused, and nothing happened. The arcane flame passed through the Soul Flame as if it was a ghost. And no matter what method he used, he could not make them interact. The result was the same for things like his Phoenix Flame. Edward sighed, his mind fascinated by the mystery of this flame. Then, he focused on 2 most significant discoveries regarding this flame. The gods' mystery of immortality, muttered Edward, his eyes twinkling. The gods are one of the most extraordinary creatures in the Harry Potter universe, and maybe the Omniverse, because of their immortality and undying nature. As long as even one of their followers exists, they will not die and can revive themselves after their bodies, souls, and divine kingdoms are destroyed. Now, Edward knew the truth behind this mystery. Their believers' faith directly powered their soul flame. So, as long as one of them is alive and keeps providing them with faith, it does not matter whether their souls exist. Their soul flame can remain in existence and not extinguish. Then, they can revive themselves. This means as long as I eradicate their soul flame, I can grant true and absolute death to these gods. For a moment, Edward could not contain his excitement. One of the things he worried about was how to deal with these gods. Even if he killed them, they could revive later in the future and continue becoming enemies with the Empire. The answer to this problem seems simple: kill all their believers. Unfortunately, this method is not as simple as it seems on paper. Most powerful gods will have believers scattered in different planes, so it's a problem to find them and eradicate their believers. And knowing their life and death relied on their believers, the most powerful gods will hide their believers in special dimensions or unique locations that are unknown and difficult to find, turning them into cockroach-type enemies. These gods will use anti-divination to prevent people from finding their secret believers. After his last voyage and discovering the power of karma, Edward also plans to develop this magic to deal with this issue. However, cause and effect magic is in the early stage and needs more time to develop. Another method he recently thought of was using his curse rule. He could find these secret believers through spells like bloodline curse or tracking curse. However, these gods are not stupid and actively block these methods after suffering a few losses from powerful magical civilizations. Luckily, these methods were no longer necessary. As long as he found the soul flame of these gods, he could ensure their true death. Boss, this is great news. We can finally deal with these parasites. Indeed, nodded Edward. However, we have to keep this information at the highest level of security. Morgana nodded as she knew the consequences if the gods knew the Arcane Empire knew the secret to their immorality and could kill them. The Empire would become the enemy of all gods that exist in the cosmic god plane and all other planes. After reviewing this information, Edward walked to his soul flame and saw other things. The first noticeable aspect was the slight silver in the middle of the purple flame. According to his future self, this aspect was unique only to him. At least, he has not discovered anyone else with a tint of silver. Future Edward speculated this might be the reason for his extreme magic talent after reincarnating in this world from primordial Earth. Edward took a deeper look and found a few tiny runes inside the flame. According to his future self, these runes might be origin runes, and they might be from the Akashic records. These runes are how the titles granted to him by the record give him special boosts or increases in talents. Unfortunately, this theory has yet to be verified, and future Edward could not even properly record these runes because of a mysterious and incomprehensible power. He even guessed their purpose in the first place because the number of runes was the same number of titles he had. Future Edward tried to get answers from the Akashic records, but the number of points required was so enormous that he knew he was in the right direction. So, the soul flame is the source of things like magical talents, muttered Edward as he soon found information from the crystal. According to one study, the soul flame's color will change after a person drinks a dragon potion to increase talent. I've always wanted to give people titles with abilities or stats boost. Maybe I can recreate the Akashic records method. Edward did not expect to give people permanent titles, but temporary ones that lasted a few months to a few years would suffice. Let's leave that for another day. He took a moment to review all the information about this epic-making magic discovery. He was excited by how much the Empire would develop with this discovery alone, not to mention all the benefits he received from the Naruto world. Alright, let's test this domain expansion method. Chapter 456, Incomplete Domain Expansion. Future Edward created two methods for the magic domain, and present Edward decided to test the first one. So, he entered an enchanted room to prevent his destructive power from affecting the outside. He decided to let his inner nerd out, so he made a sign on his hand and said, Domain Expansion, World of Magic. The surrounding space changed, and Edward found himself in an empty space with nothing inside. However, there was so much mana inside this space. Moreover, each piece of mana contained his imprint, granting him absolute control of this small space. Fireball. Edward used a basic elemental spell. He looked at the fireball before him. Because of the intense concentration of mana in this space, the power of this spell was at least 20% stronger. This domain method has too many flaws. This technique is only an application of sealing magic. He used seals to create a contained space. Then, he scattered his own mana in the space while also branding the mana with his soul imprint, granting him absolute control. The intense concentration of mana in this place increases any spells used. Furthermore, the combination of the mana concentration and imprint made it very difficult for any form of energy to exist in this place. However, the flaw of this technique is that it requires too much mana. The arcanist has to infuse too much of their mana into the sealed place, leaving little for them. Of course, all decent arcanists have mastered some sorcerer's technique, so they can still manipulate the mana in the surrounding. And even if they did not, it is easy to accomplish since the mana has its imprints. The most important flaw is this domain is too easily destroyed, analyzed Edward. His purpose in creating the domain is to compete with the god's divine kingdom. Although a projection, the divine kingdom is extremely powerful and could easily destroy the sealing technique that is the core of this technique. Lastly, Edward hoped for arcanist's domain to compete with the real divine kingdom. And that's not an easy task. From the information he gathered, gods are omnipotent in their divine kingdom. Anyone who invades will be immediately suppressed if not killed. A Tier 9 god can seal a Tier 10 god in their divine kingdom if they can cut the Tier 10 god's access to their divine kingdom. One of the many aspects that made the gods one of the most powerful races is that they have absolute power in their divine kingdom. So, as long as they decide to hide there, it is 1,000 times more difficult to kill them. Right now, the only method he has to deal with divine kingdoms is to bomb it into smithereens from the outside with his floating city. However, he has not tested this method yet, so he is not completely sure. He feared the divine kingdom could use projection to affect the functions of the floating city. So, he needs a domain to counter this ability. Furthermore, he thought it would be cool to humiliate some snobby god by invading their divine kingdoms and killing them inside. Jujutsu sorcerers have to incorporate their curse technique into the seal space, thus creating their domain expansion, analyzed Edward. However, arcanists have many spells, and it would be meaningless to incorporate one spell into the seals. And based on future me's experiment, the seal space can fuse with 7 spells. Curse energy is different from mana. The same method cannot be used to fuse spells into the domain as a curse technique. The answer future Edward derived was using the sealed space as an artifact and enchanting it. However, the problem with this method is that only 7 spells can be enchanted, which is not nearly enough for the versatile fighting mode of arcanists. Then, there is the issue that the domain would require knowledge about artificer and enchanting before any arcanist can use it. As such, future Edward removed this technique from the final version and left notes about it. This domain expansion is perfect for wizards or warlocks who have a few spells and master them to a terrifying level. Aren't you embarrassed? Asked Morgana after seeing her boss's chin a moment. No, replied Edward calmly. You should be. One of the qualities needed to be an emperor and a harem seeker is to be shameless, to have thick skins as the Easterners say. Well, I'm embarrassed for you. That's your problem, he replied. Alright, let's test the second method. To prove what he was saying before, he placed his hand together and said, domain expansion, the embodiment of truth. The surroundings changed the same way as before. However, he was not in an empty space. Instead, Edward found himself sitting on a golden throne with a towing gate behind him. The gate contained symbols of different religions associated with knowledge and truth, like a single eye, a triangle, and a lotus. At the foot of the throne were 2 bookshelves full of books. Additionally, there were many books floating in the sky and others scattered on the ground. And like the previous domain, the environment was full of mana. Beautifully done, commented Edward as he observed his surroundings. His future self took into account the previous domain's flaw of incorporating many spells and found a solution. And the answer to this problem was the soul dimension. The source of all arcanists' spells is their soul dimension. It is the place they construct runes or magic models when casting spells. So, future Edward created a way for arcanists to project their soul dimension into the real world, similar to divine kingdoms. This method is brilliant since arcanists also have absolute power or control in their soul dimension. Edward's domain expansion looked this way because of his soul dimension. Under its influence, the domain took the shape of something that represents his core values, a manifestation of his essence. He has a throne because he is an emperor. Of course, if he has the ambition to become an emperor, the domain expansion would also show one even if he was not. Edward loves knowledge and the pursuit of truth, hence the gate and books. Fireball. A massive fireball appeared in the large space. Upon closer observation, he saw one of the books on the sky flip its page. The boost in power is at least 40%, he uttered with shining eyes. The boost to his spell was not only the result of mana in the air, but from a mysterious power originating deep from his soul. So, the domain expansion can also mobilize some of the power of the soul flame, he analyzed. He knew the source of the extra boost and believed once he fully understood the soul flame, this boost might also increase. What do you think? He asked. The idea and execution are great, but the flaw is even worse than the first method, commented Morgana. Indeed. According to future Edward's tests, the projection of the soul dimension has no power and cannot affect the real world. So, he tried to fuse it with the seal space to create the domain. Sadly, this method failed. So, he tried many methods to sustain the projection and allow it to have an effect on the real world. In the end, he found that it could work if he created a pocket dimension and fused it with the projection. And upon success, he created this domain. However, this is the core issue. To cast this domain, an arcanist would need to be able to instantly create a pocket dimension. Unfortunately, besides Edward, there are only 50 space arcanists in the Empire with this capability. Space magic is already a rare form of magic, let alone people with great achievements capable of instantly creating pocket dimensions. Even if this domain required prep time, allowing a person to create the pocket dimension first before fusing the soul dimension's projection, not many people would meet the requirement to use it, unless they ask someone else or the Empire to create a pocket dimension for themselves. As such, although this method is brilliant, it is also not applicable. At least we know what direction to work toward, added Morgana. True. The next step to achieve a complete domain expansion is to find a way for the soul dimension projection to require no medium, just like the Divine Kingdom. Chapter 457, God's Space Infiltration. The next day, Edward walked out of the room and immediately saw the team waiting for him. You should have made a decision. Yes, replied Tobias. We accept your offer. After seeing how the Arcanist effortlessly decimated these top reincarnators, he knew he had no choice. So, he talked to the team and tried to convince him. Luckily, no one was stupid enough to refuse or pass on such a great opportunity. Excellent, replied Edward before taking out the cube artifacts and giving each person one, except for one person, Kingsley. What about me? Asked the technomancer. Your situation is different, explained Edward. You don't have a soul dimension, and based on my current technology level, I cannot guarantee I can hide from the Lord God. What does that mean for me and the mission? You will be a dormant spy, explained Edward. I will erase most of your memories and save them. Then, after studying your case and gathering more technology from the Samsara Hall, I will send one of them to contact you and activate you. Edward sighed. His previous plan for Kingsley was to create an artificial soul dimension for him. Unfortunately, he was not confident in hiding it from the Samsara Hall and the purple-robed deist. So, he has to wait until he understands Kingsley's weird situation of why he is not affected by the rules of other universes. He also has to wait for the Empire's soul technology to reach the same height as the magical side. Luckily, he already has a direction of research. When he asked Kingsley why he did not have a soul, the latter once mentioned the soul was the result of quantum mechanics, the complex interactions of subatomic particles within the brain. So, he will study how to hide information in these subatomic particles and their intricate interactions, achieving the same result as the soul dimension's fourth layer. As you wish, said Kingsley calmly. According to his analysis, being a dormant spy is safer in the early years because of his innocent status or lack of information. He will be the same Kingsley before he meets the Arcanist until he awakens. So, what's next? Asked Tobias after fusing with the cube. He tried to find it inside his body with his observation haki, but it was futile. Edward did not immediately answer him. Morgana, did you get all the coordinates I asked for? I should finish calculating them tomorrow. All right. He looked at the group. I will leave this timeline tomorrow. You guys should return to God's space and wait until your next mission to contact. The purple-robed deist should be keeping watch on you, so wait until a couple of missions before contacting me. Now, you only need to act normally. I'm nervous, said Michelle. You don't have to be, reassured Edward. He had his reasons for saying that. The artifact he gave them will be quite handy. His future self programmed it to do a variety of things, including subtly influencing their mind to be calmer in stressful situations. It will also prevent their facial expressions and body language from changing and revealing certain information. Finally, it can even blur or seal their memories of this event, making it seem as if they knew nothing. After reassuring the group, he proceeded to deal with the final preparations. He made it look as if he did light experiments on all the captured reincarnators, including Tobias' group. Then, after Morgana got the coordinates for worlds like Fate, One Piece, Jujutsu Kaisen, World of Warcraft, Underworld, Resident Evil, and Rebirth of the 8th Circle Wizard, he left this timeline. As soon as Edward left, the Samsara Hall sent a message that the mission in this world was terminated and all reincarnators would return immediately. A white light enveloped Tobias, and after opening his eyes, he immediately discovered something was wrong. After every mission, he would return to his personal room, a pocket dimension over which he has complete control. And by using Samsara points, he can design the room however he wishes. He could turn it into an experiment room or a divine place like Asgard. His personal room imitated Water 7 from One Piece and was full of training places like Gravity Room. However, he was now in an all-white room with many others, to be precise, with all the people who participated in the previous mission, including the Tier 8 reincarnators. He saw an enormous light that was scanning everyone's presence. So, a look of worry and fear appeared on his face. His movement was so natural that Tobias himself did not notice any anomaly. Everything proceeded normally until the scanning light reached two people. Tobias recognized these two, Tamat and Bailey. Suddenly, something came out of these two's bodies and appeared in this white room. Every reincarnators recognized this person as the arcanist who captured them. Then, they realized why this arcanist did nothing to them besides a few experiments. He wanted to use these top reincarnators to invade the god space. As soon as Edward's clones appeared, they did not waste time and began bombarding this place with powerful spells. So, hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky, bombarding the white space with terrible attacks. Unfortunately, a mysterious power appeared and easily dealt with his attacks. Then, a strange fluctuation emanated from the room, and the clone stopped. They discovered their mana stopped working. Anti-magic, thought of the clones before sneering. They converted the mana inside their bodies into different energy before continuing their bombardment. The clones made it look as if their only objective was to get out of this place and access the highest secrets of the Samsara Hall. However, they could not leave the room, and the power of the Samsara Hall would use ways to deal with whatever energy they switched to. In the end, the clones acted ruthlessly and attacked the reincarnators. They had no reserve in their desire to use these people as pawns. Luckily, according to his calculations, the Samsara Hall intervened and saved these people. However, this was not Edward's final trump card. Before leaving, he secretly went to the reincarnators' planet and gave the clones he left in their bodies some void energy. He processed this void energy to suppress the creation characteristics and boost the destruction and space-time. So, when the clones used it, it was truly a weapon of pure chaos and destruction. Unfortunately, even this attempt failed. The power from the Samsara Hall became more intense and easily dealt with these void energies. In the end, the clones exploded themselves and erased all traces of their existence. Then, the group stayed in the White Room for more than 8 hours before they were allowed to leave. Blank realm, the space between dimensions or timeline. Fail, muttered Edward as he sensed the fate of his clones. Although he wished they could achieve something, his main objective was to use them as a distraction and remove suspicions from Tobias' group. Of course, he also used them to gather more information. During their mad bombing of the white space, the clones were also gathering data by scanning the surroundings. Well, it doesn't matter since the first step is completed, muttered Edward before returning to his timeline. Although he was only gone for a few days, it felt like years because of how much happened in such a short time. Plus, he missed Sunade's blessed face. Yes, he missed her beautiful face. After returning, Edward felt peaceful. Then, he also felt a sense of repulsion from the entire universe. It seems I don't have much time left. He knew the universe was beginning to reject his presence in this universe and wished to expel or banish him. Luckily, he still has time to do a few more things as he waits for his ride to come pick him up. Chapter 458, Reaction. Samsara Hall, Core Room. A handsome young man of Eastern descent sat cross-legged on a cloud, dressed in ancient purple dressed with yin-yang patterns on his long sleeves. Below him was a picturesque view of a floating island full of rainbow, immortal-like mist, and a white crane dancing in the sky. However, the young man did not care for the beautiful scenery. For one, he is the one who created it and was used to seeing it. Secondly, he had more important things to do today. A screen floated before him, and he looked at it with worry. The purple-robed deist watched Edward's clones launch devastating spells on the empty room. Damn this foreign barbarian, thought the purple-robed deist. He was furious that someone dared to invade his territory. However, despite his anger, he had no desire to show up. So, he watched until they blew themselves up. System, is the arcanist dead? The clones were dealt with, responded a cold and emotionless voice. Clone? What about the real body? Alive. Can't you kill him? The current world source is not enough. The purple-robed deist frowned. Speaking of world source, how much was used to deal with this invasion? The screen changed to show him a set of data. So much? How is that possible? The enemy used void energy. Damn it, he yelled, releasing a terrible killing intent. He knew how long it would take him to make up for the world source. This loss was enough to slow down his plans by decades. Furthermore, he suffered such a tremendous loss not long ago because of a war with another god space. My luck has been poor recently, thought purple-robed deist, not hiding his annoyance. He took a deep breath to calm down. You have scanned these people. Are there any anomalies? All the reincarnators have signs of someone trying to read their memories and search for their souls. Did the arcanist succeed? Besides reincarnator 189474663, there is no evidence to show otherwise. Hernandez, muttered purple-robed deist. He knew the protection measure used in Hernandez's soul was activated. However, according to the system, the arcanists should have retained some information. Is it possible to find him? With your current security level and world source, the answer is negative. The purple-robed deist tapped his fingers together. This was a habit he developed when his emotions were riled up. Are there any issues with these reincarnators? The purple-robed deist was considering whether he should continue using these people. He had only recently chosen a new batch of reincarnators, so he did not want to eliminate so many and have to choose another. Furthermore, among these people, there were many excellent leaks, as he liked to call them. They were intelligent, driven, and capable. These people had a high mission success, thus allowing him to gather more world source. There is a 95% chance that they are clean. The purple-robed deist immediately frowned again. What about the remaining 5%? The system is currently running at its lowest level. As such, there are certain methods that cannot currently be used. Purple-robed deist did not like this answer. Although there was only a 5% chance, he did not want to take risks. Can you explain the missing 5%? Yes. The 5% takes into account that the arcanist has other ways to hide from my detection. Ways like the fourth layer of the soul dimension, advanced use of Grand Deo runes, or blessing of tier 14 or above powerhouses. The purple-robed deist pondered. The soul dimension's fourth layer is knowledge accessible to tier 11, and that's the bare minimum to begin studying it. So, he did not think this tier 8 arcanist could do it. Grand Deo runes, also called source runes, origin runes, and void runes, is one of the most unique powers in existence. It's a transcendent power. The core of his system is Grand Deo runes. He needed so much world source because the Grand Deo runes of the artifact was destroyed and needed a large amount of energy to heal. However, according to his knowledge, only a few people in the void understand and can use it. So, he did not think the arcanist would have any connection to such a power, given his current strength. So, the only problem is if he is connected to a tier 14 powerhouse. The purple-robed deist knew there were only 16 tiers, so a tier 14 powerhouse was on the level of primordial chaos saint, which is the level of Pango when he opened the prehistoric world. He is only a Deluo golden immortal, tier 9, and his current goal is to become a saint, which is only tier 11. Before then, he still has to become a quasi-saint, tier 10, before proving the Deo and achieving sainthood. The purple-robed deist knew becoming a saint would not be easy even with his system, let alone tier 14. So, things would become complicated if the arcanist was connected to one. System, what would happen if I forcefully used all your power to detect whether there was anything wrong with these reincarnators? All of the system's functions will be shut down for 10,000 years. The purple-robed deist shook his head. This price was too great to pay. I will have to take the risk. He was not happy about this decision, but he knew it was the best choice. Keep a watch on these people and tell me if you detect anything wrong, he said. Plus, besides Bailey, increase the mission difficulty of the other 3 by 70%. As you command. It seems it's time to recruit more people, muttered the purple-robed deist. He wanted the earth to be peaceful and not be affected by the appearance of so many supernatural individuals. But now, he had no choice if he wanted to gather world source as soon as possible. One more thing, said the purple-robed deist, why did you suggest I don't intervene and destroy the arcanist? Because, according to my calculations, you are not his opponent. Your interference would only lead to death or being captured. Impossible, said the purple-robed deist in a raised voice. He's only tier 8. He did not think he would lose to a mere Tei golden immortal. The arcanist can use the power of karma to boost his power to 1 tier higher. Furthermore, he has mastered the rules of space-time, death, destruction, and curse. Only if you use my power would you have a chance at winning. The purple-robed deist gritted his teeth. He did not expect the foreign barbarian to be so powerful. His immortal cultivation system can only control the power of rules in their home universe. So, he has been training his willpower to reach the standard of an archmage, legendary arcanist, or heaven-chosen cultivator. Unfortunately, this process was not easy and required too many points, even for him. I previously wanted to take things slow and not completely rely on the system. However, this experience has been a wake-up call. The purple-robed deist decided to make full use of his golden finger or cheat item. He wanted to become as powerful as soon as possible, even if his foundation was a little shaky. Anyway, he can always make up for it with enough world source. Barbarian, this is not over. He had never suffered such a significant loss. So, he wrote this down and would have the latter pay once he became more powerful. System, find the best world for me to temper my willpower. After making a decision, he began cultivating with all his effort. Chapter 459, Last Preparations. Suna, it's been so long since I met you, and I missed you greatly, said Edward with a brilliant smile as he walked into the research room. Did you miss me too? What's wrong with you? Asked Tsunade, who was looking at a document from a hologram floating before her. I think I articulate myself well, replied Edward. How is the research? Did you finish? It's only been a few days. Edward paused as he realized he was not gone for long. However, because of how much happened, it felt like decades since he last saw her. Well, I experienced a lot. Oh, what happened? She was intrigued for him to say such a thing. So, Edward explained his short voyage to her. So, you're saying a group of godlike creatures and artifacts are acting like parasites and absorbing my world's energy, she asked with a frown. Huh? I guess I am. Tsunade had a dangerous look in her eyes. Edward gave her a look. Are you thinking of dealing with these lord gods and god space? I'm not that stupid. Good. Even in my world, it's impossible to deal with these people, let alone this weak universe. From my analysis, unless you reach the highest realm of tier 16, there is no way to remove all these lord gods from a universe. So high. Yes. Well, technically, I and some other people can do it at tier 12. However, the core issue is how to survive the revenge of these people. I see. Sundi did not have any desire to deal with any lord god. She only felt uncomfortable that some unknown being was harming her universe. However, considering she would be leaving soon, it made no sense to care about such a thing. Did you meet another version of myself? She asked. I did. Well, how was I? No, she. The same as the Fourth Great Ninja War. The only difference was there were many reincarnators following you because of your beauty. Beauty? She asked with sarcastic eyes and tones. Yes, beauty, replied Edward with no shame. Whatever, replied Tsunade. Then, she asked with a serious face, are you leaving soon? Huh? How did you know? I have a feeling. Yes, nodded Edward. The world is rejecting me. Plus, my ride will arrive soon. Tsunade became quiet. Will I ever see this place again? I will steal this timeline and conserve it in a special dimension that trains members of my shadow squad. So, you can come to see it whenever you please. Tsunade nodded but did not say anything else. Have you thought about it? I have. And I haven't made a decision. Is it because of my other wives? This is a factor, but not the only one. I see, nodded Edward. We will have until they arrive for you to make a decision. And how long is that? Edward did not immediately answer but called Morgana and checked. A maximum of 6 months and a minimum of 3 months. This can be said to be a long time, it can also be said to be a short time, Tsunade replied. Edward nodded before deciding to change the topic. How is your apprentice? Sakura? Well, so far, she hasn't fully displayed her chakra control talent due to the short time. However, her intelligence and learning ability has begun to shine. Edward nodded as he was not surprised. Sakura has always been the most studious and intelligent of Team 7. And such quality will allow her to thrive in the Empire, even if she chooses to become a mana arcanist instead of a chakra arcanist. Edward chatted with her for a while before heading to his research team and summoning all his clones. He then synchronized his memories with them. And, as expected, their reaction was not positive. So, we did all this research in vain, asked Clone 1. Future Edward basically finished all the clones' research, making them feel their work was in vain. No, it was not in vain, quickly explained Edward. If not for your hard work, he would never finish them so quickly. Edward knew for a fact his future self would never do all the research by himself but also use clones. Even then, it feels like we did all this work in vain, uttered Clone 4. I would like to make it into the record. If I could revolt, I would, added Clone 7. Whatever, I'm only happy I don't have to work anymore, said Clone 3. The clones loved research and learning new knowledge. However, they instinctively reject doing it when their main body orders it since, most of the time, he only want to be lazy. There is no need to react like this, explained Edward. Plus, we still have some work to finish by ourselves, followed by new research. I knew it, complained Clone 2. So, what is it this time? We need to continue our research on Izanagi and the creation of all things. Izanagi is a life-saving method and also a great way to learn reality-bending magic. Meanwhile, Sage of Six Paths creation of all things is an excellent way to study the creation aspect of void energy, thus furthering the Empire's path of mastering this highest form of energy. Next is the destruction and curse rule. My future self left a little information on these two authorities, and we must continue our research, continued Edward. Then, there is the ultimate magic body. Although we cannot finish it before returning home, there is no need to stop the research. Finally, someone needs to continue the research on magic domain and the soul flame. The clones discussed amongst themselves before choosing which project to tackle. Then, Clone 1 asked, what about you? What are you going to do? Really? Are you not going to flirt with Tsuna? When I'm done, of course, I will, replied Edward, making the clones roll their eyes before leaving. While alone, Edward said, Morgana, we need to update some protocols and plan ahead. Oh, what do you have in mind? Firstly, we need a backup world gate in case a similar accident occurs. There was a backup and more than one, but I used them when escaping from the floating city. I'm aware. I'm referring to a world gate stored in the soul dimension as a backup vehicle. We tried before to place the world gate in the soul dimension. However, the spatial temporal field emanated from it would cause catastrophic damage to the place, even if sealed. However, the issue might be dealt with if we placed it in the fourth layer. That was my exact thinking, nodded Edward. What else? The automatic repair system of the floating city needs to be upgraded, continued Edward. The city will fix itself after damage, but Edward felt the process was too slow. It's because of this that he had to wait for a ride from him. The current technology is the limit we have, added Morgana. It used to be, countered Edward. But now, we have more knowledge and can upgrade it. Do you want to use void energy? Asked Morgana. Correct. We now have more control over the different characteristics of void energy. We will place a system in the city to use the spacetime characteristic to revert the city to its former self after destruction. We can also add the use of the creation characteristic to recreate the city to the desired shape and fix it. Morgana took a moment to do some calculations. It's possible. The best idea would be to use Izanaga to instantly reverse the damage. Unfortunately. True, nodded Edward. Lastly, we need a better homing system. The floating city is designed to return to him if he is separated. But Edward felt the current system was not up to the level he would like. Any ideas? She asked. None so far, but we can begin the preparatory work on it. As you wish. He then dismissed her before continuing with his own thing. Chapter 460, Tier 8 Soul Limit. Wait, I do have an idea, suddenly said Edward. Oh, I'm all ears, replied Morgana, who manifested a little writing pad in her hands along with a pencil. We can use our new understanding of karma, explained Edward. I should be karmically linked to the city. We can use this link as a homing device. Once needed, the floating city only needs to use this link to rush to my destination. That's not a bad idea, nodded Morgana. In that case, I'll leave things to you. If you need help, you can contact Hermione. She should be able to provide you with enough help given her research in karma and cause and effect. No problem. How is the research progress on Project ST-897? This project involved creating a ship that could travel the Omniverse using only technology and no magic. Before, Edward was not in a hurry since he knew the Empire's pure science and technology were not on the same level as its magical sides. However, after proving the existence of the pure materialist world, his paranoia began to act again. He had started to plan how to escape such a universe, and the best way was to create a ship and return home. However, without magic or any supernatural aspect, it would be impossible for Edward to create an omniversal travel ship. There are some issues, explained Morgana. The main engine and other systems are proceeding smoothly. After digesting the technology from Kingsley, the automaton race, and the other reincarnators, it won't be a problem to complete it. So, what is the issue? The ship's material, replied Morgana. The magicium intervenes with the ship's electromagnetism and the quantum field. And all other metals cannot survive the void. Edward frowned. The floating city's defense against the immense void energy in the endless void consists of the void shield and the fact the entire city is made up of a special metal called magicium. The void shield cannot completely isolate the power from the void energy, so the magicium, which Edward created to have a high resistance to the destructive abilities of void energy, will take its role. So, just like how technology products cannot function properly at Hogwarts, it's impossible to create a pure technology ship using magicium. We need a new metal. Yes, Captain Obvious. Edward ignored her. How are things proceeding with finding a replacement? Not very well, replied Morgana. The team asked Her Highness Rowena to create a special metal for them using void energy, but she has yet to succeed. Given our recent breakthrough, can you calculate the chances of her succeeding? After coming to this place, he made many breakthroughs, pushing the Empire's technological tree to a higher level. And one of those discoveries involved a higher understanding and usage of void energy. According to my simulation, her chances are 23.45%. So low. Void energy is still the highest form of energy we have encountered. And as you know, we have barely scratched its surface. True, nodded Edward before a watch appeared in his hand, making Morgana squint her little eyes. Do you think the watch from the Samsara Hall is the answer to our problem? Yes, replied Edward. I believe this watch is either made from void energy or origin runes. If we can crack the slightest of its technology, our problem will be solved. In that case, I will put it on the list of priorities. All right. Morgana disappeared while Edward continued his work. He closed his eyes to review the knowledge his future self created about the mana circles. He previously believed the mana circles were a different system and unique enough that they could not be perfectly fused with his arcane system. However, he was wrong. Future Edward found a way to fuse them. After reading, he activated the enchantments in the room that converted other energy into mana. Edward did not immediately absorb it but divided the mana into particles. Then, he created the first 4 circles. He controlled them to enter one of his 2 magic cores, the original one or the one in his heart. His Philosopher's Stone or Ether core looked like a humongous purple ball, but he did not focus on this. Edward proceeded to fuse the 4 circles with his ether core. Then, he found the core became more fluid-like instead of a rigid solid shape. A supersolid state, thought Edward. Supersolid is a state of matter that combines the characteristics of a solid and a superfluid. Edward continued his work. He created the following 4 mana circles and fused them with his second ether core in his soul dimension. At Tier 5, Arcanist creates their first ether core in the magic core in their hearts. And at Tier 7, they can store mana in their soul dimension and make the second core. After turning his second core into a supersolid state, Edward used his future self technique to have both cores resonate with each other. Bang! Edward felt his mind refreshed as if he had finished a deep state of meditation. An energy wave rushed throughout his body, increasing his physical prowess by a few %. Finally, he even felt his soul had risen by a small amount. Unfortunately, he was now at the peak of Tier 8 and could not increase his soul strength unless he broke the soul limit. Booze, I have good news, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. What is it? I detected a change in your soul flame. What happened? The purple color intensified by 2.45%, explained Morgana. Does that mean? Yes. Creating the supersolid ether core can raise the quality of a person's soul flame, nodded the little elf. Let's go verify it. Do we have any more Tier 8 clones? No, only Tier 6. That will do. The two immediately began their work. They quickly trained a few Tier 7 and 8 clones for their experiments. Then, they controlled the clones to create the supersolid ether core while observing the changes in their soul flame. Excellent, commented Edward as he gazed at the body on his table. The supersolid ether core is a way to break the soul limit between Tier 7 and 8. Edward was slightly worried about this issue. In the Empire, his royal family could become Tier 8 because there was enough divine energy to help them. And after killing Guznad, there should be more. However, he was worried other arcanists would begin to cause trouble after being stuck in Tier 7 while the royal family could reach Tier 8. Edward was prepared to sell some divine energy to the public even though he did not want to maintain peace. However, now, he had a more universal way to achieve Tier 8. Technically speaking, this method pushed the soul limit to a higher tier, added Morgan, and Edward agreed. He has not entirely solved the issue of soul limit, otherwise, he would have already reached Tier 9. The soul limit is a problem plaguing humans and countless species for eons. How could it easily be solved? The soul limit of most species is Tier 6, meaning it's virtually impossible to reach higher levels, unless they implant powerful bloodlines or become gods. Bloodlines with higher soul limits are rare, and those races are extremely powerful, making them difficult to acquire. So, the path of godhood is the easiest choice. Morgana nodded. What is the reason for this change? Is it because of the Trinity theory? Trinity theory, also called the essence, chi, and spirit theory. According to Eastern magic, the body is composed of 3 things, essence, chi, and spirit. Essences refer to the body, spirit to the soul, and chi to mana or other forms of energy in the body. The theory states all these 3 are connected, thus, the influence of one affects the other. Based on the fact that both my body and soul were strengthened, it's the only explanation. Edward analyzed the data and stored it. Alright, let's go test the power of this new core, added Edward before disappearing from the lab. Meanwhile, Morgana had to order the cleaning golems to clean up the laboratory. Chapter 461, Super Solid Ether Core. Boom! A magic circle appeared before Edward, releasing a devastating blow that destroyed dozens of star systems. Luckily, he chose one with no life, or this would be a civilization catastrophe for the habitants of this star cluster. Edward continued to cast powerful spells while Morgana recorded the data. Finally, after more than 6 hours, he finished with a satisfied grin on his face. How is it? With the supersolid ether core, the Empire's arcanist strength will increase between 3 to 5 times. The tier system is basic. It is based on how much destructive or defensive power a person has. So, for Edward's universe, the requirement for Tier 8 is to have the power to destroy a star system composed of at least 9 planets the size of Earth and 1 star the size of the Sun, or survive the explosion or destruction of a star system of that level. However, despite how basic the system was, there were some nuances that dictated the strength of each individual. For example, the arcane system created by Edward made it easier and faster for people to reach higher tiers but also was more potent on average. And the main reason for that was that arcanists have higher destructive capabilities using the same amount of energy. For example, let's say that the amount of mana needed to destroy a planet was 1 unit. The Empire's arcanists can use 1 unit of mana to destroy 2 to 5 stars. The main reason is their crystal or solid mana and their purified purple mana. In general, the mana they used is of higher essence or quality. Their mana is not even mana anymore and can be called ether, which is a higher form of energy close to if not on par with void energy. And now, the supersolid state of the ether core made them even more powerful. Using 1 unit of mana, arcanists will be able to destroy 5 to 10 planets. This discovery will significantly help us in our battle against the gods, commented Edward. The divine mercenary system is one of the ways the gods dealt with magic civilizations. They lured powerful casters to serve them with the promise of increasing their mana, purifying their mana, increasing their soul limit, and granting knowledge. However, the Empire won't have much trouble since most of these temptations are useless. The Empire's arcanists will be the most powerful class of casters, envied and sought after by many. and Edward has already planned to use this fact to lure magic civilizations who do not want to be servants to the gods. The more important thing is the development of our energy technology, commented Morgana. The ether core is the core of the Empire's technology tree, and every tiny progress equates to great change in the entire Empire. After coming to this world, Edward acquired the Mana Sage mode, drastically increasing his understanding and energy use. Subsequently, he got his hands on the Fate Universe's magic circuit, which also further enhanced his energy control. Finally, he studied Titan's magic weapon, which also involved brilliant use of energy. Adding this new supersolid ether core, the Empire's energy technology will take a big leap. Yes, you need to calculate the remaining 2 mana circles so we can update the floating city's ether core, added Edward. Upon success, we might be able to push the city to the limit of tier 10. I will add this feature for the 3.0 version. Edward nodded before returning to the ninja world and continuing his training. He entered the second layer of his soul dimension and placed a few sealing spells in all 4 directions. Then, he gathered the mana from the enchantments before condensing them into a crystal shape and purifying them into purple. The process was fast, smooth, and without any hindrance. Once the core formed, he condensed the 8 mana circles before fusing them with the ether core. He watched how the state of the core changed from a normal solid to a supersolid, containing the properties of both solid and liquid. Once the process finished, Edward gathered more mana to expand the size of the core. This core in the second layer served as the second mana pool for Edward, so the final size was countless times larger than the one in the first layer. After all, the first layer's ether core and the one in his magic core combined together to form his tier 8 strength. So, after the second layer's core reached the pinnacle of tier 8 mana, he stopped before checking his body. Success, he muttered after not feeling any symptoms. The idea of sealing the soul dimension's second layer and creating another ether core was not new. Edward had previously experimented on this subject as a way to have an extra mana pool. However, his previous efforts failed. Even after sealing the place, there were consequences for creating a third ether core. He would often have headaches, he had difficulty concentrating or controlling his soul strength. To solve this problem, Edward tried to create an ether lake in the second layer. He tried using liquid mana instead of crystal mana. Unfortunately, the amount of liquefied mana required to become tier 8 was outrageous, so he wanted a better solution. Because of these facts, Edward became excited after discovering the mana circles. The micro nature made him believe they would place no burden on the soul dimension and thus could be used to acquire additional mana pools. But now, he found a solution that is the best of 2 worlds. The supersolid ether core had the properties of liquid mana and placed less burden on the soul dimension. Meanwhile, it did not require as much mana to reach the tier 8 quantity. And, if this chapter tells different information from the previous chapter called Mana Circle was because someone in my Discord pointed out a plot hole, so I'm trying to correct or explain it. After creating his second mana pool, Edward checked his body. As long as I remove the seal, I can access a second mana pool. A caster's worst nightmare is the lack of mana. So, having ways to regenerate mana or have extra mana pools is a common tactic of most casters' path, except for sorcerers. However, I should consider the possibility of someone removing the seals, muttered Edward with a frown. If that were to happen, it would be like fusing with another tier 8 clone of himself. And the result of such a thing for him, who has reached the limit of tier 8, would be an explosion because his body and soul cannot bear or control such a large quantity of mana. Let's quadruple reinforce the seal. Then, add another sealing artifact as a failsafe. Finally, Morgana will be in charge of controlling the second mana pool in case something happens to the seal. After making preparations, Edward nodded in satisfaction. Then, he proceeded to create 2 more supersolid ether cores in the third and fourth layers of the soul dimension. Even I feel the pressure on my dimension, commented Edward before drinking a few potions to reinforce the dimension. Then, he proceeded to the last step. He removed his robe and placed his hand on his belly button. Then, a seal tattoo similar to Naruto's appeared. He closed his eyes to see another space inside his body. Edward focused and created another ether core and placed it inside the seal. This world's 8 trigram sealing jutsus has many uses, muttered Edward. Chapter 462, New Rules. The sealing jutsus of this world has many applications. When he visited the Mummy 4 universe, he kidnapped the protagonist named Nick, who had a unique body granted to him by Yahweh. This body allowed Nick to seal weak gods and use their power for themselves. Over the years, Edward managed to recreate some of the abilities of that unique physique. And now, with this world's sealing technique, he can do even more. It's not impossible for him to create a unique class of arcanists that seals powerful entities in their bodies and draws their power. These entities can be gods, demons, abyss devils, immortal cultivators, Buddhas, and so on. I can't take off a good name for this profession, muttered Edward. Should I just call them Arcane Jinchuriki? That's a terrible name, said Morgana. Do you have any better ideas? How about Divine Vessel Arcanists? They are indeed vessels for these beings, so it's a great name, nodded Edward. However, I will reject it just because of your previous rudeness. Are you going to be this petty? I am, replied Edward before ignoring her. He took a moment to improve this new profession. He can combine Hermione's summoning talent to create a unique summoning ritual for the Divine Vessel Arcanists. The ritual would allow them to summon the best creature suitable for their talent, personality, and elemental affinity. These summonses would be from different planes, dimensions, and even parallel timelines. Edward modified the ritual accordingly to increase the scope. Then, he added preventive measures in case someone summons something they should not or were incapable of controlling. Additionally, summons can take two paths. The first one is like Naruto, where they became partners with their summons, or the second, where they essentially enslaved the latter. This profession seems a little dangerous, commented Morgana after seeing the final result. You're correct. So, let's make it into law that Tier 4 or above summons need to be supervised by the Empire. Moreover, all summons will take place in a pocket dimension that is prepared to self-destruct at any time. I'm not just referring to this. This profession could make us the enemy of all races in the universe. I understand your concern, nodded Edward. No race would accept a magic system that involved hunting and taking them into captivity. This profession will not become too popular because of the major flaw that people will lose most of their powers if their summons is dead or removed from their bodies. Plus, we can encourage people to form a contract or bond with their contract instead of forcing them, unless dealing with evil or chaotic creatures. Edward knew the true purpose of this system was to give arcanists another method of survival and increase their strength. Most of them will probably be interested in creatures or entities with unique abilities. Then, they will choose to seal them in their bodies or other magic artifacts to use their strength or unique abilities. That's fine. We can encourage people to hunt their summons instead. This is a safer way. Morgana worried about some powerful entities using this opportunity to find their plane and invade. Luckily, her boss has always been a steady type of person, always considering and preparing for the worst-case situation. We can also ask the Divine Vessel Arcanists to make oaths not to abuse this system, making enemies all over the universe and other planes, added Morgana, and Edward nodded with her. The two continued their conversation to further refine this system. They decided to choose another plane where all the Divine Vessels Arcanists to make their summons. As such, in case something happens, the Empire will have time to react and even abandon that plane if necessary. Then, Edward went to the last thing he was interested in this universe, the Pure Land. This place is essentially the afterlife of the Naruto universe. Back home, Edward discovered the Earth was one of the few, if not the only, place in the universe with its own independent underworld. And after defeating Herpo, he took control of this place. At least, he tried to. Unfortunately, so far, things have been proceeding slowly. His plan is for Bellatrix to master death rules and have complete control of the underworld. In the future, the Empire's citizens will not have to worry about their afterlife. They don't have to worry about some unknown god or entity having control of their souls. Furthermore, with control of the underworld, the Empire can quickly become a civilization where death is no longer a mystery but also meaningless. Unfortunately, the process is not smooth. Bellatrix is far away from controlling or mastering death rules. Furthermore, she has been busy dealing with the undead during the war. Finally, before Edward left, he did not completely eradicate Herpo's influence or power in the underworld. So, he wanted to visit the Pure Land to see if he could learn and benefit from it. When he leaves this place, he will also take it away. After returning home, Edward has not decided whether to fuse it with the underworld or leave it as a separate thing. He took one step and teleported to the Pure Land. No one detected his arrival as he floated in the air. He gazed at this near-infinite space and could see endless souls. Edward discovered this place was divided into 3 areas: Purgatory, Hell, Reincarnation Hall, and Pure Land. Purgatory is where people with regrets or waiting for someone in the land of the living. From his memory he remembered Kakashi's father staying in this place before he met his son. Hell is where evil individuals pay for their crimes. The Reincarnation Hall is the place where people who want a chance at a second life will go. However, they won't remember the memories of their past life. Edward discovered there were not many people in this area. Most people stayed in the Pure Land, a place where their souls could remain happy and free from worries for the rest of eternity. Edward focused on a special creature in this place, the Shinigami. He discovered they had a leader, the Shinigami King. Tier 8. This Shinigami King has reached the pinnacle of this world, thought Edward before continuing studying this place. He spent the next few days secretly studying every inch of this place. Although I knew this would be the case, I'm still a little disappointed, muttered Edward. He thought this place could help him permanently deal with the soul limit. I may have to go to the MCU and Bleach to solve this issue. He shook his head as his study was not futile. He closed his eyes as he remembered numerous pieces of knowledge in his mind. He started from his knowledge of biology, anatomy, the life code, the soul, reincarnation spells, and resurrecting spells. Edward entered a deep state of meditation as he overviewed his overwhelming knowledge. Then, a strange fluctuation emanated from his body. Success, he thought as he opened his eyes with a smile. Then, 2 chains appeared in his hand. Life and Soul Authority. If you have a better name suggestion than Divine Vessel Arcanist, I'm open to suggestions. I think this name is good but you guys might have a better one. Chapter 463, Domain Battle. Edward was happy with the appearance of these 2 rules. Rules or authorities prove that his understanding of certain types of magic has reached the pinnacle. So, he will always be happy for the manifestation of one, the more, the merrier. Of course, he also understood he had limits and could not know and control all known rules. And even if he could, it was not worth the effort. so he was prepared to major in a few while the others would be used in an emergency or situation that needed them. Huh, muttered Edward as he looked in the distance. The fluctuation of his rules alerted the Shinigami King, allowing the latter to detect his existence. He immediately went on the offensive and used a law spell, a spell containing the power of rules or authority. Hand of Death. A towering black hand descended from the sky, heading straight for the Shinigami King, who looked like the creature summoned when using the dead demon consuming seal. The only difference was his size, which was at least 15 meters tall, and the weird crown with the character for Yama engraved in it. In the past few days, this Shinigami King was the only thing I could not completely figure out, thought Edward as he watched his attack heading for the opponent. The only thing I know about him is that he uses chakra. In fact, Edward could tell the entire Pure Land was composed of well-crafted and controlled chakra, which further inspired Edward's understanding of the space-time rule. The Shinigami King waved his hand, and Edward's attack disintegrated, and he did it effortlessly. Death rule, analyzed Edward. Moreover, the entire Pure Land is like his domain, boosting his strength. Law spell, Wail of Death. The head of a banshee appeared before screaming. Her voice created a sonic wave with the power to bring death to all the souls in its path. However, the Shinigami King's response was the same. As he slowly moved forward, he waved his hand, and Edward's attack disappeared. This person's application of death rule is above even me, analyzed Edward. However, he did not stop attacking since this was a perfect learning opportunity. However, after another attack, he suddenly felt he could no longer use his death rules. It was like someone stripped him of the right to use this authority. Edward remained calm as he analyzed the situation. My death rule is utterly useless while the power of the other ones has drastically decreased. His eyes became brighter as he found another application for his magic domain. Morgana, according to your calculations, what is the best way to deal with his domain? You can use intense energy fluctuation to reduce its effect. However, your mana and soul strength are also suppressed, so you need to tap into your reserved mana pools. And the second and most efficient way is also to use your magic domain. This situation is a perfect time for field testing. Edward agreed, so he waited until the king was closer. Then, he used the second domain by combining his soul dimension with an instantly created pocket dimension. However, something odd occurred. His pocket dimension did not envelop the Shinigami King. Instead, the space of the Pure Land blocked the creation of his dimension. So, the situation became odd. One side was Edward's domain, where he sat on his throne with the books, while the other side was the king and the Pure Land. Is this the result of two domains clashing? Edward observed the situation while also stabilizing the pocket dimension. The situation was an anomaly, and he needed to use his space rules to prevent the domain from crashing. Furthermore, he also detected the size of his domain was rapidly shrinking by the Pure Land. As expected, this domain is unstable and requires too much reliance on space magic, commented Edward. Regardless, he saw this situation as an opportunity to gather more data before perfecting it. However, the Shinigami King was not playing around, he only wanted to deal with this powerful invader. He waved his hand to instantly create a legion of dead souls. Under his command, they rushed into Edward's domain. He observed this army and noticed they paused for a moment after entering. Then, they continued their charge. With a single thought, they disappeared from this world. Then, Edward used the same spell as the king. He watched as his army entered the latter's enemy. There is a significant difference, he analyzed. He saw his troops instantly annihilated after entering the enemy's territory. The Shinigami King's control over his domain is miles ahead of him. His domain followed his will, it instinctively rejects any power that does not belong to him. Furthermore, it is very aggressive. Edward could tell the latter's domain acted as if it was alive and had a will of its own. So, he closed his eyes, ignoring that his domain was rapidly shrinking. He followed his new discovery and instilled his will into this domain, the will to reject any foreign powers and anything that wished to harm him. Bang! Edward's domain vibrated, and a mysterious change seemed to have occurred. The Shinigami King sensed something and acted. He raised his hand to create a black cloud of death powers. However, things are different now. As soon as the cloud reached Edward's side, his domain automatically extinguished it. The king acted swiftly and summoned a black scepter. A terrifying wave of chakra emanated from its body as he slammed the staff on the floor, generating a mighty energy wave. In an instant, Edward's domain shrunk by more than 20%. The integrity of the domain's space is too fragile, analyzed Edward calmly. It would be best if it could be like a mini-universe that is not easily destroyed. Edward realized another flaw of the domain. And the way to deal with this issue is to reinforce the space with enchantments. And the second is to essentially turn the domain into a mini-universe or world. The god's divine kingdom is this way, so, arcanists can follow this step. Edward wanted the domain to not rely on outside aids or resources. It should be a magical ability usable by all arcanists. However, he realized he was asking too much. Even the kingdoms of the gods require numerous resources to create. And if arcanists wish to use their domain to compete with the divine kingdom, they will also need to make an effort. So, I need to create special artifacts that arcanists can fuse with their domain to turn them into small universes. Edward suddenly thought of the space gem from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I can study the gem and recreate it. This would be the best thing to stabilize the domain. Other options he could think of are void energy or the space chamber, which is a divine spark. The space chamber is a unique thing and cannot be used. Meanwhile, I feel that void energy is still too dangerous. So, let's study the space chamber first to create something from it. Then, in my next voyage, I will go to the MCU and study the Infinity Stones. All these thoughts flashed into Edward's mind as his domain was rapidly annihilated. Then, he finally focused on the battle. A staff appeared in his hand and activated his space-time rule to enchant the space of the domain. Finally, he blessed the domain with all his rules. Immediately afterward, he felt the domain underwent another change. It became more stable, his power was easier to use, and the requirement for mana drastically decreased. Interesting changes. Morgana, are you getting all this data? You should know the answer without asking. I'm just checking if you're not lazy. The little elf ignored him. Boom! Edward's domain expanded and enveloped the Shinigami King before the latter could respond. Is this the power of multiple rules? Thought Edward. Chapter 464, Choice. Edward understood the Shinigami King was powerful for two reasons. He had a great understanding and control of death rules, and his domain was more perfect compared to his. The Shinigami King can more effortlessly use his rules through the domain. So, he learned from the latter and blessed his domains with his space-time, death, life, curse, and soul rules. Edward used numbers to his advantage as he surrounded the king. And as expected, the Shinigami was rendered useless after being surrounded by this domain. He could no longer use his death rules, and the chakra in his body was also sealed. Edward observed the Shinigami King to be a soul type of life form. However, even the latter's soul strength was rendered useless by the domain. Is this what it feels like to be under the god's divine kingdom? Thought Edward, gazing at the ugly expression of the king. He could tell the latter was trying everything possible to mobilize his power. According to the previous strategy, I should use violent energy outbursts to remove the restrictions when dealing with the divine kingdom's projection. However, based on the Shinigami King's reaction, this method might be useless. Morgana, what do you have to say for yourself? This strategy was based on her simulation. First of all, we have never faced a divine kingdom projection, so most of our data is purely theoretical. Secondly, the conclusion is still valid. Mana is different from chakra, especially our mana that has sublimated into ether. I see. When we go back, we need to find ways to finish Project False God. Project False God is a research group led by Edward to create a false god using clones. One clone is chosen as the god and trained until Tier 6. Then, he manufactures billions of clones and implants memories of worshipping the Tier 6 clones. Then, the Tier 6 clone embarks on the path of godhood. It will gather faith from the billions of clones to cast its divine body and soul, divine spark that contains its chosen authority, the divine flame that purifies faith and creates divine energy. However, this god created in this project is not false because it was artificially created. It is a false god because it does not have a divine kingdom full of believers. Over the years, by studying Herpo, or the death god, set from the Mummy Four Worlds, and the gods from Konosuba, Edward has managed to deduce the path of godhood to this level. Unfortunately, he is stuck in the phase of the divine kingdom. Herpo did not have a kingdom and used the underworld. Meanwhile, Set and the Konosuba gods live in a place different from divine kingdoms. Their godly abodes were habited by many gods and were similar to the residents of a Pantheon. Lastly, the knowledge of the divine kingdom is highly guarded in the Harry Potter universe. These Tier 10 gods did it on purpose so they could use this knowledge to force false gods to become their subordinates. This act created a vicious hierarchy. Most races have a soul limit and can no longer reach higher tiers. So, they embark on the path of faith. However, these people will soon discover that they need to rely on higher tier gods to get the knowledge they want. And oftentimes, they have to sell themselves into servitude to get such knowledge. There are 5 methods to accelerate the progress, said Morgana. The Akashic record, ask Merlin, try your luck in the multiverse, try cheating again, and lastly, kill a god and get the information. The Akashic record is too expensive, replied Edward. Merlin will most likely tell me not to bother him for such a trivial matter. However, there is also a chance he might just give it to me. The multiverse is out of the question. The last time when creating the Tier 10 floating city, the rabid plundering alerted some entity, so it's dangerous to return there now. In the current situation, I cannot mess with the spacetime continuum, so cheating is out of the equation. So, our best choice is to kill Guznad and search his soul for information. I will label it as a priority. Edward nodded before continuing to observe the Shinigami King. After a few tests, he concluded the king was similar to the ancient gods in his universe who was born with authority. The purpose of the Shinigami is nothing more than to overview the afterlife, so the universe will create it and give it access to the death authority. Edward became interested in whether this pure land served as the afterlife only for the ninja planet or for the entire world. After a little research, he discovered each galaxy contained one pure land controlled by a Shinigami King. However, not all of them were Tier 8. So, Edward placed them on the list of things to plunder. Well, he was planning on stealing the entire timeline anyway. Edward quickly finished his work here after capturing the Shinigami King. Then, he left as he had to meet the ambassadors from the Sage clan and the Chakra race. The group wanted to experience the culture of the Empire before deciding whether to surrender or not. And under Edward's guidance and display of might, most decided to surrender. However, the Sage clan was composed of many different species, making their faction very diverse and also more challenging to unite, especially for such an occasion. Edward did not want to waste time, so he welcomed the people who surrendered and used force on those who resisted. Unfortunately, a few people would rather die than surrender, even after their defeat. So, he had to remove these unstable factors. Meanwhile, the automatons continued their missions to plunder resources in other timelines. A few days later, Edward went to see Tsunade. So, why did you call me? Did you make a decision? Asked Edward as he entered the former Hokage's room and sat opposite her. Yes. Oh, he replied, slightly flustered. Based on his analysis, things could go either way. No, the odds were not in his favor. Tsunade paused, trying to see his reactions or any emotions of worry and such. Unfortunately, she was disappointed as he looked as usual. She then understood this man in front of her was an emperor, so knowing how to hide his emotions and thoughts was necessary for any capable ruler. I decided to accept your offer, said Tsunade calmly. Really? I have to say I'm surprised, replied Edward. He knew Tsunade had feelings for him, but he also knew this was not enough for her to get into a relationship with her. After all, he had too many things she found unacceptable, things like his grey morality or his multiple wives. Can I ask why? Did you really fall for my unparalleled charm? You think too much, said Tsunade, rolling her eyes. I think it would benefit the shinobi world if I had the status of a queen. So, it's a marriage of alliance? I can accept that. His marriage with Wiz was of similar nature as one of the main reasons he accepted was to use her status as an undead to facilitate the welcoming of the undead as citizens of the Empire. And now, Tsunade wanted to do something similar for the shinobi of this world. We are immortal, so we can have time to get to know each other and develop feelings, said Edward, who paused briefly. Since our marriage is of this nature, we will need to have a grand wedding broadcast to all the Empire's territory. The media department will work overtime to portray you and the ninjas in a positive light, in a way that you will benefit the Empire. Tsunade frowned as she felt this would be a hassle. However, since she wanted a better future and status for the ninjas, it was necessary. Will I have any official power? Asked Tsunade. You can be in charge of the medical department. However, you should understand that the current medical ninjutsu is nothing in the Empire. If you want to make a difference and hold such power, you need to innovate. No problem. Tsunade felt this position was perfect for her. Furthermore, she did not fear any challenge. As long as she absorbs the Empire's knowledge, she believes she can either elevate medical ninjutsus to new heights or innovate the magic healing department of the Empire. Comment. Chapter 465, Shadow Squad. I'm glad you're confident, said Edward. However, you should not underestimate the difficulty ahead of you. The Empire has now controlled over 100 star systems, thousands of planets, and hundreds of them with life. Currently, the population is more than 100 trillion. So, being the head of any department is not a simple thing because of how fierce the competition is. As such, although I have the power to appoint you to that position, whether you can control such power is another thing entirely. Plus, if you're truly terrible at your job, according to the Empire's rules, the people have the right to depose you. I understand, nodded Tsunade after pausing for a few seconds. She understood the concept that only the best person is required for certain positions, similar to the Hokage position. So, she decided to have a better mindset and not underestimate the value of the opportunity granted to her. I will take this time to prepare. That's good. Edward chatted with her, giving her some suggestions. For example, what people she can trust, people she won't to ensure her position, and who her competitors are. Subsequently, he also told her to train her own people or team. For example, her genius apprentice Sakura. If trained properly in the medical field, she can be a great boost for her. Edward also recommended she use a similar method as him and teach talented children at Hogwarts and Bones Advanced Magic School. These talented individuals can become her greatest support for her future position. Finally, he left and went to another pocket dimension in his laboratory. As soon as he arrived, someone appeared before him. Your Majesty. Itake, how are things going? The initial training is completed. However, I won't know the result until we complete our first mission. Before leaving, Edward made Itake the deputy director of his shadow squad to lead an elite group of spies and assassins for the Empire. According to his previous plan, he wanted to wait until he returned home to begin training this squad. However, Itake insisted and even asked him to use time acceleration and time dilation to begin the training. Edward understood the latter wanted to use this opportunity to ensure that the ninjas took the majority of places in this new squad. This method is the way Itake thought of ensuring the status of the ninjas after returning to the Empire. Additionally, this method will also allow him to have as much power as possible before the commander arrives. After all, Itake did not know what kind of person this commander was and if they would forcibly take over all his power and make him a figurehead. But now, he has complete control of the Shadow Squad, and all its members are of the same origin as him. In the future, he would ensure the ninjas dominate the Shadow Squad. As such, he would not have to worry about the future commander. Itake understood that if the situation were normal, his actions would create a gap between him toward his master, His Majesty. After all, his actions could be interpreted as him trying to secretly build power. However, Itake knew the situation was not a problem since he handed his soul to the Emperor and was utterly loyal. As for the future commander and their relationship with the Emperor, Itake knew Edward was the kind of person who valued talented and capable people. So, he knew Edward would view his actions as a test for the future commander. If the commander cannot find ways to control the shadow squad and take back power, then it will only show that they were not capable and not the person for this job. Show me, said Edward, and Itachi led him to the squad. You two are here too, said Edward after seeing Kakashi and Jiraiya. I could understand Kakashi's presence, but why are you here, pervy sage? Shouldn't you be peeping somewhere? Jiraiya laughed embarrassedly. Well, peeping is a crime. And with your strength, it's easy to be captured by the golems. Jiraiya coughed lightly to hide his red face. He remembered some not-so-pleasant memories. If not for Tsunade's interference, he should have spent a few days in a cell and paid a hefty price. I asked them to help develop the training session for the squad, explained Itachi, and Edward nodded. He followed the group as he saw approximately 10,000 ninjas, all well-trained in shadow, space, invisible, chameleon, illusion, spiritual magic, and ninjutsu. Of course, they are also trained in assassination and information gathering and analysis. I have combined the inheritance of all villages with training this squad, explained Itachi before pointing at another group. We have begun studying an anti-divination sealing jutsus. Unfortunately, the progress is slow. Edward calmly watched the training of these ninjas, including some real-life stimulation done via virtual reality. Your Majesty, what do you think? Itachi was slightly nervous. So far, there is no problem besides the lack of achievements. But, the number is too small, said Edward. Your mission will be spread across the entire galaxy. Once the war with Guznad is over, you will be sent to the entire universe across multiple planes and even parallel timelines. Itachi was quiet. This fact was one of the fundamental flaws of his plan. The ninjas' population was too small. There are less than 500 million people on the entire planet, and the number of ninjas is not even 1% of that number. And his squad also requires elites. Your Majesty, I ask you to let me choose from the people the automatons brought back, said Itachi. Edward frowned after hearing this. He sent the automatons to the multiverse to plunder resources, including people. However, a while ago, he received some bad news. The people discovered were variants of the people of this timeline. In other words, the population discovered was copies of the people of the ninja planet, with only a few small differences. Furthermore, the situation is the same for humans living in other galaxies. So, Edward did not want to bring these people back to prevent dealing with variants. It would make things too complicated and could easily reveal the fact that the Empire mastered multiverse technology. After pondering for a while, Edward rejected Itachi's proposal and explained why. I know what you're thinking, added Edward before Itachi spoke. We could change their faces or modify their minds to make them think they were clones. However, the risks were not worth it. If the news that the Empire has any connection to the multiverse, we will become the enemy of all factions in the universe. The multiverse is the key for these Tier 10 gods to reach Tier 11. So, as long as there is the slightest news, they would all become mad to get their hands on it. I understand, said Itachi, not hiding his disappointment. Your squad will incorporate the Metamorphmagus Agency. The Empire's most elite spy agencies are composed of Metamorphmagus, capable of disguising as any race or species in the universe. They are scattered all over the universe, dormant as they slowly form a terrifying force. Unfortunately, they are too young and have not shown their capabilities yet. As you wish. Is there anything else? Yes. Orochimaru designed a new type of golem. I would like to use them. Itachi wanted to reduce the casualties of his squad, so he thought of creating a disposable death squad that could be used as discarded pawns during dangerous missions. The solution to his problem was to use clones. However, he felt uncomfortable. So, he thought of using golems or robots. So, he asked Orochimaru to design a multi-purpose golem only for his squad. Orochimaru created this, asked Edward as he looked at it. He is indeed a talent if he has such an achievement in such a short time. However, his designs have too many flaws and manufacturing problems. The Empire has already designed a special golem for your squad. You can use it. Chapter 466, Departure. After supervising Itachi's progress, Edward left to return to his lab. Most of the things he wanted to do in the Naruto world have been accomplished. Now, he only needs to wait for his ride to come pick him up. During the process, he continued his work on the ultimate magic body, Izanagi, and studied his rules. Meanwhile, he also supervised the automaton's work. He sent these robots on a warpath across the multiverse to plunder recklessly. Edward once thought of making a deal with the universe will. It will reveal the lost timelines the Lord God captured, and the latter would reward him with world source. However, he gave this idea for a few reasons. Firstly, he cannot deal with the majority of the void shield surrounding these timelines. And even if he did, it would be pointless. The universe will does not have the power to deal with these Lord Gods. Maybe in his universe, it would still be possible. However, even then, it would be catastrophic if he met a Lord God that was tier 11 and above. So, after giving up this idea, he sealed himself inside his laboratory. With the passage of time, the rejection he felt from the universe will drastically increase. Edward chose to counter this problem by creating a special enchantment that sealed himself inside his laboratory, away from the influence and power of the universe will. The only downside to this method is he was stuck inside and could not leave. He had to allow Morgana to set up the spell to capture this timeline. Edward has to admit this was the most complicated spell he has mastered. No, he can't even say he mastered it since he can learn plenty of things to this day. And every time he learned something new, he sighed at the vast distance between himself and Merlin. He knew the latter was vastly more powerful than him, but this spell was proof of this fact. Then, about 4 months later, his ride home arrived. A towering city appeared above the hidden leaf village, shocking all the ninjas. Although they had seen information about the floating city, it was an entirely different thing to see and experience it. I can't believe you created such a thing, commented Orikimura from the lab. In the past few months, he dabbled in the artificer field and had some insight into the knowledge needed to create such a technical marvel. This is one of my greatest works, replied Edward with a smile. He combined the knowledge of several civilizations and the universe to create this masterpiece. However, there is room for improvement. He was never complacent, always pursuing improvement and advancement, especially after hearing about the accomplishment of the Magus race. His empire has always been pursuing the steps of the Magus race, and Edward was confident it would not be long before he surpassed their achievements. However, after learning they had reached the peak of the void, he knew this was not such an easy task. Edward looked at Tsunade next to him and could detect she was nervous. So, he held her hands to reassure her, don't be nervous. I just don't know how to face your family. She worried about the complexity of joining an imperial harem. If the other woman does not like her and decides to oppress her with their power in the empire, she will have no way to resist, even with Edward's support. Our family is not as power-driven as you think. Most of them are researchers like me and would not even hold official positions if not for me asking, he explained after guessing her worries. As for your personal relationship, they won't blame you, they'll blame me. His mouth twitched as he could guess the side eyes he would receive. Technically speaking, due to the short passage of time, he recently brought back Wiz, and now there was Tsunade. Despite how he felt, he still left the lab to receive the envoy. So, after arriving in the city, he only waited a few seconds before a white light flashed from the sky and someone appeared. Hermione, he said with a smile. Are you okay? This was the first time Edward sent an emergency signal, so she hurried to this place. Luckily, he updated the engine of the city in his last voyage, allowing the city to instantly travel to its destination after knowing the coordinate. I'm fine, he replied. I encountered a terrifying creature in the void, and my city was almost destroyed. That's good, she sighed in relief. However, Hermione soon noticed the woman next to Edward. Given her proximity to him and the sign of nervousness displayed by her facial expressions, she had already guessed her status. Suddenly, she had the urge to bite him or bombard him with a few million fireball spells. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. She did not blame Tsunade as she knew how charming and attractive her husband could be. Whether it is his personal power, his political and military power as an emperor, his knowledge that seemed infinite, or his brilliant mind, it is too attractive to many women. Tsunade, it's nice to meet you. Come on, let's have a chat over some tea, said Edward. We don't have time, countered Hermione. Only a week has passed since your departure. However, the war intensity has drastically increased. According to Oliver's order, I need to pick you up and return. The floating city is a strategic weapon and cannot be missing for long. Edward became serious. Very well. He did not waste time and entered the Tier 9 floating city. The Tier 10 one had to stay home while the other Tier 9 was currently wreckage in the void. After entering, he connected to the city. He closed his eyes in ecstasy as he felt the vast amount of mana at the core. The sensation was truly something else. His first was to summon the automaton still in the multiverse. Once they all returned, he activated the spell to take away this timeline and all its people. Then, he activated the void engine and entered the void. His destination was not home but the place where the Tier 9 floating city was. Edward saw a world of grey and white before returning to normal. The void has always fascinated him, wondering why it has color. The word void indicated nothing, so there should be no color. His theory is that this is how his brain and soul process something as complex or incomprehensible as the void. It used his inherent cognitive views and showed him something that he could understand and process. However, Edward understood that once he reaches a certain tier, most likely Tier 12, he will see the void in a different manner. Not minding these distracting thoughts, he saw the picture before him, and his heart ached. He saw a destroyed city surrounded by a shield. My baby. Although this floating city was not the one he personally created, it was still his baby. After all, he designed most of the things. And the resources used to create it are also his. It needs to be fixed as soon as possible, but we don't have the resources, said Hermione with a frown. The Empire almost ran out of resources building Edward's Tier 10 city. They had to plunder from the multiverse. However, this option was not available after their last warning. I have brought resources from the Naruto world, but it's probably enough to fix it to 70%. The Naruto universe is a middle-tier universe with a power cap of Tier 8. Meanwhile, the city is a peak Tier 9 artifact. And adding the difference between the two universes and power systems, the resources are also different. Do you have a good idea? Asked Hermione. Chapter 467, Return and Hurry. Edward pondered briefly. I can think of two ways. The first is to use the mana grid. The mana grid grants the Empire unlimited energy, which in turn equals unlimited resources. The mana from the grid can be turned into any ore, alloy, or resources needed for the floating city through transfiguration or transmutation. Certain enchantments require to be fused with certain magical ores or potions to remain permanent. Otherwise, their effect will disappear after a few hours, weeks, months, or years. However, a tremendous amount of mana can be used instead of these resources, and the mana grid can provide such an intense need for energy. Unfortunately, we only recently accessed the grid and have little to no control. By using the knowledge he needed from the Akashic records, Edward managed to shut off the Milky Way section of the mana grid, thus stopping people from accessing the universe net. However, he has not concluded his research on the grid and how to properly use all this energy. If we have a little more time, this plan could work, added Hermione. However, the situation is changing at every moment. So, the sooner we fix the city, the better. The ideal situation would be to create a fourth one. Even if we use time dilation, it will take a few weeks to fix, added Edward. What about your second plan? Forceful plunder of world source. Hermione squinted her eyes as she instantly became serious. She understood what these words meant. We calculated the coordinates of a few planes during your absence, and one was tier 9. We can use it. Very well. Edward wanted to take time to introduce Tsunade to his family and slowly get her acclimated to the Empire. Unfortunately, the war suddenly escalated in the short period he was gone. So, he no longer had the option to use the gentle method. Under his order, Morgana sent a beam that caught the destroyed floating city and stored it in one of the pocket dimensions in Hermione's floating city. Then, they returned home. As soon as he landed, he received a communication from Olivier. What's the situation? Asked Edward. Hermione did not have time to inform him, and she wanted Olivier to do it since she better understood the current war. Guznad had reinforcement from the Abyss Plane, explained Olivier, with her usual commanding tone. These Abyss demons are ruthless, feel no pain, are extremely powerful, and there are too many of them. We have suffered a lot of casualties in the past 3 days alone. Edward frowned as he looked at a hologram before him. The statistics showed that the casualties for the past 3 days were thrice that of the past 6 months of this war. These demons are so fierce. Yes, they have a high magic resistance. If our system were not capable of using multiple types of energy, the situation would have been even worse. Do they have any weaknesses? Light or positive type magic, replied Olivier. However, Guznad's people took this into account and blessed them with anti-light magic spells. What's your counter to this situation? Do you want to mobilize the clone legions? Not yet, replied Olivier. Her eyes turned red for a moment. A ruthless light flashed in her eyes. We will fire with fire. You also want to use Abyss demons as troops? Asked Hermione, who was next to Edward and listening to the conversation. Yes. From the information gathered, troops are the least valuable thing in the Abyss Plane. As long as we conquer one of the layers and become Lord, we can control countless demons to fight Guznad. Edward groaned after hearing her plan. In general, this tactic is a great one. However, there is an issue after considering the overall implications. Olivier frowned as she knew what he meant. The gods of this universe do not allow the existence of any foreign plane to enter or exist in the cosmic god plane. And they have reasons for this caution. The cosmic god plane is one of the few, if not the only, plane with a multiverse, thus capable of giving birth to tier 11 entities. So, countless foreign planes are eyeing this place. So, if they knew the Arcane Empire had opened a gate to the Abyss Plane, the situation would have become more dangerous than it already is. The gods are already our enemy, argued Olivier. So, it's not an issue if they know about our action. It's not the same, countered Hermione. They can use this excuse to gather other gods to gang up on us. Moreover, they will now have the moral ground for a war against us. Oliver's frown deepened as she knew the importance of having the moral high ground. The gods can convince the neutral factions of the universe to ally with their sides. No need to hurry too much, added Edward with a sneer in his eyes. The people paying attention to the Milky Way will never use this excuse, at least, not until they have no choice. These gods are selfish, so after seeing the uniqueness of the Empire, they will not share with others. So, they will hide the information from the other factions. Benefit is above everything. So, since they believe they can control the Empire by themselves, they won't say anything. However, we also need to be cautious, continued Edward with dangerous lights in his eyes. After the war, I will cast a galaxy-wide spell to erase information about the Abyss Plane from the mind of everyone who knows. That's a good way, nodded Olivier before continuing with her plan. If we want to conquer an Abyss layer, we must kill a Duke, tier 9. So, we need your floating city. Hermione, you also need to return to your post to ensure no problem. My city is in terrible shape currently, explained Edward before explaining to her the current situation. I'm glad you're all right, she said, glancing up and down at him. However, we need to deal with this situation as soon as possible. I'm on it, said Edward. Morgana, connect me to my city and send me the time staff. Aye, sir. A few seconds later, Edward felt he had a connection to a vast quantity of mana. He suddenly felt he could do anything with all this mana. He had regained control over his tier 10 floating city. The sensation is truly more pleasurable than any drug, he muttered under his breath. Then, a portal appeared before him as a staff floating before him. Without hesitation, he held it as he mobilized his willpower. He assessed the space-time authority of this world. The resistance was not as strong as I anticipated. The process of controlling the rules of this universe involved confronting Krona for control with his willpower. However, the resistance he encountered was barely higher than his experience in the Naruto universe. And given how this universe is drastically more powerful than Harry Potter, it was odd. Could Krona be helping me? But why? Edward shook his head and did not continue thinking about it. This was not the time for such a thing. Law spell, time clone. Edward summoned a perfectly intact version of the Tier 9 floating city from the spacetime continuum and summoned it as a clone and replacement for the current one. How long will it last? Asked Hermione. 7 days, replied Edward. It should be enough, right? Yes. Who is going to the abyss? Continued Edward. Only Hermione and Dumbledore are currently available. And since she's closer, let her go, added Olivier. Very well. Give me the coordinates to the Tier 9 plane you discovered. Edward received the coordinate while Hermione headed off. Meanwhile, while Edward was preparing, Olivier took this moment to talk to the quiet Tsunade. I'm sorry our first meeting was like this. However, the situation is a little chaotic. I understand. The name is Olivier Armstrong. Tsunade Senju. Once everything comes down, we will have more time to get to know each other. Olivier ended the conversation as Edward finished. Let's go. You're taking me with you. Yes. It's time you see some of the horrors of this world. You should prepare. Chapter 468, Krona's Ambitions. An empty and all-white room. A beautiful petite woman suddenly appeared. Her expression was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotions. She looked in one direction, gazing in the direction of the Milky Way galaxy. A lawmagus, she muttered after sensing Edward accessing the spacetime authority of this plane. After countless eons, another one finally showed up, muttered Krona, the physical manifestation of the cosmic god plane's universe will. After so long, I finally saw the opportunity to rectify my mistake. During the rise of the Magus race, Krona resisted their rule and supported the ancient gods. However, the ancient gods failed and became the experiment objects of the Magus race. As for her, she was also sealed and became the puppet of the Magus race for standing in their way. However, as the Magus race reached a certain level, Krona did mind her situation as she could evolve. The Magus conquered countless planes and fused them with their central plane. And after absorbing enough world source, she raised her level from Tier 10 to Tier 11 and acquired a multiverse. At the peak of her power, Krona was the greatest plane throughout the astral realm. Then, everything changed when the entire Magus civilization disappeared, leaving only a few things to show their existence. After their disappearance, Krona regained her freedom. And, out of fear of the Magus race, she wished to prevent the existence of law magi that can forcefully control the plane's authority from her. So, she supported the existence of faith gods. These gods now had a contract-based relationship with her as she essentially lent them the control of certain authority. As such, no matter how powerful they became, the best outcome is that these gods were on par with her. They would never have the chance to surpass or seal her as the Magus did. Unfortunately, Krona soon regretted this decision. The reign of the faith god drastically weakened the entire plane. They became parasites that prevented the development and growth of magic and technology. Krona's goal of having a civilization as brilliant as the Magus race but also under her control became nothing but a dream. On the contrary, her plane's overall strength drastically declines, allowing places like the Titan plane, Heavenly Deo plane, Abyss plane, Wizard plane, Disaster plane, and Ulcabula plane to catch up with her. Before the Magus era, these 6 planes were one of the most powerful planes in the astral realm. However, the Magus race conquered these planes, and they became a subsidiary of the Magus plane. Then, after their disappearance, things returned to their original state. Furthermore, these planes now have a deep hatred for the Magus race and wish nothing more than to conquer it to remove the past humiliation. Krona knew if nothing was done, it was a matter of time before these places invaded. In truth, they have not done so because of their fear of the Magus race. Many ancient beings from these planes have survived since the rule of the Magus race. As such, they feared the latter was not really gone and were doing something. Only because of this fear can the current cosmic god plane remain safe and peaceful. However, as time passes and no news of the Magus race can be detected, many of these top planes have begun to be tempted, especially with the temptation to reach Tier 11 and above. Krona knew there might be some Tier 11 powerhouses in these 5 planes, and these entities believed the Magus race found a way to reach Tier 12, and they lust after such a secret. The faith gods are a failure as a civilization, thought Krona. After so many years, only half-step Tier 11 appeared, and he's not even one of them. She shook her head. After so many years, only a few Tier 10 gods discovered the multiverse. However, they have yet to find a way to become Tier 11. The answer to their problem is simply, communicate with others and explore the multiverse together. However, they are innately selfish, full of desires for control and power. The Magus race was an extremely cruel and brutal civilization. They invaded, conquered, exterminated, and experimented on all sentient beings in the astral realm. However, they were highly open-minded with their knowledge. They shared their discoveries and communicated with others to develop technology and disseminate knowledge. Just like the current arcane empire, thought Krona. No, they are even better due to their inclusiveness. One of the weaknesses of the Magus race was their exclusiveness and pride in their race. All other races were beneath them, and the only way for other races to rise in the Magus society was to change their bloodline and become one of the Magus races. Using this method, they absorbed many talented geniuses from other races and ethnicities, turning them into members of the Magus race. This method has one fundamental flaw: it does develop the unique characteristics or strength of different races, analyzed Krona. No matter how incredible the Magus race was, they were not perfect. Some races were born with abilities better than theirs, and even if the Magus could recreate these talents, it was not the same as natural talent. For example, elves had a natural affinity for magic, dwarfs were talented in forging, and humans developed rapidly and were very innovative and creative. After the Magus race assimilated the people from these races, they lost the opportunity to develop their individual talents. But the Arcane Empire is walking a different and better path, embracing all races, species, and ethnicities. Their development potential is on par with the Magus, if not better. Krona squinted her cold eyes. I will have to rely on them to defend this plane from the invasion of these top planes. Furthermore, they are also my hope to return to my peak and even go further. According to Krona's calculations, the Magus race turned into a Tier 12 civilization, so they left the astral realm to develop and continue their journey of growth. Since the Magus can do it, I should also have this opportunity. If she could become a Tier 12 plane, Krona could not imagine how powerful she would be. Krona is nothing but a will, a manifestation of the universe's consciousness to ensure the fundamental laws or rules of function properly. As such, she does not have any emotions. However, as a living entity, she has certain instincts, and the main one is to develop her universe and become as powerful as possible. So, after seeing the hope of becoming a Tier 12 plane, she did not hesitate to place all her bets on the Arcane Empire. The Arcane Emperor has become a law magus. According to my analysis of him, it's only a matter of time before he makes this method public, and more will appear in the Empire. If I want to have a good relationship with them, I need to come to an understanding with him regarding the control of authority. I am all for more law magus to appear, but I also cannot allow them to become out of control. Back then, even the Magus race had a problem with too many law beings in their civilization. I can work with the Emperor to design a test for the individual who reaches the standard. Krona remembered the heavenly Deo plane with many mages called cultivators. Their universe will use a similar system. Yes, the Emperor seems reasonable, so I should be able to convince him. However, it's too early since he's now the only one. The main issue facing the Empire next should be the soul limit. If he doesn't deal with it, everything will be in vain. Soul limit was something the ancient gods placed in all races in the universe to prevent anyone from overthrowing their rules. Back then, Krona relied on them to stabilize the laws of the universe, so they could modify them as they wished. Should I help them? No, I cannot blatantly intervene in their development. Krona has certain rules, regulations, and restrictions she has to follow. So, she cannot give Edward the answer to this problem. The dragon race, elves, and Magus race succeeded in breaking the limit, so he should be fine. There are many ways to break the limit of the soul and allow someone to become Tier 10. However, only these three races broke the limit by creating a universal method applicable to their entire race. So, she hoped the Arcane Empire would become the fourth. Chapter 468, Krona's Ambitions. An empty and all-white room. A beautiful petite woman suddenly appeared. Her expression was cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotions. She looked in one direction, gazing in the direction of the Milky Way galaxy. A law magus, she muttered after sensing Edward accessing the space-time authority of this plane. After countless eons, another one finally showed up, muttered Krona, the physical manifestation of the cosmic god plane's universe will. After so long, I finally saw the opportunity to rectify my mistake. During the rise of the Magus race, Krona resisted their rule and supported the ancient gods. However, the ancient gods failed and became the experiment objects of the Magus race. As for her, she was also sealed and became the puppet of the Magus race for standing in their way. However, as the Magus race reached a certain level, Krona did mind her situation as she could evolve. The Magus conquered countless planes and fused them with their central plane. And after absorbing enough world source, she raised her level from Tier 10 to Tier 11 and acquired a multiverse. At the peak of her power, Krona was the greatest plane throughout the astral realm. Then, everything changed when the entire Magus civilization disappeared, leaving only a few things to show their existence. After their disappearance, Krona regained her freedom. And, out of fear of the Magus race, she wished to prevent the existence of law magi that can forcefully control the plane's authority from her. So, she supported the existence of faith gods. These gods now had a contract-based relationship with her as she essentially lent them the control of certain authority. As such, no matter how powerful they became, the best outcome is that these gods were on par with her. They would never have the chance to surpass or seal her as the Magus did. Unfortunately, Krona soon regretted this decision. The reign of the faith god drastically weakened the entire plane. They became parasites that prevented the development and growth of magic and technology. Krona's goal of having a civilization as brilliant as the Magus race but also under her control became nothing but a dream. On the contrary, her plane's overall strength drastically declines, allowing places like the Titan plane, Heavenly Deo plane, Abyss plane, Wizard plane, Disaster plane, and Ulkabula plane to catch up with her. Before the Magus era, these 6 planes were one of the most powerful planes in the astral realm. However, the Magus race conquered these planes, and they became a subsidiary of the Magus plane. Then, after their disappearance, things returned to their original state. Furthermore, these planes now have a deep hatred for the Magus race and wish nothing more than to conquer it to remove the past humiliation. Krona knew if nothing was done, it was a matter of time before these places invaded. In truth, they have not done so because of their fear of the Magus race. Many ancient beings from these planes have survived since the rule of the Magus race. As such, they feared the latter was not really gone and were doing something. Only because of this fear can the current cosmic god plane remain safe and peaceful. However, as time passes and no news of the Magus race can be detected, many of these top planes have begun to be tempted, especially with the temptation to reach tier 11 and above. Krona knew there might be some tier 11 powerhouses in these 5 planes, and these entities believed the Magus race found a way to reach tier 12, and they lust after such a secret. The faith gods are a failure as a civilization, thought Krona. After so many years, only half-step tier 11 appeared, and he's not even one of them. She shook her head. After so many years, only a few tier 10 gods discovered the multiverse. However, they have yet to find a way to become tier 11. The answer to their problem is simply, communicate with others and explore the multiverse together. However, they are innately selfish, full of desires for control and power. The Magus race was an extremely cruel and brutal civilization. They invaded, conquered, exterminated, and experimented on all sentient beings in the astral realm. However, they were highly open-minded with their knowledge. They shared their discoveries and communicated with others to develop technology and disseminate knowledge. Just like the current arcane empire, thought Krona. No, they are even better due to their inclusiveness. One of the weaknesses of the Magus race was their exclusiveness and pride in their race. All other races were beneath them, and the only way for other races to rise in the Magus society was to change their bloodline and become one of the Magus races. Using this method, they absorbed many talented geniuses from other races and ethnicities, turning them into members of the Magus race. This method has one fundamental flaw: it does develop the unique characteristics or strength of different races, analyzed Krona. No matter how incredible the Magus race was, they were not perfect. Some races were born with abilities better than theirs, and even if the Magus could recreate these talents, it was not the same as natural talent. For example, elves had a natural affinity for magic, dwarfs were talented in forging, and humans developed rapidly and were very innovative and creative. After the Magus race assimilated the people from these races, they lost the opportunity to develop their individual talents. But the Arcane Empire is walking a different and better path, embracing all races, species, and ethnicities. Their development potential is on par with the Magus, if not better. Krona squinted her cold eyes. I will have to rely on them to defend this plane from the invasion of these top planes. Furthermore, they are also my hope to return to my peak and even go further. According to Krona's calculations, the Magus race turned into a tier 12 civilization, so they left the astral realm to develop and continue their journey of growth. Since the Magus can do it, I should also have this opportunity. If she could become a tier 12 plane, Krona could not imagine how powerful she would be. Krona is nothing but a will, a manifestation of the universe's consciousness to ensure the fundamental laws or rules of function properly. As such, she does not have any emotions. However, as a living entity, she has certain instincts, and the main one is to develop her universe and become as powerful as possible. So, after seeing the hope of becoming a tier 12 plane, she did not hesitate to place all her bets on the Arcane Empire. The Arcane Emperor has become a law magus. According to my analysis of him, it's only a matter of time before he makes this method public, and more will appear in the Empire. If I want to have a good relationship with them, I need to come to an understanding with him regarding the control of authority. I am all for more law magus to appear, but I also cannot allow them to become out of control. Back then, even the Magus race had a problem with too many law beings in their civilization. I can work with the Emperor to design a test for the individual who reaches the standard. Krona remembered the heavenly Deo plane with many mages called cultivators. Their universe will use a similar system. Yes, the Emperor seems reasonable, so I should be able to convince him. However, it's too early since he's now the only one. The main issue facing the Empire next should be the soul limit. If he doesn't deal with it, everything will be in vain. Soul limit was something the ancient gods placed in all races in the universe to prevent anyone from overthrowing their rules. Back then, Krona relied on them to stabilize the laws of the universe, so they could modify them as they wished. Should I help them? No, I cannot blatantly intervene in their development. Krona has certain rules, regulations, and restrictions she has to follow. So, she cannot give Edward the answer to this problem. The dragon race, elves, and Magus race succeeded in breaking the limit, so he should be fine. There are many ways to break the limit of the soul and allow someone to become tier 10. However, only these 3 races broke the limit by creating a universal method applicable to their entire race. So, she hoped the Arcane Empire would become the 4th. Chapter 469, New Plane. The Empire currently has 3 floating cities. One was destroyed, while the remaining 2 were in different places on the border, serving as a deterrent for the war. However, Edward's tier 10 floating city was never revealed to be this powerful as they wanted to use it as a final trump card against Guznad. As such, even if it appeared, it always masquerades as a tier 9 weapon. Now that he had to conquer a tier 9 plane, he needed to use the tier 10 floating city to ensure things proceeded as smoothly and swiftly as possible. So, he replaced it with the time clone he created using his time staff. Then, he boarded the city with the destroyed one inside, heading toward the coordinate. Oh, baby, how I missed you, said Edward, caressing one of the walls of the city. He was not even embarrassed despite the strange looks Tsunade was giving him. Don't you have any shame? She asked. This thing is indeed my baby, replied Edward. I spent hundreds of years creating and enchanting it. The resources used in this thing are enough to buy at least hundreds of timelines from your universe. Furthermore, this thing is the crystallization of all my knowledge and ability as an artificer. He then sneered while showing a proud look. In this entire universe, the number of people that can understand the complexity of this invention and are able to create one with the blueprint is probably no more than a few dozen. But, the number of people that can create it from scratch, well, I won't be arrogant and say there is none. But, what does that have to do with how you were acting? Asked Tsunade in bewilderment. Nothing. I just wanted to brag and show you how awesome I am. She was speechless. I knew you were a narcissist, but I didn't know it was to this level. It's not narcissism when you have the capital to brag, replied Edward, and Sun just shook her head. Master, we've arrived, suddenly said Morgana, who suddenly appeared. Is that so? Show me a visual. A screen manifested before him, showing something similar to a large egg. As he looked at this plane, he knew the terrible fate that was about to befall it. Master, what's the attack plan? Do you want to just blast its protective wall? We still need to be cautious. Although this place's power ceiling was only tier 9 and could not survive one attack from the city's cannon, Edward always did things with caution in mind. Activate the stealth system and infiltrate this place. Let's see if the universe can detect us. Morgana executed the order as the city turned invisible before bypassing the plane's protective measure. The screen before Edward became all black before changing to a vast sky. In the corner of his eyes, he saw a city full of lives. How is it? He asked. The operation was partially successful, replied the little elf. Oh, what happened? The universe did detect our arrival but did not find our exact location. According to my detection, many authorities are being used to find our location. Can you calculate how long we can remain hiding? 3 hours, 34 minutes, and 12 seconds. Such a short time. Technically speaking, the city was of much higher energy level than this plane and the universe will. So, it should not be a problem to hide from it. The universe has control of all authority of this plane, and it's using them to find our location. In this brief conversation, I've detected more than 300 methods of divination. Interesting, muttered Edward. 3 hours is more than enough to accomplish our tasks. However, this is a great opportunity to gather as much data on the universe as possible. Sir, what is the plan of action? Asked Morgana. Do you want to fight authority with authority? Yes. Coat the city in a bubble made of space-time and curse rules. Let's see how long it will take for it to find us. Sir, I'm unable to execute the order. Huh? What is the issue? The time staff can be used as a medium for the space-time bubble. But, we have nothing for the curse rules. Oh, how could I forget that? The time staff was made using the space-time rules of the Full Metal Alchemist universe, allowing Edward to use them everywhere and anytime. However, his curse rules have to rely on the environment. To use it, he has to use his willpower to overwhelm this plane's universe and control the curse authority. However, in the current situation where he is trying to hide from the universe his intervention in this plane's authority will only alert others of his whereabouts. Legendary arcanists are not limited by any universe and can control authority in any universe. However, they are powerless in places with no authority, like the void, or when in a situation like this one. So, I guess the path of higher tiers is for the body to generate its own authority. Arcanists have to become the source of their authority instead of relying on any universe or foreign aid. We didn't bring the death staff, right? No, Her Highness Bellatrix still has it. I see. Alright, only use the spacetime bubble. Furthermore, take this opportunity to record all the data possible on the universe. Will use authority. As you wish. But how long is the observation? Don't forget, we are on a tight schedule. 24 hours. We can still waste one day with no issue. In the meanwhile, scan this plane and gather as much information as possible. In the meantime, I will prepare to fix City 3. What about me? What am I supposed to do? Asked Tsunade. Ever since she came here, she felt restrained for some reason. Although she knew it was because she needed to adapt, it was still uncomfortable. You can come with me or rest. I'll take a break. Tsunade felt she needed some time alone. That's good, nodded Edward. You can take your time and slowly adapt to this new life. Although things are a little hectic, you do not need to worry. I will. Edward teleported to the location of the destroyed city. Morgana had already run many diagnostics on the damage, so he accessed the data to choose the best method to fix this thing. Suddenly muttered Edward as he noticed something that caught his attention from the data. Time reversal. A green magic circle enveloped the entire floating city, summoning the power of time and reversing the floating city to a state before it was destroyed. However, nothing happened. It was as if the spell had failed or had no effect. Could it be that the passage of time in the void was drastically different from the Naruto universe, thought Edward. If that were true, he might need to rewind time hundreds, thousands, and even millions of years backward before returning it to its former state. No, something is odd. Edward has high achievement in the time magic, and his senses are sharper, so he notices something odd. To test his doubt, he cast a few more time spells, and the effect was the same. What is going on? One of the plans he had to fix the city was to use World Source to power a time spell and return this artifact to the state before its destruction. However, this method has proven to be futile. Edward would normally not care since he had other methods. However, he also wanted to know the reason for this odd phenomenon. And his mind won't rest until he at least has a decent working theory. Could it be the result of residual void energy? Edward frowned before doing a few more tests on this basis. Unfortunately, the result was the same. So, his brain began to work on overdrive, thinking of a solution. After a few hours, his eyes lit up. Could it be? Chapter 470, Beast Master. After making a bold assumption or conjecture, Edward immediately began to test it. He first connected to the ether core of the Tier 10 floating city. Subsequently, he entered the monosage mode to elevate his senses to the highest possible level. With his enhanced strength and senses, Edward cast numerous detection spells, including the new ones he created from the Naruto universe based on the Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan, and Tenseigan. He also used Morgana's computing power to the limit. He also gave the order to prioritize his experiment over dealing with this plane's universe will. With all these methods, he finally discovered the source of the anomaly of City 3. Is this essence of entities higher tier 12 and above? Asked Morgana with confusion, awe, fear, and desire. Probably, replied Edward, who exhaled deeply. He also felt a lot of complicated emotions. The cause of the city's anomaly is the enormous creature that destroyed it. The creature's essence seemed to have transcended time and space, transcending causality. In other words, it was a higher dimensional creature. As such, his attack, his random movement, can be reversed by time. At the very least, Edward's level of time magic cannot affect this creature's power. The scary thing about this power is that it's passive. The creature naturally has such an effect without any spells or techniques. We truly have a long way to go, muttered Morgana. Yes, nodded Edward. And one day, we will reach such a level and beyond. Edward labeled the information he just received as the highest security level of the Empire before proceeding with the task at hand. Fixing the city will still use the same method, but he had to change a few things around. He will still use World Source as a source of energy. However, he will not place time reversal enchantment on the city but activate its self-repair enchantment. World Source is a magical energy or power with many capabilities. As such, the floating city can repair quickly after using it as an energy source for the enchantment. So, Edward began to place the necessary enchantments. The process took him a few hours. By the time he finished, the 24 hours he had given Morgana, only less than 5 hours remaining. He wanted to spend this time flirting with Tsunade, but she was still resting. So, he used the remaining time to read a few books. How do you feel? Much better, replied Tsunade, who used the deep sleep chamber last night to properly sleep and rest. That's good, nodded Edward. Morgana, how are things on your side? I have gathered a lot of data, but it's not nearly enough, she replied while shaking her head. The field of authority is unlike any knowledge the Empire has come in contact with. It's fine. I already decided to use this plane as our experiment ground, replied Edward, his tone calm but containing a bone-chilling coldness. What about the people of this world? Asked Sund after hesitating for a moment. They will be fine. Edward had no intention of causing a mindless slaughter, especially with no purpose or gain. However, his actions will cause the habitants of this plane to lose their homes. What information have you gathered on this plane? He asked. As soon as he uttered these words, a few holograms floated before him while Morgana explained. This world is habited by two races, humans and magical beasts, said the little elf. These two races have been fighting for millions of years, and humans are currently dominating. The human population is as diverse as the Empire, with people of all ethnicities. Their culture is similar to medieval times, and their technology is roughly on the same level. What about their power system? Asked Edward. It's called Beastmaster. A taming profession. No, a fusion profession. Humans hunt down magical beasts and fuse with them, acquiring their physical prowess and magical abilities. If that's the case, this plane's civilization should have a deep understanding of the life code, bloodline, and even soul fusion, commented Edward. You would think so, but no. Morgana shook her head. Their entire power system relied on relics from a past civilization. They used magical circles, potions, and luck to fuse with magical beasts. The success rate is abysmally low. Edward frowned as he reviewed the information on the screen. He saw the process of someone fusing with a Tier 5 beast. The most prominent faction of this plane is called the Beast Association, which provides people with potions and magical circles for fusion. Edward saw someone attempt fusion, however, the latter lost his mind and turned into a raging monster instead. With his knowledge, he could tell the beasts will overwhelm the Beastmaster, resulting in his failure. Furthermore, their bloodline and soul were not compatible. The person in charge of the process remained indifferent to the person's death. It was as if he had seen too much failure or death. Edward watched another attempt. And this time, it was a well-dressed young man. This time, the process succeeded, and Edward also knew why. The aristocrat of this world controlled meditation techniques that could increase their soul power, making it easier for them to overwhelm the beast's soul during fusion. Furthermore, they have some knowledge of bloodline and know what type of beasts are more compatible with their descendants. Do you have information on why this world is like this? Yes, replied Morgana. From what I gathered, this plane used to belong to the wizard plane. It was one of their post for bloodline experiments. But, for some reason, they disappeared, abandoning this plane. Meanwhile, the habitants of this plane found their research and created this new power system. So, the inheritance they received was flawed or incomplete. adding the fact that the aristocrats and wealthy control knowledge, they never truly develop a proper civilization and have to rely on the remains from the wizard plane. That's the best way to summarize it, nodded Morgana. Do we have any information on this wizard plane? From the information we received from the Starskin race, there are 6 planes considered the most powerful in the astral plane: the Titan plane, the disaster plane, the wizard plane, the heavenly Deo plane, the abyss plane, and the Ulkabula plane. The wizard plane, muttered Edward. What about us? We are also considered the top, but apparently, everybody hates us. Considering what the Magus did, it's understandable, groaned Edward. This plane might be more valuable than we expected if we can find the coordinate to the wizard plane. I would like to remind you that the wizard plane might have a tier 11 wizard and more than one. So, be cautious. I'm aware. But since they are destined to be our enemies, it's a good thing to learn of their whereabouts. It would be even better if we could secretly infiltrate their ranks. True. We can gather the relics of the wizard plane and use them to cast karma spell to detect their plane coordinate. The only issue is whether our attempt would be detected. The chances of being detected are very high, according to my calculations, said Morgana. There are too many risks, so I recommend we don't do this. Edward frowned, thinking whether there was a solution. There is an easier way, suddenly said Tsunade, drawing attention to her. Oh, do you have an idea? Such a powerful world will not worry about plane invasion since they are the invaders. As such, they won't spend much time trying to hide their world's coordinates. As long as we look around, for example, the abyss plane you previously mentioned, we might find the coordinates of all these 6 planes. She might be right, commented Morgana. These top planes should have dealt with each other for many years, so they likely knew each other's coordinates. As for other planes, maybe they needed to hide when the Magus race was in power. But now, who dares to invade them? Send a message to Hermione and ask her if she can find the coordinates of these worlds. Chapter 471, Cause and Effect Spell. Now that he had a plan and everything was set up, Edward prepared to act and get things done as soon as possible. After all, the situation of the war was changing every minute, and the slightest delay could be catastrophic. So, he mobilized the energy from the main ether core, gathering power on PAR with tier 10. Then, under Edward's control, 7 magic circles appeared above this plane in different locations. As soon as these 7 circles appeared in the sky, 7 mighty auras manifested and flew to the sky, gazing at these circles. The 7 beast emperors, muttered Edward. This plane had 7 tier 9 beast masters, and they were known as the beast emperors. The emperors were associated with 5 empires, with the Cortez and Nairo empires each having 2 emperors. Inside the city, Edward watched as these emperors morphed into half-beast and half-human shapes. And based on his data, he recognized some of these creatures, including Titan Ape, Blue Dragon, and Feathered Serpent. However, he also did not recognize the rest, an indication they originated from this plane or somewhere else the wizard planes once controlled. After the emperors showed up, they released their most powerful bloodline spell, trying to destroy Edward's magic circles. However, he did not care about their pointless struggles. Instead, he focused on another discovery he had made. This world drastically restricted the destructive capabilities of these beast emperors. As tier 9 powerhouses, they should have the ability to destroy galaxies with a single attack. However, their destructive capabilities did not reach such a scale in this plane. There was a plane that severely suppressed the potency of their attack. The size of this plane is equal to 15 galaxies from home. If the universal did not suppress the power of these beast emperors, they would easily destroy the world with the slightest confrontation. Edward understood this method was the way lower or weaker planes functioned to ensure their survival. He could foresee that some universal will even prevent people from reaching the limit of the plane. In other words, a plane with a tier 8 limit would never allow anyone to reach such a level. The best they can accomplish is tier 7. This method would prevent anyone from having the power to destroy the plane. The instinct of all life is to survive. And it's the same for universe wills, concluded Edward before continuing his actions. With the overwhelming energy of the floating city, he swiftly sealed the beast emperors without giving them any chance of resisting. Then, he cast a second spell. Hundreds of magic circles appeared in the sky above this plane. Boss, we don't have room for everything, reminded Morgana. Huh? You're right. All right, I'll shrink them under his control. Some of the magic runes changed. The first step, seal the universe will. Based on Edward's study of the universe will of 4 different universes, he concluded it is another form of consciousness or will. And this consciousness even has certain properties of the soul. As such, it became possible to design seals or other methods to influence it. And with the vast difference in tier, the process was almost perfect. After being sealed, all the creatures of this plane heard a sad and unwilling voice. And immediately, an intense emotion awakened from deep in their souls. Then, they knew their world was invaded and about to be destroyed. Subsequently, an intense hatred aroused from deep in their bloodline against the invader. This might be troublesome, commented Morgana after detecting the situation. What are we going to do? Asked Tsunade, who feared the change in the situation would result in catastrophe for the people on this plane. We will have to take longer to integrate these people into the Empire. We will delete and change their memories if needed. Do you want me to keep a watch on them after their integration? Yes, nodded Edward. We don't know whether this effect will last longer and stay hidden deep in their subconscious for many years. Morgana took notes of this incident while Edward continued. His spells activated, and a few things occurred. First, all the trillions of people in this plane passed out before shrinking into humans the height of a tennis ball. Then, he teleported all of them to a pocket dimension inside the floating city, placing them into cryostasis mode. Next, the knowledge tree. Edward took this opportunity to test out his main objective for traveling to the Naruto universe. Then, a towering tree appeared at the very center of the plane. Then, after an hour, the tree gave birth to a single blue fruit. Edward held the fruit in his hand with fascination. He knew this fruit contained thousands of years of knowledge from this plane. Here you go, he uttered before handing it to Morgana. If he eats this fruit, he will have to spend the next 3 months in deep meditation to absorb all the information it contains. As such, the best method of use is to allow Morgana to have it. With her processing power, she can absorb everything in a matter of minutes. How is it? Asked Edward. However, the little elf did not immediately answer. She even had a frown on her face. I think I found a flaw in the fruit. Oh, what is it? It can only gather knowledge up to 1 million years in the past. Is that so? Well, we can try to modify it later and improve the time span, nodded Edward. Did you learn anything useful? I've learned about their history, replied Morgana. About 1 million years ago, the wizard plane had already left, and the world was ruled by the beasts. It was their era. During that period, the main power system was wizards and bloodline knights. However, the beasts almost wiped out the heritage of this system. Then, everything changed after the first beast master appeared. The profession originated from the laboratory of a few wizards from ancient times. They slowly rose before becoming the aspect predators of this world. Edward nodded. Anything else? Yes. Although the Beastmaster's civilization has reached its end, there is some benefit. There are currently no Tier 9 beasts in this plane, so the path to higher levels is cut off for most individuals in this world. That's why she said their civilization had reached the end. The humans have almost driven the magical beasts to extinction. And without the bloodline knowledge and technology of the wizard world, this plane cannot cultivate higher tier beasts. The fruit contained data on every single Beastmaster's fusion since 1 million years ago. All this data will allow us to further our understanding of the life code, the changes to the soul, and even the soul flame. We can also gather data on willpower since it's one of the requirements for a successful fusion. Do we have any information on the wizard's power system? Unfortunately, no. Oh, logically speaking, we should at least have some basic data. True. But some power of cause and effect seems to prevent me from accessing the information. Cause and effect? Could these wizards place some powerful spell on their power systems to prevent others from getting it? If that were the case, the people of this plane would never get their hands on it as well, added Tsunade. Unless this spell is targeting us specifically. The Empire? We don't have any connection with the wizard plane. No, their target should be people from the cosmic plane world, replied Edward. It could also be people with bloodline from the Magus race, added Morgana. Earthlings have a small trace of Magus bloodline, so her conjecture could be correct. Alright, we need to leave in case some mighty being from the wizard plane detects something, said Edward, who no longer hesitated. He previously wanted to fix the city in this plane, but now, he decided to be cautious. So, he placed the entire plane inside the floating city and removed all traces of his existence from this place before returning home. Chapter 472, Truth Council. A few minutes after Edward left, 3 people dressed in all black magic robes appeared. The aura of these people was deep, and they were all tier 10. Is this the correct coordinate? Asked Arza, the only woman of the 3. She had flaming red hair and a voluptuous body, but no one dared look at her. Her eyes were cold, and she emanated a fiery aura that could incinerate anything in its path. Yes, replied Eli, a man with snake pupils and green hair. But there is nothing here. That's obvious. Arza glared at him, and her agitated emotion made the surrounding emptiness fluctuate. However, Eli ignored her. I sense the remains of spatial energy, said Miria, an elf with blood eyes. Someone must have taken away this plane. The god of space, asked Eli. No, not him. If it's not him, who could it be? The guardians would not leave the cosmic faith plane, added Arza. Their wizard plane cannot easily enter the cosmic faith plane for 3 reasons. First, there are still some methods left from the Magus race to protect the entire plane. Second is their fear of the Magus race and whether they are still alive or hiding in the shadows. Lastly, the cosmic faith plane is not a weak plane, as there are multiple tier 10 gods. Of course, with the power of the wizard plane and even the top planes, they don't care about the power of that plane. However, they don't want to lose too much strength in the process of their conquering. The gods from cosmic god faith have many advantages and use them to their advantage. The entire astral realm is now their enemy, but the gods can still prosper because of these advantages. The wizard plane had a special squad designated to hunt down these gods and learn more secrets from them. However, these gods are cunning and not easy to catch. So, they left many planes as bait for the gods. As long as they enter and meet the criteria, they will activate the cause and effect spell of the wizard plane and reveal their location. I've dealt with the god of space before. His control of space authority is not as refined as whoever took this plane. If Miria were not extremely sensitive to energy, he would not have detected the subtle energy left in this place. Such manipulation of space authority is not something the god of space could do, unless he drastically increased since he last met him. Are you saying there is someone in the cosmic faith plane with even better control of space authority than the god of space? asked Eli. Yes. Are you sure the god of space did not improve? Asked Arza. This is possible, replied Miria. However, to have such great improvement, he would have to conquer another tier 10 universe or have some other encounter I am not aware of. Could it be that another power has risen? Or is someone trying to take away the space authority? Uttered Eli. Both possible. Either way, it's a new variable. So, let's report to the elders of the Truth Council, said Arza, her eyes containing reverence, fear, and desires when mentioning these elders. Can you detect any information? Miria shook his head. The person was clean and efficient in cleaning up their trace. If they were not in a hurry, I guess I probably won't even detect the spatial energy. Having such a competent tier 10 god is not a good thing for us, commented Eli. No matter how competent that person is, it does not change the fact they will forever be ants before the elders, rebutted Arza. But what if they reach the level of truth? Asked Eli. Tier 11 wizard is referred to as Truth Wizard, and they are the only ones capable of seating in the position of elders in the council. It has been so long, and only the guardians came close to that level but still failed, said Arza with a sneer. Those gods are nothing but waste. Arza felt resentment after mentioning these gods. Before the rise of the Magus race, Tier 10 was the limit of all power systems and planes. However, during their rise, while fighting the invasions of the Magus race, these powerful races learned and created methods to reach Tier 11. Unfortunately, their methods were flawed, resulting in a limited number of Tier 11 entities in each of these top planes. Even the Abyss plane, the largest plane in the astral realm, has a limited number of places to reach Tier 11. And the only exception to this rule is the Cosmic Faith plane. This fact is the source of Arza's resentment. With her talent and ability, as long as she has the opportunity, she can become a truth wizard. There is no need to be resentful, said Eli calmly. Sooner or later, we will conquer their plane, destroy all these gods, and reach the level of truth. For the first time in a long time, Arza felt this guy Eli was pleasing to the eye. So, she gave him an approving nod and did not care for the latter's cold response. Meanwhile, Miria was the calmness of the three. Are things that simple? The existence of the Magus has brought fear to the elders, preventing their advancements for billions of years. They have removed their fear, but will things proceed smoothly? The disappearance of the Magus race is one of the greatest mysteries of the astral realm. However, after a bit of logical reasoning and some information, it's not hard to deduce why they disappeared. Tier 12. The Magus race conquered the astral realm for one purpose, to gather the knowledge and resources of all planes to transcend the astral realm and reach higher tiers. Their disappearance showed one thing: they succeeded, and their entire civilization transcended the astral realm and left this universe. The Magus race valued the collective since they knew it was the best way to develop knowledge, technology, and culture. So, it would not be hard to take everybody and leave. Many people concluded this outcome. Of course, there are a few people who believe something else. They believed the Magus race did some forbidden experiment and encountered a Tier 12 entity that wiped out their entire civilization. Unfortunately, a few relics discovered so far showed the Magus race was preparing for a widespread migration. The migration came suddenly and was swift and decisive. Furthermore, the higher UPS of the Magus race did not allow anyone to stay. Do you think we should notify the other planes of this news? Asked Eli. We might need them in our conquest, so revealing such information might not be a big deal, replied Arza. The wizard plane wanted the Cosmic Faith plane for themselves, and it was the same for the other top 6 planes. Unfortunately, none of them dare to deal with it alone. And it's not only because of the fear of the Magus race but also because they don't want to lose too much in the process and give the other planes the opportunity to further weaken them. There is no point in debating this question since the council will decide such a thing, said Miria. True. Anyway, let's leave and report the situation. We don't want any variable to appear. The group disappeared and returned to the wizard plane. Cosmic Faith plane. Edward's floating city returned to the Empire, and he exhaled in relief. Are you alright? You seem scared, asked Sund. My cosmic awareness activated, and I sense a great danger, replied Edward. If I guess correctly, some powerful people from the wizard plane should have arrived after we left. Master, did you see something? Morgana asked since she knew her boss cosmic awareness could show him certain visions from the source of the danger. I only saw 3 vague figures. However, they were not the sources of the danger. It seems that something or someone else would show up after them. With the city, we don't have to worry about Tier 10 since we can run away if we cannot win. So, if there is danger, that can only mean one thing, said Morgana. Tier 11. Chapter 473, Fix. So far, we have not concluded whether this plane has a Tier 11 god. But now, we know there are other planes, said Edward with a frown. He suddenly felt uncomfortable. He had a leisurely life since he knew he could survive in this world with his floating city. But now, he suddenly learned there are many people more powerful than him. And the thought they could appear out of nowhere and destroy everything he worked for frustrated him. Morgana, what are our chances of pushing the floating city to Tier 11? Almost 0, replied the elf without any hesitation. According to our simulations, Tier 11 should be able to use the power of their variants across the multiverse. So, they are essentially millions of Tier 10 combined into one. Edward grunted, but the little elf was not finished. Our knowledge and technology have not even reached the peak of Tier 10. And if you take into consideration resources, we are not close to Tier 11 technology. Edward's frown deepened. We need to accelerate our study of the multiverse. Increase the spending on this department. Yes, but we are temporarily unable to do so. Edward then remembered they offended some type of force after plundering the multiverse without any restraint when creating the Tier 10 floating city. As such, they are currently stuck in this timeline. I guess we have to take things slowly, muttered Edward, shaking his head in disappointment. He knew it was pointless to hurry. Regardless, the worst-case scenario after meeting a Tier 11 entity is to enter the void and abandon everything he previously created. Order all royal family members and people from the Illuminati and their families to leave a part of their soul flame in the floating city. In case something happens, the city can escape on its own and use the flame to revive us. What if they don't want to? After all, soul flame is very important. Morgana was not worried about the royal family, but certain members of the Illuminati might not wish to explain the reason. But ultimately, it is their choice. As you wish. Edward stood up, preparing to deal with the plane and fix the city. He saw Tsund giving him a weird look, so he asked, "What is it?" "I knew you were careful, but I didn't think it was to this extent. In this cruel world, I have to be careful. You saw what I did to that plane. Such a thing might happen to the Empire at any time, so I have to prepare for the worst-case scenario." "I see. It must be tiring. Everything has a price. I wanted power and knowledge, so I must bear the weight of my ambitions," replied Edward. "Anyway, you will be in charge of the ninjas' integration into the Empire. Remember, the information revealed to the public is these people are from a special dimension recently discovered." "I understand. You don't have to worry. Someone will teach you things like etiquette, political and military strategy, and magical studies. You won't have to do anything until you're prepared. I've already reserved a time acceleration room for you, along with potions to deal with the Kairos poison. You can choose whether to continue the path of chakra or mana. Or, you can try both." "I understand. Thank you." Edward kissed her on the forehead before heading to another room. "Little elf, I've been meaning to name my city. Any suggestions?" he asked. "You must have a name. Why don't you tell me, and I will comment." "What about Netheril? The Forgotten Realms universe," muttered Morgana. "According to your theory, the path of arcane might have originated from this place. And the Netheril Empire was probably the first to create a floating city throughout the entire void. So, such a name fits." "I think so too," nodded Edward. His floating city was the first in the Empire, so he thought it was fitting to call it Netheril. Send an email to the related people about this name change. "Is this really necessary?" "Yes. Only this way will it feel like it was official." The purple-haired elf shook her head before executing the command. Meanwhile, Edward proceeded with his plan to fix the damaged floating city. He stripped the beast master plane of their world source and used it as a powerful energy source to activate the self-healing enchantments he placed on the city. And after 2 days, the city was returned to its peak state. "World source is a magical type of power," Edward commented after seeing the final result. "Its multi-purpose capabilities are even greater than divine energy," added Morgana. "How much is left?" "We only use a quarter. What do you want to use with the rest?" "Take a small part for people to break their soul limit and leave the rest for study," replied Edward. "What about this plane? What do you want to do with it?" "We can do so many things. First, after mining all the resources of this plane, we should be able to create 3 Tier 9 floating city. Secondly, create a team to study the authority of the entire plane. We also need to study the universe will. I will deploy the golem to build the cities. However, you have to add some of the finishing touches." "Who was the one who finished the other 3 cities?" "He only created one and was not present for the other 2. Nicholas Flaming and His Majesty, Rowena. Call them once it's time. And if she asks why I was not called, lie for me." Morgana gave him a fierce stare before changing the topic. "Back to the topic, studying authority is not simple. There are few arcanists who reach the standard. However, there is still the issue of trusting them. Find the right target and tell them in advance they will have to sign the most stringent contracts for this project. We will only select the ones who accept." "That's fine. What about the study of the universe will? After the previous voyage, I already assembled a team for this project." Edward remembered he tasked her with this project after coming back from Black Clover. The universe will is the key for him to become a perfect Tier 11 arcanist, so he placed great emphasis on this project. "That's good. Anything else?" "I would like to remind you that the Empire's economy is still affected by Netheril's creation. Although we can recuperate with the resources brought from this voyage, we won't return to our peak state for a while." "I see. Luckily, things should drastically improve after we conquer this galaxy," Edward commented. "In the meantime, I will send my clones to study the mana grid. As long as he can control the mana grid, the issue of resources should be dealt with." "What is my next itinerary?" "You have lunch with your family before meeting with Commander Olivier to deal with the war." Edward nodded before meeting with his mother and father. Then, he went to see Susan and his aunt, Amelia. Finally, he met with Olivier. "No, not now. We are in the war room," said Olivier, stopping his advance for a kiss. "But there is no one here." "It doesn't matter. But I miss you, immensely. Tonight, we can have a wild night. But now, you have to control yourself." "Fine," said Edward, sitting on his seat. "What is the situation?" "Hermione succeeded in controlling a layer of the abyss. We now have control of a few demonic legions." "A few. Apparently, she needs to refine a special brand before becoming an abyss lord." and the process is not yet complete, limiting the number of troops she can control. Edward knew that certain magical artifacts needed to be refined, a process where the holder branded their soul imprint into the item, making them its sole owner and controller. However, this process usually takes time. The overall situation has returned to its stable state as we slowly confront and wear out Ghaznad forces while secretly weakening other forces, continued Oliver. The integration of the undead is also proceeding smoothly with Wiz's help. So, I don't need to do anything. Not quite right. We need your help dealing with the remaining top factions of this galaxy. Oh, is there a new development? Yes, with both the elves and the intelligence. However, our current focus is on the latter. Chapter 474, Intelligence. Edward took a moment to remember the information he had about the intelligence. They were a human civilization with terrible galactic relationships with almost every faction in the Milky Way, and the reason is that their civilization was similar to the ideal Aryan race of Hitler. Their population is composed of only humans of Caucasian descent, with the only difference is many of their populations have red, blue, and purple hair. The intelligents are extremely racist and xenophobic, and the source of these ideologies in their culture is their hatred for magic or anything supernatural. They reject all these things and only pursue the development of technology. Edward was inspired to create his conjecture about the pure materialism world after studying the intelligence culture. Because of these ideas, no race or factions wanted to facilitate any diplomatic relationship with them, and the intelligents were perfectly fine with this. As a result, when Ghaznad attacked all the top forces in the galaxy during the Fall of Darkness, they suffered the greatest damage, and their civilization was almost wiped out. So, what happened to them? Asked Edward. After the Fall of Darkness, their civilization scattered throughout the galaxy, barely surviving the onslaught of the Undead Legion, explained Olivier. However, we recently discovered a faction that is regrouping the scattered members. Oliver showed him the information with a hologram floating before her on the table. This information is not enough to pay attention to them. But everything changed when one of our scout ships had an encounter with them. They discovered their technology had drastically improved in such a short period. Edward frowned, but he did not interrupt. This news was suspicious but not enough for me to send you. After all, it's a period of war, so it's normal for technology to develop rapidly. Furthermore, there is a chance they discovered a vestige of an old civilization, leading to their rapid improvement after deciphering it. The time of war is also a time of prosperity. All factions and races are in a hurry to mine new planets, conquer more lands, and move around. As a result, numerous ancient civilizations are being discovered, leading to the recuperation of new magical and technological knowledge. Edward's 2 archaeologist apprentices have been busy, traveling from one tomb to another. So, after taking this fact into consideration, Olivier did not completely pay attention to the intelligence. I was still suspicious, so I sent some spies to gather information, just in case. And they found something? Asked Edward. Yes. They discovered the intelligents were studying the application of cosmic energy as a way to evolve. They want powers using cosmic energy. Cosmic energy is a unique form of energy that originated from planets, stars, galaxies, nebulas, and the entire universe. It's a very potent form of energy, capable of accomplishing many wonderful things like mana or other types of energy. Unfortunately, the Empire's current research in this field can only be described as okay. Many things have been accomplished, even using it through technology. However, if Edward had to put a level to it, the current level was barely tier 5. Olivier nodded her head. As you know, they hate the supernatural with a passion. So, I found it odd. For a civilization like the Intelligence, it would be very difficult to change their culture in such a short time, commented Edward. Do you think there is an outside force interfering? This is one of the possibilities I thought of, replied Olivier. So, what do you need me to do? The spies we sent did not completely fulfill their mission, explained Olivier. They were detected and had to escape. Luckily, they gathered a valuable piece of information. She controlled the hologram to show a planet. According to the information, this planet is one of their experiment sites. I want you to secretly observe and see how far their experiment has developed. Olivier changed the hologram again. Then, you need to go to their home planet and find the reason for their sudden change. Very well, agreed Edward. Take the clone city, it can still last 2 days, added Olivier. The Intelligents are not a threat to the current Edward. However, she wanted to be careful in case there was someone in the shadow. All right. Edward and Olivier did not waste time and mobilized. She gave the appropriate order, the time clone city returned, and Edward took control. He plugged his designated coordinate and headed to planet Green Sour on the Sweet End star system, located more than 30,000 light-years from Earth. Muttered Morgana after they arrived. Is there a problem? The detecting system placed around this planet reached Tier 9, she explained. Their technology truly has developed too fast. Before the Fall of Darkness, the Intelligence only had Tier 8 technology. And until probably a few months ago, the fact did not change. No, their technology was weaker after the destruction of their home planet. Can they detect us? Asked Edward. They will if we directly barge in, replied the little elf. However, give me 1 hour and 15 minutes, and I can create a countermeasure. No need. Leave the city on standby and prepare to react at any moment. We will enter ourselves. As you wish. The city was too big and required too many complicated things to bypass this planet's system. Meanwhile, Edward used transfiguration magic to turn himself into cosmic dust and enter the planet. As such, the intelligence technology will not notice or care about one of the trillions of cosmic dust and rays that entered the planet's atmosphere. After his successful filtration, Edward placed an invisible spell around him as he looked at the surroundings. He looked around and frowned. Everything seemed quiet, and as far as his eyes could see, he only saw ruins. The architecture resembled Earth during the 21st century. He looked at a destroyed thing not far from him. He waved his hand, and the thing flew to his hand. A smartphone? This planet might have been a human civilization similar to Earth's 21st century. Morgana. I'm on it. In a few seconds, she accessed all the data from the phone and displayed them to Edward. The owner was a human woman of Middle Eastern descent. She loved to travel as she had many photos in different locations. This place was indeed similar to Earth, same ethnicities and races, the same level of technology, and similar culture. The main differences are history and geography. Planet Green Sour had a massive land mass, similar to Pangaea. This continent took 80% of the planet while the rest was water. Because all the lands are interconnected, the humans on this planet travel more often. Conflict is less than on Earth because of the lack of the ocean as a military barrier. Of course, marine technology is also less developed as a result. It's normal, said Morgana. The intelligence would want a place like this for their experiment. True, nodded Edward. Do you know what happened? I can't find much information from this phone. I extracted a news video from this phone that indicates a worldwide emergency. However, the owner and I could not recover all the data since the phone was broken. Well, let's go over there. We might find our answer. Edward sensed a weird creature, and he said it was weird because the life energy released by it was abnormal. So, he teleported to the location he sensed and saw a pretty gruesome thing. A human was eating another while making grunting sounds. An undead? Asked Morgana. But I don't sense any death energy from it. That's because it was not created using magic, Edward said as he looked at that creature feasting on its flesh. You mean the intelligence experiment? How could it turn like this? Chapter 475, Zombie Anomaly. Morgana quickly scanned the zombie to analyze why it turned into an undead without death magic. Cosmic energy, she muttered. A large amount of cosmic energy was introduced into its body, forcibly altering its DNA. Is this the experiment of the intelligence? It would take time to slowly study and understand cosmic energy, replied Edward as he looked at the zombie. So, they found a planet with humans of similar genetic base and bombarded the entire planet with massive amounts of cosmic energy. The people with talent will survive the process and have their DNA forcibly altered, gaining powers and the ability to control cosmic energy. Meanwhile, the one who fails will turn into this shape. A very rude but effective method, commented Morgana. But something is wrong. The people who fail to adapt to the cosmic energy should not end in this situation. You're right. Based on our understanding of comics energy, their genes should have collapsed, resulting in death. They should not turn into zombies. Do you think it was the result of the concentration? After all, we have never experimented with placing ordinary people under such tremendous energy. That's a possibility, replied Edward as he reviewed the data from the scan. However, he did not find anything, including a virus like the T-virus. Let's continue to observe, said Edward, and the two teleported to a location where he sensed a clash of energy. He saw two people fighting. To be precise, a human and a massive bear. The human had the ability to metallize his body, turning into a silver man. Meanwhile, the bear could create an energy construct in the shape of bear claws. Both were tier 2 and fought non-stop, trying to kill each other. Both had their genes forcibly altered by cosmic energy, analyzed Morgana. And it seems through repeated use of their abilities, they can passively absorb the energy in the surroundings to strengthen their genes. Very primitive power system, but the fact they already created a tier 2 entity in a few months, that's a feat, commented Edward. And they might not be the most powerful creatures on this planet. Edward read the mind of these two and learned a few things about the people of this world. 5 disaster class ability users and 7 demon kings, how interesting. There are 5 people on this planet whose strength reached tier 4, capable of destroying a country on their own. Then, there are 7 animals who also reached this level. Master, did you find something interesting? Yes, let's check it out. He teleported to a place with human habitat. It was a military city with countless humans living in a city surrounded by massive steel walls. While invisible, Edward appeared in a room where a man of South Asian descent sat cross-legged deep in meditation. A few minutes later, the man opened his eyes and sighed. I need to reach disaster class as soon as possible. My method is the future of humanity. The man stood up from his position and walked to the window, looking into the horizon. That man, could it be? Asked Morgana. That's right, he's a path seeker like me, replied Edward. Most of the humans on this planet rely on the mutation of their genes to acquire their powers. However, he created a method to sense, absorb, and control cosmic energy. Although this method is rough and rudimentary, it's still a great accomplishment for such a short period. Morgana swiftly scanned his body and discovered a crystal in his brain. He condenses a crystal of cosmic energy in his brain, acting as an energy core. However, he recently reached the limit of tier 3 and is searching for a way to reach tier 4. In his current state, if he wants to reach a higher tier, he has 2 options. The first is to walk sorcery's path and find ways to control the cosmic energy in the environment. and the second is to condense more core. However, the brain is a very complicated machine. He was lucky to choose the right place for the first one, but he might not be lucky a second time. Edward was not speaking nonsense as he used time magic to look at the past and saw this person condense the first cosmic energy core, and it was purely out of luck he succeeded. His method was perfect, but he chose the brain for the core, which has its advantage. However, although this person can be considered a genius in energy manipulation, especially cosmic energy, he knew very little about anatomy or the human brain. So, the location he chose succeeded only out of luck. Boss, what should we do? Do you want to bring him back to the Empire? He's very talented and could make a great arcanist, asked the purple-haired elf. No, at least, not now. Let this planet develop on its own to see what kind of civilization it can create. Then, we can show up and take the fruit. After a few years, the Empire might increase its understanding of cosmic energy based on this planet's development. Furthermore, this planet also walked the path of gene modification but using cosmic energy. The Empire can also benefit from this aspect of its technology tree. In that case, we must take control of this planet from the intelligence. Correct, but wait until we discover what's going on with them. Okay, do you want to go now? Not yet. I want to know how these zombies appeared, replied Edward. Before we leave, let's give him a luck potion to help him achieve tier 4. Edward secretly gave the man the potion before disappearing. He began to capture, observe, and experiment on the zombies. There is a weird energy affecting their bodies, noted Morgana. Not every human with low energy affinity turned into a zombie. Many died due to gene collapse, but the rest only became sick for a while before surviving, with no power. The previous man, Raj, was one of these people. But, he used his knowledge of meditation to sense cosmic energy and created a method to condense the core. So, the zombies were an anomaly. This energy seemed to be a negative polarity of cosmic energy. Let's call it dark cosmic energy, added Morgana. And you said I'm bad at naming. However, she chose to ignore him. The problem is where this thing originated. The Empire never discovered this aspect of cosmic energy. Is it some type of change due to the concentration? However, this conjecture does not seem to have much merit. Edward pondered for a moment, but he could not think of anything. So, he said, this energy should appear when the experiment begins. So, let's observe them and see if we can detect something. He did not hesitate and activated his time magic to see when the intelligence experiment began a few months back. He saw how everything was normal until a bright light appeared in the sky during the broad daylight. Then, everything changed for this planet. Soon, Edward sensed the weird energy that mutated the people into zombies. Morgana quickly recorded its fluctuation before ending the time spell. Then, Edward also began to search for the origin of the energy. He closed his eyes as he sensed. He soon found a direction. The multiverse. He continued searching and soon found himself in the blank realm, looking at the infinite timelines. Blank realm, the space between timelines. Also, the place black holes send things it swallows. No, something is wrong, said Edward while in this mind projection state. There is a dark, depressing, and negative aura surrounding the timeline, I noticed. What's going on? Edward's mind jumped from one timeline to another, and he always felt this negative aura. He even sensed it while in the blank realm. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as a term came into his mind. The Dark Multiverse. Chapter 476, The Dark Multiverse. The Dark Multiverse was something he came upon back in primordial Earth when reading comics. It refers to a group of infinite timelines where everything goes wrong. In the normal multiverse, good and bad things coexist, similar to yin and yang. However, in the Dark Multiverse, nothing ever goes correctly, only pain, death, and suffering exist. And because of its nature, the most powerful and cruelest entities live in the Dark Multiverse. It can be considered the most dangerous place in the entire universe. I did not expect the concept of Dark Multiverse to exist, committed Morgana, who shared senses with him. She did not contain her excitement. I cannot fathom how far our understanding of the multiverse will reach after studying it. She already imagines the papers the Empire will publish after studying this Dark Multiverse. There will be theories involving space-time, new understandings of matter and energy, advancement in dark and black magic and negative emotions, and even more profound research into cause and effect, especially negative karma. And these things were only the tip of the iceberg. Master, I have to say, your luck has been excellent recently, commented the little elf as she gave him a thumbs up. Too good, I would say, replied Edward. You mean? Edward nodded. His luck has always been excellent, maybe a perk from his reincarnation from primordial Earth. And Merlin even admitted this was one of the reasons he accepted him as his student. And Edward knew of his outrageous luck after discovering the hole leading to the void that the Magus race left in Rowena's timeline. That hole was the only reason he could create omniversal travel while only being a tier 3. Otherwise, he would have to wait until tier 10 before he even had a chance at success. According to the many simulations he ran, if he did not discover that void crack, his research would lead him to discover other planes. As such, he would have escaped the plane where Harry Potter was located but never escaped the entire universe, also called the astral realm. Edward knew having access to the knowledge of other planes would fasten the Empire's development. However, it would never compare to the current state where he can use power systems from different universes, where he can study the laws or authorities of other universes. As for why his luck has been on the rise lately, even without the use of the Felix Felicis, he guessed it was Krona's doing. To ensure the Empire's development and the gods' eventual downfall, she blessed the Arcane Empire with tremendous luck. And this act resulted in the birth of countless geniuses from different fields. It allowed the Empire to survive dangerous situations, have an easier time succeeding in difficult problems, and many other benefits. In that case, we need to keep a good relationship with her, nodded Morgana, and Edward agreed with this sentiment. Let's check out this dark multiverse, commented Edward, who cast an astral projection spell. There were two main types of astral projections. The first was the soul leaving its dimension and surviving without the body. However, this version requires Tier 6, when the soul is tangible and can survive a few months after the body is destroyed without help. And the second type involved using soul energy to shape a body before transferring some of the consciousness into this energy body. The advantage of this method is the caster will not be affected if something happens to the projection. However, the downside is the projection is incredibly weak compared to the soul or the main body. Edward's astral projection opened a portal to Earth in one of the infinite timelines of this dark multiverse. As soon as he arrived, Edward sensed things were different. He felt this suffocating depression as his mind was overwhelmed with negative thoughts and emotions. This place is disgusting to live in, commented Morgana. Is that nuclear waste I detected? Edward agreed with her words, so he decided to be swift and efficient. He cast a spell that allowed him to see places where great destiny resides. Then, his projection teleported to that destination while remaining invisible to the naked eye. After appearing, he saw a group of people hiding underground. These people looked miserable, malnourished, and their eyes were devoid of any life or hope. They ate their food in silence, and the few who spoke muttered with the lowest voice and were quick in their conversation. Look, said Morgana suddenly, and when Edward looked in her direction, his pupil flashed in surprise. He saw Ron Weasley holding a bottle of vodka and chugging it like water. Edward quickly noticed he had a metal prosthetic for an arm. Then, not long afterward, someone suddenly apparat, making everybody alert. Their reaction was almost visceral until they realized who it was. Then, they sighed in relief. Harry, asked Edward, as the latter was too difficult to identify. Half of his face had a terrible scar, while the rest burned completely. How did it go? Asked Ron in a gruff voice. The result was the same, replied Harry, his voice worse than gravel. His vocal cord obviously suffered significant damage, most likely burned. Ron did not respond as he expected this. He took a sip of his drink before taking out a locket from his shirt, opening it to reveal a picture. Hermione. Only one left, he said, his eyes full of determination. We only need to destroy the last Horcrux before we can kill this fucker. Then, I can finally join her. Harry looked at his friend, hiding the complication he felt deep in his eyes. It was his mission to kill Voldemort and save the people of this world. However, he also knew what awaited his friend once he achieved his mission. A small part of him wished they had never found that last Horcrux so his friend could continue accompanying him. However, he also knew being selfish in this situation was impossible. And it was not only because the world needed it. He knew his friend was only enduring out of sheer desire for revenge. If he cannot have his revenge after an extended period, his mind will no longer be able to bear it. By then, who knows what he will do. Furthermore, he was also tired. The wizards in South America might have discovered something. In a few days, I will go visit them. Good, replied Ron blandly. Edward and Morgana calmly watched this situation, wondering what happened to turn these two into this shape. Did you find out? Asked Edward, who knew the little elf was reading their memories. Yes. Voldemort was the final winner in the battle at Hogwarts. Longbottom never killed Nagini, and he went on to conquer the wizarding world before enslaving the Muggles. He then killed all the mudbloods of the magical world and 40% of Muggles. The remaining 60% were enslaved. And as you can guess, Hermione was on the casualty list. Edward sighed as he imagined what these two went through. He shook his head as he realized that most people he knew and cared for were dead in this timeline. I'm guessing there is no version of me in this timeline. From their memories, they've never heard of you? I either died under Voldemort or some other way. Or, this timeline derived from the main timeline where Edward Bones died as a child during the First Wizarding War, he analyzed. Boss, what do you want to do? Do you want to help them? From what I know about Voldemort, he would hide Nagini in a safe place after a few assassinations attempts. He knew the fear of death was deeply ingrained in the Dark Lord's soul. Find the location and give it to them, ordered Edward. Chapter 477, The Dark Multiverse, 2. Morgana cast a spell that allowed her to search the entire planet. After discovering where Voldemort placed Nagina, she left a note in Harry Potter's quarter and a spiritual hint on the note so the latter would believe it. Then, Edward's astral projection opened a gate to another timeline. And as expected, the world was still dark and gloomy. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the overall population of the Earth had drastically decreased. How many people are there? He asked. 3.3 billion, replied Morgana. What year? 2007. Around that time, the population should have been twice that. So, what caused so many people to die in a few decades? He used the same technique to find the place with concentrated destiny and teleported. He found himself in a villa near Godric Hollow that he recognized. He frowned for a moment before entering. In a large room, two people were talking. To be precise, one man talked while the other, a woman, floated in the air, looking at the speaker with a blank, The speaker talked for a few minutes before the listener suddenly became transparent. The man suddenly panicked for a brief moment before taking his wand and activating a spell. Then, a black magic circle on the ground suddenly lights up. Countless black tentacles emerged from the ground. They were accompanied by screams of agony and hatred. The tentacles entered the woman's body, stabilizing her state. "It seems like it's about time to replenish our stock," muttered the man, his voice containing worries. He proceeded to use his wand to send a message before continuing to talk to the floating woman. Edward watched all of this with a calm expression. Although he has seen many horrors and even did many of them, what he saw was still a little unsettling. "I can't believe Dumbledore turned into this," said Morgana, her eyes penetrating the basement of this house where there were thousands of humans in captivity. She could sense the terrifying grievances, ghosts, and dark spirits bred in that dungeon, and it was terrifying. "Grief is truly a powerful emotion," commented Edward, who had already figured out what happened to this timeline without reading anyone's mind or doing much research. Dumbledore became enamored with the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. He used it to revive his sister, Ariana, whom he felt guilty about after believing he might have been the one who killed her. However, the Resurrection Stone is nothing but bait that Herpo, the Death God, used to lure powerful wizards to help escape his imprisonment. And that's exactly what Dumbledore did. The stone only summoned a shell of his sister's soul, and this shell could not stay long in the world of the living. So, in his madness to save her, Dumbledore began sacrificing souls to stabilize her. At first, he probably used some dark wizard in a vain attempt to keep his insanity and morality. However, things soon escalated, and he enslaved the entire planet and used them as livestock to harvest their souls. In just a few decades, he absorbed the souls of billions of people to keep his sister's soul intact. Or so he thought. Most of these souls were Herpo's snacks, and the death energy created by so many killings was probably enough to escape and regain his full strength. "Master, what should we do? Do you want to kill that bastard Herpo?" "Not now," replied Edward. "Record the magic he is using and see if he can learn something new." Morgana scoffed in displeasure before recording Dumbledore's soul-absorbing magic circle. "I remember I created a project to fuse the same objects from different timelines to see if they will evolve into something unique. Yes, we have tried to fuse the ancient gods' godheads, but there has been no success as of yet." Edward wanted to see what would happen if he fused 2 time rooms from the Mystery of Department. What would happen? Unfortunately, these rooms were godheads from powerful creatures in the universe and could not be easily fused. "Expand the project and try lesser objects like the Deathly Hallows," he ordered. The Hallows were created by Herpo, who is a Tier 8 death god. However, they are only low-level items, but they are unique because they contain certain traces of divinity. All right. Edward continued his journey through this dark multiverse and only saw different Earths with devastating results. However, he also noticed a pattern. Something changed from the original Harry Potter timeline that deviated from the lives of certain people, leading them into darkness. For example, in one timeline, Hermione's mind broke after Bellatrix tortured her, and she became the new Dark Lord, leading chaos and destruction to the wizarding and muggle world. In another, Harry watched Ron die by Scabbers or Peter Pettigrew's hand. As a result, Voldemort's piece of soul corrupted his mind, and became the new Dark Lord. In another, Ron became the Dark Lord after trying to destroy Voldemort's Horcrux, and the latter showed him an illusion of Harry and Hermione being together. "Where are the timelines related to the Empire and us?" asked Morgana after traveling for a few hours. "Let's try again but use our new karma spell as a link to find a new timeline," said Edward, and they took a few minutes before opening the portal to the new timeline. As soon as they arrived, the group knew they were in the right place. They could be the Empire's official language mixed with other languages. Furthermore, they were now located on a battlefield with countless mages, golems, and ships. Both sides massacred each other, leaving the planet in a devastated state as countless Tier 4 arcanists launched their attacks without restraint. "What the hell happened?" asked Edward, who was uncomfortable after seeing the state of Earth and his empire. According to the memory of this battle's commander, the Arcane Empire suddenly went mad after an experiment. No one knew the exact reason, but there were rumors some type of demon or entity corrupted his soul. After his madness, he began to abuse his power, he became more brutal and fierce. Then, the royal family, led by his wives, tried to stop him. Sadly, the result was a full-out war between the two sides, causing catastrophe to the entire planet. "I was corrupted?" "Well, that makes sense," commented Edward. "But how did they manage to stop me? Did they activate my protocols?" "Hold on, and let me check." Less than 5 minutes later, she responded, "Yes. The royal family and the members of the Illuminati banded together to deal with you, and they almost succeeded." "I see. When did this happen?" "Around the time you reached Tier 5. Luckily, it was around this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been more severe. I'm sure there are timelines where you went mad during your later tiers," uttered Morgana, and Edward gave her a deadly stare. "Did I say something wrong? You are the kind of person who likes to play with fire. Without your extreme caution and severe paranoia, you would have long died or been corrupted due to your curiosity. What do you know? I'm the embodiment of the perfect arcanist, great curiosity practiced using extreme caution. Whatever helps you sleep at night." The little elf rolled her eyes. "What do you want to do? Do you want to interfere or check out other timelines?" Chapter 478, The Intelligence Secret. There is no need to intervene, replied Edward. It's not yet time for me to deal with the multiverse variants of myself, especially the dark, mad, twisted, and cruel versions. That would indeed be a nightmare, nodded Morgana. Regardless, we need a development plan for this dark multiverse. Obviously, we must study it and why it differs from the other multiverse, commented Edward. Secondly, this place is a resource gathering spot. We can mine as many resources as we need. We should be able to create another tier 10 floating city very soon, added Morgana. However, we have to worry about that force that stopped us from intervening in the multiverse. This place is full of chaos and violence. I doubt anyone will care about our mindless plunder. However, to be careful, we will slow down our mining of resources to a reasonable level. That's a good approach. However, this is not the most valuable thing about this discovery, said Edward, who looked into the sky. His eyes seemed to be glazing at something unknown. The mana grid, uttered Morgana. Correct. The mana grid means infinite mana and resources, said Edward. We need to find a timeline where the gods do not know about the grid, or they lost control of it. Then, we can harness its power for ourselves. When we return, I will create a team in charge of this mission, replied Morgana as she took note. We need a team to capture Herpo and Guznad if they exist in any of these timelines. These two are great ways to acquire more divine energy while the Milky Way galaxy is under the watch of the gods. That's a good idea, but these two might become even more powerful in this place. The dark multiverse seemed a place to favor evil and darkness. So, Morgana's words were not groundless. You're right, so we need to be more careful, nodded Edward. Lastly, warn the Time Aurors to set up defensive measures against threats from the dark multiverse. Will do. Edward nodded as he took one last look at this place before dispersing his astral projection. He returned to planet Green Sour. He took one last look before stepping into his floating city. He waited until Morgana took over the intelligence monitoring system on this planet before heading to their current main habitat. The intelligence current main planet was called Chug, the fourth planet in a cane belt system. Upon arrival, Edward immediately detected signs this planet had recently terraformed to resemble their previous main planet. How long will it take you to infiltrate their system? Asked Edward. With the previous data, give me half an hour. All right, this was more than enough time to read a book, nodded Edward, who calmly waited. Then, when the time arrived, she appeared before him. Done, said Edward as he closed the book. Yes, and I've found something. Oh, there is a place with extremely advanced technology. How advanced are we talking about? It would take me days to break into their system with my current state. That is indeed advanced. The intelligence were never this powerful. Do you have any information on this place? Yes, replied Morgana as she showed him a screen. It is the main lab of the most talented scientist of the intelligence, Albert Schwartz. Edward saw a picture of a man in his middle 30s with blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked handsome by all human standards. However, his face displayed great stoicism. The first impression of this man to anyone who met was he was extremely serious and was probably dull to converse with. Who is this scientist? That's another odd point. There is little to no information released about him to the public. So far, all I know is he rescued countless Intel after the fall of darkness and gathered them together. The people believed him as a savior since he preserved the intelligence civilization by saving most of their technology. He even improved on them. However, his approval with his people has plummeted recently. Is it because of the cosmic energy experiments? Yes. The intelligence have not completely removed their feelings toward supernatural/extraordinary powers despite the current situation. However, Albert advocates for them. Such a closed-minded and extreme civilization would not last long in this cruel cosmos, especially with how inflexible they are, commented Edward while shaking his head. This person should be our target. Let's check him out. Edward headed directly toward Albert's secret laboratory while remaining undetectable. It was a state-of-the-art lab with probably the best security on this planet. However, after being cautious, especially towards the energy sensors, he swiftly infiltrated this place and met Albert. At first sight, Edward knew something was wrong with this man. Did you see it? Yes, his mind is protected by a strange power, nodded Morgana. Edward looked directly at the man, and the latter sensed something and looked around. However, Albert saw nothing out of the ordinary and continued his work. That's the power of law, added Edward. Do you think? Most likely. Let's observe more. They observed Albert for the next few hours and found nothing new. Then, the man finally rested, but the two did not move. They prepared to spend the next few days secretly observing. Luckily, they did not have to wait long. After sleeping less than 3 hours, Albert suddenly woke up and summoned a holographic projection before him. He then began to draw the schematic for a new application of dark matter as an energy source. Another breakthrough from my dream, muttered Albert, his eyes seeming lost and hopeful simultaneously. I guess we now know what's happening, commented Edward, who deduced the situation. So, he quietly left just as he came and returned to his city before contacting Olivier. What's the situation? She asked. If I guess correctly, some tier 10 gods from outside have a way to bypass Guznad's blocking, explained Edward. They used dream revelation to grant the intelligence with technology. Their plan should be to cultivate a pawn that can intervene in the current situation. The situation is about to reach a tipping point. The last thing we need is outside intervention, groaned Olivier. Do you have any idea who it is? Our information about the gods residing in the central region is limited. However, we can narrow it down since such a feat would require Tier 10 powers and artificer or technology authority. There is no point in worrying about this now. The real issue is, what do you want to do with the intelligence? A part of me wants to eradicate them and remove the trouble. The intelligents were too much of a hostile group, so it was impossible to integrate them into the empire without extreme measures with great risks. Another part wants to use this opportunity to get technology from these gods. Assuming your assumption is correct, the Tier 10 god will never give technology that surpasses Tier 9 to prevent any backlash. So, as long as we have Netheril, we should have no problem using them as leeches. We only need to monitor all their movements. In that case, let's do that. Then, what do we do with them once they are no longer useful? Try to incorporate them. If not, kill them or be merciful by sending their planet into another dimension. I don't really care. Alright. With just a casual conversation, they decided the fate of an entire civilization. Sadly, that is the fate of the weak in the universe. Chapter 479, The Elves. What's on your mind? You seem a little distracted, suddenly asked Olivier, who noticed his absent-mindedness. I am worrying about Guznad's protective shield around this galaxy, replied Edward. The think tank has brought up this issue as well, nodded Olivier. They fear Guznad will apply a mutual destruction tactic and remove the protection before we defeat him, allowing the gods to access the Milky Way. And even if we defeat him without this worse outcome, there is a chance we might not find the artifact he was using for the shield, leaving us vulnerable. Then, there is the fact that this protective measure is not absolute since the gods can use dreams to send messages, added Edward with a groan. The Empire is not remotely ready to face the gods of this universe. So, Guznad's protection works in Edward's favor. As such, this has become an issue that needs to be dealt with. Do you have any solution? Asked Olivier. Surrounding the entire galaxy with a shield is not an issue. However, the issue is to have one that can keep all these gods at bay. I did find inspiration from my voyage to Black Clover, Edward said as he remembered the fog surrounding the world as protection. I can replicate the fog as it could perfectly isolate the galaxy. However, as you said, the real issue is to protect from all these gods. We will need at least 2 Tier 10 ether core to power the fog. You might as well not say anything, Olivier rolled her eyes. They went to so much trouble to create one Netheril. So, even if they only needed the resources to create the energy core, that was impossible. Especially since they needed them before the war ended. The Empire could try to plunder more planes for energy, but that was dangerous. So, the only solution to this problem might be for Edward to make another voyage to some universe to gather energy. If it was before, it might be impossible. However, with our recent discovery, the situation is salvageable. Oh, what happened? Edward sent her the information about the dark multiverse, and Olivier immediately knew the implications of such a discovery. Your luck truly baffles me, said Olivier with a smile and a sigh. What can I say? I'm so handsome and intelligent that even the universe loves and cherishes me. Olivier ignored him and continued her work. Our next target is the elves. Do I need to meet their queen and king? Asked Edward. No, they rejected our request for a diplomatic visit. However, they agreed to a video communication. Even after everything that has happened, they are still stubborn. Edward shook his head. That's because their situation changed. Did something new happen? Yes. According to our spies, the elf queen, Myrtle, had awakened some of her son elves' bloodline. Olivier sighed. The situation changed everything. The king and elder council who once favored surrendering to us now completely obey the queen. Bloodline awakening? Did she reach Tier 9 or something? No, Tier 8. Edward had a look of confusion. With her new bloodline, she was able to heal their sacred tree, Validator. With it, she could barely deal with one of Guznad's clones. This doesn't change much. At best, they can prolong their struggle against Guznad. True. Unfortunately, the queen seems xenophobic. And with her bloodline, she now has absolute control of the council and the elf race. Alright. When is the meeting? Hold on. I will contact them and set it for tomorrow. Olivier placed the screen on standby before contacting the relevant department to contact the elves. A few minutes later, she appeared again. However, Edward saw her eyebrows twisted, a sign she was angered. What happened? They rescheduled to 3 days later. Edward was silent for a moment. Fine. He returned home to meet his family and cashed on the promise Olivier gave him after his return. Then, 3 days later, he met the elf queen. He dressed appropriately while sitting on his throne. Then, a large screen appeared before him. Queen Mythil. Your Majesty, said the queen with a blank face. Edward frowned slightly before continuing the conversation. Less than an hour later, the conversation ended, and Edward sat quietly on his throne. Then, a call came from Olivier. How was it? I knew these people were arrogant and delusional, but I didn't think it was to this point. That bad? She asked with a frown. What exactly happened? She probably wants us to help her fight Guznad while retaining the independence of the Elf Kingdom. Oh, what is she offering in exchange? That's the funny part. At first, she made it seem as if it was our honor to help them, said Edward, shaking his head. Then, she offered a unique specialty for Validar. However, she never specified what the specialty was. So, are they hard to get along with? Muttered Olivier with displeasure. We can wait until Guznad attacks them before we once again reach out. With the integration of the dwarves and the star race, Guznad will never watch as we incorporate the elves. So, he should be planning an attack on them soon. No need. Pardon me. We don't need to incorporate the elves in the Empire anymore. Hey, I understand the Queen offended you and hurt your pride, but this is not the time to be acting emotionally. You should give me more credit than that. Do you have a plan? These elves are too arrogant and not suited for integration, just like the intelligence. Instead, we will let Guznad wipe them out while we clone them. Clone? Yes. We will send our people to secretly control one of the elders. Using their powers, we can start a national project to gather the blood of all the elves as an attempt to study the Sun Elf bloodline and have more people awaken it. With this opportunity, we can gather a genetic data bank of their entire population. Once they are wiped out, we can clone them with empty memories, making them easier to integrate into the Empire. That's not a bad idea, replied Olivier after pondering for a while. Before then, we must access all the knowledge of their civilization. We can even access the bloodline memories of the Sun Elves, added Edward. Alright, this will be our new approach for dealing with the elves. I just brought back a group of ninjas. Send them on this mission. Isn't it too much for their first mission? They need to prove their worth. Plus, I trust in Itaka's ability. If you say so. Olivier ended the conference call to continue her commanding duty. Meanwhile, Edward called Morgana. How is Chris doing? He's currently tier 4 and is still studying to catch up. Once he begins his experiment, give him access to our knowledge on Haki. It should help him with his research. Alright. Edward stood up and stretched. This war should be ending soon. Now, we must consider how to properly rule an entire galaxy. He pondered for a moment before realizing this was not something for him to worry about. This headache was for his Aunt Amelia. While thinking about her, he suddenly remembered his cousin, Susan, who said she was working on a new project. Let's check on her. Chapter 480, Susan's Research. Can I come to check in? Asked Edward as he sent Susan a message. Why, all of the sudden? You talked about your new project, and you seem excited. So, I wanted to see what it was. Susan did not immediately reply. All right. Edward smiled and waited a while. Then, he received permission to teleport to her laboratory. Your Majesty, saluted the other researchers before continuing with their work. Edward did not mind as he established the spirit of the Empire. And based on his words, the spirit of pursuing knowledge is above everything, maybe even the imperial power. As such, when visiting any laboratory, people only need the minimum salutation. Of course, there are exceptions to this rule, like an official visit from the government or other official events. Come, let me show what I'm working on, said Susan, who was waiting for him. She led him to a lab testing site, a small stadium surrounded by magical shields. Your lab is a little small, commented Edward. As a member of the royal family, she has access to unimaginable resources. So, the current size of her laboratory was subpar by his standard. I wanted to fund this research myself before presenting it and get funding, said Susan. Well, as long as you're happy, nodded Edward. So, what are you working on? He tried to contain his excitement to not put too much pressure on her. Susan was a talented arcanist and should have been one of the most successful tower masters in the Empire. After all, she was trained by Edward from an early age. Unfortunately, as the Empire grew, she could not bear the pressure of being a princess and Edward Bone's cousin. People expected too much of her and her future achievements. So, she chose to become a magical painter, removing herself from any jobs related to research and so on. But, even with such a chance, people expected too much from her. Edward was a little disappointed by her choice, but he never showed it. He supported her to the best of his ability, suppressing the public's voice to the limit of his power. However, it appeared she now had rekindled her desire for research. My research is this, said Susan with a smile as she gave him a card. Yu-Gi-Oh card? Edward asked before sensing odds with the card. Could it be? Yes, replied Susan before waving the card. I summon the Dark Magician. The card shone with brilliant light before a creature appeared inside the protected testing area. Edward looked at the creature he saw many times in the anime, which looked exactly like the one from his childhood. Is this an application of painting magic? Yes. Through painting, I can make these characters come back to life. Does it have any ability? Yes and no. The cards I created can use some basic spells. However, remember how the 3 god cards had their own will when you first created the game. When Edward first created the Egyptian gods using spiritual magic, the 3 had their own will, were overbearing, and would not allow just anyone to wield them. Is it the same situation? Yes, and it's not just the 3. Many powerful paintings have shown this phenomenon, explained Susan. What's the direction you're going? What is your expectation? I want to first create the abilities of these cards. Then, I wish they would become real creatures. However, that is far-fetched for now. Edward did not offer his comment yet. Do you have a plan for the next step? Yes, she replied with twinkling eyes. Edward had never seen her so excited. When she was young, she loved reading the comic Yu-Gi-Oh and dueling in general. In Hogwarts, she was the duel champion for 7 years consecutively. Edward even believed she did not skip grades like many others because of her passion for the game. I'm glad she can find something she truly loves and is passionate about, thought Edward as he listened to her explanation. At first, I had no direction on how to copy the card's ability until I saw Rilboist Mortier's painting magic. The former magic captain from Black Clover had a magic that allowed his painting to come to life and display a variety of magic. I will use it as a basis to create the cards and their powers, explained Susan. However, that's only the first stage. For the second stage, I plan to use the spirit world you brought back. Edward also brought back a spirit world he acquired from the eastern continent of the Black Clover universe. Do you want to create spirits based on these cards? Asked Edward. Yes. According to your conjecture, the spirit world will create spirits based on the myths, legends, and stories of the world connected to it. And these cards have been in the Empire before its inception and are part of our culture. With the right aid, it should be possible to accelerate the creation of these spirits. That's a good method, but you also know there is any concrete proof that my conjecture is correct. So, how do you plan to use it to accelerate the birth of these spirits? Susan did not answer him but smiled instead. What's wrong? Nothing. I just remember when we were young, and you were tutoring me. You never answered my questions and instead asked me thousands more questions. Edward paused before placing his head on her head and sighing. I never meant for things to turn like this. It's not your fault, I just couldn't handle everything. Edward shook his head. I never should have tried to model you into me. You are your own person and should have your own path. Edward knows his flaws. When he sees someone with magical talent, he tries to gear them in the direction of magic research. He wants as many people to walk the same path as him. However, sometimes, he fails to take into account the person's wishes and desires. Susan was a victim of this, and his two apprentices, Flynn and Emily, almost suffered the same fate. Luckily, he learned from his mistake and did not prevent them from becoming archaeologists. Susan hugged him. It's all in the past now. Let's not talk about such a thing. She changed the subject. To answer your question, my plan is to study faith, the preliminary research on creating heroic spirits, and the ancestral spirit magic from different ethnicities to find a method. Faith, or the power of belief, is the right way for this research, nodded Edward. So, what do you think? It's great research. Once you succeed, you will be a pioneer in summoning magic. You think so too, said Susan with a smile. Do you have any recommendations? I thought you wouldn't want my output. How many arcanists would sell their entire fortune to get your opinions and suggestions on their research? I am not stupid enough to pass off such an opportunity. I'm glad you finally acknowledge my greatness, replied Edward with a smug look, and Susan just rolled her eyes. She knew of her cousin's narcissism. Stop playing around, she chimed. All right. I have a few things from my previous voyage that can help you. Edward waved his hand to create a screen to show her something. Chapter 481, Internal Trouble. The first one is I received data on a real heroic spirit, said Edward. Heroic spirit? I thought you were going to the Naruto universe. Whenever Edward went to a place, his family would normally know the story or development of the world. So, Susan was confused. Are the reanimated people considered heroic spirit? Edward suddenly paused. No, but that's an interesting concept to think about. Someone should study these two and see if they can come up with something. However, we have to wait until we have heroic spirits. So, what are you talking about? Asked Susan. It would be too long to explain. Edward placed his hand on her forehead and passed some of his experience to her. Your voyage is always full of wonder, uttered Susan with a sigh. Then, her eyes became bright as she thought of something. The Yu-Gi-Oh universe is real, correct? Yes. Can I go? She asked with anticipation. And Edward's first instinct was to reject her on account of safety. However, he calmed down as he realized this was an opportunity for Susan to continue her growth and discover herself. As such, he was very entangled. If you're worried, you can take me, she added. No, there is no need. I can't always protect you, said Edward with a sigh. Once the war finishes and we settle everything, there should be more floating cities. Afterward, you can travel to that universe on your own. However, you have to pay for the coordinate and take all the safety precautions. No, replied Susan without a hint of hesitation. Once her research has some results, she will have enough points to exchange the coordinates with the Akashic records. As for the safety measures, even if he did not say anything, she would have done so after knowing of the danger of the void. All right, nodded Edward before continuing his previous topic. Besides the data on heroic spirits, you can use word soul magic. This type of magic can rewrite reality at a low level using words. If engraved in the cards, it could do wonders, analyzed Susan and agreed with this proposition. Finally, it's something from my recent voyage, added Edward before showing her another spell. It's the jutsu called creation of all things that allows you to turn fantasy into reality, achieving the power of creation. Now, this spell does not translate well into the mana system, so you'll have to use chakra. And the limit of its power is tier 6. In other words, can I create the creatures in these cards along with their power? Asked Susan, more excited than ever. Don't get too ahead of yourself. As I said, this thing is limited before we can translate into our mana system or further develop the chakra system. That's fine. I already have an idea of how to make up for some of the problems. Oh, I'm all ears. If I can create the spirits of these creatures and use them as a medium, it will be easier to turn them from fantasy into real creatures. That's not a bad idea, commented Edward, nodding in approval. For such an excellent idea, I will give you some world source to accelerate your research. Deal, replied Susan. Any more ideas? She continued. You could try the approach of dream energy and work with Chloe. Manifesting them in a dream before bringing them to reality? That's a good method. Then, she looked at him with longing eyes. That's all I have, he shrugged. Plus, this is your research. Well, it's more than enough. Edward chatted with her for a moment before leaving. Morgana, what's my schedule? There is nothing currently on the table, but you should probably meet the Black Clover captains. Oh, is something wrong? Not really, but they are having some trouble settling in. All right. I will go see them tomorrow, replied Edward. Schedule a session for now, as you wish. Edward headed to his lab without a hint of joy. He hated his illusion sessions. However, he had to do them. After arriving at his meditation room, he closed his eyes and entered the illusion. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes red and a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Luckily, the room was surrounded by enchantments, otherwise, the entire solar system would have trembled under his wrath. It's maddening, said Edward as he drank a potion to soothe his mind and soul. Slowly losing his family is one thing, but the fact that he cannot do anything to save or revive him always drives him to madness. Take a 5-minute break before continuing, said Morgana, and Edward mechanically nodded. Dang! Before the break finished, Edward sensed a subtle vibration. What's going on? With this room's protection, this should not be the case. The source is coming from Earth, replied Morgana, who did a rapid search. From what Earth? Did something happen? I'm trying to find the source, replied the little elf, and Edward had to leave his training and appear above the sky on Earth while invisible. Soon, his Aunt Amelia's holographic screen appeared before him. What's going on? He asked. What do you mean? I just sense a fluctuation from Earth capable of affecting the entire planet. Although it was subtle, it was there. Amelia frowned as she immediately checked and contacted the relevant department. Our sensors did not detect anything, she replied with worry in her eyes. They were monitoring every planet under the Empire's rule, and energy fluctuations were the highest bullet points in the monitoring lists. After all, a Tier 6 arcanist can eradicate the planet with one spell. So, they have to monitor any large or unknown energy fluctuation. However, his nephew just told him something bypassed their sensors. Did you use the new sorcerer eyes? Asked Edward. They are still in the manufacturing process, so we haven't deployed them yet. In the Naruto world, he created the defense system of the Empire through the invention of new satellites or sorcerer eyes that used Byakugan as the core of their technology. Deploy the ones you already manufactured and ask Luna to see if she can find anything. Amelia quickly deployed, and her orders were fast and efficient. Less than 5 minutes later, new sorcerer eyes floated above the planet, searching for the source of the energy fluctuation. The answer is negative, she replied with a frown, and Edward had a serious look. Another screen appeared before him, showing Luna's face. As soon as she appeared, she shook her head. I'm drawing blank. In that case, the situation might be more dangerous than anticipated, muttered Edward. The two became serious after hearing this. They did not doubt his words since no one was more sensitive to energy than Edward on the planet. Morgana, any information? I could not pinpoint the location of the energy, but I did not analyze its essence. It was a spatial fluctuation. Spatial energy? Then things are easier. Edward closed his eyes and took control of the spacetime rules. In his mind, he sensed the countless dimensions, both artificial and innate, surrounding the planet. He remembered the energy fluctuation he sensed and compared it with the thousands of dimensions. Found it, he saw before showing the two something. Who is the owner of this demiplane? According to our record, it's a Tier 7 arcanist called James Carter, replied Morgana. Why is he breaking the law and causing spatial fluctuations capable of influencing the planet? Asked Luna with confusion. I think I know why, said Amelia, who pulled up a document to show the group. Chapter 482, Complications. 12 hours ago, the IGD, Information Gathering Department, received information that James was involved in suspicious activities, said Amelia. After analyzing the news, the Horror Department invited him for interrogation. Wait, why didn't they take care of the matter themselves? Asked Edward. He knew this was a time of war, so the Intelligence Department's power reached an unprecedented level. So, it's odd they did not arrest James themselves. They have been getting too powerful lately, so I've been using the Horror Department to quell their growth, explained Amelia. She saw the Intelligence Department start to get out of control, so she began to suppress their rights and power. Harry has been a great help in the process, you should give him some reward after the war. Amelia did not mention a promotion since Harry recently took over the entire Horror Department of Earth. I will. This is not the time for this, chimed Luna. You're right, said Amelia before continuing. The time of the fluctuation corresponds to the time the Horrors should have arrived. Something happened to them, thought Edward. Even if they fought, there should not be any fluctuation. During the war, we have lost too many people inside demiplanes and dimensions. So, we created new ways to ask for help in case of danger, explained Amelia. My guess is the fluctuation is the result of James trying to keep the signal from departing. You might be right. Under normal circumstances, such fluctuation would remain undetected, and only a freak like Edward would discover. You should move swiftly, added Luna. James might be preparing for his escape. Edward nodded. After killing the Empire's people, his next course would be to run away. Don't worry. I already blocked his demiplane, said Edward. One last thing, why did the Intelligence Department take 12 hours to act on a piece of information? I'm fine if you want to weaken their power, but their efficiency must be better. Many things can happen in the span of 12 hours, so Edward was not happy with such a long delay. There is too much information to process every second, replied Amelia, shrugging. James' information was not verified and was not labeled as the highest priority. Don't we have AI? Asked Edward. Because of you, we are only using the lowest level, explained Amelia with a sigh. I tried to change things during this time of war, but the anti-artificial intelligence factions have become a headache, using you to make trouble for me. Edward groaned. He was not happy with AI having access to the Empire's highest secrets. As long as we have Netheril, we don't have to worry about the threat of AI, so, you can use it more widely. Excellent, said Amelia, with joy in her voice. With the widespread use of AI, many departments of the Empire will enter an era of ultimate efficiency, making her job easier. All right, I'll deal with James. Edward disappeared and appeared inside another demiplane. He easily forced himself inside despite the protest of its owner. As soon as Edward entered, he saw a desolate city with a magnificent tower at the center. Demiplanes are private properties of arcanists, where they are basically the rulers. However, there are rules to follow. The people inside the demiplanes are citizens of the Empire and are protected by law. So, the owner of the demiplane cannot treat them in certain ways. This rule is to prevent these people with godlike powers from enslaving weaker individuals. As such, most arcanists with a private demiplane will fill it with automatons. Based on the data he read, James' demiplane contained countless people working for him. But now, Edward could not see a soul. He controlled his anger before flying to the tower at the center. He sensed residual energy aura and guessed this was the place the aurors confronted James. Why don't you stop wasting our time and come out, said Edward, as his voice penetrated the magic tower and sent his message inside. The biggest mistake was to enter an arcanist's magic tower. However, this point was useless, given the vast difference between their strength. Regardless, Edward decided to be careful. No one answered him, so Edward raised his hand to create a miniature star, prepared to pulverize the tower with one attack. Swish! The tower disappeared, and James appeared. Edward purposely looked in the distance. He knew James sent the tower to another dimension, so he could prevent him from destroying it. Then, James can continue to access the energy from the tower to boost his strength. Finally, Edward focused on James, blonde hair, brown eyes, slightly muscular, and a well-defined jawline. However, he did not care about these things. Edward could see a red light flash deep in his pupils. Furthermore, his overall aura was different. Your mana. You discovered it? I guess I should not be surprised. The abyss corrupted you? How is that possible? He could sense dark mana from James' body. The concept of dark mana was long theorized after the Empire discovered different energies. No actual development manifested from this theory until Edward brought Dr. Jekyll from the Mummy 4 world, and it was finally proven to be true after the Empire encountered the Abyss plane. However, knowledge about the Abyss and dark mana is the highest secret, only known to a few people in the royal family and the Illuminati. Hehehe, why are you surprised? When you look into the Abyss, it gazes back, said James Carter with a twisted laugh. Are you related to Guznad? Is he the one who used the Abyss to corrupt you? Him? Is he worthy? Yes, something is odd. Even if Guznad had access to the legacy of the Magus race, there is no way he could completely bypass our system. Luna used Netheril for her divination but did not get anything, which is abnormal. Does he have the help of an Abyss Prince, tier 10? No, maybe even the legendary king, tier 11. Edward recently confirmed the existence of tier 11 in the wizard world, so it's not out of pocket that the Abyss has one too. Edward looked at James, and the latter felt every single thing about him was being seen through, and he hated this feeling. So, James began to release his power, preparing for a confrontation. I sense a subtle will in your body, continued Edward. I see. This is not just the work of a king. The Abyss will is also involved, trying to interfere in the affairs of our plane. If there ever was a plane that will wishes to swallow, it would be the birthplace of the Magus race. The only issue is why would Guznad risk everything to work with Abyss Demon? He should know the result. James Carter made a growling sound before creating a large sun made of dark fire. The intensity of that attack reached tier 8 because he used his arcane spark to boost his spell with the karma he had gathered. Wish? James' spell suddenly disappeared as if it was never here. Anti-magic, he said in shock. He remembered the library was recently updated and there was knowledge about anti-magic on it. However, the classification of anti-magic was very high. James was flustered for a moment before regaining his bearing. He was an arcanist, the perfect magical class. Without hesitation, he controlled the earth and metal energy coming from the city in his demiplane. Yes, good response, commented Edward, who proceeded to forcibly regain control of the earth and metal energy of this entire place, once again rendering James powerless. How is that possible? It's a new ability I've recently learned after increasing my energy control talent, explained Edward briefly. He acquired too many chances during his trip to Naruto. If I guess correctly, Guznad must be playing a dangerous game. He probably cannot keep the outside gods for too long, so he wished to deal with us with the Abyss before breaking up his words and forcing you, demons, back to your plane. What a stupid decision. The moment Guznad chose to work with the Abyss, his fate was doomed. He would forever be unable to live peacefully in this plane as the gods will hunt him down to their last breath. What do you know, said James as he mobilized the aura inside his body, preparing for a close combat battle. Edward shook his head before suddenly stopping. Then, his face turned ugly. No, you're only a sacrificial pawn, a distraction. Chapter 483, Plot. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Ha ha ha, you finally noticed, said James with an eerie smile as he rushed toward Edward with unparalleled speed. He concentrated his aura on his fist, preparing a punch capable of doing devastating destruction to a star. However, Edward instantly cast a gravity spell that increased the surrounding gravity by 100,000 times that of Earth, crushing James on the floor. Hokuto, yelled Edward, and his dragon spirit manifested in this place, with all its glory. Deal with him. The dragon nodded before using its claws to create layers of barriers upon James, sealing him and all his powers. In the meantime, Edward had already left. He activated his cosmic awareness and sensed danger originating from one of the other demi-planes. Without wasting time, he used his space-time rules to force his way inside. As soon as he arrived at his destination, he knew he was at the correct place. Someone was floating in the air with countless enchantments on the ground and in the air. Wentworth, said Edward with gritted teeth. He knew this arcanist. His name was Edward Wentworth III. He was not a tower master despite reaching tier 7. However, Edward remembered his theory on the relationship between memories, the spirit, the mind, and the soul. He talked to the latter and chose to call him Wentworth since they had the same first name. You're too late, said Wentworth before a terrifying energy wave emanated from his body. Such a spell will not only affect Earth but destroy the solar system and the surrounding dozens of star systems, thought Edward, not hiding his anger. I guess I should admire you, you can be calm even in such a situation, said Wentworth with a sneer. Then, a smile appeared on his face as he watched his masterpiece complete. Edward raised his hand, and Wentworth shook his head in pity. A green magic circle appeared before Edward. Then, everything stopped. The green flames that Wentworth would ravage the center of the empire, killing billions of people, Wentworth himself, the magic circles in the ground and sky, everything stopped moving. Well, except for 2 people. Time magic? On this scale, muttered Wentworth, ignoring the fact only his mouth could move. It was not surprising the Emperor could use time magic since it is one of the most powerful and fascinating magic in the cosmos. There is a list in the Empire of Arcanists with the talent and capabilities of using time magic. And Wentworth knew that amongst these people, even the Empire only had a rudimentary control over time magic. The latter might be able to affect objects the size of an apple, but nothing bigger. Furthermore, it could not yet affect living things. Ha ha ha, everyone underestimates how many secrets you have, they don't know how truly scary you are, said Wentworth with a deep sigh. Regretting now? Asked Edward as he flew over to him. There is no point in regret, losing is losing. Is this what this is about? You want to win over me, said Edward, controlling his anger. Maybe, maybe not. So, what did Guznad offer you for such a betrayal? Wentworth did not answer him, but Edward did not mind. You should understand you cannot hide the truth from me, persuaded Edward. You're arrogant, so I doubt you would allow anyone to place any seals in your soul. So, there should be a contract. However, there are hundreds, if not thousands, ways to annul or bypass a contract. So, I will spare your last dignity if you tell the truth. Wentworth was silent for a moment. He offered me control over a plane. Edward squinted his eyes. So, the rumors are true, you do already know about other planes. After Havika created his mathematical model and became a tower master, the existence of other planes was almost confirmed among high-level arcanists. There were even rumors the royal family had already discovered planes and were using their resources for their own. A few people even guessed that the emperor suddenly disappeared and returned with a bunch of new knowledge because of conquering other planes. So, you thought your life would be more successful after conquering one plane. I have seen with my own eyes. Most magical civilizations cannot reach beyond tier 4 because of the lack of knowledge, said Wentworth. Mages simply do not have enough knowledge to increase their soul strength and reach higher tiers. So, they have to resort to drinking potions, weird ceremonies, and slow and inefficient meditation methods to increase their soul. And while they also have to worry about the increase of mana, most human mages cannot reach tier 4, where they can increase their lifespan and die a mediocre life. Why are you so powerful? Asked Wentworth with red eyes. It's because you have an entire empire researching and creating knowledge for you. Since you can do it, why can't I? Edward shook his head. Many of you believe it is easy to do what I did. However, you're the first one to hide your research like your life depends on it. With such a mindset, how could any of you create something like the Arcane Empire? He did not hide his sneer. Don't be a hypocrite. You also hide many things. Yes, I do. But what I do hide is minuscule compared to what I share. Wentworth did not know what to answer. Most arcanists agreed much knowledge in the Empire should not be available to the public or anyone for that matter, for example, time magic. However, with an affordable price and the signing of the appropriate contract, any tier 4 arcanists can buy such research. He knew all of this was in the name of further developing magic and pushing its boundary. This does not change anything, argued Wentworth. However, his voice lacked certain convictions. Let me ask you, did it ever occur to you that Guznad was tricking you? I'm not stupid. So, I made sure there was nothing wrong with the contract. Did he offer you a tier 7 plane? What do you mean? You do know planes have levels, don't you? I wasn't aware. So, he only offered you a plane. What are you getting at? Wentworth snapped. Guznad could have just given you a tier 9 plane. With your current strength, you would only be discovered by the plain will and instantly annihilated. Wentworth's face was ugly to look at. From your reaction, I'm guessing you don't even know what a plain will is. Edward shook his head. He could tell what kind of person Wentworth was, full of ambitions, arrogant, and yet, extremely ignorant while thinking he was smart. There is a reason higher beings do not know how to deal with lower ones besides strength. Their vision, experience, and knowledge are on a completely different level. Wentworth's face underwent numerous changes. Are you going to kill me? Yes, replied Edward. You don't have to say anything more. You've touched my bottom line, so you have to die, continued Edward. However, you can be reassured that your death will not be in vain since I will make an example of you. What do you mean? Your story will be used in classes throughout the Empire to teach young citizens of the consequences of trying to deal with devils, gods, or creatures of higher powers than themselves. You're going to use me as propaganda and brainwashing, yelled Wentworth. Well, I guess you could see it that way. Damn you, Wentworth's mouth became frozen in time, and Edward waved his hand to burn his body before sealing his soul in a diamond. Then, he dealt with the green flame spell. Finally, he resumed the time that was stopped. Chapter 484, Royal Response. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Edward teleported to James' demiplane. And as he expected, Hokuto had already dealt with the threat by sealing the corrupted arcanist. The dragon spirit handed him a small cube before disappearing. Edward could hear a sound coming from the cube in his palm. Any last word? What did you do? What are you all right? Asked James. I guess these are your last words, sneered Edward. You don't need to threaten me. I know how you operate. You will try every means to get more information from me, but I guarantee you won't succeed. James knew this man very well, a person whose core values involved the word value. He loves geniuses because of their values. He embraces all races, ethnicities, and species because of their value as a collective. So, since he was more valuable alive, James believed he would be fine. And as long as he can withstand the torture, it's only a matter of time before the Empire falls under the might of the Abyss Plane. Oh, silly James, you haven't realized your true value yet, said Edward with a smirk. Wait, you want to use me as an experimental material. Otherwise, you are the first corrupted arcanist capable of using dark mana. Your existence is way more valuable than any information I could extract from you. Furthermore, I'm sure your soul already has the mark of the Abyss Will. And with my current strength and knowledge, it would be futile to try to deal with it. However, it is worth studying. No, you can't do this. The Empire's law forbade using other arcanists as experimental materials. If you do this, the royal family cannot survive the backlash. Your ironclad rule or control of the Empire will be shaken. You underestimate my control over my country, rebutted Edward. Plus, this law has a loophole. Such a protection is not afforded to heinous criminals or traitors such as yourself. Edward loved and cherished his empire. After all, it is his baby that he spent years building from the ground up. However, he did not need the empire as much as it needed him. If people revolted against his reign, he could just begin a new and better empire on another galaxy, plane, or universe. The Arcane Library, which contains 90% of the entire empire's knowledge and technology, will make the process 100 times easier. So, if he needs to abandon everything from Earth and start from scratch, he is more than capable of doing so. Edward placed James away before teleporting back to his palace. And as soon as he arrived, he accepted all the calls waiting for him. More than a dozen screens appeared before him as the royal family and the members of the Illuminati called him simultaneously. What happened? Asked Amelia. Why was time stopped? All the people present have 3 magical items they must carry with them at all times, a anti-time stopping item, anti-instant death item, and a void teleportation spell item that stores a small portion of void energy that can break through any space blockade spells, allowing them to run away in a dangerous situation. As such, they were the few people capable of moving during Edward's time stop. Of course, the main reason is that they were not the main target. Edward explained the entire situation to everyone. How did they bypass our defense system? Asked Dumbledore. Has the intelligence and divination department become so incapable? Asked Grindelwald. Don't blame the divination department, we're already overworked, chimed Luna. Recently, their department received 2 new seers, Maiko Satoru and Yami's sister, the Divine Maiden. With these 2, things have eased a lot in their department. However, Luna has been easing them into their station so as not to place them under too much pressure. I'm sure your highness is doing her best. However, you can also see the consequences of failures, replied Grindelwald, and Luna had to agree. In some ways, their department is the first line of defense of the Empire, and their failure almost caused the destruction of the central area of the Empire. Such a blow would not destroy the Empire but would cripple it for the next few hundred years. And as long as Guznad took this opportunity, it could truly be the end. We need to indeed expand the amount of diviners. But you know very well such talent is rare. Expend the pools we have to choose from. Do you mean the multiverse? Asked Luna. But, we are currently banished from accessing it. You can also go to other planes, explained Edward. Plus, I was referring to the Dark Multiverse. Dark Multiverse? What's that? I already updated the information in the library. You can check it. Forget that for now. We have not discovered how Guznad bypassed our defenses. If that problem is not solved, we cannot solve the issue from the core, commented Olivier. If I guess correctly, it should be through dream, said Edward. Dream revelation. Olivier suddenly remembered that intelligence named Albert. Indeed, that seems to be the most common way the gods talk to their followers. Now we know the method. What solutions do we have? Asked Amelia. We can just create a dream dimension as a barrier to the Empire's territory, suggested Rowena. This should be no problem for Chloe. That's a good idea. With this dimension, it's possible to intercept any dream revelations from gods or higher beings in the future, agreed Amelia. Since they were destined to be the enemy of the gods, they needed to be prepared for all possibilities. More than that, we can use dreams to gather information, assassination, and even plant suggestions into people's minds, added Grindelwald. Such a method could create major backlash if discovered, swiftly argued Dumbledore, who opposes using the dream for such a method. Although he supported the Empire after seeing the cruelty of the universe, he also did not want things like severe monitoring to become common in the Empire. And many people like Lily and Flitwick agreed with him. Plus, most arcanists stop sleeping and dreaming after a certain tier. This method is not effective. If they don't dream, we make them dream, added Grindelwald. There is no need to go this far on how people, countered Rowena. But, we don't need such restraint on foreign powers. Set up the dimension and relevant department, Edward said, making a decision. We need dream aurors, intelligence gatherers, and assassins. We don't have to use it on the citizens, unless there is reasonable cause. Very well, uttered Amelia, since this is her department. Now, how do we deal with the outside reaction? Although only these people were not affected by the spell, the other arcanists quickly found something was wrong, especially since only the time of planet Earth stopped. With communication with other colonies, their own intuition, and the input of the few known arcanists capable of using time magic, people soon discovered what happened. Tell them the truth, said Edward. If the news that we can stop time around an entire planet, many people will not easily accept such a thing. This could lead to chaos, said Amelia with a frown. These powerful arcanists will not easily accept that someone could so easily control their lives, even though they already know this to be a fact once the floating cities appear. We can minimize the impact if we say it was an artifact from the Time Aurors department, said Edward. These people might more easily accept this fact if they don't know he did it with his own strength. Plus, I plan to have a chat with them. Once I'm done, they won't dare openly complain, continued Edward. The Time Auror is a semi-open secret. So, it would be easier to accept, agreed Amelia. The more important thing is after this incident, many of these people will begin to study anti-time magic, leading to many brilliant ideas and developments, said Edward with glowing eyes. Everyone nodded with him. All right, you can continue with your own thing. Luna, stay, I have something to say to you, said Edward. Chapter 485, More Control. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Is this about the divination department? Asked Luna. You should know things are beyond my ability. No, Edward shook his head. I wouldn't blame you for something like that. Oh, then, what did you want? Edward paused, his hesitation obvious from his facial expression. Luna looked at him weirdly. Are you going to ask me to do something morally outrageous again? Edward's mouth almost twitched. It's not as bad as you make it sound. What is it this time? She asked with an exasperated sigh. I just had an idea on how to boost the strength of the divination department. And that would be. Edward no longer hesitated and replied, take countless variants of yourself from the multiverse, purify their seer bloodline before connecting their minds together, forming an amplifier, allowing them their ability to reach new heights. You want to use my variants from the multiverse as some sort of battery or divination artifact. When you put it that way, it sounds worse than it sounds. And how exactly do you think that sounds? We can erase their memories so they don't feel any pain. Luna's bloodline was special, making it impossible to clone her. And even the successful clones lost her seer abilities, so this plan has to use different versions of herself from the multiverse. That sounds even worse, argued Luna. They would be nothing but objects once you succeed. We will be using the versions from the dark multiverse, meaning they would all be evil. And that won't make the situation any better. Based on what you said about the dark multiverse, these people turned evil because of one or two events that went wrong in our timelines. In other words, they are the way they are because of fate and circumstances. Edward groaned a little. In that case, think of the long term. If you agree to this project, it can increase your chances of reaching tier 11. You know what is at stake and what is waiting for us in the future. Don't try to guilt trip me. We don't even have a proper method of reaching tier 11. So, this project will not affect the general situation. Edward looked her in the eyes for a few seconds before sighing. Then, what about a compromise? Instead of using your variants, we use Professor Trelawney. Although her divination bloodline is nothing compared to yours, we can make up for the gap using numbers. Plus, we don't have to tell her anything. Luna frowned for a moment. I'll think about it. Then, she immediately ended the conversation, leaving Edward alone on his throne. Morgana, what do you think the consequences would be if I did it behind her back? The little elf appeared before him. She has great control over the department, so it's very unlikely to hide it from her. And once she finds the truth, well, the best case scenario is she ignores you for a few years, possibly hundreds of years, and the worst case scenario is she divorces you. Edward groaned softly as he muttered, so severe. Huh. Boss, if I may say something. Go ahead. You know there is no need for reservation between us. Your current reaction is probably the result of your insecurity that the Empire's defense system was so easily breached. In other words, your paranoia makes you subconsciously fear similar things will happen again. So, you want to do whatever necessary to ensure it doesn't, even at the cost of your personal relationship. Edward paused. You're probably right. I usually am, said Morgana with a smile, trying to lighten the mood. She knew her best was in a delicate state after experiencing the illusion formations. So, his paranoia was at an all-time high, fearing the things that happened in the illusion would come true. Well, smartass, I'm glad you're here to keep me in check, said Edward as he rolled his eyes. Let's get back to work. Did you send the invitations? Yes. Everybody is already waiting. Did anyone not show up? No, but a few people seemed deep into important research and sent a representative. That's fine, nodded Edward. Let's begin. Thousands of screens appeared before him, showing him all types of arcanists, humans, other races, old, young, women, men, and some people who even looked like children for odd reasons. All the people present were people who had a private demiplane, so their ranks ranged from Tier 4 to Tier 7. As soon as these people appeared, they saluted the Emperor as a form of politeness. However, after seeing Edward's nonchalant, almost cold response, they knew something must have happened. Less than 30 minutes ago, arcanists James Carter and Edward Wentworth III betrayed the Empire and sold their soul to Guznad. Wentworth almost succeeded in using a Tier 8 spell, destroying the entire solar system. The faces of these arcanists changed. Their hearts trembled as they realized how close they were to death. Among these people, few people could survive the sudden destruction of the solar system. So, the result of such a terrorist act would be catastrophic. Your Majesty, is this why there was an anomaly of time stopping recently? Asked an arcanist. Yes. Everyone quieted down, analyzing the ramifications of this event. A few smart people had already guessed the reason for this meeting and were unhappy. I made the use of demiplanes public to give you personal space to do your research. I basically allow each of you to have your own small country where you have absolute power, including military powers in the forms of golem legions. But what is the result? Many people were against such loose control of the demiplanes, and many others were against allowing private use altogether. But Edward proceeded because, in the future, arcanists will travel to other planes and, eventually, other universes. So, they need to be a walking civilization to conquer, visit, or explore these places. So, he allowed them to develop to prepare for the future. Anyway, private demiplanes will be more strictly regulated from now, and the threshold for possessing one will be raised. We will place a dimensional wall to separate all demiplanes from the Empire's territory to prevent the previous situation. So, be prepared that it will be more difficult for you to enter the territory from your demiplane. These arcanists secretly cursed in their mind. Although the Emperor used sophisticated words like more strictly regulated, they knew what these words actually meant. The intelligence department will now secretly infiltrate their demiplanes and monitor them. After all, they need resources for their experiment or raising their legion, so it's easy to infiltrate. Even the ones who do not allow people in their space and only use golems did not think they were safe. With the royal family's capabilities, it's not impossible for them to secretly control many of their golems without anyone else being aware. Additionally, that dimensional wall will also affect them as it will make traveling to Earth more challenging, limiting their connection to other arcanists. The exchange of ideas and knowledge is the cornerstone of any powerful arcanist. So, most of them will have great connections, friends, or acquaintances with people in many fields. If this decision was made any time before today, they could protest, even banding together and using public opinion to protest such a decision. However, these cunning casters knew it was impossible to do so with the betrayal of these two. If they tried anything now, they would become pawns for the Emperor to display his power and warn others. I have said what I needed to, said Edward. The meeting is finished, and you're dismissed. He waved his hand to close all these screens, not giving anyone the chance to ask any more questions. Chapter 486, Balance. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Edward's meeting with the people with private demiplanes did not spread to the general public. However, it spread amongst other arcanists, especially the Tower Masters living in Academy City. Acquiring a tower in that city is one of the highest honors of the Empire. It is a status of strength, power, and acknowledgement of one's achievements. And after receiving the tower, most people will stay there and do their research. As such, it's not a problem for them to have one or multiple demiplanes on the towers. However, there are political implications behind the towers. With all these talented arcanists in one place, it is easier to monitor and essentially control them. Many people do not like such a fact. So, many tower masters would leave their towers empty and have their research laboratory in their own residence across Earth or other places in the Empire's territory. The Empire's tolerance for these people is very high. After all, they are still people who follow the rules but do not like to be under strict management or regulations. However, there is a group of tower masters who prefer to use private demiplanes. These people do not only want privacy but absolute control and power over a domain, hence the demiplanes. Based on a tower master's choice, they will be placed on a watch list of different levels. The lowest level is those who stay in Academy City. These people are often supporters of the Empire, or at the very least, support order and not abuse their godlike power. The second level involved those who stayed in the Empire's territory and had deep connections with many of their peers. Finally, there are the people with private demiplanes, the group full of ambitious individuals. After the news spread, many of these tower masters in the third level acted. Some returned to Academy City, while a few also gave up their private demiplane. These people were smart and understood the Emperor's tolerance of them had lowered. As the brightest mind of the Empire, their value also corresponds to a dangerous threat. As such, despite the Emperor's love for talent, he might begin to secretly liquidate them. The Ghost Squad was not a joke. If those lunatics decided to quietly eliminate them, only a few people might survive. Well, that was the thought of many people prior to recent events. Now, people knew the Empire had a way to stop time for the entire planet. Although they guessed the price for deploying such technology must be enormous, it would not matter to the Emperor if he truly wanted to eliminate them. So, as an act of precaution and to send a signal of their obedience or change of mind. After his chat with Luna and Morgana, Edward spent the next few hours checking the media and Skynet to check people's reactions to recent events. The word traitor has become a little sensitive during this war. However, the populace was shocked that someone of that caliber betrayed the Empire and became a terrorist. Luckily, everything was still under control, and the people did not panic. So, Edward created another clone to work on the dimensional wall that separated those people with demiplanes. Finally, he decided to take a break by taking a long bath and sleeping. It has been years since he slept, if he did not count fun times with any of his wives. So, he chose to relax for the next few hours until his meeting with the Black Clover squads. After arriving at the destination, everyone was already there, the captains, Asta and Yuno, Queen Lilopeka, representatives from the Eastern continent, and many other people. As soon as Edward appeared, everyone was either drinking, eating, or chatting. However, he could sense a weird mood or atmosphere in the venue. Sir Wizard King. No, I mean, His Majesty, the Arcane Emperor, said one of the vice-captains who first saw Edward. Everyone finally noticed him and saluted together. There was disharmony with all these people talking together because some people called Wizard King while others called Arcane Emperor. A few people started calling him one name before changing midway. Be at ease, said Edward with a smile before heading near a bonfire and sitting on a log. He immediately became the center of attention but did not pay attention to such a thing. After sitting down, his adopted daughter, Charmy, handed him a large piece of meat, followed by a bowl of pasta and rice. Thanks, said Edward as he ate ravenously. Edward ate his food, and Charmy kept giving him until he finished the dessert she gave him. Finally, he glanced at the group. You guys have become boring, said Edward, and no one knew how to answer these words, except one. Can you blame them, said Yami, who still had his rugged look while smoking his cigarette. He even ignored his sister, who was secretly kicking him as a warning. It's good to see you haven't changed, said Edward. That's yet to be determined, replied Yami. Edward nodded. I'm sure many of you have questions. I will take this time to answer you. No one immediately spoke. So, after an awkward silence for a few seconds, they looked at Yami. However, he shrugged his shoulders to indicate not to rely on him. I will speak, said Fugilian, who walked to the front. Sir, to be honest, I think the majority of us are lost. What is our purpose in this world? Safety? From our observation, the Aurors, Earth Defense Force, and the Imperial Navy are more than enough to protect not only this planet but the territory of the Empire. As magic knights, they used to protect their kingdoms. But now, they seem to be useless. Maybe research, continued Fugilian. However, most of us are fighters and not good at research. Furthermore, what we can contribute in general to the technology tree of the Empire is very little. So, what is our purpose? Edward saw a few people nodding their heads, and he could tell the majority of people present agreed with Fuglian's words. So, he took a moment to organize his words. I brought you all here for many reasons. The majority of you are extremely gifted individuals. And after integrating into the Empire and using its resources, you can become some of the strongest arcanists alive. Edward squinted his eyes. The Empire is destined to rule over this universe. Our tentacles will stretch to every corner, and many people, the gods, to be specific, will not allow such a thing. So, I need as many talented individuals as possible for this grand war that's coming. And that's not the only reason I brought you back. To be exact, there are two things that only your team can accomplish. Everyone focused. The first one is the Plane Expedition Legion. The Empire has recently discovered the existence of other planes. You can think of them as places like the Underworld and Elysium from your dimension. I will create a legion of people to infiltrate certain planes and slowly rise from the ground up. The members of these regions need to be talented, willing to take risks, and flexible enough to succeed in such a dangerous mission. Many of your magic fits the requirement for this legion, explained Edward, who suddenly paused as he took a drink from Charmy and caressed her head. And the final purpose I brought you here is to bring balance to the Empire. Balance? I don't think anything needs balance, said Fuglian. The Empire is divided into Scholar and Battle Arcanist. Because of my desire for more knowledge, Scholar Arcanists have a higher status, are stronger, and are more valued. Meanwhile, Battle Arcanists do the most dangerous jobs, receive less compensation, and have lower political and economic status. Unfortunately, the situation has reached a point where the balance is too one-sided. And that's where you come in. I will use you guys to raise the status of Battle Arcanists and reinstate the balance. Chapter 487, Bloodline Source. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. How exactly do you expect us to achieve such a thing? Asked Yami as he blew his smoke. In fact, you guys already have an equalizer, said Edward as he summoned his grimoire. Previously, only scholars could study and create spells, and as the creator of said spells, it was virtually impossible to surpass them under normal circumstances. Furthermore, they can use the spells to earn money and exchange resources. Battle mages did not have such luxury. At best, they could modify a spell, which can allow them to earn arcane points and coins, but they still had to pay for the copyrights. But now, things are different. With the Origin Grimoire in my control, battle mages can now create any spells based on their willpower, desires, and type of magic. So, even if they do not truly understand the spells, they can create them and use them like the scholars. And that's one of the few benefits of this thing. So, where do we fit in all this? Asked Nozel, who did not think things were as simple as they brought this grimoire magic system. Basically, I will make you into the beacon or symbol for battle mages. You need to defeat some of the most powerful scholars in the Empire, especially the ones who are advocates of scholar supremacy. You need to show the world that battle mages are no longer inferior to anyone else. And while you're in the spotlight, I will secretly manipulate things to weaken the scholars and raise the status of battle mages. The room quieted down for a few seconds before a burst of wild laughter echoed in everyone's ears. That sounds interesting, said Mirioliana. Isn't fighting? That's what we are best at. I'm glad you're confident, nodded Edward. However, things will not be as easy as you think. In this world, knowledge literally equals power. Scholars are more powerful than battle mages because they have a deeper understanding of the essence of magic. Furthermore, although they are called scholars, do not think they are a bunch of nerds stuck in a laboratory every day, with little to no battle experience. With virtual reality, they can acquire as many battle experiences as needed, and the majority of them will alter their memories during the experience to forget they are in a virtual world, allowing them to experience true life and death battles. Because of this, the one advantage that battle mages have, willpower, will not differ too much from these scholars. Everyone had a pondering look. Many people had the idea this assignment would be easy because of the reason Edward brought up. After all, the name scholar indicated many things. But now, they realized this was a nightmare-level mission. Why does it feel like these scholars were designed to be all-encompassing? Said Yami. That's because they were, said Edward. I should have guessed as much. Edward smiled wryly and did not answer. He created the concept of scholars to ensure the Empire focused most of its effort on developing magic and technology. And in the early stages, he also wanted them to be the mainstream of the Empire, so he guided them by making sure they had no weakness in combat. Sir, do you have a specific plan for this mission? Asked Fuego Leon. Yes, and you will have my full support. However, you guys should also be prepared to become stars. If you're uncomfortable with the spotlight or wish your life to remain private, it's best not to participate. We will discuss amongst ourselves and decide, nodded Fuego Leon. That's good. Any more questions? Me, I have a question. Edward looked at the overexcited short man and secretly smiled after seeing Asta had not changed much after so many years. The Empire's centenary anniversary will be in 23 years. If you defeat me, you can take my position as the Arcane Emperor. Really? That's the law. Asta's eyes twinkle as he finds a new goal for himself. He became the Wizard King, and soon, he will become the Arcane Emperor. Edward smiled as he continued the party, however, the mood was much lighter. He checked on the integration of the two continents from that universe into Pangaea and how ordinary people were adapting to the recent changes. He focuses especially on the dwarves and elves. After settling everything, Edward left early to see an old friend. He teleported to a room where a woman was watching intently at a screen. She was startled by his sudden appearance and almost released a devastating spell. Oh, it's you, said Fleur before nodding. What's wrong with you? Asked Edward. Just tired. When was the last time you rested? A while. Edward frowned. Fleur had returned from the Black Clover trip with him. However, she's been doing research since then. The worrying part is that Edward sensed time acceleration in this room, and she appeared to have not slept for a while. You need to rest. No, I'm so close. If I succeed, it will be a monumental creation on PAR with your floating city. And you might succeed if you rest and revert your mind to its peak state. Fleur could not find the words to argue back. So, she nodded and went to take a deep sleep. Normally, deep sleep of only 3 hours is enough for a normal human to function for 48 hours without any problem. And the effect is exponentially better for arcanists with high spiritual strength. However, Fleur slept for 24 hours straight while in deep sleep. Feeling better? Asked Edward, who was waiting for her. Yes, I needed that, said Fleur as she gave him a peck on the cheek. That's good. So, what got you so excited? Fleur's eyes immediately lit up as she hurriedly showed him a screen that displayed a sleeping dragon, Albion. It's been a while since I last saw that overgrown lizard, commented Edward. He placed the Dragon King inside a world gate located in the void outside of this universe. He did not want the dragons to locate him and discover the existence of the Empire. I have found the bloodline source of the dragons, said Fleur as she showed him another picture of another dragon. This one had an aura of vicissitude and power emanating from them. It had golden and purple scales, what appeared to be a crown on its head, laying on a mountain of treasure. No, a world of treasure. Oddly though, the dragon's size was not too big. This dragon should be the origin of all dragon bloodlines, explained Fleur. He is also the controller of their bloodline source, which is an unknown dimension where dragons keep their memories, knowledge, and inheritance. This dragon might be tier 11. Or, at the very least, very close to that level, commented Edward. From his information, there should be no tier 11 entities in the cosmic faith plane. However, he understood that nothing is ever as simple as stated. For example, why have those top planes never invaded? Their fear of the Magus race is indeed the primary reason, but there should also be some things or beings that make them careful. And this dragon might be one of these beings. Since you found their bloodline source, did you manage to steal their inheritance? No, replied Fleur as she shook her head. I only acquire some useless memories. Oh, is there a reason? Their defense is more powerful than I anticipated. Furthermore, I have a feeling that this dragon might detect me if I try. According to Fleur's analysis, if she was not outside of the universe and had an advantage, she might not even have succeeded in acquiring these small memories. Do you have any idea? Not yet. The best way is to have him tell you himself. I see, said Edward as he watched the sleeping Albion. This should not be why you were so obsessed. You're right. I have found something truly remarkable. Chapters list next. Chapter 488, Fleur's Path. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I have found my path forward, said Fleur as she summoned a bunch of schematics. My plan is to create my bloodline source, becoming the ancestor of bloodline. She showed Edward how she would build a special dimension similar to the dragons to keep the memories and inheritance. This is the first step of this plan. The second step is controlling an entire plane, preferably tier 10. Then, I will have all the people on that plane implanted with my bloodline. Through the bloodline source, I can have them research bloodlines and related knowledge for me. I can take some mana and soul strength from them, allowing me to reach tier 10 at the fastest speed. And if something eventually happens to me, I can use the dragon's method and reincarnate by having someone of close bloodline inherit all my knowledge and memories. What do you think? She looked at him, hoping for his input and approval. So, you've basically created the bloodline version of Faith. Fleur paused before chuckling. I guess I did. With the way she will be using bloodline, it is indeed similar to the gods' faith and their divine kingdom. What do you think of my plan? There are many advantages. Your path to tier 10 will be quick and without much problem. You will have an entire world dedicated to researching bloodlines, spells, and knowledge for you. If done correctly, you could probably make it so you could borrow the power of your bloodline descendants. However, this is also a double-edged sword. The right person could use these descendants to hurt since you're connected by bloodline. I've thought of this. So, the bloodline source will also need a buffer or countermeasures to prevent that from happening, nodded Fleur. It's good you're cautious. The second issue is your bloodline itself. The Vila bloodline is an off-branch of the succubus bloodline, and it's of lower status. You don't have to worry much since you now have the succubus bloodline. However, I have recently started to believe that succubi are not native to the cosmic faith plane and originated from the abyss plane. And there is a high chance there is already a bloodline source for succubus. Your project could lead to trouble and confrontation with it. This problem is easy to fix, said Fleur quickly. I can create a unique bloodline by fusing the former Vila, the current succubus, and the succubus bloodline from the Konosuba world. Better yet, I can hunt succubus bloodline from other universes to add, ensuring my bloodline source is unique and not related or influenced by the one from the abyss. That's good. In that case, I recommend adding another creature to your bloodline, nodded Edward. Do you fear there might be a succubus bloodline source for all universes in the void? Yes. There is a high chance that powerful creatures like dragons and succubi have a being on par with Merlin, who is the source of all bloodlines in the Omniverse. So, it's not a bad idea to prepare for this possibility. You make a good point. One of the things many people, including their family, admired about their husband is his cautious nature that bordered on extreme paranoia. However, such nature has prevented countless dangers and catastrophes with many dangerous experiments in the Empire. Otherwise, when there were not enough restrictions and control at the beginning of the Empire, the wizards were doing many dangerous experiments that laid the foundation for today's success. If not for Edward's caution, the Empire might have been destroyed before it was even created. You've done a great job. But this does not seem enough for you to be this obsessed, added Edward. You're right. The real source of my excitement is I have found my way to tier 11, said Fleur, not hiding her excitement. You want to use the bloodline source to control all your variants across the multiverse, asked Edward, who swiftly figured out the crux of her method. Correct. All of them should have the Vila's bloodline. Through this connection, I can turn them into me, thus achieving tier 11 multiversal. That's brilliant, said Edward, not hiding his shock and happiness. He hasn't found his way to achieve tier 11 yet since he only has some ideas. However, Fleur already created her method, and it's something unique to her. Right. She did not stop smiling. We can begin right after this war. You can use Netheril to conquer a tier 10 plane. No, one might not be enough to ensure no problem. Wait until I use the resources from the dark multiverse to create a second and even third tier 10 floating city. We should have more reassurance. Edward could see that Fleur might be the fastest of the family to reach tier 10 and 11. And once she succeeds, she will become the de facto protector of the Empire while the others catch up. As for him, he will be stuck in tier 8 for a while until he deals with the soul limit. Then, reaching tier 10 will be easy and quick. Afterward, he has to begin his research on becoming the perfect tier 11 and also turning Netheril into tier 11 and higher. That's fine, nodded Fleur, who guessed what she was thinking. If she can reach tier 11 as soon as possible, the Empire does not have to worry too much about the gods or threats from foreign planes. As for the tier 8 soul limit, she can use divine energy or world sources to deal with the issue. How far has the design for your bloodline source reached? Asked Edward. The dimension itself and all its abilities are 80% complete. The only thing is to tweak a few things because I've discovered the dragon bloodline source has a special method to perfectly hide their dimension. And without direct understanding and connection of a dragon king's bloodline, it's impossible to access. The hiding method is almost perfect. I'm trying to replicate it, and it's not going well, said Fleur. Take your time, said Edward. If you want a perfect hiding method, you can attempt using the void itself. Fleur's eyes lit up. Yes, I don't need to follow the dragon's methods. I can use my own method, which is even better. She felt excited, so she drew these notes down. What about the other aspect of the source? Continued Edward. I need to perfect my succubus bloodline and integrate so many things. It will take a while. You don't have to begin the project after the bloodline issue is solved. You can use your descendants to help your research. Although there will be some risks while using an incomplete bloodline, your method might be more efficient. And it's a good way to accelerate the entire project. However, I still need to go to other universes to gather bloodline samples. Let's make things simple and use the Akashic records. Won't that cost a lot? Yes, but it's worth it. Although we can instantly travel to other universes now, there is still some level of danger of traveling to the void. Plus, in the current situation, I can use old man Merlin's help to make the Akashic records more commendable. Edward wished nothing but for all his wives to become tier 11 as quickly as possible because he knew they had intense competition. Many of the geniuses reincarnated from primordial Earth should have similar wives in the shape of Hermione, Fleur, Luna, and even others. However, after tier 11, only one personality will be the dominant one, while the others will be clones. Although there are ways to cut off the connection to the main body after it becomes tier 11, it will complicate things and prevent the clones from ever reaching tier 11. So, if Fleur can be the first to become tier 11, all the other Fleurs who are married to other reincarnators from primordial Earth will become clones. And these reincarnators will have no choice but to use methods like cutting off cause and effect and reincarnating into a brand new person with the same name and face but a different soul. However, these methods should have side effects. As you wish, nodded Fleur. Alright, this should be everything for now. Let me talk to this old friend. Chapter 489, Albion. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Edward walked into a large room full of gold, silver, and jewelry. As soon as he entered, the gigantic dragon opened its eyes for a moment before closing them. Then, he opened both of them, raising his head as he gazed down. Tier 8? You're already tier 8, his voice booming as a few piles of treasure scattered because of the vibration. How long since I last saw you? How could you become so powerful so quickly? No, there is something else. The towering beast who naturally sat at the top of the food chain began to sniff around Edward. What are you doing acting like a dog? Said Edward, bewildered. This scent, I know it. It's the scent of people that have come into contact with authority. Have you become a law magus? How is that possible? Law magus? Is that the name of the magus race who controls the law? Well, I always learn something new and interesting every time I come to see you. Answer my question, demanded the dragon. Calm down. Albion realized he was acting too rash, so he took a moment to breathe and calm down. You really became a law magus. Yes. The dragon paused for a moment. Prove it. You don't believe me. Honestly, it's far-fetched. I'm sure there are others in the universe. People can only control authority by achieving godhood, replied Albion. A few people from ancient species like the High Elves have become law magus, but they are rare. As for your human race, I can't say for sure, but I've never met one in my long years. But what about the dragon race? Albion looked at him but did not answer, and Edward shrugged his shoulders. Are you going to show me the proof? Asked the Thunder Dragon King. I can't. Why not? Asked the dragon with a frown. I thought you were all about equivalent exchange. What I said is more than enough for a proof demonstration. I'm not saying that I won't, but I can't. You should be able to figure out the reason for yourself. A look of realization dawned on the mighty magical beast. You succeeded, didn't you? You found a way to exit the astral realm and leave the universe. Yes, replied Edward. Previously, he never gave the dragon a direct answer, but he did not hesitate this time. How is that possible? Asked the dragon, not minding how many times he had said these words. The dragon race has been searching for a way to leave the universe for countless eons since they believed that's the path the Magus race walked. They divided the race into the Dragon Gods and the Dragon Temple to use the path of godhood and their original magical talent as a way to better understand the universe and accomplish their goals. Yet, after so many years, they have nothing to offer in their research. But a human from a part of the galaxy that is considered the ghetto actually succeeded. As much as I would want to take credit, the main reason for my success is luck. Oh, how so? I discovered the breach in reality that the Magus race used in a parallel dimension. After studying it, I developed the technology. I see. Wait, did you say parallel dimensions? Yes. You opened the gate to the multiverse. Yes, ages ago. Albion closed his eyes, trying to calm down. He did not know how to process his emotions. The multiverse was another failure of the dragon race, albeit not a complete one like their attempt to leave the astral realm. You must be a child of destiny, said Albion suddenly. That would explain all your anomalies. Child of destiny? What's that? Edward had heard the term before in the novels he read in Primordial Earth. However, he pretended to be confused. It is a universal mechanism very prevalent in the heavenly Deo plane. Every time the plane faced an invasion that it could not deal with, the plane would choose someone and bless them with unparalleled talent, luck, and destiny. And such a person is called a child of destiny. So, basically, the protagonist of a story, said Edward. Exactly. Such a protagonist will bring great development and changes to the plane, allowing them to deal with the upcoming invasion, nodded Albion as he gazed at him curiously. Although such a method is prevalent in that plane, it's not unheard of for other powerful planes to do the same. So, I'm guessing Krona chose you to prepare for a future threat in our plane. Edward pondered briefly. Albion was not exactly correct. Krona chose him because he displayed tremendous talent and luck. In other words, her blessing was nothing but adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, Edward guessed Krona only chose him after he created the empire. Furthermore, she did not do it completely because of foreign threats but simply because she was tired of the gods and their inadequacy. You seem to have thought of something. Did you notice certain signs? Asked Albion. You don't need to do these things. The dragon grunted at him, but Edward ignored him. I came here to acquire the advanced dragon language from you. Unfortunately, this is the highest secret of the dragon clan, something even the high elves desire. So, I can't reveal them to you. Do you know where this place is? Why are you asking such a strange question? This place is located outside the astral realm, a place where the restrictions of your bloodline source have been drastically reduced. I placed you here to prevent your kind from finding you and discovering the empire. So, even if you pass it to me, there won't be any problem. The dragon contemplated for a moment. I know the high elves' spirit language, which is the source of their high magic. I can exchange it with you. Edward shook his head. If I guess correctly, the advanced dragon language allows your race to resonate with certain authority and use their powers. You're the Dragon King, so you must be very knowledgeable in the Thunder character, allowing you to borrow the power of Thunder Law. My theory is that each of the Dragon Kings knows one advanced dragon character that corresponds to their attribute. Am I correct? You're right, said the dragon, who felt exhausted dealing with someone of such high wisdom. Since you know this truth, you should understand my character won't do you much since you don't have Thunder authority. No, it's even more valuable since it can allow me to control Thunder Law. The Thunder character can only allow resonance with the Thunder authority of the universe. It cannot allow you to control. The dragon stopped as he realized his words made no sense. This man already controlled other authorities, so the Thunder character can be used by him to control a new one. In other words, it was perfect for someone like him. Have you realized the true purpose of the Thunder character? Or any of your dragon advance language, said Edward. They are the best training for people to become lawmagus, as you called it. In the future, when an arcanist reaches the willpower requirement to become legends, they can study whatever characters are needed for whatever authority they wish to control. Edward even plans to create his own character based on his 4 laws of space, time, destruction, and curse to allow other people to learn from them. And once he acquires more laws, he will also create other characters for them. However, now, he wished to get his hands on the dragon's character to learn more laws and how to create these characters. You want to train more lawmagus? Asked Albion. Isn't that obvious? My goal is to create an era even more prosperous than the Magus race. Chapter 490, Guznad Reaction. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Albion looked at the human before him. If it were before, he would think this person had an illusion of grandeur. After all the planes in the astral realm spent their entire existence and history chasing the shadows of the Magus race and never even seeing with close view. Yet, some humans dare to say he would create an era even more glorious than theirs. However, Albion cannot shake off the feeling that he might pull it off. Although this feeling was absurd in all senses of the word, he believed it. So, after pondering for a moment, he said, "Fine, I agree with your terms. However, I still need something in return." "Very well," said Edward with a smile. "I will give you all the resources you need to reach Tier 8. Albion was currently Tier 5, so this offer was satisfactory to him. "This is not enough." "Oh, do you have something in mind?" "I want you to take me to your next voyage," said Albion. "I want to see what is outside the astral realm." Edward considered for a moment. "I agree, but you still cannot return to the astral realm." "That's fine." Edward nodded. As long as the Dragon Temple and other dragon gods could not find Albion's location, everything would be fine. In the early stages, he was extremely weak, so he was more careful than normal. However, now, the Empire was a Tier 10 civilization, albeit a weak one compared to these Tier 10 gods and entities who have dozens of planes of the same level under their control. Regardless, the Arcane Empire still has ways to protect itself. And after the war, they can gather more resources to build a few more Tier 10 floating cities. After making the agreement, Albion did not go back to his words. He linked his soul to Edward, preparing to send the information to his mind. The dragon was nervous since he knew such an act would trigger a negative reaction from his bloodline. And as expected, as soon as he began the transfer, he felt something activated deep in his bloodline and soul. However, the backlash he expected did not come. It was like the bloodline source knew he had committed a taboo but could not find his location. It really works, thought Albion, feeling relieved. Although he believed Edward's words, a part of him was still scared. After all dragons with a pure enough bloodline will have an instinctive fear and respect for the source. After sighing in relief, he continued his transmission. The process took a while as Albion also transferred his understanding of the Thunder Dragon character, allowing Edward to wield as soon as possible. After the process ended, Edward did not back on his words and ordered a golem to bring back the resources Albion needed. One last thing before I leave. How many kings does your clan have, and what is their attribute? The dragon hesitated for a moment before deciding to answer. He realized his relationship with Edward might be the key that ensured the survival of the dragon race in the future, and with his help, the dragon might thrive under the arcane empire and reach heights they could only dream about. Let's see, there is water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, time, poison, life, death, and destruction. And before my death, I heard Order and Chaos King might be appearing soon. Each of the Dragon Kings has a character that corresponds to their attribute. So, the Dragon of Origin, the source of your bloodline, should be the one who controls all the characters. How do you know about Father? Father? Is that how you address and view him? Albion remained quiet. Although he decides to trust this human and even has high hopes for the future, there are certain things he cannot immediately let go of. Never mind, said Edward after seeing the dragon's reaction. You suddenly said new kings were being born. Yes, and what is it? Could it be that your clan chose certain individuals to become gods and control certain authority? Then, based on the authority, create a king bloodline and dragon character for the clan. Albion did not answer, but his silence spoke louder than words. If that's true, my opinions of your clans have improved. And what exactly did you think of us? A bunch of overgrown lizards with wings that relied only on their potent bloodline and had no desire for improvement or change. Well, there is also your greed for shiny things and uncontrollable lust. Albion was speechless since the latter was completely correct. Before the rise of the Magus race, their dragon race was exactly like this. However, the Magus race treated them like pets and experimental materials, thus destroying their pride. So, after their departure, their father encouraged them to change, improve, and strive toward a unified goal. You should check your prejudice, said Albion, keeping his face unchanged to hide his embarrassment. Edward gave him a look before leaving. He went to see the Water Dragon King. This one was in a worse situation than Albion since Edward had no foundation of trust with her. As such, she was in a sleeping state, not even tier 2, after so many years. The negotiation with her was fierce, and Edward had to spend a lot of time talking her into it. Finally, she accepted his offer. However, she was not like Albion, privy to certain secrets. She only accepted the deal because she believed she could use this opportunity to contact the bloodline source and tell someone of her situation. Unfortunately, her plan failed. And with Edward's soul contract, he could forcibly take the information from her mind. Finally, Edward returned to Earth, preparing to study the water and thunder characters in an attempt to control these two authorities. His plan is also to study the Death Staff with Bellatrix to gain control of Death Law, Icostar system, Desolate Planet. A lich knelt on the ground before Guznad, who sat on his throne. So, even this plan failed, huh? His tone was calm, but the lich had been with his liege for so long that he recognized the anger and frustration hidden deep inside. The lich knew to remain quiet in such a scenario, so he did not say anything. You seem to have something to say, said Guznad, looking at his attendant, whose body trembled after hearing these words. However, his lips remained tight. Go on with it, and don't make me repeat myself. My lord, I just don't think it was a good idea to ally with an Abyss Lord. Once the gods know of this, there will be no place for you in this plane. Guznad was quiet. He also did not want to use the power of the Abyss. However, the Empire was very sensitive to his power of death. So, for this plan to work, he needed to corrupt one of the arcanists and could not use his own power. We don't have much time left, and we need to hurry, explained Guznad. As for the Abyss, once I conquer this galaxy and get my hands on what I want, no one will know what I did. The lich opened his mouth and closed it. In his mind, things would never be this simple. However, since the deed had been done, there was no point in dwelling on it. Guznad glanced at his attendant before saying, prepare to move. We don't want the Arcane Empire to react to this next operation. Better yet, we need to prepare to deal them a great blow if they do. As you wish, said the lich before slowly walking out of the room, his head remaining in a low position, walking backward without daring to gaze upon his lord. Chapter 491, The Fall of Verdant, Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. 3 months have passed since the entire incident with James and Wentworth. Everything seemed quiet on the surface. Edward focused on acquiring the Thunder, Water, and Death Law while supervising the war. Meanwhile, the war is continuing fiercely. In such a short period, the majority of factions in the galaxy have fallen one way or the other, leaving only the Arcane Empire and Guznad. They fought over territory, population, and resources. However, Guznad's situation has not been ideal, even with the help of the summoned demons from the Abyss. Vita Star System, Planet Verdant. Queen Myrtle, dressed in her elegant white dress, looked intently at a towering tree. Compared to before, the tree had regained some of its vigor. Although it has not returned to its peak, the tree was at most 80% healed. Furthermore, the essence of the tree seemed to have improved. It was as if it was previously made out of normal iron, but now, it was composed of steel. The tree is not the only thing that has changed. Queen Myrtle's surroundings would twist once in a while before returning to normal. Such a phenomenon was the result of her uncontrollable mana. In a short few months, she made rapid progress, swiftly approaching Tier 9. However, as a result of her drastic growth, it was difficult to control her mana. Regardless of this side effect, Queen Myrtle was happy as a smile hung on her face. Her growth was a sign of the noble High Elf's bloodline in her body. As for the lack of mana control, her long lifespan and inherited memories are more than enough to deal with this issue once Guznad's trouble is dealt with. Myrtle was caressing the tree with a beautiful smile that could make the most hardcore man blush. Then, she suddenly stopped, a deep frown plastered on her face. What is this sensation? She found her body trembling slightly as a tremendous fear flashed in her mind. The process was so fast and so short that she momentarily thought she had been mistaken. For the next minute, Myrtle stood in the same position, trying to identify the source of this strange reaction. Then, the sounds of fastly approaching boots interrupted her thought. She took a deep breath to calm down her mind, regaining her regal and noble bearing. Did you find something? She asked without looking back. In the past few months, she sensed some of the elders were acting strangely. At first, she thought they became enthusiastic about studying the High Elf's bloodline, so she did not mind when they requested to retrieve blood samples from every citizen of the kingdom. However, recently, she felt something was wrong, so she began to secretly monitor these elders to see if she could find something wrong. That's not important right now, replied King Arian. A while ago, I suddenly felt a sense of dread looming over me. It was instant before disappearing. Arian saw his wife's movement paused for a moment, so he thought she was annoyed for bringing such an insignificant thing to her presence, so he hurriedly explained. The thing is, it was not only me. All the elders felt the same way, and so far, it appeared that anyone tier 6 and above felt the same thing. Myrtle quickly turned around. Are you telling the truth? There is no point in lying to you. Queen Myrtle only pondered briefly before saying, we must enter the highest alert level. Furthermore, prepare to evacuate the planet. Alas, she did not finish her words when she felt everything turn dark. The sun had receded. The two raised their heads to look at the sky and saw a black and eerie cloud enveloping the entire planet. The power of death, said King Arian with eyes almost popping from his head. His body involuntarily trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the queen reacted faster than him. She raised her hand to summon a staff made of silver wood. She slammed the staff on the ground, and countless beautiful writing appeared on the ground, covering the entire planet. Then, a shield appeared to cover the entire planet, pushing the black clouds outside of Verdant's atmosphere. Did you react so quickly? Said a deep and powerful voice that could be heard by every elf on the planet. I tried to prevent your danger senses from activating, but it seems I failed. Worthy of elves with Sun Elves bloodline. Unfortunately, it's useless. Today, your race will be turned into undead, serving me for all eternity. Guznad, said Queen Myrtle with clenched teeth. In the past few months, their kingdom has survived countless encounters and even showed signs of regaining its prosperity. As long as they are given enough time, Myrtle is sure to reach Tier 9 and be on par with Guznad and the Arcane Empire. Then, she can find a way for her people to survive this undead catastrophe. But now, all her senses are telling her only a dim future is awaiting them. Guznad did not say anything else and acted. An enormous black hand with the power of death descended on the planet's defensive system. The shield did not last for 5 seconds before showing signs of destruction. Luckily for the elves, their sacred tree, Validor, began to shine with silver holy lights. Then, with its blessing, the planetary shield was reinforced and blocked the hand. The black hand reacted by pointing one finger and making a hole in the shield. Then, it scattered into a cloud of black energy that prevented the tear from closing. And upon closer observation, the cloud is trying to open the size of the tear while the shield tries to close itself. From that tear, Guznad's troops swarmed in. Countless ships that looked like ordinary sailing boats traveled into space and entered the planet. There were so many of them that it covered the sky in a few seconds. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 pillars of lights flashed corners of the planet Verdant, annihilating all the ships along with the undead on its path. After the first wave of attack, only 5 people remained floating above the sky, and they were all Tier 8 undead. Light magic? Since when did the elves have such technology? Asked one of the Tier 8 ghosts. Did they buy them from the Arcane Empire? No, in the past few months, we suffered many defeats at their hands. Headquarters believed there was a new alliance between them and the Arcane Empire, hence why they acquired so much purification magic technology. But now, it appears this was the elf's development, replied a Tier 8 vampire. So, these elves not only have the Sun Elves bloodline, but some people awakened it. Most likely. That makes things a little tricky. The Sun Elves were known for their fire and light magic or any positive magic. No, it doesn't change anything. We only need to increase the sacrifice so we can fulfill the Lord's plan, replied a zombie wearing black armor. So, we send the Abyss Demons. Yes. Isn't that why we contracted them? After making a plan, the 5 acted swiftly. The next group of people who entered the tier were not undead but a group of abyss demons. These abominable creatures rushed into the planet. They instantly covered the sky as there were billions of them. They looked disgusting, creepy, and scary, and the majority smelled of sulfur, rotten and festered corpses, and blood. The elves quickly activated the planetary defense system they installed a few months ago. As these demons, they encountered a layer of protection. In the first layer, they encountered a small barrier world composed of a powerful purification enchantment. So, the majority of these demons were instantly purified of their filth and sin, leaving nothing but their ashes. But they did not care. The abyss demons used countless spells and methods to block the purification process before reaching the second layer of defense. This layer contained a magical flame that imitated the sun. So, millions of demons were instantly burned to death. And since this flame also had some purification power, more of them died. However, these creatures were bred to know no fear, including the fundamental fear of death from all living creatures. They bypassed that layer to reach the third level. In that layer, many small creatures, often known as spirit elves, were chanting a beautiful sound. After hearing it, the demons turned on themselves and began killing each other. And so, millions more die. But, based on their bloodline instinct, they must execute an order given to them. So, they still bypassed that layer after sacrificing millions of their kind. It's time, said the zombie general, looking in the distance. Chapter 492, The Fall of Verdant II, Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. The 5 Tier 8 undead acted swiftly, casting powerful defensive spells. As such, countless black shields appeared around them. Then, as soon as they finished, the 3 pillars of light hit them again. The power of the pillar was devastating. Although these 5 did the best, light magic was the nemesis of the undead. And since the attack was more concentrated this time, 2 undead were severely injured. Luckily, as undead, they do not feel fear or pain. So, such an injury was insignificant to them. Let's proceed, commanded the zombie general. The 5 raised their hands simultaneously to conjure black lights. Tier 8 spell, the Abyss Domain. The sky above planet Verdant suddenly changed. No, it was not just the sky but the entire planet. A weird aura that originated from the body of the fallen demons suddenly corroded the whole planet. The aura was eerie, disgusting, evil, and corrosive. Every fauna on this luscious green planet turned black, red, or purple. They turned from beautiful things that gave life to ugly species that resonated with despair and evil. And the plants and flowers were not the only creatures or things affected. Every rock, dirt, water, and even the air became corrupted. The mana that existed in the surrounding turned into dark mana, and the ley lines who were the source of the mana were also affected. The animals mutated and became savage while also gaining more powerful spells and abilities. The elves infected by this aura immediately die, but a few survive. But the result was something worse than death. Their bloodline, body, mana, and soul were also corrupted, turning into abyssal demons. The Validar tree acted swiftly, releasing another holy light to purify this aura. However, this was a vain attempt. So, under the control of the queen, the tree delegated its power to protect a few of the central cities of the planet. Unfortunately, the places not protected became hell on earth. The entire planet formed a strange dichotomy. The places protected had a shield around them, and when observed from above, were these places where one would expect the gods to live. Meanwhile, outside the domes, it was hell that the devil and his minions inhabited. Klemner, the capital of the kingdom. Queen Myrtle floated above the city, her body trembling. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth as a result of pushing her soul and mana beyond her limit. Soon, blood began to drip from her eyes, and that was the result of her immense grief. Soon afterward, 8 people, including King Arian, flew to her side. "Are you all right?" he asked but received no answer. As husband and wife, they were connected through their souls so he could feel the pain and grief she was currently dealing with. But he also knew that it was not the time to deal with such emotions. "We need to act immediately," said one of the elders. "In this situation, what can we do? Guznad has most likely sent in one of his clones. Or maybe, even showed up in person." The elders knew the vast difference between Tier 8 and 9. So, although they had great faith in their queen to one day rival and surpass Guznad, now was not the time. Since the start of the war, only one group was able to deal with one of Guznad's clones, the Arcane Empire. "We need to ask the Arcane Empire for help." "Is this truly the only way?" asked a male elder. The man looked in his mid-30s, but he had an ancient aura about him, and his eyes indicated wisdom and vicissitude. "Look at the sky, we have no other choice." The planetary shield was no longer working because the queen and the tree had to focus their defensive capabilities on the few remaining cities of the kingdom. As such, more demons and undead rushed into the planet, not hiding their intention to corrupt and turn all living things into one of their own. "Will they help us, is the best question," commented a female elder who looked like an elderly. However, oddly, she remained beautiful and charming despite her elderly appearance. "The Arcane Emperor is obsessed with creating an empire where all races are equal and live in harmony. So, as long as we ask, he will send aid. Of course, because of our previous rejections, we will suffer immensely during the negotiations." The elders stopped talking and looked at Queen Myrtle. Although they agreed with this decision, the final choice was in the hands of their queen. If she chose to find her last breath, they would not hesitate to follow her in death. Queen Myrtle felt the gaze of the people behind. She was quiet for a brief period, looking at the current state of planet Verdant. She has spent countless millennia in this place, watching change for the better under her reign. She remembered the envy and desire other races and factions would have after visiting this planet, their sincere praise about the beauty of the kingdom and this planet. And now, everything is ruined. So, Queen Myrtle hated the undead, the abyss demons, and Guznad. More importantly, she hated herself. Her arrogance is what brought her people to such a state. She raised her hand to wipe the blood tears. I will make the call. She used her staff to cast a long-range communication spell. Unfortunately, there was no response. So, she tried a few more times with no response. Do you think the Emperor refused to accept us? Said an elder with an ugly expression. Not necessarily. Guznad will not allow us to call for reinforcement. So, he might block all attempts to call for aid. So, what should we do? If they cannot call for help, their planet and race will be doomed. We can use the sacred tree, said the truly elderly elder. How so? Asked the others who knew she was the oldest amongst them, thus the wisest and most knowledgeable. In ancient times, the High Elves used the sacred tree to communicate across the universe and across planes through a very intricate system and secret system. We can use it to communicate to all the trees in the Empire, sending them a message of our current plight. Is that so? Muttered another elder. Why didn't you say so? The elder stopped as he answered his own question. Before then, there was no one who awakened the Sun Elf bloodline, so this method could not be used. The sacred tree is not at its peak, so using such a method could easily injure it. But now, there is no time to hesitate. Queen Myrtle did not waste time and immediately acted. She closed her eyes and connected to Validar. Using her bloodline as a key, she saw this intricate system that resembled tree roots. There were so many that she was dizzy, taking a moment to get the hang of properly controlling this system. Then, she focused on the different regions of this system. In her mind, the Queen saw countless trees scattered across the entire galaxy. She discovered a great majority was infected by death energy, and a significant was corrupted and could not be accessed. She focused on the direction of the Arcane Empire's territory, accessing most of the trees. Without hesitation, the Queen sent her SOS call, hoping to save her people. Then, she exhaled deeply as she opened her eyes. Now, all I have to do is resist until reinforcement arrives. She had a look of determination. She was prepared to do whatever it took to ensure her race's survival, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Chapter 493, The Fall of Verdant, 3. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. 15 minutes passed by, and for these elves with long lifespans, they can say for sure that these were the longest 15 minutes of their lives. The Queen had to focus on reinforcing the city's barriers using her power and the sacred tree. Meanwhile, the elders would also take time to transfer their mana to her to alleviate the situation. However, after the 15-minute mark, the complexion of everyone was hard to look at. 15 minutes was more than enough time for the Arcane Empire to receive the message and deploy a rescue fleet. Such a conclusion was not without basis. During the past years of this war, there have been too many messages in the universe's web of planets and people who talked about how fast the Arcane Empire came to rescue them after surrendering and asking for aid. The fastest record was 3 minutes and 23 seconds. The Arcane Empire has built a marketing campaign about how fast they are to respond to come to their allies' aid. And the oldest recorded time was 11 minutes and 18 seconds. But now, 15 minutes had passed, and nothing happened. Maybe, something is holding them off, commented King Abion, who wished to remain positive. The elders nodded, but anyone with a keen observation could see the luster in their eyes dimmed greatly. Another 5 minutes passed, and the shield was holding on with the great effort of the Queen. Something is wrong, said the wisest elder, her old eyes looking at the sky full of the brilliance of intelligence. Isn't that obvious? No, I'm talking about this attack. Why can we last so long? I don't mean to underestimate the Queen and the sacred tree, but the undead should have broken through our defenses long ago. Her words made everyone quiet. Now that you mention it, it's odd that Guznad did not personally take action. With his strength, it would be a miracle if we lasted more than 5 minutes. These elders immediately began to analyze this anomaly. Could it be that Guznad only sent a clone to scare us? He only showed up before leaving, asked one of the elders, his words full of hope. Alas, no, I can sense his presence outside of the planet, added the Queen, and the feeling of hope was once again extinguished. We are nothing but bait, said the wise elder, her expression extremely calm for such a situation. You mean? Yes. Guznad attacked us to lure the Arcane Empire. His plan was probably to ambush them and deal a severe blow to their force. The elders had a sudden look of realization. This may be good news for us, commented King Arion, who refused to give up. What do you mean? We know the Arcane Empire has a great intelligence gathering agency and a divination department. Maybe, they learned of Guznad's plan beforehand and are waiting for the perfect time to counterattack. So, maybe, if we wait and survive long enough, they will appear at the last minute to deal a blow to Guznad. Such a thing was possible. However, for such a plan to succeed, the Arcane Empire would have to wait until the final moment, when Guznad believed they would not show up, to appear. And by then, their people might reach the brink of extermination. Of course, all this assumption is based on the fact the Empire did not abandon them after the recent events. This is our only chance, so we must persevere, said Queen Myrtle, her spirit sublimated to the highest peak. 40 minutes after she sent the distress signal, the shields remained. However, someone was impatient. A black scythe descended from out of space and landed on the planet. The scythe's landing spot was one of the cities the Queen protected. However, her shield was nothing to that psyche as it penetrated smoother than a hot knife cut butter. Then, it released a terrifying black gas that killed every elf in that city. Then, it made them undead of different qualities, tiers, and varieties. The process was fast, leaving no room for reaction or negotiation. The worst part was this was just the beginning. The black gas released by the divine weapon began to expand at an alarming rate. And whenever it encountered a protected city, it would only take a few seconds before breaking them and doing the same. The process lasted until one place remained, Klemner. Queen Myrtle resisted. Her body shrunk until she was almost a mummy, her hair turned all white, and wrinkles appeared all over her face. However, her aura drastically increased, along with her mana. The shield that was about to be destroyed was reinforced, buying her kind a few more seconds of survival. Then, the king and elders followed the same fate as her, sacrificing their lives to keep powering the protective shield. Validar, the sacred tree, withered in a matter of a few seconds. Suddenly, the elves in Klemner felt an intense sadness overwhelmed their mind. It was like someone close to them had passed away, like their own mother had shed her mortal coil. So, all the elves in the remaining city began to shed tears, knowing that their sacred tree was no more. Furthermore, they also knew their race was on the precipice of being destroyed. The older elves with tier 6 flew into the sky, trying to follow the path of their elders. Queen Myrtle wanted to open her mouth and refuse their help. Unfortunately, she knew this was the only way to buy enough time for their race. Furthermore, she was currently too weak to even speak. After sacrificing themselves, these elves brought more time for their people. Sadly, it was only a few more seconds. So, the young man and woman who reached tier 6 followed their predecessors. A chain reaction occurred after the first batch. After the young tier 6 died, the tier 5 elves flew and followed the same fate. They repeated the process until the children were just born. As a blessed species, all their members were born with mana. However, this young one did not even have enough mana to be classified as tier 1. They could not fly nor use such a technique as sacrificing their lives. Queen Myrtle was now the only fighting prowess of this once mighty kingdom that ruled over the Milky Way galaxy. She glanced at the few hundred remaining of her kind. If her body could, she would cry tears of blood for a second time. Alas, she was now only hanging by sheer determination and obsession. Queen Myrtle raised her head to look at the sky, mustering all the remaining strength she had left. Arcane, Emperor. If you are watching this, please help my people. I am willing to do anything. A wind blew from the void, but nothing appeared. So, the lights in her eyes finally dimmed. With her spirit broken, her body could no longer remain. So, Queen Myrtle began to rapidly disintegrate into particles as small as sands. I have doomed my people, thought Queen Myrtle. Then, a look of unwillingness appeared on her face. So, before entering absolute darkness, she cast one last spell. A white space that seemed infinite. Edward suddenly appeared in this place. Huh? Someone can forcibly summon my spirit. He looked around while on guard. Where is this? He soon saw someone opposite him and immediately recognized who it was. Queen Myrtle? You're responsible for this. Why? Why did you not save my people? She asked, almost roaring. Edward did not answer her but continued analyzing the situation and environment. This place is familiar. And the power used to summon, it's not the first time I've experienced. His mind worked extremely fast. Krona, that's her power. Answer me, roared the queen, and Edward finally paid attention to her. You were watching our downfall, were you not? I was. Then, how can you be so cruel? Why not save my people? The despair in her voice made the surrounding space tremble. Is it because of the way I acted during our meeting? I know I was wrong, but is such an act enough to allow an entire race to perish? I thought you were more open-minded than this. I am, replied Edward calmly. Liar. Then why are my people gone? Technically speaking, they are not. What do you mean? I have acquired the bloodline sample of 80% of your population, so in the future, they will be revived as clones and citizens of the Empire. I see, muttered Queen Myrtle. You decided that it was not worth including our people in the Empire because of our arrogance and already established worldviews. So, you chose to clone us, recreating new elves with blank slates that are more easily brainwashed and incorporated into the Empire. Exactly. Myrtle did not know how to feel about all this. In some ways, her race did not become extinct. But, they also cannot be called her race since they will now have a different view, culture, and even customs. Wasn't there a better solution? One where such extreme methods were used. One where you can live and still be the queen, asked Edward with a sneer. Myrtle did not answer. Even if I was not the queen. After our conversation, I already determined your people were incapable of integrating into the Empire. Your culture, custom, and heritage are too ancient and noble, making them ingrained into your soul and blood. After joining the Empire, your people would only use our knowledge and resources to thrive and return to the time of your ancestors, the Sun Elves. Then, you would try to either leave and regain your sovereignty or try to overthrow the Empire and return to the top. Whatever choice you made, you would have become an unstable factor. And I don't want to deal with all that nonsense. Myrtle was quiet as he knew the Emperor was correct. If her people were forcibly incorporated into the Empire, there was a high probability they would follow the course he described. Myrtle exhaled deeply. Maybe, this is for the best, she muttered before finally dissipating for good. Wait, yelled Edward. You haven't told me how you summoned me here. Allow me to explain, said another voice. Chapter 494, Conversation and Disappointment. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Edward looked over and recognized the petite figure that appeared before him. He immediately smiled as he said, Mother Crona, it's always a pleasure to see you. Crona paused, not expecting such a reaction. This nigh omnipotent creature would be shocked if she was capable of such a thing. Although I know you're only saying these words without meaning them, I'm still happy, she replied with a lovely smile. I meant every word, said Edward. The future in the Empire will go smoother with Crony on their side. So, there is no downside to pleasing her. Furthermore, she is considered the mother of all sentient creatures in the cosmic faith plane, so it's nothing to call her that. Crona calmly nodded. Upon learning of her existence, most creatures will react in two main ways, worship her as their mother or become revolted by the idea they have a creator. So, she was used to being called mother along with many vile names. You said you knew why she could summon me here, asked Edward. Yes. The High Elves had a contract with me long ago when they ruled over the universe, allowing them to borrow my power. Over the years, the contract has pretty much been annulled. However, there is still a connection in their bloodline. So, over the years, they have used that connection to curse their enemy. Edward immediately frowned after hearing that. That sounds like a dangerous ability to have. Not really. The curse can only be directed to the person who killed them. Furthermore, not every High Elves have this ability. Their bloodline and knowledge must reach a certain standard. I see. So, Queen Myrtle used her Sun Elf bloodline and the connection with you to summon me and fulfill her last obsession before death. Correct, nodded Crona. I was surprised by her actions. No High Elf has been able to use my power to such a degree. How long, exactly, he asked. 12 million years, to be specific. Really, muttered Edward with a frown. He did not think Queen Myrtle was special. The reason for such power was most likely due to her soul, mind, and spirit sublimated to an unprecedented level before her final moment. And with such an increase, her ability to control her magical abilities reached a new height. Of course, he also gave her credit. If not for her love for people and unwillingness to give up at the very last moment, she would have never succeeded. However, his focus was not on Queen Myrtle but on the fact that no High Elf could use their bloodline to such a level. Crona suddenly sighed, showing emotions of anger, disappointment, and helplessness. For a moment, Edward could not tell she was a powerful consciousness that worked purely on logic and did not have any emotions. Now, do you see why I'm so invested in your success, said Crona, having guessed Edward's mind. Now only have the gods been disappointing, but even the other powerful races have been on a downward spiral. The only ones with some prospects are these greedy and lustful dragons. However, even after blessing them with luck and prosperity for millions of years, their progress has been subpar at best. Crona looked in the distance, somewhat distracted. There is not enough time left. And this place needs drastic change. She previously believed that maybe she should take things slowly, correcting the issues of the current faith god's civilization. However, after many failed attempts, she realized she needed to overthrow the board and start over. Otherwise, her fate will be to be swallowed by other planes. I'm glad you chose us. I promise you won't regret it. I know I won't, replied Crona with a smile. If not for the rules, I would have granted you much more help. Rules. I've said too much, she replied calmly. I'm sure you have plenty of work to do. Let's not waste time. Indeed. Once again, the pleasure was all mine. Edward opened his eyes and was in his lab, taking a break and drinking tea with a screen before him. He checked the temperature and discovered not even a second had passed. He took a sip while contemplating his experience. In that short conversation, he learned a great deal of things, some of which could affect the fate of the entire empire. So, he needed to analyze and store them in his mind to help him make future decisions. He finished his drinks before summoning someone. A few seconds later, a shadow manifested before him, half kneeling on the floor. You did a great job for your first mission, praised Edward. Thank you, Your Majesty, replied Akatsuki. Do you think what I did was cruel? Yes, replied the shadow ninja without hesitation. No hesitation, calmly said Edward. It's indeed cruel. However, in this world, cruelty has become the norm. Akatsuki thought he had seen the cruelty and darkness of the world. However, in the short few months since arriving in this place, he truly understood what true cruelty was. In his home world, war only affects a few villages, and if lucky, the entire continent. However, even in times of war, civilian casualties are usually kept to a certain level while mostly ninjas suffer. However, in this place, entire planets are usually the casualties in small-scale confrontations. So, he understood that people need to be cruel to survive in this environment. And if they want to achieve grand causes like the Emperor, cruelty has become a tool for them. Well, it seems you're adapting quite well, said Edward. I tried my best. Keep up the good work, but don't be too complacent after one mission. The climax of this war is about to begin. And I have a feeling things will not go smoothly. Edward dismissed Akatsuki and prepared to continue his study of the advanced dragon language. However, he soon received another call. Another emergency? What is it this time? Planet Verdant. Guznad stood in a ship outside of the planet's space. Many people thought he only sent a clone, but only a few people knew that his main body arrived. He watched Queen Myrtle's last stand and the fall of the Elf Kingdom. So, he did not take the bait? It's not like him, commented Guznad. Did someone leak our plan? It's very unlikely, replied the Lich servant. Even if our plan were revealed, the Arcane Emperor would never pass the chance to incorporate the elves into his empire, continued Guznad. Could it be because of the strange elves that suddenly appeared on the new continent? He knew a new continent was added to the Empire's home world, Earth. So, he theorized maybe the Arcane Empire was satisfied with these elves and abandoned this one. I'm afraid it might be something else. Oh, did you find something? A few of the new companions were members of the Elf Council. We recovered some deleted memories where someone forced them to vote for a project that would gather the blood of most of the population. This information was not easy to get as the mysterious shadows did an excellent job of ensuring no one discovered the tempered memories. However, they were not good enough, so they could retrieve some memories. Blood? I see. He took their blood so he could clone them. Now that he had what he wanted, he had no problem discarding these people. Guznad understood the thinking behind such an act. Integrating such a bunch of unruly elves into the empire would cause trouble, so he found another way to do it through cloning technology. Lord, what should we do now? They spent so much time, effort, and resources on this plan. And now, it was totally useless. We will use Plan B, replied Guznad. And that is, force him into this quagmire. Chapter 495, also your problem. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. An undead ship approached the border of the Empire's territory. As soon as it appeared, it was almost blown to smithereens. Luckily, Dumbledore was posted on that location and recognized the ship was hosting the flag that indicated they came on a diplomatic mission. Dumbledore, still wearing a mask, approached the ship surrounded by soldiers and ready to attack with the slightest signs that something might go wrong. However, he soon discovered that his cautions might have been overboard. Standing before him was a skeleton that was barely tier 2. He guessed this soldier was chosen as the emissary on the likely chance the Empire immediately attacked and obliterated him. So, losing such a low-level soldier was nothing to Guznad's legion. State your purpose, said Dumbledore, choosing a more direct approach. Our Lord wants to speak to your Emperor, said the skeleton soldier before handing a black orb. However, his actions immediately made the room more tense as the soldiers became on guard. And even Dumbledore entered a state of high alert. The only person calm throughout the entire interaction was the skeleton. His orders were to bring this thing to the people of the Arcane Empire before returning to his squadron. He did not care for anything else, even the possibility of death. For undead, death is the ultimate joy since they get to enter the Lord's divine kingdom and live a third life. Dumbledore looked at the black orb and did not immediately take it. Instead, he used dozens of spells to detect what it was. A communication medium. He discovered that this thing would allow the Emperor to communicate with someone on the undead side, most likely Guznad himself. However, regardless of his discovery, he decided to still remain cautious. So, he took a case with sealing properties, often used to preserve certain rare magical herbs, and placed the orb inside. Dumbledore proceeded to add a few more layers of sealing magic on the case. Then, after the skeleton departed, he left the orb on a ship outside of the Empire's territory. He did not want to risk bringing this unknown and foreign object into the Empire. He contacted Edwards and the others to tell them of the situation. So, a team of personnel soon arrived to test the black orb and ensure there was no problem. Finally, Edward used it as a medium to contact Guznad. The death god sat on a throne of bones, dressed in all black, with a large mirror floating before him. Meanwhile, Edward sat on a gold and white throne with beautiful symbols carved on them. He wore his usual white archmage robe and looked as elegant and noble as ever. Guznad, I believe this is our second meeting. I hope this one is not as unpleasant as the first one. Why would you have such hope? Do you think I'm contacting you to surrender or call for peace? Well, a man can dream. Then, continue dreaming, said Guznad nonchalantly, making Edward chuckle. So, to what do I owe this pleasure? You need to begin pulling your weight. Pardon me. Edward did not hide his confusion. For a moment, he wondered whether Guznad had absorbed too much faith and his mind was affected, driving him to a state of madness. However, the ruler of death was perfectly sane, and he did not care for the Emperor's words if he knew what the latter was thinking. So, he directly explained what his words meant. I'm reaching my limit on isolating this galaxy from the outside. So, it's time for you to contribute. Edward's demeanor suddenly changed, becoming sharp and fierce. He squinted his eyes. Are you threatening me? I am, replied Guznad. If those gods enter the galaxy, one of the first things they will do is annihilate your empire. In fact, I'm willing to bet you're the first on their elimination list, even above me. The very existence of the Arcane Empire is a threat to these gods. The fact their society is based on knowledge, their disregard for theology, their development of technology in tandem with magic, and the fact their people contained Magus bloodline, all these are reasons the gods will not tolerate them. Then, if you add all the other secrets the Empire is hiding, the gods have already considered the Arcane Empire a big fat sheep that they need to dismember and distribute amongst themselves. With this analysis, Guznad decided to drag the Arcane Emperor into this quagmire, forcing him to alleviate his situation. If I remember correctly, you use a unique magic artifact from the Magus race to isolate the galaxy, asked Edward, and Guznad squinted his eyes after hearing this question. Such a thing was supposed to be secret. Many people believed he used his own power and his divine kingdom to isolate the galaxy. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he realized it was not that surprising that such a secret was leaked. After all, the Arcane Empire knew better. They knew he did not have the power alone to achieve such a feat. You're correct, replied Guznad. Very well. Give me 2 hours, and I will send you a solution. Edward did not wait for his response and ended the conversation. That damn bastard, he has no respect and cursed the lich servant. It's fine, said Guznad, not minding such a minor thing. So, he waited for the decided time. Then, he received news that the Arcane Empire sent a vessel near the border of their territory, controlled by a low-level golem. Guznad waved his hand, and the item sent by Edward appeared in his palm. My lord, said the lich. No need for concern, said Guznad as he opened the box to see what was inside. He saw a gem the size of a tennis ball. Such intense and pure mana, he commented. Although the intensity of the mana was only tier 9, the purity was unlike anything he had ever seen in his long life. With this energy, I can now last for a few months without any restrictions. His main body will be able to move without having to spend all his energy and effort on controlling the disc. So, you could benefit by absorbing it, suggested the lich. Such pure mana would benefit even a god. I had the same idea, but it seems this thing contained something dangerous, replied Guznad, who knew the Emperor tempered with this thing to prevent him from swallowing. It's a shame, nodded the lich. Anyway, we now have some leverage and can continue blackmailing the Arcane Emperor. As long as we use this tactic to our advantage, we can benefit immensely in this war. You underestimate him. I reckon we can probably use this tactic 3 to 5 times before he finds a solution to this problem, replied Guznad. After theorizing the Arcane Emperor was responsible for isolating the universe web from the outside world, he knew this man could not be measured by normal standards. And after his recent 2 failures, he knew he had the right idea about his enemy. So, he did not think his tactic would last long. The Arcane Emperor, you're a formidable opponent. However, you have one fatal weakness, you're too young. This universe is old and contains too many secrets. Secrets that your young age is not privy to. Guznad sneered as he prepared his next attack. And this time, he will learn from his previous mistakes and ensure success. Let's go. The war is about to reach its climax, and there are many things to prepare for. We cannot afford any more failures. Guznad took his legion and left. They have acquired many new undead with great potential. Although he felt it was a shame he could not turn the elders and the queen with noble bloodline into his rank, he was still satisfied with the final outcome. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard Chapter 496, Shortcut. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Edward sat on his throne, not happy with how the situation turned out. Furthermore, he knew this would not be a one-time thing, so he did not want to be blackmailed again. I need to finish the fog, muttered Edward. One of his projects was to create a fog that would surround the Milky Way galaxy and take the place of Guznad's artifact. That way, after the war ended and Guznad could no longer protect this place, the Empire would not have to experience the invasion from the gods. Morgana, show me the data, said Edward, and the little elf knew what he was talking about. The Empire sent people to study and gather data on the shield that Guznad placed on the Milky Way. Based on the information gathered, Edward was very interested in the Magus magic artifact that created that protection. So, he planned to get it from Guznad's dead corpse. How is the fog going? He asked while reviewing the data. It's basically done, replied Morgana. We've even improved it based on the data you just asked for. The original design of the fog was based on a protective measure Edward discovered around the Black Clover universe, so it was unique and powerful when it came to protecting a large area. I'm sensing a but, asked Edward. The problem with the project is the energy core powering the fog, continued Morgana as she summoned a holographic screen to show him. We would need a tier 10 ether core to ensure the fog that can protect the galaxy. However, one core cannot provide enough energy to block so many gods. Furthermore, we only have one tier 10 ether core in Netheril. So, if we used it, it would become useless since all its power would be dedicated to powering the fog. Edward frowned. The intensity of a core is important, but the application of the energy is also very important. For example, a tier 10 core cloud powered an entire universe. However, if the application of energy is enough, the same core could power a universe and a half. Or even more exaggerated, 2 or more universes. The energy application of Guznad's magical artifact must reach another level. The energy that Guznad can provide the artifact is only tier 9. Yet, he can still block more than 3 tier 10 gods. So, Edward knew creating such an artifact was currently beyond his capabilities, so he wanted to get his hands on it. Any solution to our problem? Asked Edward. We can turn Netheril's ether core into super solid, so it should temporarily solve our problem. However, the core issue is to create more tier 10 cores. So, we must begin our invasion of the dark multiverse as soon as possible. Yes. Then, send our golem legions. Ask them to target the timelines without the Empire, then begin mining resources and energy. Edward feared that one of his variants would defeat the golem legions and studied them, thus allowing their timeline to develop faster than normal. Then, what are you going to do? I'll continue my research on the monogrid, said Edward. If we can find a timeline where the monogrid is not under the control of the gods, we would have access to unlimited energy. The monogrid rushed through the entire universe and contained unimaginable energy. If the Empire could control it, Edward won't have to worry about energy for a long time. Do we have a few of the seer golems available? There are only 2 still available, replied Morgana. The amount of golems with divination capabilities is very small in the Empire because only a few people can create them, Edward not included. Create a team with them at the center and send them to search for such a timeline. Ask Luna to focus on this project after the war ends. With the current situation, Edward could not mobilize too many divination masters or seers. However, this project was top of the line regarding importance. Otherwise, he would have asked Luna to leave immediately. Well, let's get started, muttered Edward before beginning his work. He first created a clone that was in charge of turning Netheral's ether core into super solid. Then, under his order, many departments began working like a well-functioned machine, deploying the golems he requested. Finally, his main body began to work on the mana grid. He was confident in his research because he had already acquired a great deal of knowledge about the grid from the Akashic records. So, in a month, he developed an initial enchantment to draw energy from the grid. However, despite blocking the grid from the outside, he received obstruction in the process of drawing mana. So, he needed to deal with this issue before considering his plan's success. Did the Magus race leave some sort of will or consciousness on the mana grid? Is this why I have received obstruction? Or did the gods still have certain control over the thing? While deep in thought, he received 2 calls, both important. 2 beautiful faces appeared when the screen appeared before him, making him smile. The love of my life, he said. And who are you talking about? Asked Hermione. Of course, it's both of you. Olivier ignored his sweet talk while Hermione rolled her eyes. So, how was the abyss? Dark, eerie, creepy, and full of negative emotions. I'm guessing it's not the best place for a vacation. Far from it, Hermione shook his head. Did you gain anything noteworthy? A few, actually, said Hermione. The first one is that I collected and dissected countless abyss creatures. The bloodline of these creatures is actually very fascinating. How so? They can use anything to evolve. Mana, divine energy, negative emotions, matter, souls, and anything you could think of. And based on what they used, they usually developed into different demons. Interestingly, their evolutions will always be toward the evil side. That is indeed interesting. Such a malleable bloodline is unlike anything the Empire has seen or discovered. The souls of these creatures are the filthiest thing I've ever seen in my life. It made me fascinated, and I wanted to study them, she continued. What's stopping you? It's not my field, and I have my own research to focus on. True. So, anything else? There are many. The Abyss has turned into a commerce hub where countless planes come to exchange because of how many planes they are connected to. So, the magical resources are abundant. However, I have noticed these people seemed very antagonistic to people from our plane. If not for the warnings you sent me, I might have been discovered. After the events with the Beastmaster plane, Edward sensed other planes might not be too friendly to the Cosmic Faith plane, so he warned Hermione to be careful. I had 2 major discoveries during my time there, continued Hermione. The first one is I learned the Devil Soul language, and it's complete. The Devil Soul language is a unique magical language that is excellent at influencing the soul or even when using any soul or spiritual magic. Edward received a copy when he was traveling the world after graduating from Hogwarts. However, it was not complete. As such, even though he deduced the rest and incorporated it into his arcane rune language, he still wanted the complete language. That's excellent news, he said. He once theorized that he might be able to understand soul rule from the language. What's the second? I have found a shortcut to understanding authority. Are you serious? Yes. The Abyss Lords are blessed by the Abyss will, allowing them to control certain authority. After refining the Abyss imprint and becoming a Lord, I discovered I can take my time to study these authorities instead of only using them. That's great news. Now, we only need to solve the issue of willpower. Chapter 497, the situation is settled. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. Christiu has made some improvements in creating a method to increase willpower. However, his research time was too short, and he had not accomplished significant results yet. Luckily, he is determined, so he accelerated his school time, learning years of curriculum in a short few months. Give him a little more time, Chris will be on PAR with a graduate from Bones Advanced School Magic. With the royal family's support, he can swiftly become a Tier 7 arcanist and finish his research. Once that research is successful, the Empire can use the Abyss imprint and the advanced dragon language and the use of intent studied by the reincarnator named Bai to cultivate more legendary arcanists. If there are people looking for us in other planes, we must take precautions when we send people to use the Abyss imprint, commented Olivier. It will be a problem if many arcanists from our empire become Abyss Lords in an attempt to study authority, nodded Hermione. With so many people becoming Lords, it would be a surprise if they were not detected. Is it possible for you to let them borrow the power of the imprint? Asked Edward. It is possible, replied Hermione, thinking such a method was possible. Abyss Lords would never allow anyone, including their closest subordinates, to borrow their imprint. Things like betrayal are too common among demons. It can be argued these demons do not have the word loyalty in their vocabulary. They followed their lords only because they were weak, in other words, out of fear. So, if an Abyss Lord allowed his subordinate to borrow his imprint, which is the symbol of his status and source of strength, he would 100% be betrayed and lose that position. However, Hermione does not have the issue. She does not care too much about the status of Abyss Lord and would not care if someone betrayed her. Furthermore, Edward has already brainwashed these arcanists to despise foreign powers like faith that the gods rely on or this abyss imprint that the demons used. So, even if they gave these arcanists the imprint, 95% of them would only think of it as a foreign power. They would most likely try to study and replicate its power. Or, even worse, try to steal the power of the abyss for their permanent use. The only issue with this plan is the soul flame shield, continued Hermione. It might alert the abyss will. So, did it try to do something sneaky? Asked Edward. Yes. While refining the imprint, it tried to leave a secret imprint on my soul flame. Luckily, you provide me with the protection, otherwise, I would not be the wisest. Edward nodded. He was always skeptical of any planar will, let alone one with such a terrible reputation as the abyss will. So, he did not let Hermione refine the imprint without any protection. Can we try to deceive it? Asked Olivier. If many arcanists borrowed the imprint and the abyss will detect so many people who succeeded in preventing its action of branding their soul flames, it might alert it. So, the best option would be to deceive the will. Deceiving the planar will is one of the highest technologies we are trying to develop for future planar deployment and conquest. As of now, we are so far from that level. The Magus should have this technology. Do you want to search for it? How likely do you think we would find something like that? Replied Edward. Honestly, I don't want us to have too much connection with them. For such a civilization that has transcended cause and effect, having too much connection with them might not be a good idea. I can't tell if you're being too paranoid or something else. Anyway, it's always good to be cautious, said Olivier. But this issue will be difficult to deal with. There is no need to hurry. We have plenty of time before we enter the age of legendary arcanist. By then, we might have a solution, or the situation might not be as bad as we anticipated. Fine, said Olivier before archiving today's discussion. Many things from the Empire must be planned years ahead to prevent possible failure, danger, and backlash or ensure the Empire can develop at a faster speed. You came to see. Is there something? Asked Edward. Two things, said Olivier. The first is that the war has become a two-party battle between us and Guznad. All other factions in the galaxy are either now turned into undead or integrated into the Empire. Although a few people are hiding between the cracks, they are irrelevant to the general situation. So, the plan is proceeding smoothly. Yes. As long as we defeat Guznad and turn all the undead we can back to their former selves, we will be the rightful ruler of the Milky Way galaxy. With our reputation, even if there are some people who call for their independence afterward, they will not pose much of a threat. That's excellent news. What about the integration of the undead? Not all the undead can be reverted, so the rest must be integrated into the Empire. Wiz has been doing a good job. According to recent polls, people's fear and acceptance of undead has drastically increased in the past few months, especially at the center of our territory. Edward was not surprised. The people on Earth and the surrounding star systems were not affected by the war and can only see how intense it was through videos on Skynet and the universe web. So, their acceptance of the undead is not on par with the other territories who had to watch their entire lives, races, and civilizations being annihilated by undead. Do you want to immediately get rid of Guznad? Asked Edward. No, it's not time yet, replied Olivier. The final victory cannot be too easy and swift, otherwise, people will not appreciate the end of the war. And certain people might become suspicious of why we did not eradicate him if we had the means. Furthermore, the outskirts of our territory has just been acquired and needs more time to fully integrate. Looming the war over them is a good way to control them. I'm glad you're taking your time. Is there a problem? The Tier 10 ether core for the fog is not finished yet. We can't eliminate Guznad until it's deployed. Otherwise, I don't want him to do something stupid out of desperation. He feared Guznad would allow the gods to enter before his death as an act of revenge. Or, open the gate to the abyss and allow an abyss prince, Tier 10 abyss lord to invade the plane. I was just going to ask about this, said Olivier, who also calculated this possibility as the war draws to its end. Do you have an estimate of when it will be ready? She asked. If you take into consideration time dilation between parallel timelines, it should be about 9 months, replied Edward after checking the progress reports the golems sent him. Of course, the time can be reduced if I can complete the monogrid enchantment. And how long will it take? I don't know. The thing should have been completed. But, it seems I'm missing an important piece. Edward shook his head. He already had all the information needed for the enchantment from the Akashic record, but he was still missing an important link. Well, we can wait a year. However, you have to expect more blackmail from Guznad. It's fine. He will repay it tenfold in the future, Edward sneered. Anyway, what's the second thing you wanted to talk about? Chapter 498, The Goddess of Magic. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. It's about the intelligence, said Olivier. The recent report states they have created a Tier 9 dark matter weapon. So fast? Well, based on the situation, it's expected. It's often difficult for any civilization to go from one Tier 1 to another. Frequently, they might spend millions of years without any success. A perfect example of this was the Elves and Starskin race, who once ruled over the Milky Way. They have been stuck as Tier 7-8 civilization for many years without any improvement. And it was the same for the intelligence. At their prime, they only had a Tier 8 antimatter weapon. However, in just a few months, after their civilization was destroyed, they reached Tier 9. All this improvement was because a higher being or civilization guided them in the dark. What do you want to do? Asked Olivier. Do you want to continue waiting? There is no point. The gods will never allow them to develop tier 10 weapons. Furthermore, they are only pawns to muddy the current situation of the war. So, the best option is to control them now and get our hands on their technology before the gods use them as a chess piece. That's fine. Do you want to also intervene in the cosmic energy experiment? No, leave them to develop on their own. We only need to intervene after someone reaches tier 6 and can leave the planet. Edward paused as he thought of something. If they develop a perfect system that can reach tier 6 with cosmic energy, invite them into the Empire. With the Empire's knowledge and resources, it's possible for someone from that planet to develop the cosmic energy system all the way to tier 10, thus expanding the Empire's arcane magic system. Alright. Anything else? I should be the one asking that, muttered Edward. How is Tsuna? Has she been integrating well? Olivier did not respond but stared at him fiercely. Don't tell me you don't know. His wives do not care much for political power in the Empire, except for Olivier. So, she's probably the most powerful one, holding most of the Empire's military power and a great deal of political power. As such, she knows everything that's going on, including the movements of the others. So, if Edward wanted to know about something like that, she's one of the few people he could ask. She's fine. She has enlisted as a medic at the front line. What tier is she now? Tier 6. Mana or chakra path? Chakra path, said Olivier with a frown. Edward Bones, since when was I in charge of keeping check of your harem and ensuring harmony? Don't be like this. If I don't ask you, who would I ask? Your shadow guards. They don't dare monitor members of the royal family. Olivier snorted coldly before hanging up the phone. Why are you antagonizing her? Asked Morgana, who appeared out of nowhere. I don't have to worry about the others. However, she's different. She doesn't seem like the kind to cause trouble. She's not, or she was not. What does that mean? I noticed a slight shift from her after I brought back Wiz and Tsuna. I worry she might do something stupid after letting all the power and success of the war get to her head. So, I'm warning her. Morgana looked at him with disdain. None of this would happen if you could keep it in your pants. Edward waved her away. What is the protection detail for Tsuna? He was worried an accident might happen while she was working on the front line. A tier 8 member from the Ghost Squad is always protecting her. She is also deployed near Dumbledore's floating city so that he can save her in case of an emergency. This might not be enough, muttered Edward. We have stored a piece of her soul flame. So, in case of an emergency, you don't have to worry. That's fine, nodded Edward before returning to his work. He wanted to find the problem with his enchantment as soon as possible. So, he dealt deeply with studying the mana grid. After 2 months of non-stop research, he finally discovered the source of his trouble. I was right. Someone branded the mana grid to prevent others from taking mana from it. Edward checked the brand, trying to decipher its owner. He prayed it was not the Magus race, which would indicate they still had some strong connection in the cosmic faith plane. Luckily for him, the situation was not as he anticipated. From the brand, he discovered a unique aura that was familiar to him. The divine aura from the soul of a god, muttered Edward, remembering the data he has after dissecting Herpo. This is interesting, he commented, wondering about his next course of action. His first instinct is to remove the brand. However, he had another idea, communicate with the owner. Since the gods will be my enemy, it won't be bad to know a thing or two about them. Of course, such an act was a double-edged sword since he might also reveal information about him. However, the risks were worth it, according to his calculations. Before then, let's take some precautions. Edward headed to Netheril and connected to the city. After his clone updated the energy core, this machine was numerous times more powerful than before. So, with it under his control, Edward was more confident in meeting the owner of the brand. The safest way would be to use Krona to communicate with the brand. However, it's best not to reveal the Empire's connection or even understanding of Krona. He shook his head before casting the spell that would allow him to communicate with the owner of the brand. Soon, he found himself in a large empty room. Not far from him was a beautiful woman with long black hair and golden eyes. She wore a blue robe with runes engraved on them. Who are you? Asked Edward. I should be the one asking you that question. Edward paused for a moment. I am Edward Bones, the Emperor of the Arcane Empire. The woman squinted her eyes. I am Delilah Magister, the goddess of magic, knowledge, and communication. Delilah, what a lovely name, said Edward, his blue eyes more charming than ever. Would you like some tea? I don't know what God drinks, but I think good tea is a universal beverage. Tea? It's been a couple of thousand years since I drank tea and even longer since I tasted a decent one. You better not disappoint me. I believe I won't, replied Edward, waving his hand to change the surrounding picture. They were now in a large plain with only green glass for miles long. A table was in the middle of the field with tea sets. Please, he motioned, his every gesture as gentlemanlike as possible. Delilah responded with a gentle smile. However, as soon as she smiled, the entire space became livelier. The sun shone brighter, the grass became greener, and the air was purified. Worthy of a goddess, thought Edward. Her natural charm is something even Fleur cannot compare to. Fleur studies charm magic, yet, her ability could not compare to Delilah's natural charm or disposition. I have to admit, in some ways, these gods are the perfect life form, analyzed Edward as he took his seat after the goddess. Chapter 499, Temptation. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I do not know you very well, but I can guess your story, said Edward with a calm and soothing tone. A human genius born on a planet of magic. You quickly rose to the top of your world, becoming a tier 6 mage. Maybe you were the first one on your entire planet for hundreds of years. Or, maybe you were lucky enough to be born in a world with a developed magical civilization. Regardless, your achievement of reaching tier 6 brought you untold fame, wealth, and power. Delilah glanced at him without saying a word. The previous anger was gone, replaced by a terrifying calmness. At least, it looked as such on the surface. Edward did not mind as he continued. After reaching tier 6, you learn that this is the end of magic, for humans. However, how could such a genius like yourself accept such a fact? So, you began your journey through the universe. Maybe, you were lucky and discovered the astral realm and other planes. Through your ingenuity, talent, and luck, you pushed your magic to tier 7. I'm guessing you used the bloodline of a higher magical creature, most likely, a dragon. Am I correct? Delilah only glanced at him without a word. Edward shrugged his shoulder and continued. At tier 7, you finally reached the soul limit. Unfortunately, no matter what method you used, you could not bypass such restrictions. The only option you have is to use things like divine energy, but such an act is too dangerous. You probably searched the entire universe for the legacy of the Magus race during your attempt to break the limit. Sadly, your luck has run out. Disheartened, you finally gave in and chose the path that all humans have to eventually walk on, godhood. However, your love for magic was beyond any typical human, so you chose the magic authority, even though you probably knew the possible danger. Afterward, your story became as legendary as any others. Through hard work, talent, luck, and schemes, you slowly conquer other planes and become a tier 10 god. You broke through the suppression of the gods and achieved the pinnacle of status in the cosmic faith plane. What are you trying to get at with all this nonsense? Asked Delilah coldly. I'm giving you an opportunity or an invitation. Delilah squinted her beautiful pupil. It's as you guessed. I'm inviting you to the Emperor. Abandon the wretched god path and become an arcanist, said Edward with an enchanting voice. Remove all your shackles, awaken your ambitions to pursue knowledge and magic. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my immortal life, said Delilah with a sneer. Is it? Retorted Edward with a smile. I'm sure your love for magic is not gone, otherwise, you would have never kept the magic authority. I don't know whether the Magus race used the monogrid as the universe web or whether it was your creation, but your involvement is indicative that you value information and communication. In my eyes, you're a perfect arcanist. And with your current soul, you can easily reach tier 10 under our magic system. No, any magic system, for that matter. So, why are you willing to continue on this faith path, especially knowing how poisonous it is? How do you know about this? Asked Delilah with killing intent. The gods never allowed the information about faith to flow out. Do you think it is a deep secret? Said Edward with a sneer, silencing this beautiful goddess. Then, he continued. With the database of the Empire and your foundation as a god, you will have a much higher chance at reaching the legendary tier 11. Delilah received another shock. Most creatures in the universe know or only believe that tier 10 is the limit of power. After all, what is higher than the universe? However, this arcane emperor, ruler of a small empire smaller than a galaxy, knew of such secrets. The Magus inheritance he acquired is much more valuable than I thought Delilah, trying to hide her greed and desire. She took a deep breath to calm down while also pondering this man's words. Do you think a few words is enough for me to do such a thing, to take such risks? Of course not, replied Edward. You have reached the pinnacle of the universe in terms of strength and status. The status quo is in your favor, so why risk everything for an unknown future? Are you insinuating something? No, I'm directly stating it. After living so many years as a god, bathing in the praise and worship of trillions of creatures and countless worlds, your spirit to pursue magic has been diluted and corrupted. It's not your fault but an inevitable outcome. After all, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Delilah released a terrifying aura full of the intention to kill. The surrounding space created by Edward's spell shook, almost collapsing. There is no need for anger since it's the truth. Do you want to die? Let me ask you something, continued Edward calmly. If you were to meet your past self before achieving godhood, do you think she would recognize your current self? Delilah's aura fluctuated before calming down. She did not answer him, thinking about the question. Divinity is the enemy of magic. The reason is not something as simple as because the gods are more powerful and oppress the development of magic. There is a fundamental difference at their core between these two paths. Gods rely on keeping people ignorant to amass faith and keep their power. They have no choice but to do this because once people are enlightened, once they learn the secrets of the universe, they will understand that there is nothing unique or special about the gods. They will lose their awe and respect. And without those, how would you people gather faith? Edward did not hide his sneer and contempt. Even for someone like you with many mages as your followers, I reckon you've secretly eliminated many of your followers and divine mercenaries for studying taboo subjects, such as divinity. After all, you don't want them to discover the source of your power and threaten your status. Delilah's face became ugly. Edward's words finally hit a true nerve. She remembered the first time she sent the order to eliminate a bunch of her followers. She wiped out an entire empire in one of the planes she conquered, all because they were studying the divine flame. She spent many years conflicted as the mage and divine sides inside her fought together. Sadly, after doing it for the first time, the others were much easier. You don't know me, said Delilah, her eyes colder than ever. True, replied Edward with a smile. It seems our conversation has come to an end, he continued, noticing Delilah's desire to end this conversation. You should consider what I said. With the Arcane Empire's knowledge and your foundation as a god, we can achieve great things, unimaginable things, things that maybe even the Magus race has never accomplished. Delilah looked at him coldly before snorting. Then, she disappeared from the room. Outside the Milky Way, Delilah, is something the matter? Asked Morticia, the goddess of death, after seeing her open her eyes. Some bugs occurred in the universe web. Now, it's fixed. Is that so? Well, let's continue attacking this protection. I don't know why this thing suddenly became more powerful. Delilah nodded, a little distracted. She did not know why she lied but only acted on instinct. She took a deep breath to remove all these thoughts from her mind and contribute her strength to this endeavor. Chapter 499, Magic Authority. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I've been meaning to meet you, said Delilah, sipping on her tea. Oh, why? I don't think I have anything worthy of being noticed by the gods. You know, sometimes, modesty appears as hypocrisy. Edward paused briefly. True. But, I'm genuinely surprised you know of me. In less than 100 years, you developed the Arcane Empire from a technological Tier 5 world to a Tier 9 magical civilization, calmly said Delilah. Such an act can be said to be the story of myths and legends. Ha ha ha, you have no idea how much your words have boosted my ego, replied Edward with a brilliant smile. However, Delilah did not take his words seriously. At first, I thought such a thing was impossible, that there might be some error in the information. She was in charge of the universe web, so she scoffed at the news for many years after reading it, believing there must be an explanation for such a grand scale of development. And now, I believe it. Oh, why? Because I can tell you're older than 100 years, said Delilah, her eyes deeper than the abyss, containing the most profound truth in the universe. For a moment, Edward was fascinated as he felt she could answer all the answers he wished to know about the universe. Luckily, his willpower is unmatched, and he knew a mere Tier 10 gods could never give him all the answers and truths he pursued. I guess you acquired one of the Magus race's inheritance, including a time magical artifact. After studying it, you also absorbed their spirit of pursuing magic and the truth, thus creating the Arcane Empire. And with the technology civilization already on Earth, you decided to fuse magic and technology, thus bringing the Empire to an incredible height in a very short period. Am I right? Delilah gazed at him as if trying to pierce through the secrets of his soul. However, all she saw was calmness and a hint of flirtation. He's not just some wizard enthralled with magic and research, he's a true emperor with political skills. The Arcane Emperor rarely showed up during the war, mostly hiding behind the scenes. As such, the gods analyzed the information and believed he was primarily a political figure, albeit one with a lot of power. As such, their profile of him was a man addicted to magic and the pursuit of knowledge. Hence, he left his empire to be run by others, only keeping military power. However, Delilah discovered today they might have been wrong about the emperor. You can think so, replied Edward calmly. Is that so? Muttered Delilah with squinted eyes, making her even more alluring. Do you know what fate awaits you? Please, tell. She did not immediately speak, somewhat baffled by his calm demeanor. She could tell he was genuinely calm and not putting on a facade for their negotiation. We will never allow such an empire with your specific ideals and potential to develop. And once Guznad cannot protect this galaxy, our first act will be to liquidate the empire, killing or enslaving everyone. This is your unavoidable fate. And so, asked Edward, making Delilah frown with slight displeasure. Regardless, she knew how to control herself and continued. Your only hope of saving yourself and your family is if you surrender. Let me guess, added Edward. You want me to become your follower? No, your divine mercenary. As long as I give you all the Empire's knowledge and technology, especially the one I used to block the monogrid, you can intercept with the others to keep me safe. Am I correct? Delilah looked at him, his eyes focused intensely. Don't worry, I can't read your mind. You're just easy to read, easier than I anticipated. Are you calling me a simpleton? I would not dare, replied Edward casually. Let's not talk about some unknown future. You're the goddess of magic, correct? Yes, and what of it? Then, you must be the powerful god in this plane. Although I am powerful, I would not say to this extent, replied Delilah, wondering where this conversation was going. One of my philosophers excellently summarized magic. He said, magic is omnipotent, but the user is not. It's a great quote, nodded Delilah. Magic can do anything, its only limitation is the mage controlling it. I feel the same way. Imagine how powerful a person would be if they controlled the magic authority. They could topple the god civilization on their own. You're exaggerating things. No, I'm not. The core of the gods' civilization is the faith of their followers. So, if someone could develop a spell to block their connection to their followers, even for a moment, such a person could kill any gods and easily topple their civilization. Delilah's face changed for the first time since this conversation, albeit the process was very brief. But, it was long enough for someone like Edward. So, with a smile, he continued. Creating such a spell is quite arduous, even beyond the limit of what I could do. However, if I had the magic authority and with enough time, it's not out of the realm of impossibility. Such a spell is impossible, said Delilah, with a dangerous light in her eyes. And your attempt to sow dissonance amongst us is futile. Impossible? You're right, but it's not the reason, I think, isn't it? Asked Edward, his eyes as profound as hers, peeping deep into her soul. The gods are not stupid. So, how could they allow such a dangerous bomb among them? How could they allow anyone with the magic authority to exist and thrive in the universe? Small ripples appeared in Delilah's tea, however, her face remained the same. I have a theory to explain such an anomaly, said Edward. My theory is that these gods banded together to place some restrictions on the magic authority. They limited or even completely removed your ability to innovate and create new spells. I guess that they made it so that if you want to learn new spells, your followers must create it, without your aid, before sacrificing it to you. Am I correct? Boom! The tea in Delilah's hand evaporated, and the surrounding space trembled. However, Edward continued to sip his tea. I'm guessing that period was the darkest in your life. If things proceeded normally, you would have become one of the weakest gods in the universe, always suppressed. However, you're a wise woman, a woman of action. So, you somehow found a way to control the monogrid, thus elevating your strength and status. Delilah somewhat calmed down since Edward was wrong. To deal with that situation, she acquired the knowledge authority, thus blessing her followers to create better spells and magical knowledge. Her control of the monogrid and universe web placed her in the highest league among the gods, preventing them from putting more limitations on her. Arcane Emperor, are you trying to annoy me? Of course, I would never. Enough with this charade, said Delilah coldly. Although you tried to hide, I can sense your contempt for me, for the gods. I apologize for that, he said, sounding very sincere. I do disdain you lots, thinking you're only parasites that prey on the minds of the weak, less fortunate, or people in misery. However, I do wish to have a sincere conversation with you. What do you want? She continued, not hiding her anger and indifference. State your purpose. Chapter 499, Magic Authority. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I've been meaning to meet you, said Delilah, sipping on her tea. Oh, why? I don't think I have anything worthy of being noticed by the gods. You know, sometimes, modesty appears as hypocrisy. Edward paused briefly. True. But, I'm genuinely surprised you know of me. In less than 100 years, you developed the Arcane Empire from a technological Tier 5 world to a Tier 9 magical civilization, calmly said Delilah. Such an act can be said to be the story of myths and legends. Ha ha ha, you have no idea how much your words have boosted my ego, replied Edward with a brilliant smile. However, Delilah did not take his words seriously. At first, I thought such a thing was impossible, that there might be some error in the information. She was in charge of the universe web, so she scoffed at the news for many years after reading it, believing there must be an explanation for such a grand scale of development. And now, I believe it. Oh, why? Because I can tell you're older than 100 years, said Delilah, her eyes deeper than the abyss, containing the most profound truth in the universe. For a moment, Edward was fascinated as he felt she could answer all the answers he wished to know about the universe. Luckily, his willpower is unmatched, and he knew a mere Tier 10 gods could never give him all the answers and truths he pursued. I guess you acquired one of the Magus race's inheritance, including a time magical artifact. After studying it, you also absorbed their spirit of pursuing magic and the truth, thus creating the Arcane Empire. And with the technology civilization already on Earth, you decided to fuse magic and technology, thus bringing the Empire to an incredible height in a very short period. Am I right? Delilah gazed at him as if trying to pierce through the secrets of his soul. However, all she saw was calmness and a hint of flirtation. He's not just some wizard enthralled with magic and research, he's a true emperor with political skills. The Arcane Emperor rarely showed up during the war, mostly hiding behind the scenes. As such, the gods analyzed the information and believed he was primarily a political figure, albeit one with a lot of power. As such, their profile of him was a man addicted to magic and the pursuit of knowledge. Hence, he left his empire to be run by others, only keeping military power. However, Delilah discovered today they might have been wrong about the emperor. You can think so, replied Edward calmly. Is that so? Muttered Delilah with squinted eyes, making her even more alluring. Do you know what fate awaits you? Please, tell. She did not immediately speak, somewhat baffled by his calm demeanor. She could tell he was genuinely calm and not putting on a facade for their negotiation. We will never allow such an empire with your specific ideals and potential to develop. And once Guznad cannot protect this galaxy, our first act will be to liquidate the empire, killing or enslaving everyone. This is your unavoidable fate. And so, asked Edward, making Delilah frown with slight displeasure. Regardless, she knew how to control herself and continued. Your only hope of saving yourself and your family is if you surrender. Let me guess, added Edward. You want me to become your follower? No, your divine mercenary. As long as I give you all the Empire's knowledge and technology, especially the one I used to block the monogrid, you can intercept with the others to keep me safe. Am I correct? Delilah looked at him, his eyes focused intensely. Don't worry, I can't read your mind. You're just easy to read, easier than I anticipated. Are you calling me a simpleton? I would not dare, replied Edward casually. Let's not talk about some unknown future. You're the goddess of magic, correct? Yes, and what of it? Then, you must be the powerful god in this plane. Although I am powerful, I would not say to this extent, replied Delilah, wondering where this conversation was going. One of my philosophers excellently summarized magic. He said, magic is omnipotent, but the user is not. It's a great quote, nodded Delilah. Magic can do anything, its only limitation is the mage controlling it. I feel the same way. Imagine how powerful a person would be if they controlled the magic authority. They could topple the god civilization on their own. You're exaggerating things. No, I'm not. The core of the gods' civilization is the faith of their followers. So, if someone could develop a spell to block their connection to their followers, even for a moment, such a person could kill any gods and easily topple their civilization. Delilah's face changed for the first time since this conversation, albeit the process was very brief. But, it was long enough for someone like Edward. So, with a smile, he continued. Creating such a spell is quite arduous, even beyond the limit of what I could do. However, if I had the magic authority and with enough time, it's not out of the realm of impossibility. Such a spell is impossible, said Delilah, with a dangerous light in her eyes. And your attempt to sow dissonance amongst us is futile. Impossible? You're right, but it's not the reason, I think, isn't it? Asked Edward, his eyes as profound as hers, peeping deep into her soul. The gods are not stupid. So, how could they allow such a dangerous bomb among them? How could they allow anyone with the magic authority to exist and thrive in the universe? Small ripples appeared in Delilah's tea, however, her face remained the same. I have a theory to explain such an anomaly, said Edward. My theory is that these gods banded together to place some restrictions on the magic authority. They limited or even completely removed your ability to innovate and create new spells. I guess that they made it so that if you want to learn new spells, your followers must create it, without your aid, before sacrificing it to you. Am I correct? Boom! The tea in Delilah's hand evaporated, and the surrounding space trembled. However, Edward continued to sip his tea. I'm guessing that period was the darkest in your life. If things proceeded normally, you would have become one of the weakest gods in the universe, always suppressed. However, you're a wise woman, a woman of action. So, you somehow found a way to control the monogrid, thus elevating your strength and status. Delilah somewhat calmed down since Edward was wrong. To deal with that situation, she acquired the knowledge authority, thus blessing her followers to create better spells and magical knowledge. Her control of the monogrid and universe web placed her in the highest league among the gods, preventing them from putting more limitations on her. Arcane Emperor, are you trying to annoy me? Of course, I would never. Enough with this charade, said Delilah coldly. Although you tried to hide, I can sense your contempt for me, for the gods. I apologize for that, he said, sounding very sincere. I do disdain you lots, thinking you're only parasites that prey on the minds of the weak, less fortunate, or people in misery. However, I do wish to have a sincere conversation with you. What do you want? She continued, not hiding her anger and indifference. State your purpose. Chapter 499, Magic Authority. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I've been meaning to meet you, said Delilah, sipping on her tea. Oh, why? I don't think I have anything worthy of being noticed by the gods. You know, sometimes, modesty appears as hypocrisy. Edward paused briefly. True. But, I'm genuinely surprised you know of me. In less than 100 years, you developed the Arcane Empire from a technological Tier 5 world to a Tier 9 magical civilization, calmly said Delilah. Such an act can be said to be the story of myths and legends. Ha ha ha, you have no idea how much your words have boosted my ego, replied Edward with a brilliant smile. However, Delilah did not take his words seriously. At first, I thought such a thing was impossible, that there might be some error in the information. She was in charge of the universe web, so she scoffed at the news for many years after reading it, believing there must be an explanation for such a grand scale of development. And now, I believe it. Oh, why? Because I can tell you're older than 100 years, said Delilah, her eyes deeper than the abyss, containing the most profound truth in the universe. For a moment, Edward was fascinated as he felt she could answer all the answers he wished to know about the universe. Luckily, his willpower is unmatched, and he knew a mere Tier 10 gods could never give him all the answers and truths he pursued. I guess you acquired one of the Magus race's inheritance, including a time magical artifact. After studying it, you also absorbed their spirit of pursuing magic and the truth, thus creating the Arcane Empire. And with the technology civilization already on Earth, you decided to fuse magic and technology, thus bringing the Empire to an incredible height in a very short period. Am I right? Delilah gazed at him as if trying to pierce through the secrets of his soul. However, all she saw was calmness and a hint of flirtation. He's not just some wizard enthralled with magic and research, he's a true emperor with political skills. The Arcane Emperor rarely showed up during the war, mostly hiding behind the scenes. As such, the gods analyzed the information and believed he was primarily a political figure, albeit one with a lot of power. As such, their profile of him was a man addicted to magic and the pursuit of knowledge. Hence, he left his empire to be run by others, only keeping military power. However, Delilah discovered today they might have been wrong about the emperor. You can think so, replied Edward calmly. Is that so? Muttered Delilah with squinted eyes, making her even more alluring. Do you know what fate awaits you? Please, tell. She did not immediately speak, somewhat baffled by his calm demeanor. She could tell he was genuinely calm and not putting on a facade for their negotiation. We will never allow such an empire with your specific ideals and potential to develop. And once Guznad cannot protect this galaxy, our first act will be to liquidate the empire, killing or enslaving everyone. This is your unavoidable fate. And so, asked Edward, making Delilah frown with slight displeasure. Regardless, she knew how to control herself and continued. Your only hope of saving yourself and your family is if you surrender. Let me guess, added Edward. You want me to become your follower? No, your divine mercenary. As long as I give you all the Empire's knowledge and technology, especially the one I used to block the monogrid, you can intercept with the others to keep me safe. Am I correct? Delilah looked at him, his eyes focused intensely. Don't worry, I can't read your mind. You're just easy to read, easier than I anticipated. Are you calling me a simpleton? I would not dare, replied Edward casually. Let's not talk about some unknown future. You're the goddess of magic, correct? Yes, and what of it? Then, you must be the powerful god in this plane. Although I am powerful, I would not say to this extent, replied Delilah, wondering where this conversation was going. One of my philosophers excellently summarized magic. He said, magic is omnipotent, but the user is not. It's a great quote, nodded Delilah. Magic can do anything, its only limitation is the mage controlling it. I feel the same way. Imagine how powerful a person would be if they controlled the magic authority. They could topple the god civilization on their own. You're exaggerating things. No, I'm not. The core of the gods' civilization is the faith of their followers. So, if someone could develop a spell to block their connection to their followers, even for a moment, such a person could kill any gods and easily topple their civilization. Delilah's face changed for the first time since this conversation, albeit the process was very brief. But, it was long enough for someone like Edward. So, with a smile, he continued. Creating such a spell is quite arduous, even beyond the limit of what I could do. However, if I had the magic authority and with enough time, it's not out of the realm of impossibility. Such a spell is impossible, said Delilah, with a dangerous light in her eyes. And your attempt to sow dissonance amongst us is futile. Impossible? You're right, but it's not the reason, I think, isn't it? Asked Edward, his eyes as profound as hers, peeping deep into her soul. The gods are not stupid. So, how could they allow such a dangerous bomb among them? How could they allow anyone with the magic authority to exist and thrive in the universe? Small ripples appeared in Delilah's tea, however, her face remained the same. I have a theory to explain such an anomaly, said Edward. My theory is that these gods banded together to place some restrictions on the magic authority. They limited or even completely removed your ability to innovate and create new spells. I guess that they made it so that if you want to learn new spells, your followers must create it, without your aid, before sacrificing it to you. Am I correct? Boom! The tea in Delilah's hand evaporated, and the surrounding space trembled. However, Edward continued to sip his tea. I'm guessing that period was the darkest in your life. If things proceeded normally, you would have become one of the weakest gods in the universe, always suppressed. However, you're a wise woman, a woman of action. So, you somehow found a way to control the monogrid, thus elevating your strength and status. Delilah somewhat calmed down since Edward was wrong. To deal with that situation, she acquired the knowledge authority, thus blessing her followers to create better spells and magical knowledge. Her control of the monogrid and universe web placed her in the highest league among the gods, preventing them from putting more limitations on her. Arcane Emperor, are you trying to annoy me? Of course, I would never. Enough with this charade, said Delilah coldly. Although you tried to hide, I can sense your contempt for me, for the gods. I apologize for that, he said, sounding very sincere. I do disdain you lots, thinking you're only parasites that prey on the minds of the weak, less fortunate, or people in misery. However, I do wish to have a sincere conversation with you. What do you want? She continued, not hiding her anger and indifference. State your purpose. Chapter 500, Temptation. Harry Potter, Dimensional Wizard. I do not know you very well, but I can guess your story, said Edward with a calm and soothing tone. A human genius born on a planet of magic. You quickly rose to the top of your world, becoming a Tier 6 mage. Maybe you were the first one on your entire planet for hundreds of years. Or, maybe you were lucky enough to be born in a world with a developed magical civilization. Regardless, your achievement of reaching Tier 6 brought you untold fame, wealth, and power. Delilah glanced at him without saying a word. The previous anger was gone, replaced by a terrifying calmness. At least, it looked as such on the surface. Edward did not mind as he continued. After reaching Tier 6, you learned that this is the end of magic, for humans. However, how could such a genius like yourself accept such a fact? So, you began your journey through the universe. Maybe, you were lucky and discovered the astral realm and other planes. Through your ingenuity, talent, and luck, you pushed your magic to Tier 7. I'm guessing you used the bloodline of a higher magical creature, most likely, a dragon. Am I correct? Delilah only glanced at him without a word. Edward shrugged his shoulder and continued. At Tier 7, you finally reached the soul limit. Unfortunately, no matter what method you used, you could not bypass such restrictions. The only option you have is to use things like divine energy, but such an act is too dangerous. You probably searched the entire universe for the legacy of the Magus race during your attempt to break the limit. Sadly, your luck has run out. Disheartened, you finally gave in and chose the path that all humans have to eventually walk on, godhood. However, your love for magic was beyond any typical human, so you chose the magic authority, even though you probably knew the possible danger. Afterward, your story became as legendary as any others. Through hard work, talent, luck, and schemes, you slowly conquer other planes and become a tier 10 god. You broke through the suppression of the gods and achieved the pinnacle of status in the cosmic faith plane. What are you trying to get at with all this nonsense? Asked Delilah coldly. I'm giving you an opportunity or an invitation. Delilah squinted her beautiful pupil. It's as you guessed. I'm inviting you to the Emperor. Abandon the wretched god path and become an arcanist, said Edward with an enchanting voice. Remove all your shackles, awaken your ambitions to pursue knowledge and magic. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard in my immortal life, said Delilah with a sneer. Is it? Retorted Edward with a smile. I'm sure your love for magic is not gone, otherwise, you would have never kept the magic authority. I don't know whether the Magus race used the monogrid as the universe web or whether it was your creation, but your involvement is indicative that you value information and communication. In my eyes, you're a perfect arcanist. And with your current soul, you can easily reach tier 10 under our magic system. No, any magic system, for that matter. So, why are you willing to continue on this faith path, especially knowing how poisonous it is? How do you know about this? Asked Delilah with killing intent. The gods never allowed the information about faith to flow out. Do you think it is a deep secret? Said Edward with a sneer, silencing this beautiful goddess. Then, he continued. With the database of the Empire and your foundation as a god, you will have a much higher chance at reaching the legendary tier 11. Delilah received another shock. Most creatures in the universe know or only believe that tier 10 is the limit of power. After all, what is higher than the universe? However, this arcane emperor, ruler of a small empire smaller than a galaxy, knew of such secrets. The Magus inheritance he acquired is much more valuable than I thought Delilah, trying to hide her greed and desire. She took a deep breath to calm down while also pondering this man's words. Do you think a few words is enough for me to do such a thing, to take such risks? Of course not, replied Edward. You have reached the pinnacle of the universe in terms of strength and status. The status quo is in your favor, so why risk everything for an unknown future? Are you insinuating something? No, I'm directly stating it. After living so many years as a god, bathing in the praise and worship of trillions of creatures and countless worlds, your spirit to pursue magic has been diluted and corrupted. It's not your fault but an inevitable outcome. After all, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Delilah released a terrifying aura full of the intention to kill. The surrounding space created by Edward's spell shook, almost collapsing. There is no need for anger since it's the truth. Do you want to die? Let me ask you something, continued Edward calmly. If you were to meet your past self before achieving godhood, do you think she would recognize your current self? Delilah's aura fluctuated before calming down. She did not answer him, thinking about the question. Divinity is the enemy of magic. The reason is not something as simple as because the gods are more powerful and oppress the development of magic. There is a fundamental difference at their core between these two paths. Gods rely on keeping people ignorant to amass faith and keep their power. They have no choice but to do this because once people are enlightened, once they learn the secrets of the universe, they will understand that there is nothing unique or special about the gods. They will lose their awe and respect. And without those, how would you people gather faith? Edward did not hide his sneer and contempt. Even for someone like you with many mages as your followers, I reckon you've secretly eliminated many of your followers and divine mercenaries for studying taboo subjects, such as divinity. After all, you don't want them to discover the source of your power and threaten your status. Delilah's face became ugly. Edward's words finally hit a true nerve. She remembered the first time she sent the order to eliminate a bunch of her followers. She wiped out an entire empire in one of the planes she conquered, all because they were studying the divine flame. She spent many years conflicted as the mage and divine sides inside her fought together. Sadly, after doing it for the first time, the others were much easier. You don't know me, said Delilah, her eyes colder than ever. True, replied Edward with a smile. It seems our conversation has come to an end, he continued, noticing Delilah's desire to end this conversation. You should consider what I said. With the Arcane Empire's knowledge and your foundation as a god, we can achieve great things, unimaginable things, things that maybe even the Magus race has never accomplished. Delilah looked at him coldly before snorting. Then, she disappeared from the room. Outside the Milky Way, Delilah, is something the matter? Asked Morticia, the goddess of death, after seeing her open her eyes. Some bugs occurred in the universe web. Now, it's fixed. Is that so? Well, let's continue attacking this protection. I don't know why this thing suddenly became more powerful. Delilah nodded, a little distracted. She did not know why she lied but only acted on instinct. She took a deep breath to remove all these thoughts from her mind and contribute her strength to this endeavor.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.